This young teenager is none other than our protagonist, Kaminaji Minato. Just a few seconds ago, a couple of arrogant, low-life hunters had the nerve to bully him, completely unaware of who they were dealing with. Left with no choice, Minato unleashed the power of the ancestors hidden within his body and sent every last one of them flying straight into a storage crate in an instant. But to understand how this power came to be, we need to go back a few hundred years. The world was once at peace, until one day, out of nowhere, countless towers began appearing in the sky. These were called the Monster Towers. Then, disaster struck without warning. The towers spread across the world, and from within them, hordes of terrifying monsters emerged. Humanity was completely overrun, crushed under the sheer power of these creatures, with no way to fight back. At that time, the extinction of mankind seemed inevitable. However, just when all hope was lost, the ancestors appeared. They were the first generation of transcendents, superhumans who stood up against the monstrous invaders, waging war against them and destroying the towers. Through their efforts, humanity was able to repel the invasion and reclaim their world. From that day forward, the ancestors were honored as the saviors of mankind, and their souls were laid to eternal rest in the tomb of the ancestors. Fast forward a few hundred years, and here we are with our protagonist, Kaminaji Minato. My name is Kaminaji Minato. Ever since I was a child, I loved reading about the ancestors' heroic deeds in the library of the ancestors' tomb. A swordsman who could take down entire armies with nothing but a tree branch. A mage who had mastered the very essence of magic, casting spells without the need for incantations. These transcendents were like the gods of legend. If only I could become someone worthy of being remembered in history like them. Then, one day, a mark appeared on my body, a mark signifying that I had been chosen as a transcendent. At that moment, I made a vow to that mark. I swore that I would become a transcendent worthy of being recorded in history. Just like the ancestors. That was my plan. That was my dream. And it wasn't just Minato's dream. It was the dream of countless teenagers his age. Today was a special day. Their teacher stood before them with a proud smile, announcing the results of the Hunter Qualification Exam. The students had passed. They had taken their first step toward their future as hunters. But unfortunately, Minato was not one of them. Hunter Qualification Exam. Kaminaji Minato failed. Thank you for participating in the Hunter Qualification Exam. Based on your registration details and test results, we regret to inform you that you did not meet the required qualifications. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and appreciate your understanding. Blah, blah, blah. As Minato stared at the rejection letter from the Hunter Association, his eyes welled up with tears. Meanwhile, his classmates, who had already seen his results, began pushing all their leftover tasks onto him. All right, let's go celebrate. Minato, you take care of cleaning up. Yeah? You can handle wiping down the tables and taking out the trash. Right. Before Minato could even respond, the two classmates had already left, completely assuming he would do as they asked. Returning to Minato, somehow, he could be considered an exception. Normally, for a transcendent, just writing down their name was enough to pass. Yet, he had become a laughingstock for repeatedly failing the Hunter Qualification Exam. This was his third consecutive failure. And since students were only allowed to take the exam within 3 years of enrollment, this was his last chance. Now, Minato could never become a hunter. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt as he picked up the trash left behind by his classmates. Perfect score on the written test. I even trained to strengthen my aura. No matter how you look at it, this is the mark of a transcendent. And yet, this thing is nothing more than a useless birthmark. I just wanted to be like the ancestors, Minato muttered, biting his lip hard to keep himself from crying. At that moment, a student suddenly stuck their head in through the window and shouted, "Minato, get to the school gate. Now." Huh? Oh crap, I forgot. Minato jolted in surprise. Scene transition. At the school gate, a large crowd of students had gathered there, eagerly waiting for the arrival of a certain hunter. Man, I wish I could be like him. I want to be admired like that too. Whispers filled the air as the students exchanged excited chatter. That's the rising star, right? Oh my god, he's so cool. A-rank hunter, Hazaki Kai's, someone yelled in admiration. With a bright, charismatic smile, Kai's greeted the students. Haha, sorry for causing such a commotion. Meanwhile, a few students glanced at Minato and rolled their eyes before snapping at him. Hurry up, you're slower than a damn turtle. Kai's is waiting. Just then, Kai's himself stepped forward and calmly intervened. Hey, don't bully the weak. But, Kai's, this guy, they started to explain. But immediately, Kai shot them a cold, villainous glare. Don't you see the reporters here? He snapped, causing the two students to quickly shrink back. Sorry, sir, they muttered apologetically. Meanwhile, the reporter behind them smiled brightly and spoke up. Oh, this is your old school. Kai's? I'd love to follow along with you then. And about the cover photo, how about we use the scene where you slice that dragon in half? The reporter then showed Kai's the image of him slaying the dragon in a magnificent fashion, making Kai's grin with his eyes squinted in amusement. Perfect, though I'm a little shy about it. Haha. Back to Minato. He knew exactly who the person in front of him was, Hazaki Kai's, a classmate from 3 years ago, a genius who topped every subject and was also the one who bullied Minato during their time in the same class. Why do I have to follow behind him now? Minato thought, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if fear was crawling up his spine. Someone else in the crowd noticed Minato and asked, This is the classmate I wanted to introduce. What's his name again? The person whispered to the lackey beside him. It's Minato. Minato, Kai shouted. The newly rising hunter then put on a fake smile, as though pretending they were all familiar. Minato didn't do very well in school, so he asked me for help. I spent some time practicing with him, giving him advice. Kai said smoothly, What the hell? What is this bastard talking about? Minato thought, completely confused by his words. Meanwhile, Kai's continued blabbering on. Sometimes, I even helped him financially. At that, Minato could only laugh bitterly to himself. Ridiculous. He only robbed me and didn't give me a single coin. And now he's making things up. The years spent with this bastard truly felt like hell, Minato thought to himself, but kept quiet. Of course, with the image Kai's had built up among the community, everyone believed his words without a second thought. Wow, Kai's, you're perfect in both body and spirit. They all laughed heartily. And to further reinforce the image, Kai's slung his arm around Minato's shoulders and declared, Just wait. I'll definitely become a transcendent who's remembered in history. It's so nice of Kai's to care for him like that. Minato, don't you want to thank your benefactor? The reporters shouted, eager to capture the perfect shot. Minato's face turned a deep shade of purple, his mind racing in disbelief. There was no way Kai's had helped him like this. But before Minato could say anything to the reporters, Kai's tightened his grip on Minato's shoulder, his voice low and only audible to him. You failed the exam, didn't you? Kai's voice was laced with danger. No matter how far you go, you still want to end your day peacefully, right? The threatening tone of his words made Minato's mind flash back to the times he had been bullied. Reluctantly, Minato clenched his teeth and forced out words to protect himself. Kai's has always treated me well, he said, his body trembling. I'm grateful to him, even if this lifetime isn't enough to repay him. His voice cracked with emotion as the words left his mouth, and he knew he had just become another puppet for Kai's. Come on, I don't have time to waste, Kai said, as he directed the group's attention elsewhere. Let's wrap this up. Over there are the trophies I've won. Oh, interesting. Let's go. The group chimed in, laughing and following along. Meanwhile, a cameraman remembered Minato and asked, Wait, what about that student? We need him for the article, right? No need. Who cares about him? The reporter dismissed with a wave of his hand, the conversation falling directly into Minato's ears and only adding fuel to his frustration. No matter how vile someone was, as long as they had the strength to become a hunter, they would be admired by others. And Kai's, with his power, would soon be forgotten. My name is... Minato muttered to himself, as if he wanted to scream it out loud to the reporters. But just as he was about to do so, Kai's shout snapped him back to reality. Minato, meet me at the ancestor's tomb after school. Huh? Why all of a sudden? Minato stammered, confused about Kai's intentions. He couldn't figure out what Kai's was planning. As if reading his thoughts, Kai's flashed a smile, the same overly friendly one he had been wearing earlier. You want to retake the exam, don't you? Kai's asked casually. I've already talked to the association. But why? Minato asked, his confusion growing. Of course, to build a good image. Kai's replied with a nod. The final shot will be at the tomb. We can talk more about the details after school. With that, Kai's gave Minato a final reminder before leaving. Minato couldn't help but feel suspicious when Kai suddenly acted so kindly. Retake the exam? Is it trustworthy? Despite not wanting to be used by Kai's to boost his reputation, Minato recognized that this was an unexpected opportunity. This time, I'll make it work, he reassured himself. The scene shifted to the ancestor's tomb. Just as Kai's had said, they were now filming there. The next generation of hunters, protectors of humanity from monsters. At the ancestor's tomb. Wow, this photo is beautiful, one of the reporters commented, as they wrapped up the photo shoot with a perfect shot. Thank you for taking the time for this interview today. Despite your busy schedule, the reporter said, smiling. Kai's politely responded, I should be the one thanking you for this article. After speaking, he waited for the reporters to leave, then walked inside the tomb. Meanwhile, his lackeys were busy digging something inside. Have you found the entrance yet? Yes, Kai say. It's here, one of them said, pointing to a secret staircase leading down below. Good, bring it out, Kai's ordered. However, before anyone could act further, Minato's voice rang out from behind. What are you doing? In response to Minato's question, Kai's coldly replied, Can't you see? We're looking for treasure. What treasure? Minato shouted. This is clearly illegal tomb raiding. Don't you know who rests here? Kai's looked at him, unfazed. Who? Exactly, he asked mockingly. The mummies of ancient ancestors. Obviously. Minato retorted angrily. Selling these treasures could make you live a life of luxury. Why leave them with a dried-up corpse? This tomb, these ancestors, they're just childish relics. Kai's laughed derisively, but his words only fueled Minato's anger. The ancestors are truly great. I wish I could become a legendary superhuman like them. That had been Minato's dream since childhood. So, seeing Kai's disrespect these predecessors made him lose his composure and rush forward to stop him. However, as an ordinary person, Minato stood no chance against an A-rank hunter like Kai's. With a simple shift of his body, Kai's easily dodged Minato's punch. Kai's, with a dismissive tone, landed a punch directly into Minato's stomach, sending him collapsing in pain and vomiting blood. It felt like Minato was about to lose consciousness from the blood loss. But Kai's only sneered down at him. How dare you disrespect me? Kai's mocked. Meanwhile, his two lackeys had descended into the tomb and emerged with a few items, pulling them up through a bag. Boss, we found it, one of them exclaimed. Kai's turned sharply to look, and upon seeing what was inside the bag, his eyes lit up. The bag was filled with rare, valuable items. This aura, this energy, is coming from these items? Kai's exclaimed in delight. Incredible. This could keep me living in luxury for the rest of my life. He glanced over at Minato, who was still struggling on the ground. Let me explain it to you, since you seem so clueless. Kai sneered. I'm looking for a fool like you, someone naive enough to fall for a lie about retaking the exam. I heard you often go to the library, and when I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh. A perfect idiot, hopelessly clinging to a dream of becoming a hunter, only to end up stealing the treasures of our ancestors. What a tragic story. He paused, smirking at Minato's despair. Tomorrow's headline will be something like this. Suspect in tomb robbery of the ancestor's tomb. Police searching for a third-year Hunter Academy student. What's your name again? Whatever. Kai's turned away, no longer interested in Minato. Goodbye. With that, he casually dropped Minato into the nearby lake. As Minato sank, bloodied and weak, he felt a sense of bitter resignation. Is this the end? All my training, all the exams, all for nothing? Am I really going to die? Forgotten by everyone? The thought consumed him as he felt the cold water surrounding him, ready to close in. However, just as the darkness began to take over, something unexpected happened. A warm light suddenly enveloped his body, and he felt a surge of energy flowing through him. Around him, Minato could sense the presence of several figures, though he couldn't see them clearly. This one is a vessel that can materialize our desires. A voice echoed in his mind. Minato, in awe and confusion, looked around. What is this? Who are these voices? We are the souls of those who have rested in this tomb, the ancestors who once lived here. The voice continued. You are now part of this legacy, and we will guide you. Minato, feeling the overwhelming surge of energy, stood tall as the voices of the ancestors echoed in his mind. What is this? These voices, this light, are they truly the ancestors? His mind was racing with confusion and awe. The voice continued, Young man, in your hands lies the void of literature. While you possess no inherent power, it is a vessel that can hold all types of strength. Choose one of the ancestors here and forge a pact. We are all masters in our domains: magic, martial arts, swordsmanship, spear techniques, summoning magic, alchemy. No matter who you choose, we will grant you powers beyond your expectations. Now, what power do you desire? Minato's heart was filled with an intense, burning desire. I want the strength to never be inferior to anyone in this world. I want overwhelming power. Power to erase every humiliation I have endured. His hand trembled as the mark on his palm began to glow, reacting to his emotions. The voice spoke again, urging him to choose quickly. Hurry, choose one. Minato, his resolve firm, shouted out, All of you, give me all your power. The voice responded with a chuckle. Greed. Huh, but that is impossible. No matter how powerful you are as a vessel, you cannot take all our powers. Minato, however, wasn't deterred. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. All of you, enter me. His command was sharp and filled with determination. As his words rang out, the ancestral spirits were forcefully pulled into the mark on his hand. Inside his mind, the voices of the spirits echoed loudly. What is this? Stop. Wait. How could this happen? This is absurd. Do you even know who I am? Minato ignored their protests and felt the overwhelming force of their power fill him. I will not be stopped, he thought, as the spirits struggled but were drawn into him. Suddenly, a massive seal appeared beneath Minato's feet, glowing brightly. The ground beneath him trembled as the magic surged, and the lake erupted with a powerful explosion, catching the attention of Kai's and his group. Minato, now with a new, godlike presence, floated down before them. His body radiated energy, and his eyes burned with determination. Kai's, sneering at the sight, muttered, Oh, he's up again. That fool is back. Minato paid no mind to their taunts. He casually grabbed a branch from the ground and snapped off the excess parts, his movements calm yet ominous. One of Kai's lackeys, laughing nervously, said, What's this? Don't tell me you're planning to fight us with a stick? The others laughed even harder, but Minato remained unmoved. They have no idea. As Minato stood there, the aura around him intensified, and the marks on his palm began to glow brighter, signaling the full fusion of power within him. As Minato stood there, the calmness in his demeanor was almost eerie. Kaisei, seeing the situation unfolding, could no longer suppress his anger. Enough, he snarled, his voice cold with menace. I will make sure you never rise again. I'll cut your throat. The man with long hair, one of Kaisei's lackeys, immediately understood his master's intent and drew his sword, aiming to cut down Minato. You know, I've never gotten less than an A in my swordsmanship tests, he taunted, holding up his blade. This is the sword of a master swordsman. Consider yourself honored to die by it. With those words, the lackey charged at Minato, but Minato's composure remained unshaken. He muttered to himself, A swordsmanship master. Huh. In an instant, Minato moved at a speed so fast it seemed almost supernatural, and the small stick in his hand slashed through the air. The lackey with the sword suddenly found himself covered in countless deep cuts. "What the hell?" he screamed in agony, his body trembling as he stumbled backward. Minato turned to face him, his eyes cold and focused. "So, tell me, what can your sword actually do?" The man with the knife-sharp expression, realizing things had taken a turn, immediately began chanting an incantation. "Damn you," he muttered, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. "Green demon, destructive eyes, lock 72. To Minato, the incantation felt like a mere formality, too slow, he thought, his fingers sparking with energy. The next moment, a terrifying column of lightning struck from the sky, blasting the man to a crisp, leaving him scorched black. Kaisei, unable to stay composed any longer, was visibly shaken by the turn of events. A branch for a weapon? Magic without a chant? Impossible. His voice trembled with disbelief. It was like a story from ancient times. He thought there had been a swordsman who could defeat armies with just a branch, and a mage who could wield all magic without needing incantations. These were legends of the super excellence, being so powerful they were revered as gods, their souls now resting in the tomb of the ancestors. The souls of 106 of them had merged with Minato, making him something far beyond ordinary. Minato's eyes flickered with an icy resolve. "Your name won't be remembered. History will only pass down my legend," he declared coldly. The transformation within him, the combination of the spirits of the ancients, had granted him not only their powers but their arrogance, their assurance that he was destined for something greater than what anyone could imagine. Returning to Minato, after boasting to Kaisei, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body. It was truly astounding. The souls of the ancient ancestors now resided within him. Channeled through the void manuscript, he could sense their joy, the overwhelming feeling of liberation after centuries of confinement. "This territory, from here to there, now belongs to me." The others began dividing the space within Minato, but he paid them no mind. He had read their biographies countless times, memorizing every detail of their tombs. And now, those legendary ancestor spirits were living inside him. Thinking about it, Minato felt a deep sense of comfort knowing that such powerful figures were now housed within his body. Meanwhile, the others seemed entirely different. "All right then," they said. "Now, let's settle this once and for all. Who will claim this body?" Their eyes gleamed like headlights, shining with ambition. Minato ignored them. Then, a one-eyed swordsman approached from behind, catching Minato's attention. The legendary swordsman who can defeat 10,000 soldiers with a mere branch. Hinoki Ryuichiro, is it? The swordsman stroked his chin, pleased with the recognition. "Looks like my name still echoes down through the generations." "Indeed, this body is exceptional." With that, he turned to Minato and asked, "So, what do you plan to do now? What about Kaisei?" Minato repeated the question. Ryuichiro sighed and shook his head. "That kid doesn't matter. What I'm interested in now is how to take down this." He pointed ahead. Minato followed the direction of his finger, and his face suddenly blanked as he instinctively stepped forward. Meanwhile, Kaisei, thinking Minato was about to attack, grew wary. "What? This bastard? Does he have the guts to target me?" Flames ignited around Kaisei as he drew his sword, ready to strike. But before he could make a move, Minato casually swiped his hand across his face, knocking the scoundrel away like a ragdoll. "Get lost. You're in my way," Minato muttered as his gaze locked onto the backpack ahead of him. A dark, malevolent aura was emanating from it. In another part of the city, a group of monsters was attacking, and the cause of the chaos was the three-headed wolf. "Senior, please help us," a man, dressed like an office worker, called out. Just then, the three-headed wolf opened its mouth wide and lunged toward a man. However, just before its fangs could sink into the man, he only needed to slightly bend his knees and leaped high into the air. Taking advantage of the wolf's delayed reaction, the man used a skill called Heavy Mace to strike downward. generating a powerful shockwave that immediately shattered the three-headed wolf's spine. The crowd watching the scene cheered and praised the man. Incredible! Defeating an A-rank monster in the blink of an eye. This is a true S-rank hunter, one person said. This is Kisaragi, the S-rank hunter, another added. In response to the praise, Kisaragi waved his hand and said, "Thank you. But what's Kaisei doing right now? He has an interview, right? Rising like a promising rookie. He's probably feeling pretty smug about it." Someone grumbled in response, but Kisaragi defended him, saying, "Come on, if he gets attention, our group's reputation will rise as well. Let's just submit the report and go grab a drink." All right. Just as Kisaragi finished speaking, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, freezing the entire S-rank hunter's body in place. A monster? What is this aura? Kisaragi thought, alarmed. Meanwhile, his teammates, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed to the ground. "Senior, what is this?" they murmured. Kisaragi seemed to have figured it out. The pressure was so immense that even B and A-rank teams couldn't stand their ground. Only an S-rank monster or higher could create such a disturbance. Back with Minato, a strange, spherical creature with countless tentacles emerged from the backpack in front of him. Kaisei, who had just received a punch from Minato, had regained his senses. He looked at the monster in fear and shouted, "A monster! What's going on?" Minato's voice was cold as he replied, "It's because you invaded a tomb. Inside this tomb is the seal of a tower's boss. That's the item you stole." Meanwhile, the swordsman Riichiro explained further. Back then, some of the monsters in the tower survived thanks to their hibernation skill, and this monster is known as the Void Worm. Technometeora. Its rank is estimated to be above S rank. It will release a toxic aura that kills all living creatures within a few kilometers. It used to be a very dangerous monster in the past, but it seems the younger generation today can't handle it. Just as Riichiro described, Kaisei started trembling from the poisonous gas emitted by the monster. "Run! Run fast! I don't want to die!" he shouted in fear as he immediately turned tail to flee. "Stay still. You might survive as the first target," Minato warned. But before he could finish his sentence, the Void Worm, now aware of the situation, immediately turned its attention to Kaisei. One of its tentacles shot toward him at lightning speed, snapping the sword that had once severed a dragon's head in half. Gradually, Kaisei's life force was drained by the Void Worm, turning his entire body into a desiccated husk, like a dry tree. Minato, standing nearby, felt no sympathy. "I warned you," he said coolly, not even glancing at the now lifeless Kaisei. Turning to Riichiro, Minato ignored the crumpled figure of Kaisei and listened as Riichiro, with an arm draped over Minato's shoulder, whispered, "Hey, kid, why don't you just hand over this body to me? You saw it yourself." The swordsmanship of Hinoki, the founder of the Hinoki Itoryu, Riichiro thought to himself with a sly grin. "Heh, whoever grabs it first gets it. While those guys are in chaos, I'll seize control of this body." Turning back to Minato, it seemed Riichiro had realized his own strength wasn't enough to handle the monster before them. After a brief thought, Minato nodded in agreement. "I don't mind letting you borrow the body." "Great, then let's get going." Riichiro grinned, but before they could do anything, the ancient spirits within the body of Minato noticed Riichiro's scheme. "This bastard, daring to make such a vile move behind my back?" The group of ancient spirits yelled in unison. "This body, full of vitality, is mine." However, Minato's next words left everyone in a state of shock. "I'll let all of you borrow it, but I will surpass all of you. Without fail, the strength I must surpass. I want to feel it. So show me all your power," Minato declared. Then, Riichiro, the swordsman, was the first to take control of Minato's body. "This guy, great words. Amazing," he shouted, and, as if on cue, Minato's body moved in sync. In that moment, Minato swung his sword from top to bottom, cutting through the air with countless sword strikes, slicing the monster's tentacles into sashimi-like pieces. The staff in his hand couldn't handle the pressure and snapped in half after the attack. But that wasn't the end. Next, A martial artist with dark skin possessed Minato's body, channeling his energy to strike a huge tentacle that had been aiming to attack him. The martial artist then dashed forward, grabbed a staff nearby, and began using the techniques of some ancient ancestor. After using the staff, Minato transitioned into a hip-hop dance move, demonstrating it for the monster. After performing the hip-hop technique, the body then moved seamlessly into the use of jujitsu, courtesy of an old man's spirit, effortlessly launching the creature into the air without expending much energy. Then, a bowman possessed Minato's body. I don't even know where he got the bow from, but with a single arrow, Minato managed to turn the monster into a honeycomb, piercing it from the inside out. As various skills from the ancient ancestors began to unfold, Minato had to consciously hold back his own strength to avoid finishing off the monster too soon, as he wanted it to remain a worthy opponent for training. Within a few minutes, the monster had lost almost all its tentacles, leaving only two remaining as weapons for attack. However, before these remaining tentacles could reach Minato, they were struck by two lightning bolts from the sky, turning them into grilled octopus. To finally finish the monster off, Minato leaped high into the air and used the Hinoki Itoryu sword technique, Kikuretsu, splitting the creature cleanly in two with a single strike. Cut to the rooftop of a building somewhere in the city. The voice of a young man echoed, "What? You're saying you've already defeated it? I'm just on my way there. Is there really a hunter that's strong around here lately?" On the other end of the line, the other person explained, "It's about the video the crow sent. Blah blah blah. Seems like a student from the Hunter's Vocational School." "Got it. I really want to meet him now," the young man said with excitement. "He's the strongest superhuman faked fighter in the world." Ichihara Midori. The next morning, after warming up by taking care of a few high-ranking monsters, Midori pulled out his phone to contact someone. "Hello, Director. Long time no see." "Oh, right. That S-rank monster. No, it wasn't me. I watched the video the crow sent. It looks like one of your students, Kaminaji Minato, was the one who defeated it, but he's failed the hunter exam 3 years in a row, so I find it a bit hard to believe. That's why I'd like to ask you for a favor, if that's okay?" He spoke while furrowing his brows, as if deep in thought. Scene changed to Minato's school. Right now, the students were chatting about what had happened yesterday. "That aura was terrifying. I couldn't move at all," one student said in fear. The student next to him nodded in agreement. "I can still feel the lingering effects. If I said I was the one who defeated it, would anyone believe me? Stop joking around. It's been 10 years since a monster stronger than S-rank last appeared." A black-haired student sighed, reminding them. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, another student whispered, "Hey, there's a rumor that a student from our school took it down. Ridiculous. There's no way anyone here could have beaten it. And someone that strong wouldn't be studying in a place like this." He shook his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, our protagonist was struggling to make his way to school, shaking and leaning on a cane like he had completely overexerted himself. "Wow, everyone's still talking about yesterday," he thought to himself before a large student bumped into him. "Move it. You're in the way," the thug muttered, thinking, there's no way the guy who defeated that S-rank monster would be some weakling like this. Minato was lying flat on the ground, unable to get up, his body still aching all over from yesterday's fight. Beating that monster was great and all, but borrowing the strength of the founders must have put too much strain on my body. I feel like I'm falling apart. As he continued lying there, still tasting the dirt, the voice of the swordsman rang out again. "Haha, so what can you even do in this state?" "Sir Riichiro? Just call me Riichiro. Now, snap out of it." "Minato, you said you were going to surpass us, didn't you?" Riichiro encouraged him, making Minato's expression harden with determination. "Of course I will." Summoning all his remaining strength, Minato struggled to stand up. Meanwhile, Riichiro just laughed like he was having the time of his life. "Haha, show me your perseverance. Is this guy insane?" One of the students thought as they watched Minato trembling violently, looking like he was having a seizure. The swordsman Riichiro. As Riichiro waited for Minato to stand up, he used his spiritual energy to sense the auras of everyone around him. However, After reading the results, he could only sigh in disappointment. Damn, the modern generation of transcendents is really weak, he muttered. They're barely stronger than regular humans. If the tower were to appear right now, the world would be destroyed in an instant. Letting out a long sigh, he was about to turn away when, suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of life force. It was wild and intense, like a raging fireball in the middle of a pitch-black night. Minato, noticing the sudden shift in Riichiro's expression, asked, is something wrong? Riichiro hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No, it's nothing. Just now, I sensed an incredibly strong presence, he muttered under his breath. But before he could dwell on it any further, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Minato! A teacher came rushing onto the scene, shouting at the top of his lungs. Minato flinched. Sorry, is it because I was late? He asked nervously. Deep down, he was already worried. A hunter candidate is only allowed to take the exam 3 times in 3 years. He had already used up all his attempts. There was no way for him to retake the test through the school. If he wanted another chance, he'd have to apply through the public registration process, a method open to ordinary people trying to become hunters. But instead of scolding him, the teacher shouted something completely unexpected. No, that's not it. Get to the stadium. You're getting another chance to take the exam. Minato froze. Wait, what? His face went completely blank, unable to process what he had just heard. Meanwhile, the other students, who had overheard everything, were already whispering among themselves. Wait, hunters can retake the exam. Since when? I've never heard of this before. As the students continued to gossip, Minato was already in the stadium, preparing for the first part of the exam, 100-meter dash. The average result? 3.6 seconds. The best record? 2.7 seconds. Minato took a deep breath. Even though his body hadn't fully recovered from yesterday, he clenched his fists. No excuses. I have to give it everything I've got. At that moment, the muscular delinquent who had bumped into him earlier leaned against the railing, watching from above with a smirk. You guys don't know, he sneered, speaking to the students nearby. That guy's the most famous loser in the whole school, always dead last on the ranking board. They probably gave him this test out of pity. But before he could even finish his sentence, bang, the starting gun fired. Minato exploded forward. 1.2 seconds. The referee's stunned voice echoed across the field. What the hell? But there was no time to react. The next event had already begun. 3.000 meter run. The average result? 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The best record? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Minato? 1 minute and 17 seconds. The third test, push-ups in 2 minutes. The average? 215. The best? 418. Minato? 840. The fourth test, weightlifting. The average? 400 kilograms. The best? 620 kilograms. Minato? 1.280 kilograms. By now, every student watching from the stands was completely speechless. What the hell is this guy? He's shattering every record by double. A monster. He's a freaking monster. Even Minato himself was dumbfounded, staring down at his own hands. He couldn't believe the results. Did the founders interfere somehow? Did they help me cheat? Up in the stands, Riichiro caught the doubtful look on Minato's face. He let out a chuckle before whispering to himself, "TCH, who would bother helping you? We were just watching." Maybe. His voice was barely audible, only meant for himself. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the director's office. This is the current result for Kaminaji Minato. Please have a look. Midori, the principal said, handing a tablet to the young man with blonde hair. Even the strongest hunter, Midori, was taken aback after seeing the results. Thank you, wow. These are truly incredible results, he remarked, still processing the information. I was surprised when I heard he was given a retake. His physical strength is indeed remarkable. However, the problem lies with his mana test. Over the past 3 years, he has consistently received the same result, unable to be measured. In other words, His mana is 0. The principal sighed. So, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The secretary standing beside Midori seemed to think it might be time to suggest that Midori not waste any more time here. Come on, let's see how this plays out. Midori replied with a hint of amusement, as if he had thought of something else. Back at the testing field, Minato was preparing for the mana test. The device used to measure mana was similar to an aircraft engine. Do you understand the test method? An employee asked. You need to use your mana to spin this propeller for 30 seconds. The number of rotations will be your score. Given Minato's impressive performance in the previous tests, the students had gathered at the field to watch. For this test, the average result was 1.513 rotations, with the best being 4.022 rotations. Minato, on the other hand, was feeling the most anxious about this test. Despite numerous attempts over the past 3 years, he had never been able to get the propeller to move. He had never been able to sense or control mana. But now he understood. It was a flow that began from the tip of his right toe, circulated throughout his body, and returned to the right toe. By using his breath, he could accelerate this flow and release it through his palm. With this understanding, Minato focused and began to try moving the mana inside his body. The employees, noticing that he was concentrating, began the test. Start, they called out. Minato began to channel his mana into the propeller, slowly making it spin. Everything seemed normal until the propeller began spinning faster and faster, at an incredible speed. The wind it generated was so intense that it rushed forward like a gale. It's spinning too fast. I can't count the rotations, one of the employees yelled in his mind, unable to keep up with the speed, before being blown away by the wind. Eventually, the engine couldn't handle the pressure and exploded immediately. The propeller flew directly toward the principal's office, where it exploded there. Luckily, before the propeller could hit the principal, it halted just in time. Midori, who had been observing from a distance, chuckled. Well, it looks like this student is just like me, the second person in history to have unmeasurable mana, he said, laughing excitedly. The secretary beside him looked at the scene, still in shock. Midori, what is this? It's nothing, just an interesting turn of events, he replied with a grin. Back at the testing field, after about 3 seconds of being stunned by the explosion, the employee quickly regained his composure and shouted, You passed. You passed. Congratulations. You've passed the hunter exam and broken every record, he yelled. The students behind him also cheered in congratulations. At that moment, the overwhelming emotions inside Minato caused him to burst into tears. Thank you. I can't believe I'm strong like this. Nearby, the swordsman Riichiro looked at him with a satisfied expression. Just as expected, thanks to letting the ancestors borrow your body, the hidden potential inside you has awakened. Haha, as expected, you're not just some ordinary person with empty literature, he continued. Hundreds of years of waiting have paid off. What do you think, my friends? This kid might just be able to fulfill our wishes, he said with a smile. As everyone celebrated, suddenly, a burst of intense light erupted in front of Minato. What's that? What exploded? Minato asked, turning to Riichiro. This is the powerful air current I felt earlier, Riichiro muttered, furrowing his brow in thought. As their gaze shifted to where the light came from, the smoke began to clear, revealing the figure of Midori. Haha, sorry about that, Midori said, scratching his head. Minato, still in shock, froze. It's Ichihara Midori, the legend of this era, the strongest superhuman. Why is someone like him here? Before Minato could process any more thoughts, the blonde-haired Midori approached him and shook his hand with a congratulatory smile. Look, Minato, congratulations on passing the hunter exam. Thank you. But how does he know my name? Minato wondered inwardly. All right, Midori said. Now we'll proceed with the supplementary test, which is to get beaten up by the strongest person in the world. Huh? What? Minato exclaimed, bewildered. Let's talk about this guy. Midori Ichihara, 23 years old, a superhuman who became a hunter at the age of 9, and has consistently demonstrated overwhelming strength. No one can deny his title as the strongest person in the world. He can even crush thousands of monsters in the blink of an eye, and his sharp gaze can take down weak monsters or inexperienced hunters. He's the one who single-handedly dealt with the monster chaos 10 years ago and the giant monster outbreak 5 years ago, making him a living legend. Back to Minato. While he was shrinking back in fear, the swordsman Riichiro, who was inside Minato's body, couldn't hold his excitement any longer. Minato, quickly, let me take control of the body. Is it really Midori? I can't believe it, he said. Meanwhile, people around were whispering in awe. The blonde-haired Midori then explained the rules. The game is simple. For the next minute, if you can land a blow on us, you win. If you lose, there will be no punishment. I'll only attack once every 10 seconds. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. I won't use any skills, so feel free to do your best. I've already prepared weapons, so just use whatever you want, he said, pointing toward a pile of various weapons, ranging from swords to firearms. Minato, still dazed, was unable to process it. What? When did this become a supplementary test? What's going on? You want me to fight against Midori, the so-called strongest person in the world? Who came up with this crazy test? The more Minato thought about it, the more his anxiety grew, and he nervously swallowed hard. Can I use weapons? Minato asked. Midori nodded confidently. Of course. My body is tougher than metal. No matter what sword you bring, I can break it. With that, Midori used some sort of power and effortlessly split the katana in his hand into 2 pieces, which only made Minato more terrified. Meanwhile, inside Minato's body, the swordsman Riichiro was so excited that he nearly went mad. Minato, quickly, let me take over your body. Is there really someone like that in this world? This current era doesn't seem too bad. Huh? He shouted enthusiastically, causing Minato to hesitate. Riichiro seemed extremely thrilled. Ichihara Midori was indeed so powerful that even the ancient beings would be amazed. Minato thought to himself, I don't stand a chance. But if that's the case, he took a deep breath, ready to face his opponent. Let's begin then. Midori, is he really fighting seriously? I need to go watch this. The students excitedly discussed among themselves, while Minato, still unsure, didn't immediately hand control of his body to Riichiro, which made the swordsman frustrated. You idiot! What are you doing? Quickly, let me take control. All right, let's begin, Midori said, pressing the timer. Then, Minato, holding a sword, rushed forward to attack. Hey, are you really going to attack? You idiot! Riichiro shouted in disbelief as Minato, seemingly unaware of his own limits, lunged forward. I know it's hopeless, but if I want to become a legend, I need to experience the power of this era's legend, Minato muttered to himself, then swung his sword down in a vertical strike. However, Midori simply dodged it with ease, not even bothering to look at Minato as he did so. Minato, what social media do you use? I'm sure someone will record this and post it online soon, Midori casually commented, effortlessly dodging all of Minato's attacks as though he were simply walking. The students, though aware that Minato had no chance, couldn't help but feel excited seeing it firsthand. He's dodging all the attacks while looking at his phone. It really is Midori. As they watched, no matter how many attacks Minato threw, none of them even came close to grazing the strongest hunter's clothes. Wow, amazing. He hasn't been hit once, the students exclaimed in excitement. However, one student noticed something strange and spoke up. But there's something off, those relentless attacks from Minato. It seems like they're not slowing down at all. Back with Minato. At this moment, his body moved automatically, as though it instinctively knew what to do next. He slashed diagonally, followed by a horizontal swing, then split the air with a perfect left and right slash, before charging forward with a direct strike, then executing a finishing blow. Each attack, though not landing, still brought him an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. This is insane, he thought. His body was moving exactly as he intended, and it felt like he wasn't even getting tired, despite constantly moving. Is it because I've let the ancient being borrow my body? I can feel the change in myself. On the opposite side, since 10 seconds had passed, Midori began to counterattack. He first lightly placed his finger on Minato's forehead, then flicked it, creating a shockwave so powerful it left a trench in the ground behind Minato. Fortunately, Minato's body moved instinctively, dodging the strike. What do you mean by going easy? Minato thought, wide-eyed. If I hadn't dodged, my head would have been turned into pulp. In that moment, Minato looked at Midori with a confused and bewildered expression. Midori, meanwhile, also seemed puzzled. This is strange, he thought. I'm sure I controlled the force carefully, but why don't I feel any danger from Minato? Could it be? Back with Minato, he found himself pushing himself even harder, telling himself, if I keep going like this, I'm going to get myself killed. I need to remember that feeling of power I had before. He focused and tried to recall the intense sensation when he first let the ancient being take control. Suddenly, his whole body seemed to glow, catching Midori's attention, who was now slightly surprised. Before Midori could process what was happening, Minato charged forward once again, slashing through the air. But this time, his speed had increased even more. No way, the speed is even faster, Midori thought in shock. Meanwhile, the students recording the fight were shouting excitedly. They're too fast. The camera can't keep up. Midori, however, was becoming more puzzled. His speed has definitely increased. But when he fought the S-Class monster, his movements were even faster. Something's different. Is he hiding something? Or is there a condition triggering this power? As he thought this, 10 seconds had passed again, and Minato attacked once more. But this time, Midori bent slightly to dodge the sword swing with ease. Then, Midori flicked his fingers, sending Minato flying backward, slamming into the wall with a devastating force that cracked it. Incredible! This is insane, Minato thought as he struggled to regain himself. I'm facing the strongest superhuman in the world. If this had been me in the past, I would have been done for. But I'm so much stronger now. However, even with this strength, I still can't pass Midori's test. No matter. I'll keep fighting with everything I've got. With those thoughts, Minato rushed in for another attack. But Midori, growing slightly bored, sighed. Sorry, but I figured it out. With that, he delivered a chop to Minato's neck, knocking him unconscious instantly. You've got potential, but you're not yet worthy to be my teammate. Just as Midori was about to end the test, he spoke into his comms. Hey, Rin, let's head back. He chuckled. Such a pity. It wasn't quite as expected. However, at that moment, Minato's voice, now laced with a different kind of energy, echoed from behind Midori. Who said it wasn't as expected? Minato said, his voice full of confidence. Thanks to that stubborn kid falling asleep, I can finally take control of this body. Now, how about we play some more? It was Riichiro speaking now, his tone bubbling with excitement. On the other side, Midori's face was filled with excitement as he realized what was happening. This is it. That energy just now made me lose control. Is it another person? Or some kind of skill? Whatever it was, Minato had truly become a monster in that moment. Midori thought to himself. But before he could process this further, Riichiro, who had grown increasingly impatient, charged forward. Stop standing there like an idiot, he shouted, slashing his sword and sending a wave of sword energy toward Midori. With just that single attack, Midori's expression shifted, and he moved differently, his speed and strength now at a completely different level from before. That swordsmanship, Midori's thoughts broke off as Riichiro's sword came dangerously close to his face. But once again, with his superhuman reflexes, Midori was able to dodge it. However, the more powerful the opponent, the more excited Riichiro became. In fact, the man was starting to lose his composure entirely. First, he moved into a stance to draw his sword and unleashed a powerful slash, sending a wave of energy cutting through the building ahead, making the students who were eavesdropping in the hallway gasp in shock. Midori, while still engaged in the fight, couldn't help but think about Minato's current state. It was different from earlier. Every sword strike was now executed with such precision and caution, like Minato was anticipating every dodge. His movements were fluid, like flowing water. No, more like the raging waves of the ocean, unpredictable and ever-changing. Humph. No wonder he defeated that S-class monster. 40 seconds. Midori muttered to himself before he moved to attack again, creating a wave of energy toward Riichiro. But Riichiro dodged it with his slippery maneuver, like an eel avoiding capture. Too slow, Riichiro yelled, swinging his sword with full force. By this point, Midori knew he couldn't avoid the attack anymore, so he braced himself to defend. As Riichiro's sword slashed down, Midori raised his guard. Haha, this is great. Riichiro laughed, clearly enjoying the challenge. Meanwhile, the students who were watching couldn't believe their eyes. No way. Midori, the strongest hunter in the world, is actually having to defend himself? They whispered in disbelief, ignoring the murmurs from the students. Riichiro, growing tired of Minato's constant dodging and not attacking due to the original rule, shouted, "This is so boring. Forget these stupid rules and attack me. If you're still holding back, don't blame me for being ruthless." His words stirred something inside Midori. Haha, good. Midori smirked, kicking a shard of debris toward a pile of weapons nearby, sending them flying into the air. In an instant, he grabbed a glaive and prepared for battle. Seeing Midori finally taking things seriously, Riichiro's excitement peaked. Now we're getting somewhere. Both warriors, now fully unleashed, clashed like two wild beasts, neither willing to back down. Meanwhile, the other primordial beings inside Minato's mind watched Riichiro's battle with admiration. Looks like Riichiro has fully awakened. One of them commented, "It's amazing that he can face off against someone like that directly. How exciting. I'm so jealous." Another voice added, "Too bad the kid's body still isn't enough to unlock Riichiro's full potential. Maybe I should join in on the fun." "Huh, old man, don't mess this up," someone yelled, trying to stop the sudden shift in the battle's energy. Minato, however, was closely observing the fight from within his mind. Slash, horizontal strike, thrust straight, wrist to the right, no left, upward, shifting the weight forward. He murmured to himself, mimicking the battle strategies of both warriors as he learned from them. Back in the real world, after several clashes, Riichiro's sword couldn't withstand the pressure and snapped in half. "Damn it, my sword." Riichiro gritted his teeth, clearly frustrated. Midori, seeing this, casually tossed aside his own weapon. "Fantastic. Not only is it interesting, but it's also making me so excited." He grinned, taunting, "You're out of swords now. Use something blunt or a gun. Maybe. Or, 10 more seconds. What are you going to do now?" Responding to Midori's challenge, Riichiro glanced toward someone in the hallway. In a flash, he dashed toward them like an arrow, his target not the person but the sword strapped to their side. "Let me borrow this for a second," he said quickly before turning to prepare to block the incoming punch from the world's strongest superhuman. Moments later, a loud explosion erupted from the wall as the two warriors engaged. Yet, just as quickly, both of them appeared unscathed, as if nothing had happened at all. And just like that, the two of them continued their battle, dancing with their weapons. "Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Let's keep going," Midori excitedly said, not even noticing that the shockwaves from their fight were causing the entire building to tremble, probably close to collapsing at any moment. "My sword," Riichiro muttered, briefly ignoring the minor issue with his muscular opponent. Now, the fight had moved toward a giant propeller, and with just his physical strength, Midori was easily able to lift it with one hand and bring it down hard on Riichiro below. However, Riichiro wasn't some pushover. Before the propeller could even touch him, he used his signature technique, Hinoki Itoryu, Hanano Saikoro, and unleashed a flurry of strikes, slicing the massive propeller into countless cubes in an instant. Impressive. Truly. Midori grinned in delight, while Minato gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash his finishing move. But at that exact moment, his sword suddenly shattered into a million pieces. Meanwhile, Midori gathered magic power into his arm, preparing to deliver a devastating chop. "Damn it," Riichiro muttered, his voice filled with frustration. However, Just as things seemed to take a turn, Minato wasn't ready to give up. He regained control of his body. "Not yet," he said, his eyes widening with focus as he carefully watched Midori. Then, just before Midori's arm could reach him, Minato quickly pushed it aside, redirecting the attack. The unexpected move stunned both Riichiro and Midori. Despite the light contact, Minato's right arm broke into several pieces. "Take this," he said, as he swung his arm forward with determination. The clash between the strongest wasn't just a simple battle. It was a search for the one true truth within countless possibilities. It was like a chess match between two grandmasters, where each move was filled with ingenuity and unpredictability. Yet, that kid, within such a brief moment, created a new path. A path that even Midori and I couldn't see. So this was the path that kid had chosen, Riichiro said, a smile on his face as he watched Minato develop his own unique way forward. But even so, there was still a hint of regret in his voice. Meanwhile, outside, Minato's fist, just before it could reach Midori, was suddenly grabbed by him, forcing Minato to grit his teeth and think, "Damn it, no way, I was so close." Waves of regret started running through his mind. However, what Minato didn't expect was that Midori actively moved his face toward Minato's fist, smiling and congratulating him. "You did it," he said with a grin. Then, both of them fell straight down to the ground. The group of students still in the building were incredibly curious. So, who won in the end? Ignoring their questions, after landing, Midori helped Minato up and shouted, "Rin, let's go." At his command, the secretary, Rin, appeared beside him like a wisp of smoke and asked, "How did it go?" "It's done. It's done. This kid's really something," Midori said with a smile. "By the way, my hand's totally numb now. Can you heal it?" Fine," Rin responded in a slightly exasperated tone, clearly tired of Midori's antics. Back inside the building, the students who were eavesdropping overheard Midori's words. "Wait, he said it was done, right?" one of them said, eyes wide with excitement. "Does that mean he actually landed a hit on Ichihara Midori? Did he actually do it?" Immediately, the group erupted in loud cheers, making Minato, still catching his breath, feel the weight of their gazes. Seeing this, Rin couldn't help but remind him, "I'm healing your hand, so don't move around." "Ah, yes. Thank you," Minato quickly responded. At that moment, Rin gave him a rare compliment. "Congratulations. You passed the test." "Thank you," Minato said, but then suddenly froze. "Wait, hold on. I actually landed a hit on Midori?" He quickly forgot Rin's earlier instructions and shot up from his seat in shock. Meanwhile, Midori, seeing that Minato was so knocked out that he had forgotten everything, couldn't help but laugh and say, "Oh, come on. Not remembering anything is just too much. The thing is, although I gave you a few extra points, you still passed the test. Your relentless attacks earlier, and the way you moved to dodge my final strike, were really impressive. You should be proud of yourself." Back to Minato. Hearing Midori say this made him feel a little pleased. But then the serious part came up. "So, what happens after I pass the test?" Minato asked. "Don't tell me that." Even Rin, the secretary, glanced at Midori with curiosity. But looking at Midori's confused expression, it seemed like the test was just something he casually threw together, without even considering what the reward or next steps might be. Time quickly passed. An evening came. At Minato's house, while his mother was cooking, she asked, "Minato, do we have guests coming over today?" "Yes, just one person," Minato replied while wiping his hands with a towel. It seemed like someone important was about to arrive, so he had been cleaning the floor to the point where he could see his reflection in it. Naturally, his mother noticed this and was happy for her son. "Today's a wonderful day, isn't it? You passed the hunter exam and even got recruited by the famous Midori. I've always believed you could do it." But then, realizing that Midori would be coming over, she began to worry. "But is it really okay for such a famous person to come to our house? It's so small. I hope he doesn't mistake it for a doghouse or something." "Mom, Midori isn't like that," Minato quickly explained, trying to defend his idol. Later, after returning to his room, Minato pulled out the business card Midori had given him and began reflecting on what had happened. Why didn't he say anything? At that moment, when Midori had been showing his usual clueless demeanor, Rin, the secretary, immediately charged at him and executed a leg lock. Ouch! Rin, stop it, Midori quickly said, slamming the floor and surrendering. To explain his mistake, Midori turned to look at Minato and said, "Didn't I say that if you win, you'll become my teammate?" Huh, I think I didn't hear that, Minato replied, looking confused, which made Rin, the secretary, gradually apply more pressure with her leg lock. Oh, right, Midori said. Stop it. There are too many people around here. How about I come over to Minato's house tonight? We'll talk in detail there about your options and our true enemy. These were the words Midori had said earlier that morning, and they made the protagonist think, our true enemy? But the tower had been destroyed by the ancients long ago. The current hunters only had the task of killing the monsters that escaped from the rift in space. What else is there? Minato thought, his gaze becoming hazy, as if he could fall asleep at any moment. Just then, a loud shout from Riichiro rang out. Minato! Hearing the sound of the swordsman's voice, our protagonist jumped and quickly looked around, noticing that everyone had gathered around him. Riichiro, what's going on here? Riichiro calmly replied, I was just talking with everyone. Talking about what? Minato asked. Are they deciding who will take possession of this body? Minato said, shivering at the thought, which made Riichiro have to explain again. About that, But before Riichiro could finish his sentence, the sound of a doorbell suddenly rang, signaling that Midori had arrived. Sorry, it looks like Midori is here. We'll talk about that later. Saying that, Minato hurriedly walked downstairs. At this moment, the first-floor hallway was completely dark, which confused him. What? Why is it so dark in here? As Minato thought about this, his face became blank with shock when he saw his mother lying unconscious on the floor. Without thinking further, Minato rushed over to check on her. However, just as he dashed through the dining room, he saw a man in a black outfit casually enjoying the food in their house. Ugh, this is awful, the man said, with a smirk on his face. Hey kid, your mom needs a little bit of proper teaching. You should be serving guests with Kobe beef. Got it? In response to this remark came Minato's cold voice. Who are you? What have you done to my mother? This kid's got some nerve. The man sneered. You dare speak to me like that? Hee. I'm an S-rank hunter here to pick you up. Come with me to the association. Don't hesitate any longer. Have you packed your things? The long-haired man urged, before turning to look around the house. Not waiting for him to finish, Minato immediately gathered his magic into his arm and punched forward. However, somehow, the long-haired man managed to dodge in the instant, even circling around behind Minato. Hee, you want to fight me? The man laughed mockingly. Meanwhile, Minato began to activate his special technique, recalling memories from his past. I'm asking you, what have you done to my mother? He shouted, his mind flooding with memories of his mother. Minato, I will raise you well. His mother's voice echoed in his mind. Your mother's shoes? Oh, it's okay. They're still wearable. Don't worry. I'm fine. You should buy new shoes. You've been practicing hard today. Tonight, I'll make your favorite pork chop. Okay, what have you done to my mother? Minato repeated once again, his face now full of murderous intent. Meanwhile, the ancient beings inside Minato's body were also observing the situation outside, each having their own thoughts. An S-rank hunter of the modern era. Huh, one of the ancient beings mused. All right, even though I hate imitating that guy Midori, this fight will decide how we deal with him. Turning to face the long-haired man, despite seeing the murderous intent on Minato's face, he continued to laugh mockingly as if nothing was wrong. Oh, come on. Take me seriously now. You're so cute, he said, and without hesitation, he swung his hand to strike Minato. However, once Minato activated his recall mode, the attack became useless. Before the man's hand could even touch Minato, Minato lightly grabbed his wrist and performed a martial technique that caused the long-haired man to flip in the air. This was a technique passed down by the ancient being that had merged with Minato's body. Afterward, Minato gathered strength and threw the long-haired man flying out of the room. Only then did the man stop smiling and began to assess the situation seriously. What was that? Was that some sort of coordinated technique? He had watched the video of Minato's earlier fight with Midori, and it was clear that Minato was not only using aura and sword techniques recklessly, as he had assumed. The man thought to himself, still processing. On the other side, Minato's presence grew increasingly dangerous. Clearly, you're stronger than that A-rank Kaisei guy. Now answer my question. What have you done to my mother? Hee hee. The long-haired man laughed. I knew it. That tone. It's poisoned. I hindered her, so I made her sleep. If she's lucky, she might even avoid any after effects. He grinned like a mad dog. However, upon hearing this, Minato remained calm and composed, not losing his reason. I don't understand. Why harm the family of your own teammate? Minato voiced his confusion, and as soon as the long-haired man heard this, he burst into laughter, as if he had gone mad. Ha ha, ha ha ha, you fool, the man mocked. Then, he moved at an incredibly fast speed, closing the gap and attacking Minato from behind. But Minato sensed it immediately and jumped to dodge the blow. The long-haired man continued to swing his hands, attacking relentlessly. And in the middle of this, he revealed his intentions. You're not my teammate. You'll become a puppet, obedient to me. A weakling like you can only be controlled by kidnapping those important to you. He casually expressed his cruel intentions without any remorse. Despite his cruel words, the man's combat abilities were not to be underestimated. It even seemed like he had intentionally provoked Minato, trying to make him lose his composure. Just as Minato hesitated for a moment, the long-haired man stepped on Minato's foot and thrust his 5 fingers forward like a spear, aiming for Minato's vital points. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of breaking his own fingers. Minato quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge the attack while using his strength to leap backward, creating distance. However, despite his swift reaction, the long-haired man's attack had left a scratch on Minato's face. What the? My face. It's burning, Minato thought as he glanced downward, following his gaze. At the location of the scratch, a dark stain had begun spreading across his skin, just like poison seeping through his body. Just as I suspected, a guy with such a shady-looking face like this bastard would never fight fair, Minato concluded. The long-haired man smirked. Poison transmission complete. I can synthesize thousands of toxins within my body. Death sight? Huh, such a troublesome ability. If I wanted to, I could release a deadly poison gas within a 5-kilometer radius. But, unfortunately, that's prohibited within city limits. He mused. Then, looking at Minato with a mocking grin, he added, the poison I just used will kill you within a minute. If you join my guild, I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, you can just wait for your death. While the long-haired man threatened him, Minato remained unervingly calm, analyzing the situation. A poison capable of wiping out everything within 5 kilometers. So this is the power of an S-rank hunter? No wonder people call them walking disasters. Realizing the urgency, Minato turned inward, seeking help from the ancient beings within him. Warlinsetten, the Poison King, are you there? At his words, the other spirits inside him turned their attention to a certain girl dressed like a pharmacist. Please give me the antidote formula, Minato requested. Why yes, the girl, Warlinsetten, responded hesitantly. She seemed quite timid. Returning to the battle, the long-haired man noticed Minato wasn't showing any signs of surrender, so he lunged forward to continue his assault. What are you mumbling about? Have you gone mad from fear? He taunted. Yet, even as he spoke, his hands moved swiftly, repeatedly thrusting his poison-laced needles toward Minato. Meanwhile, Minato dodged the attacks while continuing to murmur under his breath. The coordinated technique from earlier, that was Divine Hand. Kodo Hyoma, so it really is you. Huh, you managed to copy my technique after seeing it just once? The old man was impressed. 10,000 Army Slash, Hyoki Ryuichiro, Annihilating Azure Spear, Shima Callus, Celestial Palace, Muljet, the very forefathers I once admired, whose biographies I read over and over again, are now within me. What the hell are you mumbling about? The long-haired man looked puzzled as Minato muttered to himself like he was in some kind of trance. What I mean is, this is nowhere near enough. Minato replied calmly. The long-haired villain, however, had already gone from amused to outright crazed laughter. Good. If you don't fear death, then how about pain? His twisted grin stretched wider. This next poison will make you beg for it. With that, he altered the composition of his toxin, releasing it into the air. Even the few drops that scattered to the ground caused nearby plants to sizzle and wither away, their leaves curling up in a toxic haze. If you kneel and beg, I might consider giving you the antidote. Though, honestly, I doubt it'll do much for a brain that's been fried by sheer agony. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed as he lunged forward, thrusting his poisoned hand toward Minato. With his back against a solid wall, it seemed like there was no escape. But at that moment, Minato suddenly sidestepped, slipping past the attack like a whisper of wind. Before the villain could even retract his arm, Minato drove his palm straight into his chest, an attack infused with the holy martial art, wing tack. The impact was devastating. The long-haired man coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body was launched backward, slamming violently into a nearby utility pole. Yet Minato wasn't done. Before his opponent could regain his senses, Minato shot forward and delivered a brutal kick to his face, sending him flying like a ragdoll. This was the light kick, aliasin. The sheer force of the attack dragged the villain's body across the ground, carving 2 deep trenches in the pavement before he finally came to a halt. But Minato wasn't about to let up. As he charged forward once more, the long-haired man clasped his hands together and thrust them forward in one final counterattack. But unfortunately for him, his desperate counterattack was nothing more than a futile effort. His fingers, aimed for a decisive strike, were shattered in an instant, before he could even recoil from the pain. Another blow slammed straight into his chest. This was the ultimate technique, Carlyle's beak. Minato wasted no time. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Dragon Claw, a technique inherited from some pink Tyrannosaurus ancestor. His strikes were relentless, each one stripping away what little strength remained in his opponent. Finally, when the long-haired man, who now looked more like a battered drug addict than a warrior, had completely lost his ability to resist, Minato grabbed hold of him with both hands. With a surge of power, he executed Gunwa's root uplift, hurling his opponent into the air with the ease of tossing a small dog. And even as he was sent flying like a lifeless rag, the villain's mind still reeled in disbelief. What the hell is this? Everyone who gets poisoned is supposed to panic and lose their composure. Not to mention, once the toxin enters the nervous system, it should completely paralyze the body. And yet, this damn kid, was still moving like nothing had happened. Minato, ignoring his enemy's desperate muttering, was already preparing for the finishing move, channeling the power of the truth-seeking mage, Malesius Silentius. He whispered the incantation. The moment his words left his lips, a bolt of divine lightning tore through the sky and crashed down upon the long-haired man with the force of judgment itself. Meanwhile, the spirits of the forefathers watching from within him were left completely speechless. Did you see that? That day, when we defeated Technometeora, he only borrowed our power once. And yet, he's already able to replicate and wield our techniques, both martial arts and magic alike. I don't know if this is the power of void literature or something even beyond that, but tell me, doesn't your heart beat faster just watching him? Let's train this kid together, Riichiro suddenly declared, his voice filled with excitement. If he's guided properly by us, the forefathers, then Kaminaji Minato will become the greatest transcendent warrior in history. Somewhere not far from Minato's house, a group of people was leaping across the rooftops like ninjas. Hurry up, that guy just fought earlier. And the 15th Guild sent people to recruit Minato. We need to move faster, the leader of the group shouted, urging the others to hurry. Just as he spoke, a voice came from behind him. So many of you. Huh, I thought there were only 15. So, you're the last ones. It was Midori, smiling as he snapped his fingers, causing the hooded man to crash into the ground. After dealing with that, Midori calmly pulled out his phone and contacted his secretary. Zin, how's it going over there? Zin replied on the other end. Yes, we've arrived. Fortunately, we didn't sense any other super hunters' auras, but it seems like we might be a step behind. Hongoro, an S-rank hunter skilled in poison, is knocked out near Minato's house. She glanced at a long-haired man sticking out his tongue on the rooftop. Time passed quickly, and before long, Midori arrived at the location and clapped his hands in praise. Minato, amazing. I expected part of this, but I didn't think you could defeat an S-rank hunter. Are you all right? Did you get poisoned? Minato replied calmly. No, both Mom and I are fine. Midori looked concerned. Fine? Without Wallenstein's antidote, both of you would be facing the King of Hell right now? Minato reassured him. It was all handled in 5 seconds. Vero, who had been listening, complained. I just took the antidote from the poison guy. Wallenstein, the herbalist, felt a bit awkward but remained quiet. Turning back to Midori, he smiled and explained his late arrival. Sorry for being late. I had to handle some things with the other guilds because of that video from earlier. Minato then realized what was going on and asked, Other guilds? So that guy lied? He's not really your teammate? Exactly. There are many imposters out there. Midori nodded and then turned to ask his secretary, Is everything done? Zin answered, Yes, the wall's fixed. Good. Then let's go inside and talk about your future. Time flew by, and by the next morning, it seemed that Minato had to go on a trip. His aunt, reminding him, asked, Have you prepared everything? Did you forget anything? Your wallet? The portable charger? Minato hastily responded, I have everything. Don't worry. As they spoke, Minato's mother remembered her conversation with Midori the previous evening. Are you talking about Minato? His aunt asked. And Midori smiled as he answered, Yes, he has a great potential. I want to take him as my student and train him to become an outstanding hunter. Minato's mother, though, seemed a little sad. Then she turned to Midori and asked directly, This job is definitely dangerous, isn't it? Yes. Midori answered honestly. Minato has always admired the legendary ancestors and has longed to become a hunter. For him, it's a great honor to be accepted as my student. But as his parents, we can't help but worry. On the opposite side, Midori understood this concern and reaffirmed. Indeed, this job carries many risks. I can't guarantee everything, but I promise I will train him well so he becomes strong and resilient, just like the legendary ancestors. His tone was firm, which caused Minato's mother to stop worrying. Please take care of my son, she said, now fully trusting Midori. Returning to the present, Midori and Jean were in the car, waiting for Minato to say his goodbyes to his mother. Are you sure about your promise? Jean asked. Midori glanced at the mother and son in the back seat before answering. I will keep my promise, no matter what. He turned to Minato, who had just finished saying goodbye to his mother. It's getting late. Minato, go ahead. Say goodbye. Minato nodded, his voice soft. I'll visit again soon. Mom, I'll make sure to come back often. His mother's eyes were red, and Minato was no different. He clenched his lips, trying to hold back tears. Sorry for making you all wait, he said, trying to compose himself. You've made your decision, haven't you? Midori asked, looking at Minato. Minato nodded, his voice barely audible. Yes, but if I see my mom again now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Then let's go, Midori said. This will be a long journey, so remember to eat and rest properly. Midori leaned back in the seat, clearly relaxed, while Minato turned to look at the lunchbox his mother had given him. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Midori asked. Minato opened the lunchbox, and his eyes instantly glistened. Written in water on the inside of the box were the words, Eat well, my son. As Minato ate, tears started to flow down his face. The journey began, carrying Minato to a remote area. Welcome to the National Organization, a place where only a few elite superhumans can join. The Great Tianqi Organization, also known as the Dai Tianqi. Midori smiled as he introduced the grand building before them. Inside a room in the building, a man noticed the arrival of Minato's group. He spoke to those around him. Look, a new recruit. Who is that? A new teammate? Oh, a fresh wind blowing in. How exciting, they said, clearly intrigued by the new addition. However, the red-haired young man seemed uncomfortable with Minato's arrival. Teammate? Shouldn't we check him out first? We need to see if he's worthy of joining the great Tianqi, he muttered, skeptical of Minato. Back to Minato. Hearing Midori's words, his face immediately soured. What's this Great Sage Force headquarters all about? Isn't this your organization? Midori? Sorry, I forgot to explain. It's a national secret, so I can't really tell you right now. Midori replied calmly. National secret? Minato's eyes widened. Yes, I'll explain the details later. But for now, why don't you go ahead and drop your stuff off at the dorm? Let me carry that for you, Jean suggested, but Minato immediately declined. It's fine, I can carry it myself. Before Minato could finish packing his things, there was suddenly a loud shout from above. Wait, wait, let me show you some respect. With that, a young man dressed in a flashy yellow outfit dove down like a bird, directly into Minato. Thankfully, Minato was quick enough to raise his hand and block the attack. But even so, the ground beneath his feet caved in. The young man with the blonde hair, seeing that Minato could block his attack, burst into laughter. Haha, you dared to face me head-on. Not bad. Minato gritted his teeth. What is this guy's deal? The young man then used his foot to push Minato back. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hanada Hikitaro, your teammate and fellow classmate. Who asked? Minato shot back, eyes wide. Meanwhile, Midori, the one who had brought Minato here, started asking his secretary to make tea while watching the two of them clash. What are you doing, teammate? Minato wondered aloud while still fending off Hikitaro's attacks. Of course, I'm here to check your strength. It's the only way to really understand your capabilities, Hikitaro explained, kicking at Minato repeatedly. Minato muttered to himself, looking confused. Check my strength? What do you mean? Before Minato could dwell on it too much, Hikitaro leaped and delivered a powerful kick, forcing Minato to raise both hands in defense. First, let me tell you about the origins of the Great Sage Force, Hikitaro began, as though he was going to explain while attacking. So, you're planning to hit me and explain at the same time? Minato gritted his teeth. Hold on, let me ask you something first. Hikitaro continued. Kaminagi Minato. He said Minato's full name, before mentioning Midori. As Midori sipped his tea, he thought about Minato's journey, from the hunter exam at the vocational school to his supplementary test, to facing an S-class hunter. Now, it seemed like Minato was once again being put to the test here. Midori chuckled. Seems like his life's just one test after another. The secretary nodded. Well, either way, he's the one Midori brought in. Jean responded calmly, observing the situation. Back to the battle. Just as Minato had thought, Hikitaro was indeed planning to explain while fighting. So, the job of a hunter is to quickly eliminate the monsters that emerge from the spatial rifts. Right, Minato answered. Hikitaro responded by delivering a swift kick and giving Minato 2 thumbs up. Exactly. In other words, it's like exterminating pests, he said with a smirk. Minato raised an eyebrow. But what about other disasters? Hikitaro didn't seem surprised by Minato's confusion. Well, there are far worse disasters than spatial rifts, like the monster uprising 10 years ago or the giant monster explosion 5 years ago, he explained. Minato's face went blank after hearing this, and it took him a few seconds to snap out of his daze. Aren't those disasters caused by the spatial rift expansion? Before he could get an answer, Hikitaro rushed toward him and delivered a powerful kick, sending Minato flying backward. Exactly what you learned at the vocational school and what civilians know is just a small part of the truth, Hikitaro explained as he followed up with another attack that split a tree behind Minato in half. These are invasions from another world, like the monster tower that appeared 300 years ago. A super disaster on the scale of the tower, he said, confirming Minato's confused expression. Minato's eyes widened. A super disaster on par with the tower? Hikitaro nodded. Yes, Their invasion has not ended. Someone from the other side is still trying to take over our world. Compared to the time of the tower, the strength of these superpowered beings has greatly weakened, and now only a handful of people possess the power of the ancestors. Minato, visibly worried, asked, "So, what should we do?" Hikitaro explained, "The true purpose of our organization is to find those who possess the ability to foresee these disasters and fight against them. People like us. We are the Great Sage Force. And you, Minato, are now one of us." Minato, still processing the massive amount of information, mumbled, "A prophetic organization fighting disasters?" Hikitaro continued, "Yes, and from today, you are officially a member of our team. You're the first among your classmates to be able to withstand so many of my attacks. Welcome, Minato. Welcome to the Great Sage Force." As he spoke, Hikitaro extended his hand toward Minato. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Minato replied hastily, shaking his hand. The people around them clapped in welcome. Hikitaro then turned to the others and shouted, "Everyone, I approve of Minato. What about you?" A few more people appeared, but soon vanished like a gust of wind. Midori, watching this, commented, "Those guys are so elusive, like ninjas." Hikitaro just sighed. They'll only believe it after seeing it for themselves. Then, Hikitaro returned to his cheerful demeanor and turned to Midori. "Let me take him to his dorm. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Midori, slightly taken aback, responded, "All right, sorry to trouble you." Hikitaro immediately grabbed Minato's luggage and added, "Leave it to me. I'll show you to the dorm." "Thanks, Hiko," Minato replied, and Hikitaro waved it off with a grin. "Just call me Hiko." As time passed, it was evening at Minato's dorm room in the Great Sage Force's dormitory. He was still reflecting on what Hiko had said earlier about the super disasters and the prophetic organization. A super disaster? An organization dedicated to fighting such threats? Could there really be a disaster as severe as the tower? Was it really defeated by the ancestors? If there are prophecies like that, can I really fight against it? Minato thought to himself anxiously. He clutched his head, overwhelmed by the future that seemed so uncertain. At that moment, the voice of the ancestors echoed once more in Minato's mind. "Then just strengthen your power," they said, their tone serious. "Because of this and that, we haven't had the chance to talk to you yet. We've already decided what to do with you. We will make you the strongest superpowered individual. Even Midori believes in you. We believe you have the potential to surpass all of us and become the strongest superpowered person in history." Minato froze, hearing the ancestors' words. The strongest superpowered person? Kaminagi Minato, become the pupil of all the ancestors. One of the ancestors, Vero, proposed in a serious voice, causing Minato to stare blankly. "A pupil of all of you?" Minato was hesitant. He didn't immediately accept. "Why? Didn't you want to take over my body before?" The ancestors chuckled lightly. "Well, yes, at first, but that would have led to a fight for your body. A survival battle, so to speak. But after observing you, we've changed our minds. Instead of taking your body, training you seems far more interesting." Vero continued, explaining that Minato's ability to replicate techniques and use them, such as when he defeated the Poison Master and absorbed their abilities, was impressive. Though his skill was still far from the ancestors' level, Minato had shown exceptional potential. "Your talent for absorption exceeds any of us, even surpassing our ancestors. It's truly remarkable," Vero concluded. As Minato heard this, tears unexpectedly welled up in his eyes. His thoughts flashed back to the countless tests he had endured, where he was told he had no talent at all. The time when he tried his hardest to move the propeller engine but couldn't even budge it. The harsh words from the instructors and the mocking laughter of his classmates echoed in his ears. "You're worthless. Live according to your place," they had sneered. Never seen someone fail the hunter exam 3 times. Minato recalled the ridicule he had faced, and the painful memories flooded back. But then everything changed when he met the ancestors. His life took a new turn when the greatest hunter, Midori, took him in, recognizing his potential. "Now, The expectations of those he admired so much weighed heavily on him. He couldn't help but wonder, am I worthy of this? Am I really capable of living up to these expectations from such great people? His tears flowed more freely as he questioned whether he could fulfill the hopes of those who had placed such faith in him, feeling uncertain about whether he was truly ready to rise to the challenge. Seeing the behavior of this young guy who was still growing up, Jiro gently patted him and reassured him. Why are you crying? We're living in your body. You know, especially when you sleep, we can freely control time and space more than in reality. From now on, every day we will train you for 100 million hours of real-time training. During the day, you'll be fighting the prophecy, and at night, you'll sleep and train with us. From now on, you'll never get a good night's sleep again, but I'm sure you've already prepared yourself for that, right? Minato, shouting out, replied, yes, please teach me, and bowed down at a 90-degree angle. Just like that, he had gained 106 masters. Time quickly passed. The next morning, at the bathroom, Hiko was washing his face when he ran into Minato, who had just arrived. Good morning, Hiko greeted while yawning. Good morning, Minato. You look really tired. Minato responded, it's because I'm not used to it yet. Hiko smiled brightly, as if seeing a reflection of his own past. However, after a moment of observation, he noticed something unusual. Minato was exuding a strange aura, almost like an instinct. Without a second thought, Hiko immediately kicked Minato in the head, but Minato easily dodged it. In fact, he even complained, don't try so hard in the morning before you're fully awake. I'll head to the dining hall first. All right, Hiko responded, puzzled. He clearly kicked faster than yesterday, yet Minato dodged it with ease. The scene shifted to the cafeteria of the Great Prophecy Organization. After getting his food, Hiko led Minato to a table. Oh, there's an empty seat. Can I sit with you? Girl, he said. However, the girl didn't seem to pay attention and kept on chewing her food. Hiko, not saying much, quickly turned to Minato and told him, sit down with me. Minato noticed right away that this girl was the same one he had seen on the roof yesterday, the one Hiko mentioned as his classmate. He thought to himself, so, that's her. At that moment, the girl with black hair noticed Minato's gaze and shot him a displeased look. Welcome to the Great Prophecy Organization. Her tone was harsh, and it seemed like she wasn't too welcoming. Minato thought to himself, looks like she doesn't really like me. He smiled politely and responded, I look forward to working with you. I'm Kaminaji Minato. Before Minato could continue, the girl with the black hair interrupted, saying, I don't know. I don't care. I don't need to remember your name. If you prove yourself, then I'll acknowledge you. Now, it's time for training. We're going to handle a prophecy together. Come with me, she said, pointing a fork directly at Minato's face, making it look quite dangerous. In 1945, the first prophetic book was discovered in Antarctica, buried 3.000 meters beneath the ice. On its cover, the words Doomsday Manuscript were scrawled in an ugly, almost childlike handwriting. The book foretold that in 80 years, the world would be attacked, along with many other catastrophic events. Faced with such ominous predictions, the world decided to heed its warnings. Why do you think they believed that book? The black-haired girl suddenly asked, turning to Minato, caught off guard by the question. Minato blinked in confusion before responding. But, I still don't even know your name. And why should I tell you? She shot back with an arrogant smirk. Just answer my question already. Hearing her impatient tone, Minato thought for a moment before answering in a way that he hoped would satisfy her. Maybe because the prophecies in the book actually came true? Across from him, the black-haired girl stared at him in disbelief before letting out a frustrated sigh. Are you an idiot? She snapped. If even one of the prophecies in that book had actually happened, this world would have been wiped out ages ago. Get it now? What? Minato gasped, eyes widening. He quickly turned to another guy in the group. Hiko, how many prophecies are in that book? Exactly? Hearing the question, the blonde-haired young man grinned, held up 2 fingers, and replied, somewhere around 200. Then this world is doomed. Minato shouted in horror. Up ahead, Midori, who had been listening to the conversation, turned back and offered Minato some much-needed reassurance. Relax. We've already managed to prevent about 180 of them. Whoa, Minato exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the number. But after a brief pause, another thought came to him. Wait a sec, about that question earlier. Why did the world believe in that book? The black-haired girl turned to look out the window before explaining, her voice calm and steady. The man who discovered the Doomsday Manuscript was Burrard Russell. The moment he opened it, the first page greeted him with a message written in ink. She paused before reciting the eerie words. Welcome, Burrard. On March 17th, 1945, at exactly 11:35 a.m., on a bright and sunny day, the explorer Burrard Russell discovered the Doomsday Manuscript. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Sumida Street in Tokyo. At this moment, the entire road was on complete lockdown by security forces. A primary rift had appeared in the sky, and Minato's group had arrived on site to handle the situation. As the black-haired girl strode forward, several security personnel immediately raised their hands to stop her. Hey, miss, this area is under lockdown. Please leave immediately. But before they could even react, Minato and his two companions had already slipped past them, leaving the guards momentarily stunned. Wait, hold on, one of them shouted after them. Seeing this, Minato hesitated and asked, is this really okay? Don't worry about it, Hiko replied with a grin. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl's expression darkened as she continued striding forward with an air of absolute determination. World War III, Black Moon, the Great Pandemic, the Parasitic Tree. Each of these events had been urgent and extremely dangerous, even factoring in pandemonium, which Midori had managed to handle. There were still countless other prophetic books scattered across the world. To gather and process critical information in time, a special non-profit division had been established. The system is simple, she explained. Threat levels range from high to extreme. A Level 3, threats affecting one or multiple territories. A Level 2, a national-level crisis. A Level 1, a danger to the global ecosystem. A special level, a direct threat to the survival of the world itself. I see, Minato murmured, his eyes reflecting newfound understanding. But then, realization struck him like lightning. His eyes widened as he suddenly blurted out, Wait a minute, are we the only ones handling this? The black-haired girl scoffed and rolled her eyes. You joined the non-profit division, didn't you? Figure it out yourself. With that, she casually unwrapped the white bandages on her arm and kept moving forward. Inside the secured area, a security officer spotted Minato's group approaching and immediately called out, Kisaragi, someone's coming. His tone was uncertain as he continued, Are they civilians? Hearing this, Kisaragi turned toward them and issued a firm warning. Hey, this place is dangerous. Go home. But the black-haired girl ignored his warning entirely, fixing her gaze on the rift in the sky. This is a Level 3 prophecy. She analyzed the scene with a calm yet serious expression. At first glance, it looks like a primary rift, approximately rank B, but it's still classified as a Level 3 disaster, Golden Wolf Massacre. The rift will continue to expand, and soon, rank A monsters will start pouring out. The moment those words left her mouth, the prediction came true. The rift before them suddenly pulsed with an ominous red light, and within seconds, it began to widen on both sides. Then, from within, an entire horde of wolf-like monsters started to emerge. Kisaragi's eyes widened as he quickly assessed the threat. These creatures were far from ordinary. Prepare for combat, he ordered, immediately channeling power into his fist before launching a devastating punch forward. A shockwave rippled through the battlefield, piercing through multiple werewolves in one strike. However, the other security officers weren't as strong. The moment they engaged, they were swiftly overwhelmed, their formations crumbling under the relentless assault. Civilians, fall back, Kisaragi shouted, trying to warn Minato's group, but they didn't need his warning. The black-haired girl took a single step forward and pressed her palm against the ground. Instantly, A silvery liquid spread outward like mercury, shifting and transforming into countless razor-sharp spears. In a single moment, the metallic spikes pierced through the entire wave of werewolves, skewering them like insects before they even had a chance to react. Meanwhile, Hiko had already dashed into the fray, demonstrating his own martial prowess as he effortlessly tore through the remaining monsters with raw hand-to-hand combat. Within moments, the once threatening horde was decimated. The monsters had barely even stepped out of the rift before being utterly annihilated. Kisaragi stood frozen in shock. What? Who the hell are these people? Their abilities were far beyond anything he had ever seen, even surpassing S-rank hunters. But before he could process his thoughts any further, the black-haired girl spoke up. Fall back. Her tone was completely indifferent. From our perspective, you're the real civilian here. Kisaragi's gaze lowered slightly, finally noticing the emblem pinned to her uniform. His expression hardened as he asked, "That insignia, are you with the government?" The moment her words ended, the ground trembled as the sound of something cracking apart echoed through the air. From the far end of the rift, a massive figure suddenly emerged, its enormous hands gripping the edges of the portal and forcefully tearing it open wider so it could push through. Everyone's expression hardened. This thing, it's stronger than S-rank. They all thought at the same time. This was none other than Gilia Ulnir, a beastman of S+ rank. Without hesitation, both Hiko and the black-haired girl immediately charged forward to attack, leaving Kisaragi utterly shocked. "Wait, stop, don't attack it recklessly," he shouted in alarm. But neither of them paid him any attention. Hiko channeled all his strength into his legs before delivering a brutal kick straight to Gilia's head, while the black-haired girl launched multiple metallic spears, aiming directly at its face. However, despite their full-force assault, Gilia remained completely unscathed. Not a single scratch. Even worse, the black-haired girl's spears had bent and fractured upon impact. "My attack got reflected," she muttered in disbelief. "Its armor resists physical attacks." Hiko scowled, realizing the issue. Meanwhile, Gilia shifted its attention and lunged straight at the black-haired girl, preparing to attack. Seeing this, she clicked her tongue in annoyance and began gathering liquid metal in front of her, forming a floating sphere, clearly preparing some sort of technique. But before she could complete her move, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Minato. Without a second's hesitation, he struck the beast square in the nose with a powerful palm strike. And then, Gilia's entire body froze. For a single moment, it was as if time had stopped. Then, out of nowhere, boom, the monstrous creature suddenly exploded from the inside out, erupting into a massive inferno. For a few seconds, the battlefield was silent. Kisaragi and the black-haired girl stood there, stunned speechless, their minds struggling to process what had just happened. Only Hiko managed to react, his face twisting in pure shock. No way, that was one-inch punch. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. He took down an S+ rank beast in a single hit. My instincts this morning were right. Minato got insanely strong overnight. As the dust settled, the black-haired girl snapped out of her daze and immediately yelled, "Hey, who the hell told you to do that?" But Minato simply ignored her. Instead, he looked down at his own hand, deep in thought. Against an enemy with extreme physical resistance, the best way to defeat it is by destroying it from within. That's what Master One-Tak taught me last night. The absolute basics, the one-inch punch. And it worked instantly. With a smirk, Minato turned back toward the black-haired girl and asked, "Now that I've saved your life, the least you can do is tell me your name, right?" She let out a sigh before finally replying, "Akane, Shinomiya Akane." Satisfied? The group continued to handle the werewolf monsters, and thanks to the trick Minato had shown them, the task became infinitely easier. Just as Minato had said, killing them from the inside was much simpler. "Rookie, let's head inside," Akane called after clearing out all the monsters that had spilled outside. At the same time, Kisaragi, who overheard their plans, immediately spoke up to stop them. "Inside? The world beyond that rift is completely different. Are you guys out of your minds?" Without waiting for him to finish, Minato eagerly dashed forward, practically unable to resist the urge to explore. "I'm going in," he called out, filled with excitement. Just like that, the three of them leaped into the rift, leaving the S-rank Hunter Kisaragi outside, watching them with admiration. Incredible. So they really are part of that secret organization everyone's been talking about, Kisaragi thought as he observed them. Back with Minato's group, after they entered the rift, they found themselves in what seemed to be some sort of tunnel. At that moment, countless wolf-like monsters were charging toward them from the other side. Seeing this, Akane, slightly bored, decided to use her powers. She conjured numerous spears and shot them straight ahead. "These are just like the ones outside. Nothing new," she said, sounding uninterested. Minato, watching her show off her raw strength, couldn't help but be impressed. "Wow, Akane, you're really strong. If we're talking about wide area attacks, you're number one," Minato said in awe. Hiko nodded, agreeing, when suddenly, a massive bear-like monster appeared in front of Akane. Seeing it, Akane didn't seem interested in fighting it and immediately called for help. "Hiko, handle it." Hiko grinned excitedly. He quickly pushed power into his legs and jumped straight into the air, dodging a swipe from the large bear. "I'm over here," Hiko taunted, before using his speed and the terrain to leap between the walls, attacking the bear relentlessly. He kept it off balance, never giving it a chance to strike. On the side, Minato watched him fight with ease and couldn't help but feel a little envious. "Wow, amazing!" Minato exclaimed. Then, as if wanting to try it for himself, Minato rushed toward the bear and mimicked the move Hiko had just used. "Is this how you do it?" he asked, looking over at Hiko. "No way," Hiko replied, laughing. Time quickly passed, and the three of them kept charging through the tunnel. As they moved, Akane began to notice that the number of monsters was dropping noticeably. "Is it here?" she whispered. Before long, the three of them burst out of the tunnel and into a vast, open area. Minato's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. "Wow, this place is huge," he said. Just as the words left his mouth, a loud sound suddenly rang out above them, drawing their attention. Something was falling from above. They all thought to themselves, and without making them wait too long, a massive figure crashed down from the sky, shaking the ground beneath them. "It's huge. What is that?" Minato muttered, his gaze fixed on the monstrous, bull-headed creature in front of them, roaring loudly. This was the boss, Void Bull, S+++ rank. As for Akane, when she saw the creature, she didn't show the slightest hint of worry. She even confidently stepped forward and asked, "Finally, I found you. You're the boss of this place, right?" Before the Void Bull could even process her words, Akane activated her skill. A circle of light appeared beneath the Void Bull's feet, and from inside the circle, countless spears shot out, launching toward it. This was her ultimate technique, El Dorado. The first rule: always use your deadliest move against a strong opponent. Don't give it any chance to retaliate. I'll use all my strength to weaken it. Finishing it off is up to you too," Akane shouted. Hiko understood right away and enveloped his body in magical energy. "Haha, your move looks amazing." Akane, "Got it," he grinned, preparing for action. Minato, impressed by how well they worked together, couldn't help but admire them. "Your attacks are incredible," he murmured. However, that wasn't enough, Minato muttered, making both Akane and Hiko pause in surprise. "What?" Akane responded, her tone playful. "You think my technique isn't enough?" But just then, Akane was slapped back to reality. The Void Bull's axe-wielding arm shot out from within the light column, completely unharmed, and it made its move without a scratch. Here's the next part of the translation with a natural style. The Void Bull then tightly gripped its weapon and swung the axe down hard onto the ground, causing a large crater to form and sending shockwaves radiating outward. This force caused the golden light column to disappear instantly. Akane's face froze in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? It didn't get a scratch at all?" Back to Minato. Suddenly, a voice from some ancient being echoed in his mind. "So talented. The girl has perfect spell casting speed, accuracy, and power. Everything is flawless. But what a shame if such talent has to perish at this age. The speaker was Killick, the false alchemist. He paused for about 2 seconds before continuing. I'll give her full marks for her strategy against an unknown enemy. If the boss was at her level, it would have been defeated easily. But this one, she misjudged its physical resistance. The Void Bull, 100% resistance to physical attacks. Upon hearing this, Minato turned to ask, "So what should we do now?" For now, let's leave those two aside and return to the battle. It seemed that the Void Bull, angered by the disappearance of the light, started swinging its weapon wildly, causing the floor to crack into countless pieces. Meanwhile, Hiko was still trying to land hits on the creature, but it seemed to have no effect at all. It seems like its physical resistance is incredibly high, Hiko said, frowning. Haha, I should have gotten someone to use magic. Akane chuckled awkwardly. At this moment, Minato's voice suddenly rang in Akane's ears. Trismegistus, I'm currently in a trance. Let me borrow your body for a moment. Minato, I'll show the girl an example. With that, Killick began to use his skill, creating a blob of liquid metal in front of him. He shot the metal straight at the Void Bull's lower body, immediately encasing it in metal, making the beast's lower half stiffen. Akane's eyes widened in astonishment. How? How could you use a skill like mine? She asked, before pausing in shock. Wait a second. What did you just do? You attacked it physically? Before she could finish speaking, Killick looked at her with a teasing expression. Silly. You don't have the flexibility in your skills to become a false alchemist. You need to know how to use materials in all 3 states. He muttered something. Omersiri. Ignite. Immediately, the liquid metal that had entered the Void Bull's body began to emit an extreme heat, causing the creature to glow red, like a furnace. The heat was so intense that mist began to rise from its body. It's boiling, Hiko asked, surprised. The most shocked person, however, was Akane. Instead of using physical attacks, Killick was using incredibly high temperatures. This was truly an amazing method, she thought to herself. Turning back to Killick, he returned Minato's body and said, I really like you, Minato, but right now, I'd rather have this girl become my successor. Haha, don't joke around. Minato responded with a wry smile. As the two were talking, the Void Bull had been reduced to a shapeless heap from the intense heat. The mission for the day, defeat the boss, Void Bull, and stop the level 3 Oracle, Kim Langsat, was complete. Back to Akane, as she watched Minato happily high-fiving Hiko on the opposite side. Her face turned blank. No way, she thought. With a false awakening, each individual awakens with unique marks and skills. He seems to be a martial artist like Hiko, but he can also use false alchemy? Who exactly is he? As though sensing her thoughts, Minato turned to her with a smile, extending his hand. My name is Kaminaji Minato. Don't forget me. Shinomiya Akane. Seeing this, Akane gritted her teeth, but since there was nothing she could do, she reluctantly accepted his handshake. I'll try my best, Minato, she said. Meanwhile, Hiko, who had been watching, smiled lightly and said, Minato, now you've earned Akane's approval. Scene transitioned to the outside, where everyone was resting when they suddenly noticed the rift beginning to close. Look, the rift's closing. What the hell happened inside? One of them shouted. Immediately after, the 3 members of Minato's group emerged from the rift just before it sealed completely. Seeing them, the group in black cheered. Awesome, they're out safely. Mission accomplished. Right? Minato asked. Now we just report back to headquarters. And we're done. Akane nodded, saying, that was a tough mission. Hiko replied with a smile. Yeah, but we made it. Just then, the hunter Kisaragi approached them and bowed, saying, First, thank you for saving me and my team. We don't expect any reports on your identities or what happened inside. Thank you for understanding. Akane replied in surprise. Then, to make it easier for Kisaragi, she reminded him, by the way, just put this emblem on the report, and they'll understand. It's all you need. Got it. Kisaragi said. If anything urgent happens, just come to us. He nodded, then said, no need to worry. Things like this are rare, so we might not see each other again. Akane, walking away decisively, added, go back to your normal life. Kisaragi could only smile awkwardly, thinking to himself, in the end, I'm the only normal one. Huh. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the headquarters of the false prophets. The 3 members of Minato's group had returned to the location, and as soon as they stepped off the vehicle, Akane began complaining. Ugh, we still have to write the report? Ignoring her, Hiko pulled out his phone to check and suddenly shouted, wait, someone's messaging us. What? Right after the mission? Who is it? Akane asked. Scene transitions to the laboratory within the false prophet headquarters. The 3rd hall. Akane entered the room and said, excuse me. At that moment, the 3 of them noticed 2 people already waiting for them. The red-haired young man, upon hearing Akane's voice, complained, Akane, it took you that long to deal with a level 3 disaster? In response, Akane gritted her teeth and shot back. Suwa, stop trying to act all cool. You're not the team leader. Calm down, both of you. Hiko quickly intervened to mediate, and then turned to the person at the front of the room, asking, what do you need from us? Director Kurihara? Hearing the question, the bespectacled man, Kurihara, got straight to the point. He took the remote and projected something onto the screen, explaining, let's look at this first. This is a video sent by the analysis team. On the screen was what appeared to be a piece of glowing red wood, which made Akane raise an eyebrow and ask, what is that? Is it coal? In response, Kurihara coldly replied, it's a prophet scroll. It was found in this condition. We discovered it in a volcanic area and began our research right after. At the back, Minato's eyes shifted as he asked, a prophet scroll that's burned? How can we even read it? Kurihara adjusted his glasses and continued. With modern advanced technologies like artificial intelligence and X-rays, we can partially restore it. The content is still unclear, but there's a special prophecy about Japan. When he mentioned this, all 4 of them couldn't maintain their calm any longer. A completely new prophecy? Akane exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Minato, still lacking much experience, turned to Hiko and asked, is this rare, brother? I've never heard of anything like it before. Hiko shook his head and replied, the research unit of the Faigon Su is exceptional. They collect all information on the prophets around the world. Normally, the appearance of a new prophet is impossible, but this is a special case. Kurihara, remaining calm, added, to sum it up, we need to investigate this, right? Suo quickly wrapped up the discussion, reducing some of the explanation Kurihara had to provide. You're as sharp as always. Usually, missions like this are given to familiar members. Kurihara continued, but they're all busy right now. Minato silently thought, that's why I haven't seen Midori since we got back. Turning back to the discussion, Kurihara continued, we will assign the investigation of this to you 4. Detailed information will be sent via email later. For now, head out. Right now? Minato exclaimed, feeling like he hadn't even had a second to rest. On the other hand, both Hiko and Akane seemed unfazed by the urgency. This kind of situation happens all the time. You'll get used to it. Minato, Hiko said with a smile. Their explanation made Minato understand a little better. Well, it is the fate of the world, so I guess we can't afford to be late, Minato thought, nodding in acceptance. At that moment, the red-haired Suo slammed his hand on the table and said, all right then, Suo is ready, and the 3 subordinates have received their orders. Akane shot him a glare and retorted, who's your subordinate? With that, the group quickly set out. Before they left, Kurihara reminded them, since this mission is urgent, the level of danger hasn't been clearly determined yet. Be careful. Even if the prophet is about to appear, please wait for the main forces to arrive. Inside the car, Minato reflected on the sudden mission. A mission with an unclear level of danger. But it's just an investigation. Nothing to worry about, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Suo, the red-haired young man, gave an order. You guys just completed a mission, right? Take a break. Otherwise, I won't be able to carry 3 heavy weights like you. Akane snapped back. Don't give orders to me. Even if I don't sleep, I'll be fine. Her words carried a tone of defiance as she faced off with Suo, while Minato and Hiko didn't really pay much attention to the situation. Well then, I'm going to sleep, Minato said. Me too. Good night, Hiko added. And just like that, both of them fell asleep immediately, leaving Akane fuming in frustration. You're not sleeping. I'm not sleeping either, she shouted, slapping her face hard to muster up some determination. But that resolve didn't last more than 5 minutes before she rolled over and passed out. Just like a cow, time quickly passed until evening, and suddenly the voices of everyone echoed. Wake up, Akane. Startled by the call, Akane jumped up and quickly explained. I wasn't sleeping. She then realized that everyone had gotten off the vehicle while she was asleep and rushed to complain. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? As she said this, she casually punched Minato in the back. However, our main character didn't have time to care about this. He was now looking ahead with a very serious expression and reminded them, look over there. Upon hearing this, Akane stepped forward to get a better view, her expression turning to one of shock. This is... Before them was an area of some sort, and high in the sky above it, there was a massive floating word. This is bad, Hiko said seriously, looking at the skeletons trapped in the glass containers below. Turning toward Akane after scanning the surroundings, he added, that's a huge magic circle. Those red pillars, there are 23 of them. Right, according to the report? Beside them, Suo calmly responded. Just like back then, it's similar to the disappearance of the Wakayama mansion 30 years ago. During that incident, a rift from another dimension seemed to have opened. Just as he finished speaking, one of the glass pillars suddenly emitted a bright light, causing everyone's faces to tense up. They're about to start, Hiko said urgently. We need to hurry. But what do we do now? Suo immediately drew his sword and answered. Of course, we punch them. Akane, with a smile, teased. Are you trying to defy the orders from our superior? She reminded him that Kurihara had told them to wait for the main forces to arrive. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted behind the group, catching everyone's attention. The source of this energy was none other than Minato. Now we're talking, right? Minato asked. Both Hiko and Akane's expressions immediately changed when they saw the sheer strength emanating from him. Minato, you're even stronger than you were this morning, Akane muttered in disbelief. It wasn't just these two, Suo, the red-haired guy, had to admit a little bit too. Looks like you're not a burden anymore, Suo said with a smirk. With that, he immediately jumped down, prompting everyone to rush after him. Don't give me orders, Kisaragi shouted. Meanwhile, deep within Minato's subconscious, the ancient wizard observed the surroundings and sighed. This scent, so nostalgic. Beside him, Reiichiro nodded in agreement. Yeah, we used to smell it all the time when we were alive. The scent of forbidden magic. The prophecy, the heavenly fire tome, has passed through thousands of moons, and the blood moon now falls silent. In the celestial realm, darkness envelopes everything, while the heavenly fire burns brightly, annihilating the world. A false awakener, Bandu Shirjima, the leader of the Dark Magus, was the perpetrator of a genocide during peacetime. Soon after, he was executed by the Yin-Yang Masters. During the process, a village came to the brink of total annihilation. However, before his death, he made preparations to await the day of his resurrection. At this moment, he poured a barrel of blood onto the ground and muttered, My time may be running out, but in 1,000 years, 1,000 years from now, I shall I will destroy all life in this world and rule it as a demon king. Afterward, Bandu Shirjima left behind a forbidden tome on earth, a grim and deadly book on how to resurrect himself using the sacrifice of living creatures. The task now was to investigate and stop the prophecy, the heavenly fire tome, of an unknown level, a boss monster, Bandu Shirjima. Meanwhile, Bandu clenched his fist, feeling the power within him. only to utter in disappointment. How humiliating! I can only resurrect with this little power? Is this many sacrifices not enough? After thousands of years, nothing here has changed much. Huh, well, that's fine. There are still those who want to come here and offer their lives, he said calmly as Minato's team approached from behind. Then, with a simple wave of his hand, he summoned a column of fire from the sky that struck the ground where the group stood, throwing them in all directions. Hiko, Akane, Minato, are you okay? One of them called out. We're unstable, Hiko replied. At this moment, the main character suddenly noticed something and shouted to warn everyone. Down there! Hearing him, the others quickly looked down and saw that the ground beneath their feet had marked with a strange symbol, a different kind of trap beneath the surface. Hiko thought to himself, what is this? Suddenly, countless hands emerged from the seal below, restraining their bodies. Despite Hiko's impressive physical prowess, he couldn't break free from the grip of the hands. We can't move. He's a formidable sorcerer. They both thought simultaneously, realizing how terrifying their opponent was. At that moment, seeing that the others seemed to be struggling, Minato immediately charged forward to attack Bandu in an attempt to relieve the pressure. However, Bandu easily noticed the sneak attack and dodged to the side with a fluid motion. Without stopping, Minato unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, trying to land a hit, but Bandu slipped and dodged with the ease of a slippery eel. Even while evading, Bandu couldn't help but praise Minato, saying, I see, your martial arts aren't bad, but you're still just a little brat. He laughed, and in the next instant, a symbol appeared beneath Minato's feet. Once again, a massive pillar of fire shot down from above, causing a huge explosion. However, Bandu's eyes widened in surprise when Minato managed to escape the explosion. To his further surprise, Minato quickly cast some lightning-based magic, sending a barrage of lightning bolts straight toward Bandu. But with a simple point to the sky, Bandu summoned a shield that blocked the entire lightning attack. Afterward, his gaze grew even more intrigued. I see. That was quite a good move, he remarked, clearly entertained. At that moment, Suo suddenly appeared beside him at an extraordinary speed. Without hesitation, he used his skills, creating countless sword projections that surrounded Bandu's neck like a fan, ready to strike. Unfortunately, with some mysterious maneuver, Bandu evaded the attack. Fufu, I'll throw you away just like that, Bandu declared, but his tone was filled with no fear whatsoever. This didn't surprise Suo too much, as he had expected it from the start. I knew from the beginning that this wouldn't be enough to defeat him, Suo said, lifting his sword above his head. With a swift motion, he reversed the blade and plunged it downward. At the same time, countless sword projections appeared around Bandu from all directions, leaving him with no escape. Bandu scoffed. Oh, it's raining swords now? Your flashy circus blades might be more impressive, but I'm no true swordsman myself. However, as Bandu spoke, he swiftly transformed his hand into a blade and thrust his arm forcefully towards Suo. Reacting quickly, Suo raised his sword to block the attack. This exchange made Bandu realize something important. Impressive. You're the strongest in your group, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Minato, who was watching the fight between the two in front of him, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This guy is insanely powerful. He's nothing like the enemies I've faced before. It's like he's on the same level as Midori or those primal ancestors. What should I do now? Minato thought, anxiety creeping in. At the same time, Hiko and Akane in the front had unleashed a surge of power. Breaking free from the grip of the hands that had restrained them, they shouted, Minato, stop standing there doing nothing. Immediately, both rushed forward to assist Suo. However, Bandu wasn't about to let them join the battle that easily. Get lost, he growled, waving his hand behind him, summoning 3 vortexes of different colors on the ground. From within these vortexes, 3 skull-faced monsters emerged. Get out of here, Hiko and Akane yelled, charging straight toward the monsters. But after their attacks landed, the monsters remained motionless, untouched like stone statues. These creatures, they're like the ox from earlier, they both thought. furrowing their brows. Meanwhile, the green ox creature had found Minato, and now everyone had their own opponents. Back in Suo's fight, he was now battling against Bandu's relentless and rapid attacks. Bandu laughed mockingly. How pitiful. No one can help you. His taunting words made Suo narrow his eyes. Help? I don't need help. Suo replied coldly, then immediately slashed his sword, leaving a deep cut on Bandu's body, which left him momentarily stunned. At that moment, an image flashed in Suo's mind, an image of a swordsman facing off against a horde of monsters. Move aside. Suo, you can handle them alone? After thinking this, Suo turned to face Bandu again and stated, the only thing I rely on in this world is my own skills. On the opposite side, it seemed like Bandu wasn't fazed by the wound, almost as if he found some twisted pleasure in it. Despite being injured, he laughed maniacally. I see. I don't need anyone either. That's why I'll destroy everything. As Bandu began to strike with his hand like a machine gun, Suo's face slowly began to show bloodstains from the overwhelming speed of the attacks. Just then, Minato's voice suddenly rang out from behind, calling, Suo. Hearing the call, Bandu, somewhat puzzled, turned to look at Minato and thought, why is this brat here? What happened to my skeletal minions? As he glanced toward his minions, he realized the green ox had already perished, and he wondered to himself, how did it die? Before Bandu could think any further, Minato delivered a powerful punch, sending Bandu flying backward like a ragdoll. After landing, Minato shouted, fighting alone is dangerous. Let's break this bastard together. Suo, seeing Minato handle the green ox so quickly, was left in disbelief. Even Hiko and Akane couldn't defeat them that fast. Yet this kid did it effortlessly. Who exactly is he? Suo thought to himself, but quickly dismissed Minato's help. Move aside. I don't need anyone's help. I'll defeat him on my own. Suo declared confidently, leaving Minato a little confused, wondering what had gotten into this guy. Before they could exchange another word, Bandu closed the distance in a blink, raising his hand towards their faces, ready to strike. Exactly. I like to enjoy everything by myself, he laughed, gathering a ball of energy in his palm before launching it directly at them. Suo reacted swiftly, swinging his sword to sever Bandu's hand aimed at him. But Minato, not as fast, took the full brunt of the blast and was sent flying back. The severed hand, strangely, seemed to magnetically return to Bandu, reattaching itself as if nothing had happened. The battle continued with renewed intensity. Minato, after being blasted into a tree, found himself in a mental world where he encountered the elders. Reichiro, the skilled swordsman, explained, unfortunately, the kid was knocked out, so we summoned you here. Minato quickly stood up, realizing the urgency. Right, I need to go, he said, but Raikiro's cold voice stopped him. Minato, stay away from this battle. Back in the physical world, Suo and Bandu's clash grew fiercer. Suo's eyes narrowed in frustration. I can't harm him with my skills anymore. Bandu, smirking, responded, you and I think alike. With that, he gathered more power into his hand and struck downward with a force so strong that it shattered Suo's sword in half. The red-haired guy, seeing Suo's persistence despite his sword breaking, was momentarily stunned, but without hesitation, he summoned another sword and lunged forward, only to have it easily dodged by the adept on Myoji. Bandu laughed even louder, seeing Suo's unwavering resolve. Haha, good. Let's play a little longer, he taunted. Meanwhile, Reichiro, the swordsman, observed the battle and spoke to Minato. Look, Suo is much stronger than Hiko and Akane, but he still can't defeat that on Myoji. This situation is too much for him, he explained. Beside him, the red-haired mage nodded in agreement. His magic has a high degree of precision. If this were a populated area, he'd already be a demon king. If he absorbs your life force, he'll only get stronger, and the casualties will grow. The level of the prophet remains undetermined. It's just a coincidence that we found that book. Let us handle it. Please, give us your body. Minato, however, suddenly rejected their proposal. No, I'm sorry, but this is no longer training. This is real combat. Even in the future, I'll have to overcome these challenges with my own strength." His face was full of excitement as he spoke, but Ryakairo's words seemed to confuse the red-haired mage, who appeared concerned. Before she could respond, Reiichiro broke into a laugh. "Haha, all right, we give up. That's right. Minato, you'll surpass us all. You're a true sailor, aren't you? If that's the case, then use everything you've learned. Do it your way," Reiichiro said, patting Minato on the back in encouragement. With no more hesitation, Minato smiled and declared, "Yes, watch me closely, masters." Then, with a burst of determination, he charged forward into the battle. The battle between the two red-haired warriors continued with intense energy. Bandu, the Onmyoji, was starting to grow bored of Suo's persistence. "Is that all you've got? Show me something more," he said, his voice laced with boredom. With a swift move, he swung his sword upward, smashing into Suo's sword, sending the young warrior flying into the air. Taking advantage of the moment, Bandu raised both hands, gathering an energy sphere in his palms, preparing to unleash a devastating blast. Suo, suspended in the air, realized he had reached his limit. "Damn it, this is all I can do," he muttered through gritted teeth, on the verge of giving in. But just then, Minato's hand shot out, gripping Suo's sword tightly. "Let me borrow your sword for a moment." "Suo," Minato said. With a swift motion, he tossed the red-haired warrior aside and hurled Bandu downwards. Bandu, now fully charged, released the energy sphere towards Minato in midair, forming a column of destructive light. However, Minato countered with his Hyoki Ichishuriken Kenpo, Tramlang, slashing with a powerful sword wave that tore through Bandu's attack. The energy column was sliced apart, and Minato's strike even severed one of Bandu's hands. Staring at the severed hand, Bandu's face twisted with shock and anger. "What kind of technique is that? Who the hell are you?" he screamed, his expression contorted in disbelief. Minato, having landed gracefully, smiled confidently and introduced himself. "Keminaji Minato, the one who will surpass the ancients." Behind the scene, the red-haired sorceress suddenly turned to Reiichiro and asked, "So, what do you think? Do you think Minato will defeat that Onmyoji?" Reiichiro calmly replied, "I'm not sure either. We'll have to wait and see." As he spoke, he was also thinking to himself, Minato isn't an idiot. Maybe he's learned something while he was sleeping on the bus. Or maybe even more than that. The more he thought about it, the wider his smile grew, full of anticipation for Minato's next move. On the other side, as Minato and Bandu were clashing, Suo, who had been silently observing, couldn't help but wonder, who is this new kid really? He recalled his earlier words, when he had said he didn't need Minato's help. Now, he found himself pushed out of the fight, and his pride took a heavy blow. Back to the fight, Bandu, unable to overpower Minato with just hand-to-hand combat, decided to step back and keep his distance. He waved his hand, creating countless red energy orbs, which shot toward Minato like cannonballs. Seeing this, Minato quickly dodged to the side. But the Onmyoji's attack wasn't so simple. The energy orbs bent their trajectories mid-air, relentlessly chasing after Minato. "Will they stop only when they hit me?" Minato thought to himself, feeling a slight discomfort from the relentless pursuit. To counter, Minato plunged his sword into the ground, using it as a point of balance. Then, he took a fighting stance, stomping one foot down hard, causing the earth to crack open and thrust a large rock upwards, blocking the energy orbs. This was the long tackle technique his master Raiden had taught him. Bandu, seeing this, was momentarily shocked but didn't stop launching more energy orbs. "He's using rocks to block them?" he thought, confused but still persistent. Meanwhile, Minato, noticing a barrage of energy orbs coming his way, stomped the ground once more, causing the entire earth to shake. Numerous stones, large and small, flew into the air, forming a barrier to intercept the incoming attacks, causing the orbs to explode before they could reach Minato. Taking advantage of the debris in the air, Minato activated his speed-enhancing skill, combined with his reflection technique, to rush towards Bandu's back at top speed. While Bandu was still gathering energy, without hesitation, Minato swung his sword toward Bandu's neck. However, Bandu, sensing danger, tilted his head to the side just in time to evade. Despite that, Minato's blade still left a trail of blood across Bandu's face, causing the Onmyoji to squint in pain. What is this? Is he a false awakener? Bandu thought to himself, his mind racing. With a swift movement, he activated a formation, calling forth a massive symbol on the ground, a powerful yin-yang array. As a result, a massive pillar suddenly appeared straight down from the yin-yang array, and Minato, caught within the range of the formation, was hit and sent flying out. Luckily, it seemed that he was able to defend himself in time, avoiding any severe damage. He maintained his composure, reminding himself to rely on the basic techniques and skills he had been taught. Minato then focused all his strength into his legs, using the floating stones as leverage to propel himself toward the Onmyoji from above. However, as soon as he touched the ground, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he immediately jumped to another position. Minato continued to move quickly, constantly changing positions to look for an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Bandu was wide-eyed with astonishment. What is this? Swordsmanship, body techniques, magic, footwork. Each of his skills is executed flawlessly, but none of them are a real threat to me. But how many skills does this kid have? Bandu wondered. It wasn't just him, though. Even Reichiro and the red-haired sorceress, who were watching from a distance, were stunned by Minato's display. Fighting monsters is one thing, but what this kid is doing is terrifying. He's developing so fast. Still, the sorceress couldn't shake her worry. After a few minutes of being pressured by Minato, Bandu finally took a deep breath and began to get serious. Interesting, but still not enough, he muttered. Then, with a low chant, forbidden technique, Tulakatsu. Immediately, a massive three-headed, six-armed skeletal figure appeared before Minato. Bandu, standing atop the skull of the creature, looked down at Minato and spoke. Playing with you has been fun, kid, but it's time to end this. With that, he commanded the skeletal giant to slam one of its enormous hands down toward Minato, as if swatting a mosquito. Inside the spiritual realm, Raikairo's voice trembled in panic. This isn't good. Minato, get out of there. Back in the real world, Minato, despite the increasing danger, became even more composed. Not enough. Huh, he's right. I'm not strong enough yet to beat him. I need more. I need more power. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he recalled the lessons his magic master had taught him. My lesson is magic itself, and I will take it one step at a time. First, the basics of magic, Fireball Jurla. He also remembered the teachings of his swordsmanship masters, Hinoki First Strike, divided into two schools, the soft sword school and the hard sword school. The Lang Strike is a powerful cut that slices an opponent in half. It is a technique from the hard sword school. When performing this move, cast aside all fear and hesitation, and focus only on your opponent's life thread. Recalling his master's teachings, Minato began to fuse the fireball magic into his sword, preparing to perform the Lang Strike. The entire blade was engulfed in flames. Let's do this, Bandu, Minato muttered under his breath. This was a skill created by Kaminaji Minato himself, called Chi of the 10,000 Flames. He raised his sword high above his head and then swung it forward with all his might. The resulting slash tore through the enormous skeleton and even cut into Bandu himself. Focus only on the life force of your opponent. Everyone perceives life differently. To me, it is like a single thread, one that can be severed with my sword. But for you, what shape does it take? Bandu's life. It's like a candle, a flame so brilliantly bright that it's almost grotesque. Powerful. No, I need more. I will consume it with an even greater fire. Kai Vim Van Truong. Above, Bandu's eyes widened in shock as his body was sliced in half in a single strike. Impossible, he muttered. Disbelief etched across his face. Reichiro and the red-haired mage could hardly believe their eyes. He combined my magic with your swordsmanship? The mage exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, A voice spoke from behind them. The alchemist, Killik, had appeared, a fascinated grin stretching across his face. How interesting. That kid is a transcendent awakened one. He can wield all kinds of techniques seamlessly, Killik mused. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but no. He's actually merging two different abilities together, or perhaps even more than that. After saying this, he suddenly started laughing to himself, causing the other two to exchange wary glances and instinctively take a step back. What a weirdo, they both thought. Setting aside Killick's eccentricity, his words carried weight. If what he said was true, then they had severely underestimated Minato's potential. The red-haired mage's expression grew serious. Is this really okay? Should we continue training him like this? On the other side, Reichiro smirked. Of course. Don't you want to witness it firsthand? The growth of that kid? Back in the battle, Bandu had been completely cleaved in two. However, that didn't mean he was finished. The pool of blood beneath his body suddenly began to bubble and churn. Then, from within the crimson mass, his form reassembled, restoring him to his original state. That was close, Bandu admitted, a smirk creeping onto his face. But you should have aimed for my head instead. His gaze darkened as he raised a hand. Well then, it's time to end this. Power began surging into his palm, but he had no idea. He never should have uttered those words, because the very next moment, his head was sent flying, courtesy of Suo, who had been silently observing the battle all along. Oh, right. I forgot you were here too, Bandu muttered with regret. And to ensure this monster had no chance of reviving, Suo didn't stop there. He mercilessly sliced Bandu's head into tiny, unrecognizable pieces. As the dust settled, Suo caught Minato, who had collapsed from exhaustion, looking at the scene before him. Something stirred deep within Bandu's mind. A long-forgotten memory surfaced. A cold, bitter night. A frail boy with jet-black hair shivered, hugging himself tightly. "It's so cold," the younger boy whispered weakly. Beside him, an older boy with long hair placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Haru, just hold on until morning. As soon as the sun rises, I'll find food for you." But just as he finished speaking, he realized the light had already faded from Haru's eyes. Bandu's expression twisted as he processed the memory. Why am I like this? A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. Being alone is nice. Huh, but it's lonely too, isn't it? With those final words, his body slowly disintegrated, fading into wisps of smoke. Suo, watching in silence, gave his own quiet response. I am never alone, even when I stand by myself. At the same moment, the sky above suddenly cracked apart like shattered glass, fractures spreading in every direction. Meanwhile, Hiko and Akane were sprinting toward the battlefield, because with Bandu's death, their own opponents had vanished as well. As soon as Akane spotted Minato lying motionless on the ground, her voice trembled with urgency. "Minato, are you okay? You're still alive, right? He's not in any life-threatening danger." Suo reassured her, his calm tone easing some of the tension on her face. "Thank goodness," she sighed in relief. Hiko, however, had his eyes locked onto the sky. His expression darkened. "I'm glad everyone's safe, but we can talk about this later. The barrier, it's collapsing from within. What happens if the village's energy causes it to explode?" Akane asked hastily. Suo's face hardened. "Then we'll be crushed inside. What else? The moment it collapses, we'll have to unleash our strongest techniques to counter the blast." His sharp gaze shifted to the others, mind racing. But things aren't looking good. Even if they went all out, none of them were in peak condition. No choice. He clenched his teeth. Just then, Minato, who had been unconscious for a while, suddenly stirred, not by his own will, but because the ancient spirits within him had taken over his body. They weren't about to let him stay out of this fight. "You did well, Minato. Leave the rest to us," Reichiro murmured with a smile. At that very moment, the sky shattered completely. A powerful shockwave erupted outward, its force rippling through the battlefield like an unstoppable tide. Below, everyone braced themselves. channeling every ounce of their strength to withstand the onslaught. Hyoki whispered under his breath, Ichifa Kinpu, heaven-breaking slash. Not far from Minato's group, the long-awaited reinforcements had finally arrived, only to witness the barrier crumbling before their very eyes. That's the barrier. It's collapsing, one of them shouted. This can't be happening. Are we too late? Another murmured, stunned. But then, a blinding pillar of blue light shot up from within the broken barrier, piercing straight through the heavens. The unexpected spectacle left the rescue team frozen in place, confusion written all over their faces. Only the man standing at the front, their captain, had a different reaction. His eyes sharpened with fascination. A flawless sword technique, not a single hint of hesitation. His voice carried both admiration and curiosity. Who did this? He wondered aloud. That man was none other than Suo Makoto, the leader of Suo's squad. Switching the scene to the airspace over Peru, at this moment, the strongest man alive, Midori, had also received news about Minato's group. So, the rookie managed to stop an unknown class prophet? Sounds pretty impressive, he said with a smirk. The person on the other end of the call was none other than Makoto, the captain stationed in Japan. Just moments ago, Makoto had finished taking down some dragon and was now responding. The highest disaster level I've ever faced was level 2. Right now, I'm fighting a level 1. Midori chuckled, still seated casually on top of a moving aircraft. Not bad. I might have neglected them a little, but it looks like everyone's growing stronger. As expected of the world's strongest fighter, he made sitting on a flying jet look effortless. Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, Makoto continued. The key member stopping the prophet this time is the guy who just joined our organization 2 days ago, Keminaji Minato. I know you were the one who found him, but who is he? Really? Midori gave only one answer. He is the one who will end all prophets. He is the existence we have been waiting for all this time. His firm tone left Makoto slightly taken aback. You seem to have a lot of faith in him, Makoto remarked. If you're so confident, why don't you meet him in person? Midori smirked. If you're that curious, then why not? Makoto let out a sigh. Just hurry up and get back here already. Without you around, nobody can even challenge me. I'm bored out of my mind. Midori chuckled and agreed. All right. With that, he ended the call and immediately contacted his assistant, Ichihara. The target is right ahead. Special Class Prophet, Dawn of Origin, the source of all suicides, Ishdam. A shadowy figure slowly emerged in front of Midori. Hanging in midair was the silhouette of a woman, suspended by a noose, as if frozen in the moment of her death. Seeing this, Midori activated his abilities. Wait for me. Makoto, I'll handle this quickly. Scene transitioned to a hospital room. Minato slowly opened his eyes, waking up from unconsciousness. Seeing him regain consciousness, a nurse standing beside his bed greeted him with a gentle smile. Oh, you're awake, Minato. Hearing that, Minato quickly sat up and asked, Where am I? This is the infirmary in Phi Prophet, the nurse explained. You've been unconscious ever since the mission ended. Her words left Minato slightly stunned. I passed out? I couldn't even enter the space of the founders? Meanwhile, the nurse, after briefly observing him and seeing that he seemed completely fine, nodded in relief. You don't seem to have any issues, so I can relax now. Let me know if you need anything. As she spoke, she began pulling back the curtain, revealing Suo standing at the foot of Minato's bed, staring at him intensely. That piercing gaze made Minato a bit uneasy. Suo, has he been watching over me this whole time? He thought. He glanced around the room before asking, Where are Hiko and Akane? Across from him, Suo responded. Ever since we got back, they've been training like maniacs. They were furious that they couldn't do much in the last mission. Then, after a brief pause, Suo continued in a more serious tone. And there's something else. Your power is unbelievable. His voice grew heavier as he stared directly into Minato's eyes. Who the hell are you? Really? It's been only 2 days since you arrived, and you've already taken down a Class 3 and even someone at Class 1 level. Your techniques, your combinations, I've never seen anything like them before. His voice rose, almost shouting now. What the hell are you? How can I become as strong as you? However, before Minato could even begin to explain, the door suddenly swung open, and a man strode inside. Sorry to interrupt. You're Kaminaji Minato, correct? Ah, yes. Minato replied, a bit confused about who this person was. Meanwhile, Sua's face froze for a moment as he saw the newcomer. His expression shifted into something unreadable before he finally spoke. Brother. Makoto, however, showed no sign of acknowledgement. Without even glancing at Sua, he walked straight past him. Then, without a word, he unsheathed his sword and swung it directly at Minato. The force behind the strike was so powerful that the gust alone sent the infirmary's curtains billowing. Luckily, Minato's reflexes were sharp. Just before the blade could reach him, he pushed off the floor and clung to the ceiling corner like a spider. Are you testing me? Minato narrowed his eyes. A normal recruit wouldn't have been able to dodge that. Makoto thought to himself before nodding in approval. You pass. Pass what? Minato asked, still hanging from the ceiling. Only then did Makoto finally introduce himself. I'm the captain of Sua's squad, Sua Makoto. Hearing that, Minato flicked his gaze towards Sua, finally connecting the dots about their relationship. Without acknowledging Minato's reaction, Makoto continued. After evaluating your performance against that near Class 1 threat, I've decided you'll be joining my squad, effective immediately. That sudden declaration left both Minato and Sua visibly stunned. But for Sua, shock quickly turned into frustration. His own brother, the captain of his squad, was personally inviting Minato? Even I wasn't allowed to join that team. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. Meanwhile, Makoto turned on his heel. Follow me. I'll introduce you to the team. Then, without waiting, he began walking away. Minato stood there, flustered, glancing back at Sua, unsure of what to do. After a moment's hesitation, he had no choice but to chase after Makoto, all while stealing worried glances at Sua's unreadable expression. And just as Minato had feared, Sua clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. At the same time, in the training room, Hiko and Akane were locked in intense sparring, both pushing themselves harder than ever. However, frustration was evident in their expressions. Damn it, no matter how many times we do this, we'll never catch up to Minato. Akane gritted her teeth, her voice laced with frustration. Even Hiko, usually the more enthusiastic and energetic one, had grown uncharacteristically silent, his usual cheerfulness nowhere to be found. And just at that moment, the strongest human alive, Midori, stepped into the room, having just returned from his flight. Hello. You guys are working hard. Huh, I'm back. Grinning, he waved at them before pulling out a small bag. I brought souvenirs from Peru. Anyone want some chocolate? Oh, and I got these alpaca wool rugs too. Pretty nice. Huh. As he proudly displayed his collection of souvenirs, Hiko and Akane's reactions were almost immediate. The moment Midori appeared, it was as if they had spotted a savior. Without hesitation, they both rushed toward him. Midori, how long are you staying in Japan? Akane asked eagerly, seeing how desperate the two of them were. Midori raised an eyebrow in curiosity but answered anyway. Let's see. I'll probably be here for about a week. Then please train us. Akane's voice rang out, filled with unwavering determination. We don't want to be left behind by Minato. Both of them looked at Midori with such intense resolve that he found himself pausing for a moment. These kids, I never thought they'd be this dedicated, he mused internally. Minato, the fire in you, it's spread to them now. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but smile. All right, I'll train you. Then, glancing towards Sua, he asked, what about you? Sua, are you in? Sua didn't hesitate. I'm in, he answered firmly. On the other side, Akane was surprised to see Suo there, and noticing the confusion on their faces, the red-haired boy quickly explained. Minato is being watched by my older brother, the leader of Suo's team. He's joined us as a temporary member. Upon hearing this, Both Hiko and Akane's faces showed clear astonishment. Has he gotten that far already? They both thought to themselves. Midori, too, was a bit surprised that Makoto had acted so swiftly after hearing his suggestion. Back to Suo, who continued, "But all of this is because I'm so weak compared to Minato." Speaking of Minato, while running alongside Makoto, he asked, "What's this about a mission?" "Of course, it's about the next mission. We'll leave tomorrow morning," Makoto replied. Then he suddenly stopped and asked, "Hey, Minato, are you close with Suo?" Upon hearing this, Minato had to think for a moment. After all, they had just met not too long ago. "Well, I've only been with him for 2 days, but after fighting Bandu together, we've probably gotten closer," he thought. "He lent me his sword and even watched over me while I was unconscious. Yeah, we've probably grown close." With that thought, Minato smiled and answered, "Yes, I am. He seems like he doesn't care much about me, though." Suo sighed a bit sadly, while Makoto said something completely different to Minato. "I'm really worried about Suo. Even now, we're not exactly on the same page, but seeing him hurt still breaks my heart. The only way I can get him to notice me more is by risking my life to grow stronger. He doesn't need to be that strong. I just want him to be safe." Minato, listening from behind, couldn't help but admire their bond. Those two really seemed to have a strong sibling connection, he thought. Makoto nodded. "I need to surpass Minato to get him to notice me." Suo was adamant. "I'll definitely beat him in the future. I'm so worried about my brother." Makoto muttered under his breath. Minato, though not fully understanding, felt a sense of admiration. The bond between them is really something. Meanwhile, Akane, having heard the story, was slightly taken aback. Suo never talks about personal matters, but with such a reason to keep pushing forward, he really is a pro-con, isn't he? She chuckled to herself. He always defends his brother without a second thought. Whenever I ask him if he hates his brother, he always shouts, "I respect him." He just wants his brother to notice him more. With that thought, Akane began crafting spears to throw toward Hiko. Meanwhile, Hiko lightly jumped to the side to avoid the incoming spear, while responding, "I see. That's quite a touching story. The 3 laws of the Suo team. First, always be quick. Second, always be proactive. And third, always strive to surpass oneself." Among the fighting teams in the front line at the Seer's domain, Suo's team is considered the strongest based on combat ability. The team always maintains a minimum of 7 members, with quality prioritized over quantity. Their missions usually involve level 1 or higher Seers. That's what I've heard. Hiko paused briefly and then added, "Honestly, the team leader contributes about 90% of the team's fighting power. The rest of us just assist him." The person speaking was Koriyama Jakaru, a member of the Suo team. As a temporary member, he tried to reassure Minato, saying, "Don't worry too much. The team leader, Suo, will wrap things up quickly." However, Jakaru's words seemed a bit unnecessary, as Minato appeared completely unfazed. He was still intently typing on his phone, causing Jakaru to snap. "At least put your phone down." Minato quickly apologized. "Sorry, I need to contact my friends." His explanation softened Jakaru's expression a little, and he replied, all right. Everyone's been asking for you." Actually, the message Minato was sending came from the elders. At the same time, while Hiko's group was in their training room, they received the message from Minato. "Oh, it's from Minato. Let's see," Hiko said as they opened the message, only to immediately react with shock. "What? Who does he think he is?" Akane yelled out, while Hiko looked a bit surprised. Suo, on the other hand, was so angry that his face turned dark. What the hell is he thinking? Seeing their reactions, Midori was curious and rushed over to eavesdrop. "What's going on?" "It's a message from Minato," they explained as they showed Midori their phones. The message read, "A piece of advice to make you stronger. From Hanada Hikataru. A piece of advice to make you stronger. From Suo." Midori's face lit up with interest as he quickly scrolled down to check the message further. Ho ho, this is good. These are very detailed pieces of advice, tailored to each person. as if they were being guided step by step. Realizing this, Midori had to admit, "You guys are getting a great gift." Huh. So, are you going to follow it? Or refuse? "I'll follow it," one of them said. "Me too," another replied. "I'll make him regret this," Suo muttered, exhaling puffs of white smoke, which caused Midori to remind him, "It's not an enemy, it's a friend, right? Get ready for some punishment." Minato. They all thought to themselves. Perhaps it was due to all the teasing of Minato that he suddenly sneezed. Meanwhile, Jakaru spoke up. "Minato, we can see it from here." Minato wiped the condensation off the glass window to observe outside. They had arrived at a snowy mountain range, and the strange part was that the entire area was covered with countless sharp ice stakes. This is a level 1 seer. The Ice Age. It's a disaster that will freeze the entire surface of the Earth. The range of it is expanding rapidly, and it's predicted that the affected areas will grow at an alarming rate. If no action is taken, the entire world will be frozen, leading to a state of emergency, the Vice Captain Kashimana said seriously. Makoto, the team leader, then stood up from his seat. "The helicopter can only take us this far. We'll have to jump off from the back. Absolutely no harm to the village or civilians. Remember the 3 laws of Suo. First, always be quick. Second, always be proactive. Third, always surpass yourself." The whole team shouted in unison. Meanwhile, as they were shouting, Minato was deep in thought. During the battle with Bandu, I still had to rely on Reiichiro. This time, in this temporary mission, I'll have the chance to learn so much from the excellent members of Suo. I'm sure I'll complete this mission with my own ability. This is my first level 1 seer mission, and I'm about to face the biggest regret of my life that I'll never be able to forget. At 10:17 a.m., the Suo team successfully landed in the snowy mountains. As soon as they set foot, Jakaru immediately shivered from the intense cold, to the point that his lips were trembling. "It's freezing. I should have been better prepared for the cold," he stammered. The vice captain, Kashi, checked her watch and said, "Minus 37 degrees Celsius. It's much colder than the report suggested. This area is quite vast. We'll likely need to take breaks along the way." Suo muttered to himself, and then Minato, seeming to remember something, turned to ask Jakaru, "Hey, is this Ice Age seer listed in any of the seer books?" Jakaru replied, explaining, "No, it's not. This seer was predicted by a non-seer member who used their skills. Though there have been many seers found, this is the first level 1 seer that skill has detected. That's why Suo was selected for this dangerous mission." "I see." Minato nodded. Vice Captain Kashi then turned to Minato. "Are you worried? It's better to be cautious, but don't let the pressure get to you," she reassured him. Jakaru, taking the opportunity, patted Minato's shoulder with a smile. "She's right. Relax. There are 8 non-seer teams in Japan, but Suo handles seers level 1 and above, so we're clearly the strongest team." Kashi immediately warned, "Don't get too cocky." Jakaru, Yes, my bad. Vice Captain." Jakaru laughed and raised his hand to the sky, activating his radar skill to scan for enemies. His body emitted a golden light, quickly detecting several targets. Direction 2 o'clock, about 200 meters away. Jakaru reported. Kashi nodded, then vanished, reappearing beside Makoto. "Captain, I'm back." The area Jakaru pointed to has about 30 monsters, and their level is around S+++. Kashi's sword now had the head of one of the monsters impaled on it. "All right, let's take them down, everyone," Makoto ordered. The other members of the team quickly charged forward, engaging in a chaotic battle with the ice demons. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Minato, stood behind and was in awe as he watched them fight in such seamless coordination. He couldn't help but admire them internally, thinking, "This is incredible. Their situational judgment and teamwork are on a whole different level compared to us trainees. Even if I tried, I couldn't find any flaws in their methods. It's undeniable that these guys are at the top of their game." With that thought, Minato's blood started to boil, and he spoke up to the team leader. "Sue, I also..." Before Minato could finish his sentence, Makoto already understood his intention and agreed. S+++ level demons are nothing to worry about for you. Go ahead. Minato shouted loudly and quickly moved forward, delivering a powerful kick that split an ice demon's head open, causing its body to shatter into pieces. Just as Minato finished that move, another unusually strong ice demon pushed past the others and headed towards them. Careful, there are stronger ones here, Kashi warned. But before the demon could go far, Minato noticed it and unleashed his own created technique, Flame Vengeance Staff, slashing through the demon's body with a massive column of fire, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Fire sword? Jakaru thought in amazement. On the other side, team leader Makoto casually swung his sword a few times, creating countless cuts that shattered the ice demons into pieces. Seeing Minato's technique, Makoto's expression softened as he realized. So that blue light from before came from here. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a temporary ice hut where the team was resting. Did you find anything? Jakaru? Kashi, the vice captain, asked. Jakaru, still eating his noodles, responded. Nothing yet. At least the boss isn't within a 10 kilometers radius of here. Upon hearing this, Kashi narrowed her eyes slightly. So, we'll have to stay the night here. But where are Minato and the team leader? Back to the protagonist. Minato was sitting outside the ice hut, deep in thought about everything he had gone through. Back in the battle with Bando, I managed to combine those two skills, which means I could do the same with other skills. He was certain that if he focused, he would be able to accomplish it. While thinking, he began attempting to combine the elements of thunder and water. Just as he was at the peak of his concentration, suddenly, Makoto, the team leader, appeared behind him like a ghost. You seem really passionate about training. Makoto's sudden voice startled Minato, making his heart jump as he screamed. Hey, are you disturbing me? Makoto awkwardly scratched his head and replied, No, I'm not. I almost had a heart attack, Minato muttered, calming his racing heart. How do you manage to scare someone without even doing anything? He shook off the scare and looked at Makoto, who had sat down beside him. Is this your first field mission, Minato? Have you encountered many difficulties? Makoto asked. Minato eagerly responded. So far, everything's been fine. Good to hear. Makoto nodded. His face then grew thoughtful. Honestly, I'm looking forward to going home. I want the cat. As he spoke, Makoto covered his face with his hand. Embarrassed, Minato, who was sitting across from him, was left dumbfounded. What? You want a cat? Minato was confused, still processing the meaning of Makoto's words, especially due to a homophone misunderstanding in Japanese. Quickly, Minato understood the situation and cheerfully asked, You have a cat, don't you? What breed is it? In response, to prove his love for the cat, Makoto pulled out his phone and showed Minato a picture. Look at this, he said, and Minato was about to scream internally. But when he saw the cat with the exact same expression as Makoto, he nodded in approval. So cute. What's its name? Oraibe Manju, Makoto replied, and the name instantly made Minato think of a steamed bun. Wait, what? It seemed like, somehow, every picture of the cat had it frowning, and Minato couldn't help but wonder, does he really miss it? Not really. Wherever I go, there's always cat fur on the walls, chairs, even on me, with scratches everywhere. It's always throwing up and hates being hugged. So every day is a struggle. Makoto continued, making the cat sound like a tough case. It's like it refuses to open its heart, kind of like my little brother, Shinji. He laughed as he made the comparison. Minato, on the other hand, felt a bit sorry for Makoto and wondered if everyone who had a cat had the same experience. Does everyone with a cat go through what he's going through? Minato thought. Back to Makoto, who now had a look of longing on his face. One day, I hope I can talk to Shinji like this. Minato, hearing this heartfelt admission, became thoughtful and offered his own opinion. I'm an only child, so I don't really understand your feelings. But why don't you try treating Shinji like you treat your cat? Makoto was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion, but then he smiled faintly. You're right. Meanwhile, while Minato was browsing through Makoto's phone, he found a few videos. Hey, There are some videos here too, he called out, pressing play on one of them. Makoto's voice soon filled the air. You're so cute. Here, I've got some snacks for you. Ouch, that hurts. Oribe. Oribe is Daddy's little angel. Daddy's little angel. Hearing this, Minato felt a bit embarrassed for Makoto. Wait, are you like a dad to that cat? Makoto then replied with a dangerous grin. Well, let me practice with you first. Minato. Minato, sensing the trouble ahead, screamed in his mind. No please, not that. Luckily for Minato, just as things were about to escalate, Kashi, the vice captain, appeared and called out, Captain, Minato, you're here too? Let's head back to camp. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. That night, neither Minato nor the Suwu team knew that a false awakener was heading toward the mountain where they were stationed. Hey, you there. Stop. If you enter this area in that outfit, you'll die. Are you a false awakener? Came here for a mission? A voice called out. The young man dressed in summer clothes ahead nodded and replied, Yes, I have a mission here. Completing the oracle here is a top priority. The scene shifts to Minato's spiritual world as he sleeps. As usual, the night training session had begun. Tonight's exercise was archery to improve concentration. Nearly 25 hours had passed, and no one knew when the enemy would appear. This is painful, isn't it, Minato? Keeping focus like this is precisely the reason behind it. The voice of the celestial ancestor, Margit, echoed. At that moment, Margit had Minato continuously draw and aim his bow forward. Meanwhile, Riichiro, the warrior who wielded thousands of swords, watched in frustration. This was supposed to be his training session today, as per the schedule. Hey, we're supposed to practice sword techniques today, Riichiro said angrily. However, Melchus, the quiet and composed mage of void theory, paid little attention. She calmly signaled Riichiro to not distract Minato. That kid isn't distracted by the noise around him at all, she said. His focus has improved a lot compared to the first time. Minato, still focusing intently, replied, I'm on a mission with some truly amazing teammates. I really want to help them as much as I can. He said this while keeping his eyes locked on the target ahead. When the target appeared, Minato released the bowstring, sending the arrow flying through the air, slicing the wind, and piercing the heart of the target. Seeing this, Margit's eyes lit up with joy, and he praised Minato. Well done. Remember the feeling you just had. That's the key to it. With that, the training session ended. Minato, relieved to finally rest, collapsed on the ground. Thank you, sir, he said hastily. But before Minato could even settle into a comfortable spot, Riichiro rushed over. Is that it? All right, Minato, let's keep training until you drop. Don't even think about resting. And so, time quickly passed, and by the next morning, Minato's eyes were bloodshot from the relentless training, a result of the celestial ancestors' torturous methods. Unaware of this, Makoto gathered everyone and spoke. All right, let's move out. Today, we'll end this oracle mission. On the second day of the Ice Age mission, the group found themselves facing a swarm of enormous pigeon-like monsters, 150 meters. About 20 of them, Jakaru reported. Spread out and take them down, Kashi ordered. The monsters in front of them were from the Ice Tribe, a species of giant ice birds. At the same time, inside Minato's mind, the celestial ancestors were observing the situation outside. A dark-skinned woman with golden hair, casually painting her nails, watched the scene unfold and remarked with boredom. It seems like this mission is pretty easy. She was the celestial ancestor of light, Eilerson. Not far from her, a large man in an apron grinned with his eyes narrowed. Seems like the team is pretty strong. This mission might not be as bad as the last one, he said. This was Lilac, a powerful being known for his vast size. However, unlike them, an old man with a long beard, who was in deep thought, appeared more concerned. His pensive mood caught the attention of Melchus, who asked curiously, What's going on? Old man Kudo? Kudo stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, I'm not sure, but I have a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, the group outside quickly dealt with the monsters that blocked their path. Team leader, we've cleared them all. Kashi reported. Good job. Makoto nodded and then turned to Jakaru, the radar specialist. What's the situation? Jakaru? Jakaru responded. About 2.000 meters away. There's a huge one. It's probably the boss. And it's heading this way. Estimated time, 10 seconds. 9, 0. Here it comes. In the blink of an eye, a giant woman appeared before them, wearing a mask and wielding 4 blades in her 4 hands. This was the boss, the nameless deity Calmetus, with an unclear rank. As the oppressive aura of the boss swept over them, Kashi's eyes grew serious. Her aura is completely different from the minions, she said, her expression grave. Let's go, Kashi ordered, and her team immediately began to combine their skills and charge toward the boss. The first team member used his skill to create a dazzling light rope that ensnared all 4 of the boss's arms. Seizing the opportunity, Kashi drew her sword and struck at the boss's back heel. Meanwhile, another team member above unleashed a massive fire spell, shooting a huge fire column straight toward the boss's head. However, it seemed like their efforts weren't having much effect. When Kashi looked at her sword, she was shocked to see it had chipped after attacking the massive boss. No damage at all? Kashi thought in surprise. How is that possible? At the same time, Minato charged toward the giant boss from above, hovering mid-air. Riichiro's teachings echoed in his mind as he prepared to strike. When delivering a blow, cast aside all fear and hesitation, and focus only on the opponent's life thread. When facing a strong opponent, always deliver the first deadly strike. Don't give them a chance to counter. Riichiro had instructed him. With those words in his heart, Minato steeled himself. I can do this, he thought. My ultimate move, Infernal Flames of 10,000 miles. Minato launched his most powerful attack, sending a massive fiery wave aimed directly at the towering figure of the boss. However, as the flames dissipated, Minato's strongest attack had only left a small burn mark on the boss's arm, without causing any serious damage. Nothing happened? Minato thought in disbelief. Before he could process what had just occurred, the giant woman in front of him, now furious, swung a massive blade toward him. With overwhelming force, she sent Minato crashing to the ground, his body hurtling like a cannonball. Seeing this, Jakaru called out in concern. Are you okay, Minato? If it weren't for this ice column, I'd be done for, Minato thought, struggling to get his bearings after the brutal attack. Meanwhile, the other members of the team were also sent flying like ragdolls, and at this point, Kashi couldn't help but exclaim, why is this prophecy ranked as level 1? It's too strong. It turned out that this boss was the reason why the prophecy was given such a high rank. With no other choice, she had to rely on their leader. Makoto, Captain, I'm counting on you, she shouted. Don't worry, Makoto said confidently, slowly drawing his sword from behind his back. Seeing that 2 giant monsters were about to collide, Jakaru quickly used his light rope ability to wrap around Minato, pulling him out of the battle zone. We need to retreat. Minato, let the captain handle this. We're just in the way here, Jakaru urged. On the opposite side, the boss Calmetus, sensing the imminent danger posed by Makoto, activated her own skill. She swung her enormous blade, unleashing a devastating column of light aimed straight at the red-haired captain. Captain Su, Minato shouted, worried for his teammate. However, his concern was unnecessary, as when the light dissipated, Makoto stood there calmly, his sword perfectly blocking the massive blade. I knew it, Makoto nodded, acknowledging the attack. See? I told you, Jakaru called out triumphantly. Oh my god, Kashi muttered, worried. People keep saying Team Suu is a one-man army. Minato, deep in thought, realized that their vice-captain's concern was understandable. Back in the battle, seeing that Minato's earlier attack had no effect, the giant boss swung both of her right arms simultaneously, slashing directly toward Makoto. But Makoto smoothly parried the attack by shifting his sword, blocking her blows. Then, with one swift motion, he cut off both of the boss's left arms. In Minato's mind, the swordsman Riichiro watched the scene unfold, nodding in approval. Haha, for this era, this awakened kid isn't half bad, Riichiro thought. Switch with me. Minato, he said eagerly, almost as if he wanted to jump into the fray himself. I won't lend it to you, Minato shouted, refusing to hand over his position. As for Makoto, after looking at the boss's mutilated body in front of him, he calmly spoke. To be honest, I wish my team could experience taking down a boss like you, but I have to finish this now. Upon hearing his words, the two team members immediately activated their barriers to protect the rest of the group. Makoto then prepared to unleash his Fire Dragon God's roar. Zich Kwang, summoning a fierce pillar of fire that shot forward with incredible force. The result was devastating. The giant boss was almost cleaved in half, screaming in agony. Naturally, Minato was the most shocked by this. A fire slash? He thought. But its power is so much greater than mine. Without the shield, I'd probably be nothing but a pile of ashes right now. Is this really the true strength of Team Sua's captain? Minato pondered in amazement. I'm sorry, but this is just my job, Makoto said, his voice calm despite the intense situation. Meow, Kashi called out, taken aback by Makoto's peculiar comment. And Minato couldn't help but worry. Did he really just turn into a cat? The difference in fighting styles was clear. His power is on an entirely different level from mine, Minato thought, his admiration growing. It's amazing. I want to learn so much more from him. Before Minato could react further, Makoto swiftly delivered a finishing blow, cleaving the boss in half. Amazing! The group cheered in unison. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Makoto's left arm suddenly vanished without warning. He didn't seem to care about the missing limb, quickly turning around to assess the situation. To his shock, he realized that something had pierced through his arm and left a hole in Jakaru's body, as if something had flown straight through Makoto's shield and struck Jakaru. Jakaru! Minato screamed, his voice filled with pure anguish. Idiot! Jakaru muttered under his breath before using his remaining arm to shove Minato away with all his strength. Just moments later, more holes were torn through his body. Seeing his comrade end up in such a state, Minato's face turned pale, frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Jakaru let out a regretful sigh. Damn it, my radar couldn't detect the enemy's attack? He forced a smirk despite the pain, his thoughts racing. Captain, I'm sorry, but at least now you must have figured out where the enemy is hiding. Before he could even finish that thought, the light in his eyes faded completely. Makoto clenched his teeth so tightly they could have cracked. He refused to let himself cry. Not now, not in the middle of battle. But the nightmare wasn't over yet. In the very next moment, another squad member was struck. A gaping hole was blasted straight through his neck. Hizano! Kashi screamed. Makoto spun around just in time to see his comrade collapse. But there was no time to grieve, no time to hesitate. He forced down the turmoil clawing at his chest and barked out an order. Everyone, find cover immediately. This is the enemy's technique. The urgency in his voice was enough to snap Kashi and another squad member into action. Without hesitation, they bolted for safety. Now, only 3 of them remained: Kashi, who had already lost an arm, Minato, and Makoto himself. Kashi wasn't even thinking about his own wounds anymore. Instead, his eyes darted to his captain, filled with worry. Your arm, Captain. Makoto didn't respond. His face had darkened with an intense, almost terrifying focus. Not even the barrier could stop that attack. Whatever it is, it's destroying everything it touches. Without wasting another second, he planted his foot into the ground and shot forward at full speed. Meanwhile, something unthinkable was happening. The boss, the one Makoto had sliced clean in half, was regenerating. No way, he muttered under his breath, his blood running cold. Damn it, Kashi cursed. That thing can regenerate too? Their situation was spiraling out of control. We have no choice. We have to take that thing down ourselves. Kashi yelled. Can you move, Minato? But Minato wasn't listening. He stood there, motionless, his eyes locked on the bodies of his fallen comrades. Shaking, breaking. Somebody, please, save them. Bring them back, he whispered, his voice trembling with despair. Faced with Minato's desperate plea, the pharmacist girl could only shake her head and say, Minato, I'm sorry. No matter what skills I use, I can't bring back your fallen comrades. Hearing those words, Minato fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. I understand. He lowered his gaze. Riichiro, One-Tak, Eilerson, everyone. His mind flashed back to a promise he had once made to himself. Back in the battle against Bando, he had relied on Riichiro, but this time, he swore he would finish the mission with his own strength. I'm sorry, but please, help me. His face was filled with despair. All right. Riichiro nodded. His expression darkened with restrained fury at the cowardly sneak attack. Meanwhile, Makoto continued to surge forward at full speed, his mind racing just as fast as his body. Jakaru's radar couldn't detect that attack. His range is about 3 kilometers. That means the enemy must be stationed beyond that distance. One strike was all it took to take my arm and pierce through Jakaru's shield. That means this guy is at least as strong as me. Makoto often held back his true strength so his team could develop their own abilities. But with his speed and observational skills, pinpointing an enemy from over 3 kilometers away wasn't an issue. No matter where this bastard was hiding, he would find him. Names burned in his mind. Jakaru, Hisano, Kawase, Muroni. I won't let your deaths be in vain. With that silent vow, Makoto unleashed another crimson radiant slash, sending a roaring pillar of fire straight ahead. But as the flames died down, the enemy remained untouched. The golden-haired assassin stood there, completely unharmed, surrounded by hovering spheres of darkness. It was those orbs. They had absorbed the attack. Seeing Makoto appear before him, the blond man smirked in amusement. To find me so quickly and attack without hesitation, as expected from the captain of Su's squad. Makoto's eyes narrowed. My flames. He absorbed them? The enemy shrugged nonchalantly. If you still had your left arm, I'd probably be dead right now. But if it's just a fantasy. His smirk twisted into a sinister grin. Now, die. The moment those words left his lips, the dark spheres around him began to tremble violently. Makoto's grip tightened around his sword. Then slash. With a powerful swing, he sent a wave of snow blasting into the air, creating a swirling veil that momentarily obscured the enemy's vision. Seizing the opportunity, the swordsman closed the gap in an instant, moving at his fastest speed. His blade sliced toward the enemy's neck in a decisive strike. But something felt wrong. The sensation of the slash was completely different from what Makoto expected. Alarmed, he glanced at his sword, only to realize that the tip of his blade had vanished. At the same time, a deep, gaping wound had appeared on his side. It was those 2 orbs of darkness behind the enemy. They had neutralized his attack before it could land. You probably thought you had already taken my head? Huh? The blonde-haired man sneered, watching as Makoto collapsed to one knee. But it looks like the one standing on the edge of death is you. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Makoto forced himself forward, swinging his sword once again. But his body, now severely wounded, was too slow. The blonde simply sidestepped the attack with ease. Tisk, useless. He scoffed and drove his foot straight into Makoto's wound, making him cry out in agony. But before he could press the advantage further, Makoto slammed the hilt of his sword into the enemy's chest, channeling all his remaining strength into the blow. The impact sent the blonde flying backward like a cannonball. Coughing, Makoto steadied himself. I wonder, why are you holding back now? He mused, narrowing his eyes. You were attacking us from a distance, but after only a few moves, you suddenly stopped. A skill that can destroy everything in its path. If I had to guess, it's way too broken. He exhaled sharply, which means you can't use it repeatedly. Can you? The enemy, still recovering from the counterattack, smirked. Huh, if I'm at my limit, then so are you. But our conditions aren't exactly the same, are they? He gestured at Makoto's trembling form. You're the one at a disadvantage. He was right. Blood continued to pour from Makoto's wounds, and his breathing was growing heavier by the second. But instead of despair, Makoto responded with something else. A smirk. Disadvantage, he muttered. Rule 3 of the Su squad. Surpass your limits. At that moment, an intense heat erupted from his body. The blonde assassin's expression stiffened. Wait, is he? He was. Makoto was burning his own wounds shut to stop the bleeding. TCH, this guy's insane. The enemy thought. Then, Makoto's grip tightened on his sword. Dragon God's Inferno, Flame Slash. The blonde's eyes gleamed. Oh, so you're willing to burn away your own life just to take me down? A wicked grin spread across his face. Fine then, I'll play along. Dark energy surged around him as he summoned even more of his shadowy orbs. But before he could attack, Makoto's voice rang through the battlefield. Everyone, watch closely. His eyes burned with determination. And never, ever, look down on my comrades. Then, with explosive force, he charged forward. Back to the battle, Kashi's struggle and Minato's awakening. Returning to the battlefield where Vice Captain Kashi was locked in combat, she and her ally had thrown everything they had at the massive behemoth in front of them. Yet, no matter how hard they fought, their attacks barely made a scratch. Damn it, it's not even phased. Kashi gritted her teeth, frustration building up inside her. I can't take this thing down alone. She quickly turned back, calling out, Minato. But the moment she looked at him, her heart sank. Minato was still kneeling on the ground, his body trembling as if the weight of reality had crushed his will to fight. Kashi clenched her fists. This isn't good. After witnessing the deaths of Jakaru and the others, he had completely lost the will to fight. And honestly, she couldn't blame him. Before joining Faigon Su and becoming a hunter, he had been nothing more than an ordinary student. But just as she was about to give up on calling for him, something unexpected happened. Minato suddenly stood up. Before Kashi could even say another word, he vanished like the wind, moving faster than her eyes could follow. In a split second, he had already rushed forward and delivered a devastating kick, shattering the massive foe into countless pieces. That's the technique of the progenitor. Melchia's. Minato, reclaim what's ours. His comrades all shouted in unison, as if rallying behind his newfound determination. Makoto versus the stealth assassin. The battle heats up. Meanwhile, back in Makoto's fight, the battle had reached a boiling point. He swung his blade, unleashing a fiery light slash, sending 2 arcs of searing sword energy toward his opponent. But the cunning rat managed to duck just in time, narrowly evading the attack. Of course, there was a reason he had to dodge. His dark spheres couldn't withstand the sheer power of that strike. He's getting harder to deal with. Makoto analyzed the situation. Even though his opponent could manipulate the dark spheres, the terrain that was destroyed by them immediately regenerated, limiting the assassin's control over the battlefield. If that's the case, Makoto's opponent suddenly extended his hand, launching 2 dark spheres directly at him. But Makoto had been watching closely, predicting the move. He swiftly leaped to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Now's my chance. Without wasting a second, Makoto charged forward, gripping his sword tightly. As soon as he got within range, he swung his blade with all his might, slicing straight through his opponent's shoulder. The assassin's arm was severed in an instant. The tides have turned. Makoto roared triumphantly, but his opponent merely let out a dry chuckle. Turned? You sure about that? Before Makoto could react, the assassin drove his knee straight into Makoto's wounded side, causing blinding pain to shoot through his body. His vision blurred for a moment, his entire body trembling from the impact. As Makoto reeled back in agony, the assassin calmly reached out, placing a hand over his severed arm to stop the bleeding. You really think cutting off one of my arms means you've won? His voice was cold, laced with amusement. Don't forget, you still have a hole in your stomach. The assassin's smirk widened as he continued. From the moment I fired my dark spheres, I already knew you would track my location and try to face me head-on. You're strong. Makoto, every move you make is precise. There's not a single wasted motion. But he leaned in slightly, whispering with a sinister edge to his voice. You're just too predictable. Makoto's breathing grew heavier, his mind racing. That's why this is where you die. Reaching into a pouch at his waist, the assassin pulled out a small book. its cover adorned with a mysterious circular insignia. He held it up, flaunting it like a prized possession, as if it contained the very fate of this battle. The Forbidden Book, a shocking revelation. The moment Makoto laid eyes on the book, his pupils dilated in shock. His voice trembled as he stammered. That book, don't tell me, is that the Apocalypse Tome? Turning his gaze toward the stealth assassin, Makoto demanded an answer. But instead of addressing the book directly, the man smirked and changed the subject. If there exists an organization like Lapgia dedicated to stopping prophecies, don't you think there would also be those who exist to fulfill them? His tone was calm, yet filled with a chilling certainty. I am one of the 12 apostles of the Apocalypse. The 12th apostle, a master of dark sorcery, and the one destined to complete this prophecy. The assassin boldly declared his identity, his confidence unwavering. Makoto furrowed his brows. Complete the prophecy? But why? Instead of answering, the assassin snapped the book shut and let out a low chuckle. If I told you, would you forgive me? Don't talk nonsense. Makoto snapped, irritation flaring up. Without hesitation, he swung his sword again, slicing deep into the assassin's body. Blood splattered across the ground as a deep gash appeared across his torso, and in that same instant, one of his ears was severed, flying off into the air. Makoto's heart pounded. He didn't dodge this time. A glimmer of hope sparked in his chest. I still have a chance. He's out of mana. He won't be able to use that ability again. His body is at its limit. It was a close victory, but a victory nonetheless. Scarlet Dragon. Makoto focused his energy, and his sword burst into roaring flames, preparing for a final, decisive strike. But of course, things were never that simple. A shocking turn, the assassin's counterattack. This is as far as you go. The assassin's voice was steady and confident. He reached into a pouch behind his waist, pulling out a mysterious vial. Before Makoto could even process what was happening, the assassin popped the vial open and drank it in one swift motion. Immediately, his entire body erupted in a blinding light. Makoto instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. But before he could react, bam, a massive force slammed into him, sending him flying across the battlefield. His body skidded across the ground, pain exploding through his ribs as he gasped for air. His mind reeled. What the hell just hit me? Then, as the light faded, Makoto's eyes widened in absolute disbelief. Standing before him, completely restored, was the assassin. His right arm, the one Makoto had severed, was back. What? Makoto's mind went blank. I cut that arm off. I saw it. Yet now, the assassin stood before him, fully healed, his strength seemingly restored to its peak. The power of a relic, a desperate struggle. As if wanting to send Makoto to his grave without any lingering doubts, the assassin let out a cold chuckle and explained. A sacred relic. It's so valuable that I never wanted to use it. But against you, there was no other choice. Sue Makoto. With that, he lunged forward for another attack. Makoto gritted his teeth and countered with flame-light slash, sending a blazing sword arc hurtling toward his opponent. However, the assassin neutralized the attack with 4 black spheres, then immediately took advantage of his many arms, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches against Makoto's body. No way. He's completely recovered? Makoto's mind reeled in shock. A sacred relic? These relics were supposed to be guarded by nations. Powerful artifacts from the era of the tower that no ordinary group should have had access to. How the hell does his organization have the power to use them so freely? Before he could think further, another vicious kick slammed into his ribs, sending him flying across the battlefield once more. This time, he didn't have the strength to get back up. The assassin stood over him, letting out a sigh. So, you finally fall. Memories and resolve. Makoto's last stand. Not yet. I still have something left to do. Makoto clenched his teeth, forcing himself to reach out toward his broken sword lying nearby. At that moment, his past flooded back. A distant memory surfaced. You're an only child, so maybe you don't understand. But why don't you try treating Shinji the way you treat that stray cat? Minato's voice from long ago echoed in his mind. Makoto let out a weak chuckle. You're right. Minato? That's who I am. That thought alone ignited something deep within him. A newfound surge of strength coursed through his body. Gripping his broken sword tightly, Makoto forced himself to stand once more. With one last breath, he prepared to unleash his final strike. The assassin's last move, a cruel farewell. But evil never dies so easily. Before Makoto could swing his blade, boom, a black sphere shot forward, obliterating his hand in an instant. Makoto's eyes widened in horror. Blood splattered across the battlefield as his sword clattered to the ground. The assassin smirked. Farewell, Sua Makoto. Dozens of dark orbs materialized around him, swirling with deadly energy, ready to erase Makoto from existence. Minato arrives, a new challenger steps in. Just then, crack. The unmistakable sound of ice shattering froze the assassin in his tracks. His movements halted. A new voice cut through the battlefield. Oi, did you just make one of our successors cry? The air turned ice cold. Minato had arrived. Hearing that voice, Captain Makoto slightly lifted his gaze and pondered. Minato? No, it's not him. Even Jun'ai had noticed something strange about Minato. The kid standing before him now was no longer the easy prey he could deal with as he pleased. No, Minato had become an existence that made him wary. His only choice now was to resort to threats. Don't move. If you do, I'll kill him right this instant, he growled. But before he could process what happened next, one of his arms was suddenly severed and sent flying. His eyes widened in shock. I never took my eyes off him, and yet, I didn't even see that slash happen, he thought, startled. Meanwhile, the sword in Minato's hand twisted unnaturally after the attack, completely ruined. It broke right away. Huh. Riichiro said calmly. Not that I expected it to last after that strike. He then glanced at the others. Anyway, I'm forging weapons for everyone, so let's send this guy straight to hell. With a cold, detached voice, the alchemist Killick spoke, and in the next moment, he activated his skill, reconstructing the broken sword. From a mere shattered blade, it transformed into an array of different weapons. At the same time, across from them, the severed arm of the ambusher suddenly reappeared in a greenish light, instantly regenerating as if it had been reset. The arm I cut off is growing back? Riichiro muttered in confusion. But Melchia's, with her experience, immediately recognized what was happening. It's reversed cursed technique. I never thought an awakened one from this generation could use it. It must be because of that sacred relic's medicinal effects. It'll keep regenerating his wounds until the effect wears off. But there's definitely a limit to how many times it can do that, she explained. You're right. Margit nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, she fired a headshot straight into the ambusher's forehead. Yet, in an instant, even that wound regenerated, while the man's expression remained frozen in shock, still trying to comprehend how he had even been hit. How do we counter this? The dark-skinned man asked. Just keep killing him over and over. Eventually, he'll run out of chances, Melchia's answered calmly. On the other side, the blond man had also realized just how terrifying Minato was. Without hesitation, he conjured a wall of dark spheres to shield himself. At the same time, Margit took control of Minato's body, firing 3 arrows forward. Miraculously, all 3 found their mark, one piercing straight through the socket of his eye, while the other 2 struck dead center on his chest. The man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Margit narrowed her eyes at him and scoffed. Did you really think a few little spheres could stop me? In front of him, the ambusher was terrified out of his mind. He hadn't even had the chance to do anything before he had already been struck down multiple times. Damn it, he cursed loudly, abandoning any thought of defense. Instead, he used his dark spheres to attack, firing directly at Minato. However, the dark-skinned man controlling Minato's body swiftly maneuvered using his footwork, easily dodging and positioning himself in front of the blond man. He grabbed his wrist with a firm grip, then kicked him straight in the chin, nearly snapping his neck. But the sneaky rat quickly regained his stance, only to be met with a powerful push to the face from Minato. Without giving him a chance to recover, the dark-skinned man unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes like a storm of blows. Yeah, his dark spheres can obliterate anything they touch. It's an incredibly effective skill against long-range attacks, but when his vision is blocked, it's useless, the dark-skinned man calmly explained. Dodging this is simple, he added, executing a move called Thiat Khao Sun, where he rammed his shoulder into the blonde man's chest. The force of the blow was so intense it sent shockwaves from his back, and the blonde man was blasted backward like a cannonball. Afterward, the dark-skinned man asked, "How many times has he died now? What's the point of counting that?" Eilerson responded coolly. Minato calmly walked toward Makoto. Seeing him approach, Makoto trembled and asked, "Are you still Minato?" Meanwhile, the pharmacist used her skills to heal the captain and said, "No, not really. They are all ancient beings, souls residing inside Minato's body. We're here because there's something urgent going on." After finishing her sentence, Minato hurried forward. "So, they really are ancient beings," Makoto muttered to himself, turning back to the ambusher. Even though the sacred relic had kept healing him, the ambusher still had no confidence left. His dark spheres were easily dodged. Impossible. That monster. I have to think of something else, he thought silently to himself. But before he could come up with a new plan, a spear pierced through his heart. There's no time left to think, he thought as his eyes bulged in shock. Meanwhile, the one wielding the spear turned to ask Melchius, "If we leave him like this, will he just keep dying?" "No," she responded calmly. And just as she said that, the ancient being holding the spear received his answer when the ambusher's body automatically regenerated beneath him, breaking free from the spear's hold. "Ah, I see now." The dark-skinned man nodded in understanding. Next, Eilerson controlled Minato's body and delivered a powerful kick from above, sending the blonde man crashing to the ground. What a hassle. I wonder, if I destroy his physical form, where would he regenerate from? She said with interest. Meanwhile, from the ambusher's remaining hand, his body began to slowly regenerate. After several cycles of dying and coming back to life, he realized that he had no chance of retaliating against Minato. So, he switched tactics. I can't let that kid stop me. I need to deal with Makoto and then run, he thought frantically, quickly charging toward Captain Makoto. However, by the time he reached the spot, Minato was already waiting for him. You're a step too slow, Riichiro sneered, then reminded Makoto. Watch carefully. After speaking, he casually extended his sword forward, slashing in a way that created a cross-shaped cut, dismembering the ambusher's body into countless pieces. At that moment, the ambusher began to spiral into despair. My mission is to complete the prophecy. I'm not afraid of death, but all my beliefs shattered when I faced the terrifying threat he posed. The fear I cast aside long ago. It's back now. His thoughts became frantic as he yelled internally. My mission is to complete the prophecy. I'm not afraid. I'll overcome this fear. He then reached into the pouch at his side, pulling out a small vial containing golden sand. Seeing this, Riichiro seemed to recognize what it was and quickly swung his sword to sever the ambusher's arm. Unfortunately, the ambusher managed to open the vial just in time. This is a sacred artifact called Time Abyss, the blonde man thought. Immediately, the sand began to spread, forming a birdcage-like barrier that trapped Minato inside. The regeneration is over. It worked. It really worked. The blonde man sighed with relief in his mind. Meanwhile, Eilerson glanced around and said, This is a cage created by that sacred artifact. What should we do now? As she spoke, her body began to twitch with electrical sparks. Riichiro, meanwhile, stared at his severed arm that could not regenerate and muttered, He has lost his ability to regenerate. On the other side, sensing that Minato was about to try to break free, the blonde man spoke. Even my dark spheres can't break Time Abyss. If I can't kill you, don't think you can kill me. I'm getting out of here. Before he could finish, Riichiro's voice cut through. Hey, did you watch closely earlier? Sue Makoto? Unnoticed by the ambusher, Captain Makoto had quietly appeared behind him. At this moment, Captain Makoto's mind began to fill with countless images, from large to small. It was strange. If it's just holding a sword, I can't be like Makoto. Midori wondered aloud, staring at the broken wooden sword in his hand. Could it be that he's a genius, just like me? Shouldn't you find a mentor who suits you? Midori cheerfully suggested. I followed Ichihara Midori's advice. The strongest prodigy, he responded. I've looked for a master. I've become a disciple of many people, but none of it lasted long. The kid has surpassed my limits. A big, burly man's voice interrupted. You've surpassed me already? He asked. Go find another mentor. Once again, I realize how ordinary I am. In just 1 month, many masters gave up on teaching me. From now on, study under this person, the strongest swordsman I know. He continued, this is my disciple, Hinoki Ichika. He introduced her, his final master. Makoto had trained under Hinoki Ichika for 3 years. When Makoto was still a teenager, he had found a secret scroll at home and asked, Master, what's this technique? Hinoki Ichika glanced at it and replied, it's a lost technique. Even I can't use it. It was the private technique of the founder, Hyoki Ryuichiro. Private technique of the founder? Makoto muttered to himself. Before Ichika could answer, she turned to him and said, All right, Makoto, I've taught you all I can. You've learned all there is of the Hinoki sword style. Makoto's face became slightly blank as he asked, Master, how can I become stronger from now on? In response, Ichika simply shook her head. Who knows? Your talent is extraordinary. Even after all the training, it's like a flower yet to bloom. You can study other schools, or you can focus on combat, but it will be difficult for you to truly stand out while you're still alive. But one day, you may meet a swordsman stronger than you standing right before you. Don't run from it, because fate's encounters only happen once in a lifetime. Back to the present. At this moment, he finally began to understand the words his master had once told him. Thank you, Master. Now I understand, he thought to himself. Right now, at this very moment, deep inside Minato's mind, the ancient spirits seemed to also recognize the change in Makoto. Hey, Hyoki, what is he trying to do? Melchius turned to ask. Captain Suwa, Minato said worriedly. At that moment, both Makoto and Minato emitted an intense aura that shot straight up into the sky. Simultaneously, in the training area of the headquarters of the Unspoken Prophets, Midori, who had been practicing with the industrial chickens, suddenly felt a surge of energy. What is this? The strength? He murmured softly, and shortly after, a loud explosion rang out, causing both Akane and Hiko, who were training behind him, to jump in surprise. An explosion? Akane cried out. The cause of the explosion was that Midori had punched a large hole in the wall and launched himself somewhere. Back on the battlefield, the assassin, the dark mage, also felt the air around Makoto shift. In the midst of the chaos of the time prison, he realized that there was nothing more he could do. Not as a swordsman, but why did he have this unmistakable feeling that he was about to be slashed? His face grew pale with tension as he thought. Meanwhile, inside Minato's mind, Ryuichiro, the swordsman, seemed to understand what was happening with Makoto and spoke. Minato, if a person is a flower, then truly blooming can only happen in a moment, at the peak of the body's golden age, or when one masters transcendent techniques, or when one sleeps and discovers the truth. For him, this moment right now is that time. Etch it into your eyes. With that, Minato's gaze became sharper, as if something clicked in his mind. Back with Captain Makoto, memories, both big and small, began to rush through his mind. His talent, symbolized by the blooming flower, started to unfold. Despite his hands having vanished and lacking a sword, Makoto slowly raised his arms toward the sky, making a motion as though wielding a blade. As the flower of his talent fully bloomed, the Hinoki sword style, lost to time, was awakened. Try it, he whispered, and though the dark spheres of defense should have activated, they did nothing. How could it be? Not only did he not have a sword, but he had no hands, and yet now he had struck? The assassin, in disbelief, thought to himself before his body was cleaved in two. The dark orbs before him still lingered, but they were powerless as defense. Perfect, Riichiro exclaimed in awe, witnessing such an attack. I can feel it now. My awareness of the sword is like the sensation of distance. Even though I stand among the clouds, it feels as though I am above them, at the blue sky summit. Is this it? Have I become a swordsman who has reached this land? He mused. I've surpassed it all: family, friends, comrades, subordinates. Everything I was given has led me here to grow stronger. Even if this is where it ends, I'm content. Shinji, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I've found peace. At this moment, Minato's consciousness emerged in Makoto's mind, calmly walking toward him and extending his hand. Initially, Makoto was surprised by Minato's sudden appearance, but soon, he offered a small smile and reached out in return. Right, even if I die, it's not the end, but the passing of everything to the next generation. Thank you. Makoto nodded and said. Meanwhile, outside, with the death of the Dark Mage, the time prison created by the artifact dissolved, Minato hurried toward Makoto's body, which was slowly collapsing. I connected with the soul of Captain Suwa through the no mark, he choked out. Captain Suwa. Just then, a column of light appeared in the sky, shooting down to the earth. Inside this column of light was Ichihara Midori, the most powerful superlative, as he sensed Makoto's aura flare up, akin to the final moments of a life burning out. He rushed to the scene. Makoto! Midori shouted, desperately catching Makoto's body. But it was too late. Makoto's eyes had lost all their vitality. Today, Suwa Makoto, 23 years old, the superlative of the unspoken prophets, has sacrificed himself on the battlefield, Minato said quietly, bowing his head. On this side, looking at the lifeless body of his closest friend, Midori couldn't hold back his emotions. Makoto, damn it, why? He muttered, remembering the memories he shared with his captain. It was during their training session when Midori had asked, Makoto, why did you become the captain? You're the one with strength second only to me and Faigon Su. Seriously, no one can catch up to you, right? So why not just fight alone? Isn't that the better choice? Midori said, tossing Makoto a bottle of water. Makoto smiled and said, just like you. Midori, are you saying I lack teamwork? Makoto raised an eyebrow. Midori grinned, replying, a star that's farther away than anyone else, shining brighter than anything. A person like you is important too, but I don't know how to put it exactly. Makoto furrowed his brow as he put his clothes back on. Meanwhile, outside, his teammates had just arrived. Captain, Kuzushiro passed the Level 2 swordsmanship exam. It's all thanks to your training, Jakaru said, grinning. Kuzushiro turned to him and said, thank you. Now I can finally be useful. Captain, you're the first person I wanted to tell. Let's go eat. Time to eat, Jakaru shouted. Back to Makoto. He finally had the answer for Midori. Right. I like my teammates. Even if I'm hurt or fall one day, I still want to leave something behind for them. I'm happy I met these people. They've given me this chance to think this way. Back to the present. After reminiscing, Midori choked up and said, when I flew here, I saw your teammates. There are only 2 survivors left. You did your duty as a captain well, didn't you? That's something I could never do. You tried your best. Makoto. As he spoke, Midori's eyes were filled with tears. In a different space, inside Minato's mind, the atmosphere suddenly darkened. It's completely dark. Huh. Eilerson commented, looking up above. Meanwhile, the archer Margit didn't seem all that surprised, and couldn't blame the situation on anyone. Over here, Melchias was also watching Minato's back, deep in thought. Right. He must believe that the tragedy was caused by his own weakness. Every ancestor with teammates, friends, family, or disciples has gone through the pain of losing important people. The result is broken hearts as they watch those who are important to them walk away. And in most cases, nothing can shake a heart that's already scarred and sealed off, he reflected. At this moment, the swordsman Riichiro walked up to Minato and called out, Minato. Hearing the familiar voice, Minato choked out, I should have never fought. My heart hurts so much. It feels like it's about to leap out. If only from the start. I had entrusted everything to the ancestors. Maybe no one would have had to die. I just needed to train this body like a tool, so everyone could unleash their full strength. I understand that in my mind, but the grip of Captain Sua's hand that I held back then, it was as hot as if it were on fire. I was entrusted with it. I didn't want it to go to waste. I don't think I can surpass the ancestors anytime soon, but even if it's just a minute or a second faster, I want to surpass everyone. I don't want anyone else to die, he said, his voice filled with determination. At the same moment, a beam of light appeared from the sky, breaking through the darkness in this spiritual space. Back in the present, with the level 1 prophet taken care of, the snow-covered mountains slowly returned to normal weather conditions. The headquarters of Phi Gon Su sent a helicopter to pick up the team. They carefully gathered the bodies of each fallen comrade and placed them on the helicopter. After this was done, one of the staff members turned to Midori and said, "All members have been recovered. Mr. Midori, we're ready to depart. I'll return alone." Midori calmly responded. Hearing this, Kashi sensed that Midori probably wanted some time alone and didn't press him further. "Please take care." And so, the helicopter carrying the fallen comrades' bodies headed back to the headquarters. Meanwhile, as Midori watched the helicopter disappear into the distance, he immediately pulled out his phone and contacted someone. "Yes, it's me. Midori. Makoto has been murdered. The enemy is the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. Report it and allow for a postponement if needed." "I'll go hunting," he said. With that, Midori's figure vanished. The strongest human no longer wore a smile on his face. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, in Nagano Prefecture, on Maitake Mountain, by a stream, Minato and Shinji were training together. Shinji surrounded his body with a red aura and launched a punch forward, but Minato used his right hand to deflect it, blocking the strike. He then performed a push move known as Kengeki, forcing Shinji to cross his arms in an X shape to defend. The impact was so strong that the water in the stream behind them surged in waves. Minato, undeterred by the force of the Kengeki move, thought to himself. Shinji, on the other hand, immediately counterattacked with a palm thrust aimed at Minato's chest. Unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough. Minato quickly caught his red-haired friend's wrist and, with a swift motion, threw Shinji into the air using a technique called Cyanage from Aikido. As Shinji flew through the air, before his head could touch the ground, he swiftly kicked Minato in the neck, both to attack and to prevent himself from falling. But Minato reacted just as quickly, using his right hand to block the kick. Minato then jumped and aimed a high kick at Shinji, but before he could execute it, a loud shout echoed. "That's enough." At the sound of the voice, both men instantly stopped their attacks, as if a switch had been flipped. The person who intervened was none other than Makoto's master, Hinoki Ichika. 1 month prior, the dissolution of Team Suwa had left a deep wound in the Phi Gon Su. At the funeral of the fallen members, Shinji had stood motionless before the portrait of Captain Suwa for a long time. Not long after, while walking down the hallway, Minato ran into Shinji, whose eyes were dark with fatigue, as he was packing up his older brother's belongings. "Minato, huh?" Shinji said, greeting him casually. "Meow." The sound of a cat meowing caught Minato's attention. He turned to see the source of the noise. "Is that Oribe?" Minato asked after hearing Su's younger sister mention the name of the cat. Shinji was momentarily stunned, but then replied with a sad tone. "You know my brother had a cat? I didn't know anything about it until I started cleaning his room earlier. I never knew how much he loved cats. What books he read, what clothes he bought, what he ate, or what he usually thought about. When I was organizing his things, there was nothing left. It was all gone." Minato glanced at the books in Shinji's hands and asked, "Is that a journal?" "Yeah," Shinji responded. "They said I could take it so I could feel at ease while carrying out missions, knowing it was left behind. My brother wrote a will, and he left me the journal. I thought it would be filled with training routines and daily missions, but at the end of each entry, it's definitely about me." Shinji started reading aloud from the journal. January 12th. "The mornings and evenings are getting cold. I wonder if Shinji is keeping warm enough. March 7th. Shinji passed the hunter exam with top marks. I'm so happy for him. It feels like my own achievement. May 12th. I was really worried when I heard that Shinji was recruited by Su. July 19th. Kashi brought me a delicious watermelon. I wanted to give some to Shinji. October 1st. Shinji is on a reconnaissance mission for an unclear level prediction. I believe he'll complete the mission and return safely. As Shinji read, his body grew weak, and he collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down his face. He clutched the journal tightly to his chest. Sometimes, it's only when we lose something that we truly realize how precious it was. Turning towards Shinji, Minato spoke, noticing his emotional state. Shinji, Captain Makoto always told me stories about you and Oribe, as if releasing some built-up emotions. The redhead wiped his tears and spoke with a determined look in his eyes. I want to become stronger, so that my brother up there, in heaven, doesn't have to worry about me anymore. The next period of time saw the two of them seek training from Makoto's master, Ichika. When the two appeared, she was a bit surprised. What is this? You too? Shinji bluntly replied. My brother, Suo Makoto, is gone. The news left her stunned for a few seconds, but then she sighed, as if accepting it. I see. Can you train us? Both of them asked in unison. Now, under Ichika's guidance, they lay on the ground, exhausted. You two aren't bad at all. A month ago, Minato was a bit more dominant, but Shinji, the potential in you is huge. Thank you, Master, Shinji shouted, his eyes filled with gratitude. Minato, noticing that Ichika only praised Shinji, asked, Master Ichika, what about me? Ichika sighed and replied, I have nothing to say about your martial arts. You know, honestly, I even wish you could teach me something. She then kicked two wooden swords towards them and said, I am the sword. Come at me. Yes, they both responded in unison and charged forward to spar with their master. I will become stronger. If I'm stronger than anyone in this world, then surely. In another scene, in London, England, a well-dressed man walked down a street under the night sky. As he entered an alley, a voice suddenly echoed, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Cotter, right? Hearing the voice, Cotter stopped, turned around, and spoke. So it's my turn now. Huh. Ichihara Midori, tell me the location and whereabouts of your comrades. If you say anything else, I'll kill you immediately. Midori coldly replied. But Cotter, of course, didn't stand still and accept his fate. Don't be so hasty. Let's have a little fun first, he said, beginning to use a skill that caused his staff to suddenly sprout several hearts, each thumping loudly. As expected, a few seconds later, a flash of light lit up the narrow alley, followed by a spray of blood. Midori calmly walked out of the alley. I told you, I would kill you, he said with discomfort, handing over a ledger to a tall, glasses-wearing man in front of him. So there are 7 more, the man said while looking at a stack of other notebooks in his hands. Then, Midori spoke again, his voice cold and unwavering. The scene shifts to a traditional style house, located within the headquarters of the Prophecy Suppressing Unit. This house was situated in the highest secret conference room, where a group of officials gathered. At this moment, several notebooks seized by Midori from the Apostles of the Apocalypse were being sent here. These were sent by Midori? An older woman asked. She was Io, the head administrator of the Prophecy Suppressing Unit, the highest-ranking authority. Yes, these are the prophetic books, the ones held by the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. A well-dressed man named Sinonome Tenjin, the assistant to Io, replied respectfully. Beside him, Kitamori Shiki, another assistant to the administrator, added, It seems that initially it was just one book, but then it was torn into several different volumes. Hearing this, Io flipped open one of the books to inspect it, before saying, Him eliminating the enemies and collecting the prophetic books isn't the problem, but if done recklessly, it's a different matter. It seems that the death of Makoto has greatly affected this. How do you plan to handle this? Kitamori asked. Io smiled softly and replied, Let him go. Right now, whatever I say won't reach his ears anyway. When he returns, I'll make him some tea. At this point, the discussion shifted away from Midori. The two assistants now began talking about another pressing issue. Administrator, I would like to discuss the matter of Suwa Makoto. Currently, we must fill the gap left by the Suwa team. Both of us would like to propose the formation of a new official team. Both assistants lowered their heads in respect as they made their suggestion. Ayo's face became thoughtful, deep in contemplation, but she did not immediately respond. Meanwhile, far away in Tokyo, in a place resembling a vast tunnel, a group of soldiers clad in full armor, carrying crossbows, were gathered. This was the site of a Level 2 prophecy event, dealing with the rebellious forces led by the mysterious boss, Ben Min. Of course, the prophecy-suppressing unit quickly sent people to handle the situation. However, things were not going smoothly for them. One-on-one, it's very tough. A soldier wielding a sword shouted. Can you use ranged attacks to push him back? The mage on the team shouted in frustration, seeing that the soldiers were still unscathed despite her magical assault. Captain Hibiki, our group is still holding strong. Truly resilient. A white-haired girl with earphones nodded approvingly. She was the captain of the Hibiki team, Hibiki Setsuna. However, contrary to what everyone expected, it was not Hibiki, the captain, who handled the situation. Instead, she handed it over to someone else. Can you handle it, Akane? Hibiki asked. Yes. Akane replied confidently and began using her supreme alchemy technique. Everyone, step back, she warned, causing the people behind her to quickly move away. Then, before anyone could react, a mass of liquid in front of Akane suddenly expanded and rushed toward the soldiers. Transmute, Akane muttered, and in an instant, the liquid transformed into a mist, surrounding the soldiers completely. But that wasn't the end. After muttering another command, the mist condensed and latched tightly onto the soldiers' heads. Before igniting into flames, the soldiers screamed in agony as the heat from the liquid was unbearable. You will all die, Akane shouted. As she clenched her hand, the liquid solidified on the soldiers' faces and then extended into sharp, pointed spikes that pierced through their bodies, causing them to impale each other in a grotesque display. Done, Akane announced triumphantly. At the sight of her skill, Hibiki, the captain, clapped her hands in admiration. Toxic, asphyxiating, high temperature, and physical, 4 types of attacks at once? If you're just a temporary member, that's such a waste. Actually, would you like to join my team after the trial? You're amazing, she said, reaching forward to lift Akane's chin in praise. Akane smiled and gently brushed Hibiki's hand aside. Thank you very much. I'll think about it later. Behind them, the other members watched the interaction between Hibiki and Akane. Intrigued, is the captain really serious about inviting her to join? She's strong, cute, and her personality is so gentle. She'd be a great addition to the team. One of the team members whispered, if she joins, we'll have nothing left to do, another team member added with a grin. Hibiki laughed and smiled at the thought, but the 2 other members couldn't help but exchange a knowing look. Captain, is that really your true goal? One of them asked, slightly exasperated. After leaving the tunnel, Akane pulled out her phone and contacted Minato. Hello, Minato. It's Akane here. Task 7. All 3 states completed. Send me the next task. Hurry up, she said, eagerly waiting to see what the next test would be. On the other end, Minato, who was playing with his cat, was a bit surprised. Already, he thought to himself. In his mind, the alchemist Killick couldn't help but express his excitement. Haha, task 7 already done? Great job, Akane. Minato, feeling encouraged, then spoke. Can you gather about 3 items for the next one? Leave it to me, Killick responded confidently while rummaging through his books. Satisfied with the answer, Minato relayed the message to Akane. I'll send it right away. Looking forward to your progress. By the way, Hiko's already on task 8, right? Akane replied. Isn't that right? Meanwhile, in Takarazawa, Saitama Prefecture, Hiko, the blonde-haired guy, was busy handling a Level 2 prophecy event, the Earth Eater Beast. However, It seemed that the boss wasn't very resilient, as after receiving a single kick from Hiko, its body shattered into pieces. Task 8. Preemptive strike with destructive punches completed, Hiko said, looking at his fist. Upon seeing his success, Todoroki Ichiro, the captain of the Todoroki team, shouted enthusiastically, "Great job, Hikotaro. Join my team." As his team lifted him up in celebration, Hiko could only awkwardly laugh and say, "Haha, I'll think about it." Back to Akane. She confidently assured Minato, "I won't lose to anyone in these tasks." On the other end, Minato nodded. "Shinji's getting stronger every day, and I'm not slacking off either. I have faith in you." Hearing this, Akane's face flushed slightly, and she let out a haughty humph. The cat, meanwhile, seemed to mimic her, making Minato laugh. "Why's it always playing with you?" "Oribe," he said. Akane, confused, asked from the other side, "What's going on? Are you jealous or something?" "Let's skip that for now." Akane then continued, having overheard some news. "By the way, have you guys heard the rumor? They're planning to form a new team to replace Team Suwa. They'll pick a captain from among those with notable achievements." Minato, intrigued, asked, "Really? Who's in charge?" Akane responded, "I heard it from Hiko. What do you think about Team Kaminaji?" "Team Kaminaji?" Minato snapped to attention. "Wait, what did you just say?"
"Why me?" Minato stammered, his voice laced with uncertainty. Akane fell silent for a few seconds, carefully choosing her words before speaking. "Taiyo has a wish to eliminate all the calamities foretold by prophecy. And that wish is mine as well. To lay the foundation for that goal, the team captains must possess a strong will to lead their members. I believe you have what it takes to do that." Her unwavering belief caught Minato off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. But before he could say anything, a voice from the other end of the call interrupted. "Akane, let's go," Hibiki reminded. Hearing that, Akane gave a small nod and spoke to Minato one last time. "I have to hang up now. Think about it. See you later." And with that, she ended the call without hesitation. Minato sat alone on a large rock, his mind spinning as he replayed their conversation. "Captain, huh?" The more he thought about it, the more his face twisted in contemplation. His inner turmoil was so obvious that even Master Ichika took notice. "Hey, Shinji, what's he doing?" she asked. Shinji, the swordsman, had apparently overheard everything and answered without hesitation. "He's thinking about becoming the captain of a new team." Hearing that, Ichika let out a sigh, her expression a mix of boredom and mild exasperation. "If he's gotta do it, then he should just do it. Wouldn't that be easier?" Shinji nodded in agreement. "I think he's the right person for the job." Scene shift. Inside Minato's mind, the founders watched their disciple wrestle with his thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, the sorceress Meltias finally broke the silence. "Doesn't anyone have any advice to give him?" "Nope." The entire group answered in unison, leaving Meltias momentarily speechless. The founders then began murmuring among themselves. "We spent our entire lives mastering our own combat techniques. So leading others? Yeah, we have no idea how to do that." Hearing their blunt honesty, Meltias let out a deep sigh, clearly unimpressed. "Wow, what a bunch of unreliable mentors. Hey, you're part of this group too. You know." Reichiro, the swordsman, shot back. Then, as if remembering something, he turned his gaze toward someone standing in the back. "Hey, what about you, Ryan? Got anything to say?" The person Reichiro was looking at was none other than Ryan, the founding strategist. With the swordsman's impatient reaction, the strategist remained calm and simply stated, "It's not time yet. Besides, right now, there's already someone well suited for the job." Scene shift. Outside, while Minato was still sitting deep in thought like an old man lost in contemplation, a wooden sword suddenly came flying from a distance and stabbed deep into the rock beside him, snapping him out of his daze. The one responsible? Master Ichika. "Hey, Minato, how about training instead of sitting there brooding all day? Today, we'll spar, then move on to footwork drills." "Why yes, ma'am," Minato quickly responded, scrambling off the rock. The astonishing thing was that as he landed, his feet touched the water, but instead of sinking, he stood as if walking on solid ground. This was none other than Ba Vandu, the legendary movement technique. Across from him, Ichika observed the feat and couldn't help but praise him. Not bad, no sinking, and you're already walking across it? Seriously, kid, what kind of monster are you? Even a top-tier prodigy would take at least half a year to reach that level. Minato could only give an awkward chuckle in response. After all, even in his sleep, the founders forced him to train relentlessly within his spiritual world. At that moment, Ichika suddenly launched an attack. She enveloped her wooden sword in a radiant purple aura, then swung it forward with immense force, releasing a blade of energy that sliced through the air at breakneck speed. Luckily, Minato was still somewhat on guard and managed to duck just in time. However, the rock behind him was cleaved cleanly in half the moment the energy wave struck it. Ichika pointed directly at Minato and declared, "You can sit around overthinking things all you want, but I'll make sure you stay focused." Hearing that, Minato shoved aside all thoughts about choosing a new captain and gripped his sword tightly, because if he didn't, his intense master was about to chop him in half. Inside the spiritual world, Reichiro, the swordsman, had already figured out who Meltias was referring to. "The one you meant, it's her, isn't it?" Beside him, the sorceress Meltias gave her assessment. "She seems to be quite powerful, even compared to others of her time." As expected from his descendant, Reichiro clarified, "Technically, she's probably my younger brother's descendant. I never had any kids myself." Then, as his gaze locked onto the screen before him, he admitted, "It's her. The one who trained someone like Suo Makoto. Hioki Ichika, the current successor." Huh? Back to the battle between Minato and Ichika. At that moment, Ichika unleashed a technique called Serpent's Frozen Blessing, slashing out multiple zigzagging energy waves that forced Minato to dodge frantically, barely managing to avoid them. "She's serious," Minato muttered to himself. But Ichika didn't let up for even a second. She immediately followed up with another move, Infernal Blade, sending countless energy slashes hurtling toward Minato. Inside the spiritual realm, Reichiro, the swordsman, could no longer contain his excitement. "Another technique I've never seen before. Has she developed a method that erodes the target from all sides? This is seriously fascinating." Back in the real world, somehow, Minato managed to slip past Ichika's relentless assault. Seeing this, his master finally paused for a moment and spoke up. "Impressive, dodging that without even knowing the technique." Then, with a smirk, she added, "Your Hinoki sword style, it kind of resembles the techniques of the founder." She looked at him intently before continuing, "I know what's on your mind. You're wondering if you can ever become someone like Makoto, aren't you?" Her words hit Minato like a mirror reflecting his deepest thoughts, leaving him momentarily stunned. Nearby, Shinji's expression also grew complex. "Minato, is that what you've been thinking about?" Inside Minato's mind, his hands clenched tightly around his wooden sword as he told himself, "That's right, because I saw it with my own eyes. I saw just how incredible Makoto was as a captain. Can I ever become someone like that?" It was as if Ichika had read his mind, because she suddenly spoke again. "Who says you have to become exactly like him? Look." With that, she activated another technique. The water around them swirled violently, forming a massive tornado that spiraled straight into the sky. This is the Hinoki sword-style celestial Tengu dance. Finishing the move, she turned to Minato with sharp, piercing eyes and declared, "Every single technique I've used so far was created by later generations, by refining and evolving the techniques of the founder. No one can ever be exactly like the founder. That kind of power is like the difference between heaven and earth." But still, they studied. Step by step, they pushed forward. They developed their own styles. At this point, Ichika paused briefly, her mind drifting back to memories of Captain Makoto. "I don't know what kind of Captain Makoto was, but he must have been a great one. Wasn't he?" She looked at Minato, her voice steady yet firm. "No one can be exactly like him from the start. But if you keep strengthening your will, you'll get there eventually. Isn't that right, Kaminagi Minato?" She then leaned forward slightly, her eyes filled with conviction. "So instead of asking whether you can become like Makoto, shouldn't you be thinking about what has been entrusted to you?" Across from her, Minato's mind flashed back to the moment when he shook hands with Captain Makoto. The memory burned brightly in his thoughts. Then, with unwavering determination in his eyes, he answered, "The future." Hearing his response, Ichika felt a surge of excitement rising within her. "That's the look I wanted to see. Then I'll train you for the future." Minato, come at me. And just like that, the two of them clashed once more, their energy colliding and shaking the surroundings. Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later, at the headquarters of the Silent Messengers, two captains, Todoroki and Hibiki, were reviewing a list on a tablet. The burly, orange-haired Todoroki furrowed his brow and asked, "This is the candidate list for the new unit's captain, right, Shinonome?" On the other end of the call, Shinonome, an older man, took a drag from his cigarette before replying. "That's right, normally, we captains recommend candidates to the general manager. But this time, it seems a little different." Huh? Following his gaze, the name displayed on the list was Minato, the person who had nominated him, Master Ichika. However, what they didn't know was that at that very moment, in a nearby garden, a shadowy figure was secretly making a call. "I've infiltrated the area without any problems. I've heard that the captain selection tournament will begin in 3 days. Please wait just a little longer, boss." The voice belonged to none other than Eva, a member of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse, and someone who had their own ambitions. "The new captain of Taio's unit will be me." To provide a more detailed explanation of how the mysterious figure was able to infiltrate the domain of the Silent Apostles so easily, it was because he possessed a special ability called Dominance. This ability allows the user to take over the body of anyone they have killed, assuming their identity completely. His original objective was to secure the position of the new unit commander of Taio so that he could tear the organization apart from within. Meanwhile, Ichihara Midori had been slaughtering members of the 12 Apostles one after another. Half of them had already fallen. There's no way to defeat that monster through conventional means. The only thing we can do is sow chaos within Taio itself. All of this is to fulfill the prophecy. A shadowy figure murmured these words in a hushed voice. 3 days later, the scene shifts to a large-scale training ground in Taio. At this moment, Shinonome had gathered all the candidates vying for the position of unit commander and made a formal announcement. "Now, the selection exam for the commander of our newly established unit will officially begin. There will be 4 rounds of tests. The first 3 tests will be used to narrow the candidates down to 4. Points will be awarded as follows. First place earns 3 points. Second place gets 2 points. And third place receives 1 point. In the end, the candidate with the highest total score will be appointed as the commander of the new unit. This time, the Supreme Commander will also be observing the exam from his office. Fight with everything you have." Shinonome's voice boomed across the field, filled with authority. "Yes, sir," the candidates shouted in unison. Minato's perspective. Standing among the candidates, Minato felt the weight of pressure bearing down on him. So these are the candidates for the new unit. Still, something felt off. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? A total of 8 participants had entered the exam. The other candidates' perspective. Naturally, the other candidates were shocked to see someone like Minato, a rookie, participating in the exam. A brown-haired young man glanced over and asked his companion, "Is he the kid that Midori brought in? What do you think?" This was Koki Haruki from Team Yaguruma. Beside him, a young man wearing a baseball cap scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Only 2 months in, and he already thinks he can be a commander? What a joke." His name was Asahina Seishiru from Team Yorozuya. On the other side of the field, a girl with long black hair grinned and said cheerfully, "Wow, he's still just a trainee? That's pretty impressive." "Huh, Lil, Soa?" Her name was Sanbei Kuromo. In response, an irritated voice snapped back. "Who the hell gave you permission to call me Lil, anything? 2 months in and he's already here? What kind of monster is this guy?" The blonde-haired girl scowling beside her was Hyagi Soa from Team Makabe. Meanwhile, toward the back, a young man with purple hair was checking Minato's profile on his tablet. Unable to hide his surprise, he cleared a first-rank apostle without losing a limb, and the one who recommended him was Hinoki Ichika? Now that's interesting. His name was Sakazaki Izuki from Team Sarusaki. I also heard he's been teaching other people as well. A laid-back voice chimed in, spoken by a young man with orange hair, casually munching on a chocolate bar. His name was Shikami N from Team Todoroki. Finally, there was a green-haired young man standing silently, his gaze resting on Minato with a hint of concern. "So this is the guy who tutors Akane. Is he the cute type? Hope we don't end up overlapping as characters." His name was Ayukanami from Team Hibiki. An ominous secret, unknown to the rest. One of the people in this group had already been replaced by Apostle Eva. Back to Minato's perspective. Of course, Minato couldn't help but feel uneasy. Every other candidate had their team leader present to support them, except him. And the reason? It was utterly ridiculous. That morning, Minato had received a message from his master, Ichika. It simply read, "I overslept, so I won't make it in time." That would have been bad enough, but the worst part? She didn't even sound the slightest bit guilty. In fact, she had the audacity to send a follow-up message threatening him instead. "If you fail before I get there, I'll personally throw you into an active volcano." Reading that, Minato felt every hair on his body stand on end. Because he knew, she wasn't joking. The mere thought of his training sessions with her was enough to make him want to piss himself. Master doesn't joke around. If she says she'll do something, she'll damn well do it. Wait, she's actually done this kind of thing before. No matter what the test would be, he absolutely could not fail before his master arrived. Minato steeled himself, trying to calm his nerves. But before he could dwell on it any further, Shininome's powerful voice shattered his thoughts. "Now, let the selection exam begin." Scene transition. Ichika and Shinji. Meanwhile, at a completely different location, Ichika and Shinji were in a mad rush to get to the examination site. Well, to be precise, only Shinji was actually running. As for Ichika, she was standing on his back like a damn boss. To make matters worse, she'd even brought her cat along for the ride. The red-haired swordsman, clearly struggling, couldn't help but voice his frustration. "Master Ichika, are you really sure this counts as training?" "Of course it does. Hurry up, hurry up. If you keep slacking off like this, you're gonna miss the best part, the moment Minato passes." With no other choice, Shinji clenched every muscle in his body and sprinted even faster. Back to Minato. By this point, the first exam had already begun. And it was a familiar one to our protagonist, a magic power assessment test. Which, quite frankly, was Minato's specialty. As soon as his results came in, Shinonome froze for a few solid seconds before finally announcing. Magic power test. First place. Kaminagi Minato. "Oh crap, I broke it again. My bad, my bad." Minato scratched his head awkwardly as he turned toward Shinonome, clearly embarrassed. Meanwhile, the other candidates were completely floored. Did the magic power meter just break? Asahina, who placed fifth, muttered in disbelief. At that moment, Sakazaki, ever the analytical one, stepped forward to explain. Did his power exceed the threshold? Occasionally, you get rare cases like this. A super genius's physical or magical capabilities can sometimes surpass the normal limits. I'd say he's highly specialized in magic. Kind of like you, Shikami. As he spoke, Sakazaki shot a glance toward the orange-haired man beside him. Hearing this, Shikami's lips curled into an intrigued smile. So that's how it is. Huh? In the end, Minato placed first in the magic power test. Sonobe took second place, and Sakazaki came in third. As for the others, let's not talk about it. Next exam announced. Without wasting any time, Shinonome stepped forward to declare the next challenge. The second test will be one-on-one combat. You may choose your own opponent. The first to defeat their opponent will earn 2 points. The first person to choose will be. Without waiting for the old man to finish his sentence, Shikami immediately raised his hand. Minato, let's fight. His voice brimmed with confidence. After all, he was the strongest official member when it came to solo combat, possessing stats that exceeded normal limits. At just 2 years old, Shikami had been caught in a monster outbreak from a rift. It seemed like he and his mother were doomed, but no. That wasn't how things played out. In some miraculous way, while still sitting in his cradle, he slaughtered every single monster to protect his mother. That was the legend surrounding him. Cut to the back of the training grounds, Captain Hibiki glanced at Todoroki beside her and teased. Hey, Todoroki, you're really sneaky for bringing Shikami here. Huh? What's wrong with bringing the strongest guy? Todoroki raised an eyebrow in response. Shikami might not have been blessed with magical talent, but his physical strength was on a completely different level. Among all the elite warriors, ever since he joined the squad, he had devoted himself entirely to martial arts training. In pure hand-to-hand combat, there wasn't a single person who could take him down. The squad captain flexed his muscles proudly. prompting the silver-haired woman beside him to sigh. It's way too hot for you to be striking poses. Cut it out. Despite her words, she couldn't help but feel a bit curious about how this fight would play out. Realistically speaking, among everyone present, Shikami had the best one-on-one combat skills. I wonder if this match will end with a crater in the ground. Up front, Shikami cracked his knuckles as he warmed up. Before the match even started, he turned to Minato and asked, "While you can still talk, answer me, did you really teach Hiko?" Minato was momentarily taken aback but soon shook his head slightly. "Teach? Not exactly. I just gave him some advice." "So that means you did? Huh? Giving advice to a genius and acting like you trained him?" Hiko was indeed an extraordinary prodigy. Even without Minato, he would have been just as powerful. Shikami's tone grew sharper, and in response to this cocky and arrogant attitude, Minato simply smiled and nodded. "Yeah, you're right, I think so too." Minato's relaxed attitude seemed to irk Shikami slightly. "You're a weird guy, you know that? Whatever, let's go." With that, Shikami activated one of his abilities, Fire God. A golden aura surged around his entire body, making him look as if he were bathed in divine flames. Then, he gathered power into his feet and launched himself forward with an explosive leap. The force of his jump was so immense that the ground beneath him shattered and sent debris flying backward. To Minato, all he heard was a deafening boom, and in the blink of an eye, Shikami was already right in front of him. "Damn, he's fast," Minato thought to himself, hurriedly ducking to avoid the incoming punch. Even though the attack didn't land, the sheer force behind it sent a violent shockwave tearing through the ground behind him, leaving nothing but a massive, jagged trench in its wake. "Amazing, amazing, Shikami, go all out," Todoroki cheered enthusiastically, striking a dramatic pose. Shikami, unfazed, started swinging his fists like a relentless machine, sending countless energy blades flying in every direction. Meanwhile, Minato skillfully dodged every single attack with ease, smoothly weaving through the barrage without breaking a sweat. At the same time, he sharpened his focus, carefully analyzing every movement of his aggressive opponent. Then, the moment he saw an opening, Minato swiftly reached out, grabbed Shikami's wrist, and executed a powerful throw. It was a technique from the Gao Tang school, accumulated impact. This technique allowed Minato to borrow his opponent's own strength and turn it against them. The result? The instant Shikami's body hit the ground, a massive crater exploded outward, sending dirt and rubble soaring high into the air. The sheer force of the impact left the entire audience momentarily frozen in shock. Even Minato himself was surprised. "Holy crap, all I did was redirect his power, and it still ended up this strong? You've really got some insane strength, Shikami," Minato praised. However, Shikami didn't take it as a compliment. His face twisted with rage, veins bulging along his forehead. To him, Minato's words felt like nothing more than an insult. "You bastard, are you mocking me?" Shikami yanked his arm free from Minato's grip and immediately landed back on solid ground. His quick recovery left the other candidates watching in awe. He regained his stance that fast? Even after hitting the ground hard enough to make it explode. "He's totally fine," the green-haired guy exclaimed. Meanwhile, Sakazaki, still analyzing the fight on his personal computer, explained without taking his eyes off the screen. "Of course, Shikami's physical abilities are beyond the normal limit. His body's toughness isn't something an average person could ever compare to." Back in the fight, Shikami looked like he had completely lost it. He funneled all his strength into his legs and charged forward like a rabid beast. Seeing this, Minato remained calm, running calculations in his head. Just using counterattacks isn't enough to take Shikami down. In that case, let's try this. With that thought, Minato gathered power into his legs, using the debris behind him as a foothold. In an instant, he shot forward like a lightning bolt. The moment he got close, he unleashed a devastating kick straight into Shikami's stomach, a move from his master Eilerson's light kick technique. The impact bent Shikami's entire body like a shrimp. But Minato wasn't done yet. He immediately slammed his foot down to anchor himself, then followed up with another kick, a technique from Master Wantak called Dominating Strike, Soaked Kick. The thunderous blow sent Shikami flying in a chaotic zigzag, crashing into the surroundings as he tumbled through the air. By the time he finally came to a stop, his entire body was scorched black, steam rising off him as if he had just stepped out of a sauna. His eyes were rolled back, completely dazed. Seeing this, Shinonome stepped forward, checked Shikami's condition, and officially declared the result. Stop, the duel is over. The winner is Kaminagi Minato. 2 points added. Inside Minato's mental space, Masters Eilerson and Wantak high-fived each other, proud to see their techniques secure the victory. Meanwhile, Hisagi, the blonde girl who had been watching the entire match, felt a surge of excitement rise in her chest. No matter how you look at it, his physical abilities completely overwhelmed Shikami. Then she turned to Sakazaki, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Didn't you say Minato's magic power was supposed to be his over-limit stat? Sakazaki didn't answer the question. He was too focused on analyzing the data on his laptop, his mind tangled in confusion. Minato's combat ability is that high? If I just leave him alone, I'd expect him to get eliminated eventually, but there's a chance he might become an obstacle for me. He furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Time passed quickly, and soon enough, Shikami finally started regaining consciousness. The first thing he felt was an unbearable wave of pain surging through his entire body. He couldn't help but let out a groan of agony. Beside him, Minato was tending to his injuries. Seeing Shikami awake, he calmly advised, "You shouldn't move too much. I'm healing you right now." Shikami, however, looked at Minato as if he were staring at a complete anomaly. "Are you kidding me? Your magic power and physical strength are already beyond the limit. And now you can heal too? Is there anything you can't do?" From Minato's perspective, Shikami's words made him pause for a moment. Lost in thought, memories of the battle against that blonde assassin with Makoto's group flashed through his mind. The feeling of helplessness as he watched his comrades fall still lingered deep in his heart. No matter what kind of ability it is, bringing back a body that's already dead is impossible. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression turned unreadable. "I'm not capable of everything," he muttered. Then, shifting his tone back to normal, he continued, "You should be able to stand up now." Shikami noticed the change in Minato's demeanor and was about to question him when, boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the distance, snapping their attention toward the source. "What the hell was that?" Shikami blurted out. Minato responded without much surprise. "That's the final match of the one-on-one round." This revelation caught Shikami off guard. "The final match? How long was I even out for?" Minato casually shrugged. "Only about 5 minutes. But after our match, the rest of the fights all took roughly the same amount of time." The second match was between Koki from Yaguruma's team and Iryu, the green-haired guy from Hibiki's team. Koki secured an easy victory with a clean chokehold. The third match was between Asahina, the cap-wearing member of Team Yorozuna, and Sonobe, the black-haired girl from Team Yushima. Asahina won the fight by overwhelming his opponent with sheer power. The other 2 matches finished quickly, but these two took their time battling it out. Minato's gaze shifted toward the final match, Sakazaki versus Hisagi. At that moment, Hisagi launched a relentless assault, unleashing a flurry of punches while shouting, "Sakazaki, you must think you're strong. Huh? Your abilities are always stable and consistent. But in the end, without an exceptional skill, you're nothing more than someone replaceable. Knowing a bit of everything but mastering nothing. How do you expect to lead a team like that?" Despite being pushed back by Hisagi's fierce attacks, Sakazaki remained calm and composed, responding in a steady tone. "Unfortunately, it seems like we have different ideas about what makes a leader. Over-limit stats, special recruits, geniuses with unique, unmatched talents. When an ordinary person is placed under the command of someone like that, they'll never be able to keep up. What awaits them is only death. A high-level ability, one that allows me to react swiftly to any situation and increase my team's survival rate. Even by just 1%. That's the kind of leader I want to become. I won't let my team's fate be sealed by the end of a battle. Like Makoto's team, asterisk." He finished his words with a mocking smirk while glancing toward the battlefield. Hearing this, Shikami clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked audibly. His expression twisted in anger. I heard that. You four-eyed bastard. Do you enjoy poking at people's wounds? He turned to Minato, his voice rising. Don't listen to that guy. He looked ready to charge at Sakazaki right then and there. But Minato calmly placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Yeah, thanks, Shikami. Returning to the fight, Hisagi activated her martial arts technique, refined locking form. A golden aura enveloped her entire body as she spun forward at high speed, unleashing a rapid barrage of attacks aimed directly at Sakazaki. Unable to counter, he was forced entirely into defense. Then, boom, a direct hit sent Sakazaki flying backward. Seeing Sakazaki surrender so suddenly, Hisagi didn't take it well. You bastard, Sakazaki, you jumped back on purpose, didn't you? She clenched her fists, clearly unsatisfied. She hadn't even landed enough hits to feel satisfied with this so-called victory. Before she could charge at him again, her close friend Sonobe rushed in and pulled her back. Hisagi, calm down. Meanwhile, Sakazaki casually stood up, dusting off his clothes while adjusting his glasses. TCH, I don't like violent girls at all, he said, shaking his head. I realized this fight would drag on, so I decided to conserve my stamina. The selection process is far from over. He spoke as if it was nothing, but in his mind, a different thought lingered. If I wanted to, I could have taken her down, but I don't want Minato to know my full hand just yet. As he wiped his glasses, he shot a quick glance at Minato, his gaze carrying the presence of a true schemer. With that, the second test, the one-on-one duels, officially came to an end. Shinonome, the proctor, stepped forward and announced, "All right, after a 30-minute break, we'll begin the third exam. Only the top 4 will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. So, do your best." Back to Minato's perspective, he took a deep breath, repeating the words in his mind. A break, huh? Master and Shinji sure are taking their time. Did they get lost or something? Meanwhile, in another part of the story, Shinji was panting heavily, nearly doubled over from running such a long distance. We finally made it, Master, but why didn't we head straight to the test site? Why are we here in the headquarters garden instead? Ichika, remaining calm, walked toward the base of a massive tree. She furrowed her brows and spoke in a low voice. Someone died here recently, didn't they? There are still traces of aura lingering. It was well hidden, but it looks like a highly skilled individual was killed by some kind of monster. Her words made the young swordsman behind them stiffen in shock. He gasped loudly, his voice filled with disbelief. What? An intruder managed to get inside Taiyo? But this place is supposed to be completely secure. Ichika shook her head slightly. That's not necessarily the case. Those people, the ones calling themselves the 12 Apostles, they seem to know a lot about us, don't they? So it's not surprising if they managed to find this place. Why? What exactly are they after? Shinji murmured under his breath. But even Ichika herself didn't have an answer to that question. Instead, her expression hardened, turning more serious as she urged him forward. Let's go, Shinji. We need to get to the test site now. As she spoke, a few more unsettling thoughts crossed her mind, things she chose not to share with her student. The one who was killed, they must have been at least captain level. But there haven't been any reports of a death. This is getting more and more interesting. Makoto isn't the only one with someone out there seeking revenge. Time passed quickly, and back at the site of the new captain selection test, it was now lunchtime. Everyone was happily gathered in small groups, eating and chatting with one another. At that moment, while Minato was eating with his hot-blooded friend Shikami, he noticed two familiar figures approaching from a distance, Shinji and Master Ichika. Seeing them, Minato cheerfully waved and called out, "Master Ichika, Shinji, over here." Noting his enthusiasm, Ichika quickly deduced that her student had successfully passed the first 2 rounds of the test. She smirked and quipped, "Good, now I don't have to throw my disciple into a volcano anymore." Around them, others soon noticed her presence and grew more serious. Isn't she one of the elite members of Taiyo's special forces? Along with Ichihara Midori? That's Hinoki Ichika. Sakazaki adjusted his glasses as he spoke, but his dramatic explanation only left Hisagi irritated. Why the hell are you guys narrating people's backgrounds out loud all of a sudden? Ignoring their chatter, the scene shifted to Shinji's perspective. After scanning the group carefully and taking stock of the number of people present, a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. He leaned closer to his master and whispered, "Master, something's off. Didn't you say that someone at the captain level was killed? But right now, all 7 captains are still here." Of course, Ichika wasn't foolish. She had already realized this long ago. She simply flashed a small, knowing smile before calling out to Minato. "Minato, come here. There's something we need to talk about." The 3 of them then moved to a more secluded area, far from the crowd, ensuring no one could eavesdrop. Once there, Ichika revealed her findings, causing Minato's eyes to widen in shock. "What? One of the 12 apostles is disguising themselves as someone here?" he practically shouted, as if he wanted the whole world to hear. "Are you an idiot? Keep your voice down," Shinji scolded, visibly annoyed. Meanwhile, Ichika continued speaking, her tone steady and calm. "The chances are extremely high. Based on the traces I found in the garden, there's no doubt about it. The one who was killed was definitely at captain level. But if they were really murdered, and yet all the captains are accounted for here, then there's only one logical conclusion. Think about it for a second." She narrowed her eyes. "The killer must be someone with the ability to shapeshift." Hearing this, Minato's face broke into a cold sweat, his nerves on edge. "That means, isn't the current situation extremely dangerous?" His voice was filled with unease. "Of course, it's dangerous," Shinji responded firmly. "We're standing in the heart of an organization that exists to prevent the prophecy of humanity's extinction. And yet, there's an imposter among us, someone who has murdered a captain and taken their place. If we don't handle this properly, more people will die. Worst of all, if we fail, the prophecy of mankind's destruction might come true just as they planned." Then, without warning, their battle-hardened master, Ichika, gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and casually suggested, "Well then, how about we just kill everyone here? That'd be faster, wouldn't it?" "Absolutely not," Minato and Shinji shouted in unison. After taking a deep breath and giving himself a couple of seconds to assess the situation, Minato summarized their next course of action. "So, during this captain selection process, we need to track down the hidden apostle and eliminate them. That's our priority, right?" As he spoke, he had already begun thinking ahead. After all, it was incredibly rare for all the captains to be gathered in one place like this. They had to take advantage of this unique opportunity to uncover the apostle's disguise as soon as possible. Ahead of him, Ichika also understood the weight of the situation. She nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The 12 apostles. That means this guy's comrades are the same bastards who killed Makoto. Fired up now, aren't you?" Hearing this, Minato clenched his fists as memories of his fallen comrades flashed through his mind, especially those taken down by that blonde-haired assassin. His resolve hardened. "Yes, master," he declared without hesitation. Beside him, Shinji also tightened his fists, his expression dark and filled with a thirst for retribution. However, as determined as they were, finding a single imposter within such a large group wouldn't be easy. There was no clear way to distinguish them, no foolproof method to uncover their disguise. With no other option, Shinji decided to reach out to the founders within the spiritual realm for guidance. "What do you think?" Minato asked one of the founders, a man dressed exactly like Sherlock Holmes. This was Azur, the founder of detectives. Azur took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a thick, white cloud of smoke before responding. "Let's see. If possible, I'd like to visit the crime scene first. But since the exam is still ongoing, that's not an option, is it?" Hearing this, Minato pointed out that there was still some time left in the lunch break. If they hurried, they might be able to check the scene before the next test started. However, Azur shook his head and explained, "That would only make the culprit suspicious. If this murderer is as strong as the apostle we fought before, he could easily wipe out everyone here if he wanted to. We need to stay put and act as a deterrent in case things take a turn for the worse." "I see. Well, since the final round is coming up soon anyway, we can check it out later." Minato nodded in agreement. But before moving on, he turned to the other masters with a puzzled expression. Still, a battle intense enough to kill a captain happened right here in Taio's headquarters. And none of the founders noticed any traces of it? How is that possible? This time, it was Reichiro, the swordsman, who answered. It's not impossible. Remember, we spent an entire month up in the mountains with you. That place isn't just any ordinary mountain, it's sacred ground. The energy flow there is naturally disrupted, making it difficult to sense anything outside its boundaries. Just being there is training in itself. That's where the Hinoki Sword School was founded. Beside him, Meltias, the mage, added, not to mention, this guy is skilled enough at concealment that you'd have to be practically on top of the crime scene to sense any lingering aura. That alone is proof we're dealing with a high-level apostle. Hearing this, Azur let out an exaggerated groan. Come on, are you guys seriously explaining everything before I even get to do my job? Don't steal a detective's thunder. Shut up and start deducing already. Reichiro snapped back, realizing they didn't have time to waste. Azur quickly straightened up and got serious. Turning to Minato, he said, all right, Minato, I need you to ask Ichika something for me. Ask her if there's a chance the enemy isn't disguised as a captain, but instead has infiltrated as one of the candidates. Minato's question startled both people in front of him, making them realize that their line of thinking had been somewhat biased. That's right, if we're considering the successors of the current captains, then it's definitely possible, but at the same time, we can't rule out the captains themselves as suspects either. Ichika said, yeah, that makes sense. If the next round is another combat test, I'll try to shake things up a bit. Minato replied with a confident smile. But life rarely goes as planned. As soon as the break ended, the third test began, and to Minato's horror, it was a written exam. All 8 participants were locked inside small, isolated booths, completely cut off from one another. Talking was strictly prohibited, and all cell phones had been confiscated. From somewhere inside the booths, Princess Shinanone's frustrated voice rang out. Well, so much for all of Minato's grand plans. They've just been flushed down the drain. This is not something you can shake up at all. And to make matters worse, the exam was entirely about Taio's internal regulations, something Minato had absolutely no knowledge of. What even is this stuff? Answer all questions regarding the Supreme Prophets, the Kyushu Great Cataclysm, and the disappearance of the Wakayama estate. Fill in the blanks. If a Level 3 emergency occurs in a city with over 1 million residents. List all the government agencies that must be notified. What documents are required to gain access to the Taio headquarters training rooms? The question seemed simple enough at first glance. But to Minato, they might as well have been written in an alien language. Well, this is a captain selection exam after all. He sighed, trying to convince himself to push through. I can't just give up. I have to think, at least until the test is over. Time flew by. When the results were finally announced, Minato sat in stunned silence, looking as if his soul had left his body. He had answered so horribly that he hadn't earned a single point. At that moment, a familiar voice spoke up behind him. Only 4 people make it through. Huh? I guess that means I'm out, Shikami said with a regretful tone. Hearing his voice, Minato turned around and shook his head. Looks like it's just the 2 of us who got 0 points. Huh? Shikami scowled and muttered under his breath. That glasses-wearing guy got a perfect score. So annoying. Then, without missing a beat, he turned to Minato with a grin and said, but hey, you still made it through as the top-ranked candidate. That's pretty impressive. I thought I could pass with 2 combat points and 1 mana point. But I guess that wasn't enough. I'll be there to cheer you on after the competition. No matter who becomes captain, we'll all have to decide whether or not we want to serve under them. To have an officially recognized team, you need at least 7 members. That means you'll need to gather at least 6 more people. Once you become captain, don't forget to think about recruiting someone from the remaining candidates. By the way, if you're looking for someone strong in physical combat, like Todoroki's team, I'd like to put myself forward as your first pick. So do your best, Minato. With that, the bold young man waved goodbye to Minato. Thanks, Shikami. Minato nodded in appreciation. After the test was over, The detective suddenly spoke up. Let's head to the garden now. Hearing Azur's suggestion, Minato couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Haven't you already figured out who the culprit is? Azur let out a dramatic sigh. Minato, I'm a detective. A conclusion isn't worth anything without evidence. Then, with an excited grin, he added, now, it's time for the hunt. Apostle. Time passed until evening, shifting the scene to the base of a tree where Master Ichika had discovered that someone had once been killed. At this moment, our protagonist was being controlled by the progenitor detective, Azur, and was present at the crime scene to investigate. Through a detective's keen eye, footprints and traces of blood, though long erased, stood out as if they were still fresh. After carefully examining the scene for a while, Minato couldn't help but ask, so, what do you think, Lord Azur? Azur stroked his chin thoughtfully. It aligns with my deductions. I'm certain of both the victim and the culprit. Minato fell silent upon hearing this. That meant without a doubt, a captain had been killed and replaced by an imposter. Inside his mind, the swordsman Reichiro spoke up. So that means the enemy is definitely one of the 12 apostles. Huh? Just like that book. The one the blonde assassin carried when he killed Makoto. I can feel the presence of that prophecy book clearly. On the other side, the mage girl asked, then what do we do now? About that. Azur started to explain. But before he could finish, his expression suddenly shifted as if he had sensed something. In an instant, he relinquished control of Minato's body, leaving the young man momentarily dazed. The sound of rustling leaves echoed behind Minato, making him instinctively turn around. He saw someone approaching him, a woman, moving slowly, her presence radiating a soft, warm glow. She spoke in a calm voice. Young man, what exactly are you investigating here? The sudden appearance of this mysterious figure stunned Minato. Without thinking, he blurted out, who are you? Oh, me, she said gently. I may look like an old woman on the outside, but does that answer satisfy you? For some reason, despite not knowing who she was, Minato felt an inexplicable sense of trust toward her. With a slightly troubled expression, he admitted, it seems like someone was murdered here. Hearing this, the woman, Grand Steward Io, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Oh, you figured that out just from the traces left behind? It seems you're one of the participants in the captain selection exam. A rather talented young man, aren't you? Then, with a curious look, she asked, so, have you found the culprit? Minato nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I already know who it is. Though I can't say I figured it out myself. But because of that, we can't capture the invisible culprit just yet. Hearing this, Grand Steward Io furrowed her brows in confusion. I don't understand what you're saying. Wouldn't it be best to take him down as soon as possible? Minato took a deep breath before explaining. The enemy is incredibly strong. And I suspect there are 2 of them. That's why it's best to capture them together. Tomorrow, I'll settle everything, so could you observe without interfering? As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Io's. For 2 or 3 long seconds, silence hung between them. Then, the old woman let out a soft chuckle. Whether I interfere or not isn't something an old woman like me can decide. She mused, I just hope your plan succeeds. Young one. With that, she turned away, as if about to leave. A mist slowly gathered around her figure. Just before she completely disappeared, Minato hurriedly spoke up. Kaminagi Minato, that's my name. Io paused momentarily before giving a small nod. I'll remember it. The next moment, the mist fully enveloped her. And in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Minato suddenly found himself back at the base of the crime scene's tree. As if everything had been but a fleeting moment. The scene shifted to Io's location. Her assistant, Kitamori, walking a few steps behind, noticed the faint amusement in her expression and asked, Grand Steward, did you find something interesting? Oh, nothing much, Io replied with a cryptic smile. It seems that boy is the closest to the truth right now. And it looks like he even has a plan. I'm quite curious to see how his performance unfolds. Then, she added with a calm yet decisive tone, tell Tengen that if anything goes wrong, he should step in to assist the boy. Kitamori quickly nodded in understanding. As they walked, Io reminisced about her unexpected meeting with Minato. I only stopped by because I sensed something unusual at the scene. But who would have thought I'd find such a valuable discovery? She murmured. Hearing this, Makoto Mori, who had been following behind, widened her eyes in surprise. Io noticed and turned to her. What is it? Ah, it's nothing. Makoto hesitated before saying, it's just rare to see you hold such high expectations for the younger generation. Io's gaze softened slightly as she whispered under her breath. It's the red eye, that eye. No one could guess what she was truly thinking at that moment. Time passed quickly, and soon, morning arrived. Minato walked calmly along a narrow trail, as if making his way up the mountain. Behind him, Shikami came trudging along, panting slightly before slapping Minato on the shoulder. Hey, Minato, mind if I tag along? Today's match seems to be more about testing leadership skills rather than individual strength. I'm pretty sure that Guy Sakazaki is going to go on about how we need to form solid team strategies or something like that. But hey, don't worry, I'll support you with both hands and feet. Minato responded with a grin so wide that his eyes nearly disappeared. Thanks, but, by the way, why did you purposely fail the exam? The sudden question made Shikami's steps falter for a split second. The air around him seemed to shift, as if something heavy had settled in. But just as quickly as it came, the moment passed, and Shikami turned back with a casual shrug. Oh, that? Well, plans changed midway. Instead of becoming a captain, I figured it'd be much more convenient to be a subordinate under the new captain. That way, I could do whatever I wanted. Minato narrowed his eyes. So you could kill all the promising candidates at once? Shikami let out a small chuckle, as if amused that Minato had already figured everything out. Something like that. If necessary, I could just kill someone and take their place. Oh, and that written exam yesterday? Man, that thing was ridiculously tough. My ability only lets me copy information from the host's brain. Even if the real deal had taken the test, they probably wouldn't have scored any points anyway. So your plan failed, huh? Minato said, his voice steady. Hearing this, Shikami clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn, I really screwed up. If I had known, I would have just killed Sakazaki and taken his place from the start. As he spoke, his footsteps slowed, and he let out a long sigh. Yeah, I guess that's how it is. Huh. The moment his words faded, 4 captains emerged from the dense forest, stepping forward with measured strides. They surrounded Shikami, cutting off any escape route. Behind them, Todoroki, the towering captain, stood bound in thick iron chains. Even his mouth was gagged with a cloth, completely silencing him. His usually sharp eyes were now dull, devoid of any will to fight. Then, Hibiki, one of the captains, smiled brightly and said, Well, hello there, one of the 12 apostles. Care to introduce yourself? In response to the question, Shikami cheerfully introduced himself as if he were just another friend. My name is Eve, number 9. As for my ability, well, you've already seen it. I can take on the appearance of those I've killed and inherit every last piece of information left in their brain. Among all the candidates, aside from Minato, this body was the strongest. So, I killed him and took it for myself. Hearing this, Hibiki suddenly spoke up. Was your goal to sabotage us from the inside? Standing before them, Eve nodded without hesitation. That's right, but since I've already failed, how about we all just die together? But before that, I have one question. Who was the one who figured out I was the enemy? To answer him, Hibiki casually glanced over at Minato and smirked. The guy who's been standing right next to you this whole time, Kaminagi Minato. He's also the one who set this whole situation up. From Eve's perspective, the moment he heard the answer, something about it made him smile. Then, without warning, a powerful surge of green energy erupted from his body. His eyes sharpened as he locked his gaze onto Minato, his voice laced with suspicion and intensity. You, just who the hell are you? Flashing back to the night before, right before the energetic Shikami was slain by Eve. At that time, Captain Todoroki was enthusiastically informing him that he had been chosen as a candidate for the new captain selection exam. Upon hearing this, Shikami's face lit up with excitement. I'm gonna be an official candidate for the new captain position? Seriously, Captain Todoroki? It's the real deal. The other candidates won't be informed until tomorrow morning. So consider this insider information. Todoroki replied with a grin. Just hearing that was enough to set Shikami's spirit ablaze. Ah, so that's why you called me out here at this hour. Huh? But man, if we keep yelling like this, someone's gonna find out. Oh, you're right. Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter. After a few moments, once they had settled down, Todoroki's expression turned serious. From what I've seen, the strongest one-on-one fighter outside of his captains is you. You'll definitely make a great captain. I'm counting on you. As he spoke, he extended his fist toward Shikami. Hearing those words, Shikami was so moved that he nearly teared up. Captain, no. Master, please watch over me. I'll do my best. With unwavering enthusiasm, he clenched his fist and bumped it against Todoroki's. But life has a way of throwing cruel surprises. The very moment Shikami finished speaking, before he could even react, his body was suddenly sliced into pieces by something unseen. Todoroki's eyes widened in shock. From within the shadows, a voice rang out. Pathetic. Is this really all the strength someone at Taio's captain level has? No, maybe it's just that we're too strong. But, well, thanks to the creator, I was granted this power by the boss. Stepping into the dim light was a man with green hair. The name's Eve, one of the 12 apostles you guys have been chasing. I look forward to your continued support. With those words, he activated his ruthless ability, firing a bright green light straight into Shikami's lifeless corpse. But there was no way Captain Todoroki was going to stand by and let this happen. In an instant, he activated his skill, Diamond Body, causing his entire form to harden like an unbreakable bronze statue. At that moment, Todoroki's right arm expanded several times its size, swinging straight at Eve and smashing him into nothing but a bloodstain. You, how dare you? Shikami, his face filled with rage and tears streaming uncontrollably, screamed out in anguish. But then, suddenly, the sound of cheerful clapping echoed behind him. Whoa, just one hit and you flattened a member of the 12 apostles. That's my master for you. Hearing the all-too-familiar voice, Captain Todoroki turned around in shock. Shikami, you're still alive? But the moment those words left his lips, his diamond-coated body was split clean in half by a single swing of Shikami's arm. Wrong, Master. I'm Eve. I took over this kid's body. The imposter grinned wickedly. Then, he pulled out a small glass bottle containing tiny, green, bead-like objects. This is a creation artifact, soul-summoning martial dance. He began sprinkling the green beads over Todoroki's lifeless corpse. And then, suddenly, Todoroki's eyes snapped open, and he sat up in an eerily unnatural motion. Seeing this, Eve smirked in satisfaction. Nice. From now on, Master, you're my slave. If you understand, then answer me. Ah, yes, just leave it to me. Eve, Todoroki responded. But for some reason, the moment those words left his mouth, Eve smacked him across the face, making his massive neck spin like a windmill. Master, you're so forgetful. My name isn't Eve anymore, it's Shikami and now. Isn't it? Ah, right, my bad. And just like that, the two degenerates burst into laughter. Meanwhile, every detail of this gruesome story was projected clearly before the eyes of Detective Azure. Thanks to his ability, Detective Stage was a power that allowed him to reconstruct everything that had happened at a crime scene. As if watching a film reel. The condition to activate it? Azure had to believe in the culprit, or more precisely, he needed evidence against them. Even past events could be recreated. As long as Azure formed a logical deduction, it was a terrifyingly powerful skill, capable of predicting crimes that had yet to occur. But there was one major drawback: if he ever made even a single wrong deduction, this ability would disappear forever. Which meant, Azure had never been wrong. Not even once. Scene transition. Inside Minato's mental world. Having witnessed the entire sequence of events, the sorceress Meltius's expression darkened slightly. A murder ability that lets him swap bodies, combined with a creation artifact that manipulates corpses. She murmured under her breath, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Meanwhile, The swordsman Reichiro had finally pieced everything together. So there are two culprits? No matter how many times I look at it, this guy's methods are absolutely revolting. He ran a hand through his hair, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But at that very moment, Minato, standing on the opposite side, suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Even the founders couldn't hide their surprise. Then, Minato roared, "Unforgivable!" Back in reality, Minato enveloped his entire body in a fierce aura of energy. Without hesitation, he shot forward like a streak of lightning, executing his move, Mirror Light Reflection, Human Crown Strike, Soaked Fist. His fist, crackling with sheer force, smashed straight into the face of the wretched man who took pleasure in manipulating others' bodies. The impact sent him flying backward like a discarded rag doll. However, Eve was no pushover. In an instant, he regained his posture, slamming both feet into the ground to break himself. The sheer force carved two deep grooves into the earth. Once he had stopped completely, his laughter echoed through the surroundings. "Haha, hey, Minato, that was harsh. Weren't we supposed to be friends after that fight? And this is how you treat a friend?" His voice was cheerful, as if the previous attack hadn't fazed him in the slightest. Seeing this, Minato could only grit his teeth, cursing himself internally. "As I thought, I'm still not strong enough. With my current power, I still don't stand a chance." On the opposite side, Eve sprang back to his feet, effortlessly shattering Minato's energy aura. He shook his head and remarked, "You're still not working hard enough. Minato, if this was just playing around in Taiyo, that'd be one thing, but against the real deal, against me, this kind of attack is worthless." Minato, of course, realized this. He had learned his lesson from what happened to Captain Makoto's team. This time, he made up his mind to swap places with the founders altogether. "That's right, as much as it stings. The one who will defeat you, isn't me." As his words echoed through the battlefield, Minato's hair gradually began turning a deep shade of blue. Along with that, the voice of the mage Meltias echoed in Minato's mind. "Well done, Minato. You held out just long enough for the switch. Now, leave the rest of your anger and regret to me." True magic sorcerer, Meltias Selenthias Tham Thuong. From Eve's perspective, Minato's transformation didn't come as much of a surprise. He had already received prior intel about it. So this is what the satellite report mentioned. Right now, it's like he's become a completely different person. Alright then, let's fight. Kaminagi Minato. The undead apostle threw his head back and let out a loud roar toward the heavens. Then, high above, the sky began to change. Out of nowhere, thick, dark clouds rolled in, swallowing up the vast expanse of the sky. Meanwhile, down below, Eve unleashed his own energy, sending it surging toward the heavens. At that moment, a massive black sphere suddenly materialized in the sky. From within the sphere, countless humanoid figures wrapped in tattered bandages, resembling mummified corpses, began raining down like a torrential storm. This was the army the apostle had prepared in advance. Well, life's nothing but a bore until you die, right? So let's go all out and have some fun. The orange-haired apostle grinned excitedly as he gazed at the incoming forces. Inside Minato's mind, the founders watched in shock as the mummified corpses rained down from the sky. They couldn't help but voice their astonishment. What is that?" In response, the detective among them quickly offered his deduction. It seems that Eve is nothing more than an empty shell. However, with the help of an artifact, he can control all the bodies he has taken over. Outside, Eve himself was more than eager to share his twisted amusement. These bodies possess the same physical strength as this one right here. "So then, let's start the game, shall we?" His declaration made the sharp gaze of Captain Hibiki shift slightly. HMPH. A rough estimate would be, about 100 bodies, each as strong as Shikami. Hearing this, the blue-haired companion turned pale with fear. What are we supposed to do now? Captain Hibiki? Panicked, he clutched his head, overwhelmed by the dire situation. But Minato was different. Instead of fear, rage ignited within him. He's not only killed them, but he's trampling on their dignity. 2. Just how disgusting can this guy be? Ahead, Meltias, the mage, noticed the shift in Minato's demeanor and smiled faintly. He's changed, and perhaps, so have the founders. Then, her gaze locked onto Eve, her lips curling into a smirk. But it seems like you've severely underestimated me. The moment her words fell, without any warning, golden lightning bolts rained down from the sky, striking the descending mummies. The instant they made contact, the corpses exploded into dust, unable to withstand the sheer force. This is the heavenly thunder technique. Down below, Eve stood frozen. His newly summoned minions hadn't even had the chance to showcase their strength before they were obliterated. His expression twisted in disbelief. Adding insult to injury, Meltius's mocking voice rang out. You summoned them just to let them free fall in front of me? Well then, all I have to do is destroy them before they even hit the ground. And just like that, the mummified corpses were reduced to blazing embers, their remnants falling like dying sparks, completely stripped of any combat potential. Watching the scene unfold, Eve couldn't help but ask himself, what the hell did he just do? Sure, there were people who had trained relentlessly to achieve near-perfect marksmanship. But in just the blink of an eye, this guy had unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, each one hitting its mark with absolute precision, without a single miss. The more Eve thought about it, the harder it was to believe. Inside Minato's spiritual world, Meltius saw this as the perfect opportunity to impart some knowledge to him. Minato, stand beside me and watch carefully how I fight. Yes, ma'am, Minato quickly responded, rushing up to her side. Even though he had somewhat expected this level of power, witnessing her wipe out all of Eve's subordinates in a single move still left him in complete awe. That was incredible. She's using my body, so she can't unleash her full power, and yet, she's still able to use all these advanced techniques so effortlessly. From Meltius's perspective, a thought crossed her mind, and she continued speaking. At first, you only wanted power for yourself. Meanwhile, everyone around you eagerly seized every opportunity to use your body's strength. But over time, you became enthralled by that power. Feeling like you were getting closer to your goal, you started believing that striving to become stronger was only natural. And we, too, became captivated by your unparalleled talent. You suffered the greatest tragedy of your life and were entrusted with the future of someone who respected you more than anything. Now, I see you fighting with everything you have for those who have died, those he has used and discarded like they were nothing. You see, we truly admire the person you've become. She spoke with a bright smile before turning to look at Minato. Meanwhile, outside in the real world, Eve looked at the charred remains of the corpses he had painstakingly collected. How could he possibly suppress his fury after this? Without hesitation, the villain snapped, entering full-on, feral dog mode, as he lunged forward, itching to take a bite out of Minato. You bastard, what the hell are you babbling about? The weak are meant to be toyed with and devoured by the strong. That's just how reality works. As he roared, he shot forward at full speed, ready to go all out against the protagonist. However, before Eve could even get close to Minato, a golden lightning bolt shot down from above, striking the ground right where he was about to step. Forced to react instantly, he leapt backward to avoid being incinerated on the spot. Meltius's voice rang out once more. Many have thought the same way as you. I too have. No, we have all remembered what true existence means. To destroy the tower, we were once mocked and devoured by the strong, by something from another dimension. And because of that, our hearts now burn for the weak. Minato, right now, you're lacking that kind of strength. I know you were frustrated during your training in the mountains. You keep smiling on the surface. But inside, you're like a thin wire stretched to its limit, ready to snap. But never forget, we are always here. Thinking the same way as you. You will undoubtedly reach the peak. Just like we did. Whenever you face hardships, we'll be there to help. Just like we are now. If you feel anger or sorrow over injustice, then channel that rage toward the one who caused your suffering, and end it. Along with these so-called prophecies. As she spoke, she calmly raised her hand and pointed directly at Eve. The moment she did, a storm of lightning erupted from Minato's body, surging forward like a roaring beast. The golden bolt struck Eve's limbs with unrelenting force, severing them instantly. His arms and legs tore off like a lifeless puppet whose strings had just been cut. Just like that, an overwhelming threat had been neutralized in mere moments, leaving everyone watching completely dumbfounded. That's really Minato? The green-haired companion stammered in disbelief. Meanwhile, Shinonome, the older warrior, gazed at Minato with a wary expression. His brows furrowed. He looks just like Midori when he was a kid. A monster. Returning to Meltius's perspective, she steadily controlled Minato's body as he took slow, deliberate steps toward the fallen Eve. Her voice, now ice cold, carried no trace of sympathy. Now you understand the vast difference between our power, don't you? I have plenty of questions for you. But don't worry, we have many experts in interrogation. Soon enough, you'll spill everything we need to know. Eve, of course, wasn't stupid. He immediately recognized the overwhelming gap in power between himself and Meltius, and without hesitation, he admitted, "At this moment, I can't defeat you, but lucky for me, I followed my big brother's advice." A sly grin spread across his face, revealing that he still had an ace up his sleeve. Suddenly, an ominous energy erupted from his body, and moments later, the ground trembled. Out of nowhere, a massive coffin emerged from beneath the battlefield. "Did you know?" Eve continued, his voice laced with amusement. "Hundreds of years ago, there were those who destroyed the tower. And inside this coffin lies one of the founders themselves. A one-man army, Hinoki Reichiro." At that moment, the lid of the coffin slowly creaked open, revealing the body of a swordsman lying within. Inside the spiritual world, the founders watching this scene were utterly stunned. And without a doubt, the most shocked among them was none other than Reichiro himself. "What? That's my body?" Reichiro's voice rang out in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, in the real world, Meltius wasted no time. She immediately summoned a massive bolt of lightning, striking down upon both Eve and the coffin with full force. Seeing this, Reichiro panicked and shouted, "Wait, Meltius, stop, that might be the real thing." And just as he feared, the worst had come true. The moment the lightning made contact, a powerful force nullified its impact, rendering the attack completely ineffective. "He blocked my lightning," Meltius murmured, her brows furrowing. At that moment, Eve's energy surged wildly as he forcefully merged his consciousness into Reichiro's resurrected body. An immense, almost suffocating aura exploded from within him. This is amazing, absolutely incredible. Minato could feel it instantly. The moment Reichiro's body moved again, an intense chill ran down his spine, making his hair stand on end. This pressure, it feels exactly like what I sensed from Midori back at the training grounds. No, maybe this is even worse. In front of him, Eve casually snapped his fingers. Immediately, the undead minions that Meltius had just annihilated, now reduced to ashes, began to regenerate. One after another, they stood back up as if nothing had happened. Eve chuckled darkly. "All right then, let's start round 2. Minato's expression tensed as he gritted his teeth. But before panic could take over, Meltius's voice echoed gently, reassuring him. "It's okay, Minato. Don't forget, you're not alone." At her command, Ichika's squad wasted no time. Without hesitation, they charged forward, intercepting the resurrected undead before they could swarm Minato. For Eve, having a bunch of nobodies suddenly jump in his way was beyond irritating. What the hell is this? Are these your friends or something?" Hearing that, Minato furrowed his brows slightly. He sounds just like Reichiro. Even the way he talks is exactly the same, Minato thought to himself. Eve shifted his gaze toward the battle where Minato's group was fighting the horde of undead. He clicked his tongue and shook his head in mock pity. "Man, I almost feel bad for you. Too bad my puppets are a bit too strong for you to handle." And from his point of view, he wasn't wrong. Hisagi, the blonde fighter, had already charged in and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches on one of the undead. But no matter how many blows she landed, it didn't even flinch. In fact, the creature immediately countered, smashing the ground so hard that a massive crater formed beneath it. Meanwhile, Hisagi's own fists were covered in blood from how hard she had been hitting. Yet, it was all useless. Enhanced physical abilities? I used my full-strength chain of judgment, and they're still fine? Don't tell me these puppets have their own special abilities. Do they all have them? Her eyes widened in shock as she analyzed the undead army before her. Even Asahina, the guy with the baseball cap, was drenched in sweat, struggling to hold his ground against an overwhelming force. And as for the green-haired guy, he straight up burst into tears and bolted, screaming as an entire horde of undead teachers chased him down. Why the hell are there so many of them? He wailed. Fortunately, aside from the panicking rookies, the captains were also present. Hibiki, their squad captain, couldn't just stand by and watch her teammates get annihilated. She slowly removed her headphones, and in an instant, a deep purple energy enveloped her entire body. Her ability, sound manifestation, allowed her to turn sound into reality. Phoenix. She spoke the word softly. Immediately, the energy around her shifted and transformed into the shape of a massive, flaming phoenix. The fiery creature shot into the sky, then dove straight toward the undead army, engulfing them in scorching flames. The green-haired guy, still shaken but now safe, turned to his captain with teary eyes, filled with gratitude. Returning to Hibiki, although she had managed to take down a few of them, she didn't seem all that pleased. This isn't looking too good. Despite being corpses, these things could still use the abilities they had in life? That thought made her furrow her brows. But that wasn't even the worst part. Moments later, Captain Todoroki shattered the chains binding him. In an instant, he activated his diamond body ability, launching himself high into the air. With his hands clasped together, he prepared to unleash a devastating hammer strike, aimed directly at the green-haired guy. The impact was so powerful that the entire battlefield trembled, as if an earthquake had just torn the ground apart. Hibiki, however, didn't look too surprised that he had broken free. Called it, she shrugged. Meanwhile, Eve stood off to the side, watching the chaotic battle unfold. He scanned the battlefield, observing the carnage with an ever-growing grin before finally breaking into laughter. Beautiful, pure chaos. In a situation like this, if you're not a captain, you won't survive. Switching perspectives to Minato, inside the spiritual world, after hearing Eve's words, he turned toward his masters. That's what he said. What do you all think? Behind him, the founders let out collective sighs, utterly unimpressed by the way someone so weak could spout such grandiose nonsense. Noticing their reactions, Minato suddenly smirked and turned to the sorceress. Meltias, let me take over for a bit. Though she had no idea what Minato was planning, Meltias agreed and swapped places with him. As a result, Minato's hair reverted to its original black color. Now standing on the battlefield, he locked eyes with Eve and spoke in a firm, unwavering voice. You say no one will survive? Don't underestimate my friends, the 12 apostles. Scene change. Switching over to Hiko. The blonde fighter was completely surrounded by undead on all sides. Yet, despite the overwhelming numbers, not a trace of fear appeared on his face. One against a whole horde? Just like lesson number 7, he murmured, calm and collected. At that moment, the energy surrounding him erupted, transforming into a golden dragon that surged forward, coiling around the incoming undead and restraining them. Seizing the opportunity, Hiko leapt onto the dragon's back, bouncing from one point to another as he unleashed a flurry of precise, devastating kicks, each strike aimed directly at the zombies' heads. For this display of skill, Wantak, the founder of Holy Fist, didn't hold back his praise. Hikotaro has quite an interesting physique. His body is packed with muscle, yet he remains incredibly agile. His strategy is always the same, delivering a concentrated blow to a single point as quickly as possible. It's not a bad approach, but it's not the most optimal one either. If he truly wants to reach his full potential, he must unleash an attack that no one can stop, an undeniable force. A sweeping strike that crushes everything in its path. At that moment, before everyone's eyes, Hiko's entire body had become as flexible as a serpent, coiling tightly around one of the undead warriors. Then, with a violent twist of his torso, he spun with tremendous force, shredding the mummy into pieces. Good. Next, Hiko muttered. Meanwhile, On another part of the battlefield, the alchemist Akane refused to be outdone. In front of her was an entire horde of undead, swarming like ants. "I can't let Hiko beat me," she whispered to herself. A piece of advice for Shinomiya Akane, given by the founder of alchemy, Kilik. Alchemy is the art of transforming something incomplete into perfection. But in battle, she gets too caught up in the fight and ends up creating cheap, low-quality weapons. That's not true alchemy. Alchemists are beings who grasp and transcend the forbidden. Back in the present, with just a flick of her hand, Akane activated a technique called the threefold divine judgment. Instantly, the ground in front of her split apart, and a massive stone hand erupted from below. Moments later, a colossal golem, as large as a building, rose from the earth, and Akane gracefully stepped onto its shoulder. This is the Stone of Truth, of Enmenes. For Akane, this was the result of Lesson 8. Looking down at the undead beneath her, she shook her head slightly. "This is enough. I'll shatter your so-called awakened puppets along with their so-called tough bodies." As her voice rang out, the giant stone golem raised its leg and delivered a devastating kick, obliterating the entire swarm of undead in an instant. On another side of the battlefield, the swordsman Shinji tightened his grip on his blade, preparing to face the monstrous enemies before him. "I may not be as exceptional as him, but I have my own talents." As he spoke, Shinji effortlessly swung his sword twice, instantly beheading two mummies that had been preparing to attack him. Then, in a fluid motion, he leapt into the air and activated Hyoki swordsmanship. Celestial Descent. A red arc of sword energy shot forward at blinding speed, slicing clean through 5 more undead before they even had a chance to react. But Shinji wasn't done. Without missing a beat, he surged forward, unleashing his next technique, Golden Blossom Slash. From his blade, dozens of crimson energy waves erupted, intertwining and forming the shape of a brilliant yet deadly red flower, which then tore through the horde, shredding their bodies into nothingness. From a distance, Master Ichika witnessed this and let out a surprised exclamation. Not bad. He's got a decent grasp of fusion. Combining techniques and swordsmanship is usually limited. But, if Minato's miracle-like approach worked, then perhaps Shinji can achieve something similar. Still, Minato's fusion is on a whole other level, she mused to herself, casually sitting atop a pile of defeated mummies as if it were a lounge chair. Just then, from afar, a towering pillar of flames erupted into the sky, immediately catching her attention. It's starting. Minato's battle against the 12 apostles. Her eyes locked onto the inferno. And within the raging flames, she spotted a figure, one that was all too familiar. And then, realization struck. That's the very founder of our swordsmanship. Hinoki Reichiro? What the hell is going on? Ichika's shocked voice rang out as she watched her legendary ancestor prepare to clash with the protagonist. Back to the battle between Minato and Eve. Inside Reichiro's body, Eve slowly pulled his sword behind his back, preparing to unleash a deadly technique, Hinoki-style one-handed swordsmanship, severing wave slash. The attack erupted with a brilliant green energy, slicing forward at blinding speed, tearing a massive rift into the earth. But it wasn't enough to trouble Meltias, who was still controlling Minato's body. With a simple, fluid movement, she sidestepped the attack with ease. Then, in retaliation, she launched a powerful lightning strike, aiming to counter Eve. However, he effortlessly parried the attack with a single swing of his sword. Watching this, Meltias narrowed her eyes slightly. Just as I expected, the output still isn't enough. At the same moment, Eve activated another technique, Fragmented Slash. This time, interwoven sword energies formed a grid-like pattern, carving the ground into countless square-shaped pieces, sending them flying into the air. On one of these floating platforms, Meltias gracefully landed, unfazed. Meanwhile, Minato recognized the attack instantly. I've seen this before. Reichiro used it once during the Awakener exam against Midori. Hell, I've even used it myself. This is a real fight. Despite his confidence, Minato's expression grew tense as he quickly scanned the battlefield. Eve's fragmented slash had devastated the terrain, creating massive bottomless chasms. Amidst the chaos, Hisagi, the blonde-haired girl, lost her footing and plummeted down. Hisagi, just in time, Asahina reached out and grabbed her hand, preventing her from falling. However, before he could pull her up, a razor-sharp green sword sliced clean through his arm. Blood sprayed through the air. Asahina let out a scream of agony as his severed arm fell into the abyss. Hisagi, still holding onto his other hand, could only watch in horror. And then, in that brief moment, her grip slipped. She plunged downward, disappearing into the darkness. On the battlefield, Meltias witnessed everything. She let out a quiet sigh, then raised a single hand. In an instant, a radiant golden sphere of light enveloped the entire battlefield. And just like that, everyone was forcefully transported away from the fight. As Meltias leapt effortlessly between the floating chunks of earth, dodging incoming attacks, she called out to the swordsman residing within the spiritual world. "Reichiro, what do we do now?" Hearing her voice, Reichiro bit his lip slightly, then sighed. Instead of offering guidance, he simply turned over, stretched out on the ground, and lay there like he couldn't care less. "That's all on you. Do whatever you want." The moment she heard his response, Meltia's expression changed immediately. "Understood." Her voice brimmed with newfound determination. Meanwhile, Eve showed no signs of slowing down as he unleashed yet another attack. Hinoki-style one-handed swordsmanship, Cloudstream. With a swift motion, he raised his sword high above his head. And then, a massive pillar of green light crashed down from the sky like a descending meteor. Boom! The battlefield shook violently as a deafening explosion echoed through the air. In the distance, a blue-haired young man clutched his face in sheer terror. If these two monsters keep going at it, I swear one stray attack will be enough to wipe me off the face of this world. Even Hibiki, the squad leader, couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. This is completely insane. Eve's perspective. As the fight raged on, Eve became more and more aware of the sheer strength and refined skills that Reichiro's body possessed. And the realization sent him into an ecstatic frenzy. Ha, ha ha, amazing, absolutely incredible. His voice trembled with manic excitement. So this is the body of a true founder? A perfect vessel for combat. More power. I need more power. With that, he channeled his energy into his blade, activating one of the Hinoki school's secret techniques, unyielding. However, before he could even swing his sword down completely, Meltias nonchalantly raised a single hand and caught his wrist mid-attack. Eve's eyes widened in absolute shock. Inside the spiritual world, Reichiro let out an exasperated sigh. "Tch, boring." Standing before Eve, Meltias casually agreed. "You're right, even with your body, this so-called apostle is weak as hell." She spoke those words out loud, her tone dripping with disappointment. In front, Eve flinched, immediately leaping backward to create distance. His voice carried both frustration and disbelief as he shot back a question. "What the hell are you talking about? How could this body be weak? This is the legendary true founder." His breath grew unsteady as beads of sweat trickled down his face. "I need a stronger ability. I have to take it straight from the brain." Despite his arrogance, even Eve, dense as he was, couldn't ignore the obvious. Minato's current power was completely overwhelming him. Determined, he channeled his spirit into Meltia's brain, attempting to extract its secrets. But then, something unexpected happened. Tears began streaming uncontrollably down his face. Even Eve himself was stunned by his own reaction. The reason for Eve's tears. What he saw wasn't just power, it was a flood of memories. The deeply embedded memories of Hinoki Reichiro. They weren't mere recollections of battles won or enemies defeated. They were the remnants of an existence so overwhelming that it bordered on madness. He saw it. A tower split clean in half with a single swing of Reichiro's blade. He saw victories upon victories, each one grander than the last. And yet, in every scene, Reichiro himself grew colder, more distant, more detached. In the depths of the spiritual world, Eve collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. What is this body? It's too much for me. Can human intelligence even reach this level?" His mind reeled. Inside Reichiro's memories, there was nothing but destruction. Men cut down, monsters cleaved apart, oceans split in two, even entire planets sundered. Panic crept into his voice as he trembled. Where am I supposed to go to become stronger than this? No, I can't use this. My soul will shatter. His psyche was far too fragile to withstand the sheer volume of knowledge and combat experience contained within Reichiro's mind. And yet, upon hearing Eve's terrified plea, Reichiro's voice rang out, cold and merciless. Then let it shatter. A looming disaster. Behind him, a woman let out an exasperated sigh. It was Eilerson, the true founder. She clicked her tongue in mild annoyance before offering a casual warning. Hey, if his soul actually shatters and loses control, everyone here is gonna die. You know? No sooner had the words left her mouth, as if cursed by her own prediction, a terrifying surge of foreign, violent energy erupted from Eve's body. Unstable, wild, explosive, like a ticking time bomb on the verge of detonation. At that moment, Eilerson could no longer keep her composure. Her face was drenched in sweat as she shouted in alarm. Hey, his soul really did shatter. We're all gonna die at this rate. A catastrophic surge of power. Just as she feared, the undead controller had completely lost control. Eve threw his head back and let out a deafening roar. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his body. It was so powerful that even the city of Takasaki in Gunma Prefecture, over 100 kilometers away, felt the impact. In fact, the entire city trembled under a sudden earthquake. The S-rank hunter reacts. On a random street in Takasaki, Kiyaragi, an S-rank hunter, reacted instantly. His voice was sharp as he ordered his subordinates. Evacuate the civilians, now. Then, with furrowed brows, he checked his screen, his mind racing with worry. What the hell is this massive energy? Did it come from Nagano Prefecture? But that's over 100 kilometers away. What the hell is happening? Are there still monsters of this level in this era? Back to the battlefield. The sheer force of Eve's outburst was suffocating. All of his undead minions collapsed to the ground, completely immobilized. Even Hiko's group was barely hanging on, struggling to remain standing. What the hell is this? This aura is way too strong. They all voiced their concern, fear gripping their hearts. Inside Minato's mental world. Meanwhile, inside the spiritual realm, Minato immediately turned to Reichiro, his face filled with urgency. Hey, Reichiro. But, as usual, the swordsman remained utterly unfazed. His response was indifferent, as if he had long washed his hands of the matter. I already told you, the rest is up to Meltias. Hearing this, the mage didn't waste a single moment. Got it, with Minato's current body, one strike is all I need. As she spoke, she calmly pulled up the sleeve of her robe, revealing a pale, flawless arm etched with countless swirling, intricate runes. They twisted and turned like rings, pulsing with an eerie, undeniable power. The mark of truth. This was the mark of truth. Meanwhile, the alchemist progenitor, Kilik, spoke up suddenly. Hey, Minato, I know that girl can't hear me, but you and Shinomiya Akane need to pay close attention. His voice carried both urgency and fascination. Whether it's magic or alchemy, we are all seekers of the world's truth. This is when you touch one of those truths. Then, his tone shifted, brimming with curiosity. And I wonder, can this so-called ultimate body withstand even a fraction of that truth? Eve's madness takes over. At the same time, Eve, who was controlling Reichiro's body, had completely lost his mind. His lips trembled as he muttered over and over again. Die, die, just die already. Eve's soul had shattered into countless pieces. Now, the only thing left inside Hioki Reichiro's body was the remnants of those broken fragments. Yet, despite being nothing more than a husk, that body moved. It was like a beast, acting purely on instinct, searching for prey. Long ago, when Reichiro was still young, he had left his body behind in this very state. And as a reminder of what that meant, a term had been inscribed into history. The unknowing truth, a storm of pure destruction. From an outsider's perspective, The energy surging from Reichiro's body had become so dense that it turned into a thick black fog. That fog quickly spread in all directions, until a massive black vortex pierced the sky. Inside that swirling storm, Reichiro's body spun like a top, generating countless deadly black sword waves. It was as if no one could escape from these razor-sharp slashes. The attack radius grew wider and wider, threatening to engulf all of Japan. Or rather, that was what could have happened. Meltias observes. Even as Reichiro's body roared in agony, unleashing raw, uncontrollable power, Meltias stood still, her gaze fixed ahead. She whispered to herself, as if confirming a long-forgotten truth. So, this is what it's become. The sealed power, Magur Hemet. Meltias, the truth-seeking mage, held an ability so potent that the world itself had deemed it too dangerous to exist. The seal of truth, Magur Hemet. It had been locked away, for the simple reason that this world was incapable of bearing its full might. One of its abilities depended entirely on the target's own skill level. At that moment, a crimson aura enveloped Minato's entire body. Then, Meltias gently extended her arm, her fingertips brushing against Reichiro's forearm. Crack! In an instant, he froze in place, unable to take another step forward, even though he no longer had consciousness. Reichiro's face still showed a flicker of surprise. Standing in front of him, Meltias grasped his hand, and in that moment, as if she had finally understood something, she murmured under her breath, "I see now, so this is the answer." On the other side, it was unclear whether Reichiro's body sensed something familiar, but the raging force within him began to gradually subside. Then, Meltias tightened her grip around his hand and activated her ultimate ability. Radiant Fire, Enl's Melem. A blinding light erupted from where the two stood, so brilliant that everyone around them instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. And when the radiance finally faded, Reichiro's body had been completely reduced to ashes. His physical form slowly disintegrated, scattering into nothingness before everyone's eyes. Before he was entirely gone, the sorceress whispered a final farewell to her dear friend. "Goodbye, my friend's body. We'll meet again at the end of the cycle." Inside Minato's spiritual domain, the Ancient Ones silently gazed at the scene displayed on the screen above them. There was no need for words. It was clear they were bidding Reichiro farewell. But, of course, Reichiro himself stood among them, looking somewhat bewildered. "Hey, wait, what the hell? I'm still right here, you know," he called out, hoping to snap them out of their sentimentality. Meltias simply shrugged. But the soul and the body are completely separate things. Then, she turned toward the protagonist and asked, "So, did all that help you with your training?" Scene transition. Back in the real world, Minato had fully regained control of his body. Around him, the cheers of the crowd echoed through the battlefield. "Oh my god, incredible, he actually defeated that monster." Off to the side, his mentor, Ichika, looked anything but pleased. Her hair bristled in frustration like an angry cat as she stomped forward, jabbing a finger at Minato. "Absolutely not, you didn't even use your sword. Minato, what the hell was the point of training with me for months if you weren't even going to use it?" Her face was twisted with pure, unfiltered rage. Meanwhile, Hiko, despite having witnessed Minato's power countless times, still found himself shocked all over again every single time. "I really thought I was done for just now. Minato, just how strong are you? Really?" He couldn't help but wonder. But Hiko wasn't the only one left in awe. Shinji, the swordsman, stood there, completely stunned, staring at Minato. That was unbelievable. He incinerated that monster into nothingness in an instant. At his words, Akane, the alchemist, shook her head and provided a more precise explanation. "You're mistaken. The terrifying part wasn't the final attack. It was the one before that." He completely understood his opponent's ability and erased it from existence. Is it even possible for a human to reach this level? As she thought about it, Akane clenched her wrist tightly, her hands trembling. Not from fear, but from sheer excitement. Scene transition. At a different location, Shinonome stood in front of the massive crater left behind by Eve. Sighing in exhaustion, What the hell am I supposed to do with this giant hole? This was supposed to be a simple selection exam for a new team captain. But now? It had turned into a complete disaster. Even Todoroki was dead. Shinonome exhaled a long puff of smoke, rubbing his temple in frustration. Should I just host another exam? God, this is such a pain. He grumbled, but just as he did, a voice suddenly rang out. Well done. The unfamiliar voice immediately caught everyone's attention. Heads snapped toward the source of the sound, and what they saw made their blood run cold. The very space in that area was distorting, twisting unnaturally. That's someone's over there. Sonobe frowned, watching cautiously. Meanwhile, a green-haired boy was on the verge of pissing himself. Wait, no way. Don't tell me there's another mummy? He screamed in pure panic. But Shinonome, unlike the others, seemed to realize something and froze. His eyes widened in shock, and his hand clenched around his cigarette so hard it shattered. What the hell is going on? Why is the Grand Overseer here? He shouted in disbelief. Before anyone could react, the distorted space expanded, like a curtain being pulled back. And from within, two figures emerged. Grand Overseer Io and Kitamori. The moment Minato laid eyes on Io, recognition flashed through his mind. It's her, the woman I met the other day. Meanwhile, Kitamori turned to her superior and spoke up. Director, what brings you here? However, the elderly woman, Io, did not answer Kitamori's question. Instead, she slowly stepped forward toward Minato. Then, to everyone's shock, she knelt before him, pressing her hands together in a gesture of deep reverence. So, it truly is you. I have waited centuries for your return. My lord, the primordials. Her words sent a shockwave through the mental space. Even the primordials themselves, watching from within Minato's consciousness, were completely stunned. On the other side, Shinji and the others were startled when they heard that the elderly woman before them was the Grand Overseer. Shinji immediately turned to Ichika. Master Ichika, the Grand Overseer is. Hearing this, Ichika looked back at the group, her expression just as stunned as theirs. What? You guys should already know this. Wait, no, I guess this is your first time meeting her. She took a deep breath before explaining. She's one of the founders of the Great Sage Order. She holds the highest authority in all of Japan. But Shinji wasn't dumb. He had already known that much long ago. Yeah, we know that part, he muttered. But that's not the issue. Akane, the alchemist, shouted in frustration. Why is the Grand Overseer kneeling before Minato? Even their master had no clue. Ichika could only shake her head in disbelief. Hell if I know. Not just them, Minato himself was completely dumbfounded. Staring at the kneeling old woman, his mind raced. Wait, this is the same person I met in the back garden. But why the hell is she bowing? Trying to make sense of the situation, Minato turned inward, speaking to the primordials within him. Hey, she seems to know you guys? Do any of you recognize her? A heavy silence fell over the mental space. The primordials stroked their chins, deep in thought. A few seconds passed. Then, in perfect sync, they all shook their heads. Nope, never seen her before. Minato blinked. Huh? But then, one of them hesitated. Reichiro frowned, his brows furrowing slightly. Wait, her aura, it feels vaguely familiar. His voice wavered with uncertainty. Meanwhile, in Io's perspective, she carefully studied Minato's confused expression. Seeing their complete lack of recognition, she let out a small chuckle. You don't remember me, huh? She sighed, shaking her head. Well, I suppose that makes sense. I have grown into an old woman. After all. Then, her eyes sharpened. But what about this? Suddenly, Io pressed her hands together, her face turning completely serious. At that very moment, Minato instinctively clenched his fists, his body shifting into a defensive stance. Was she about to attack? But then, she grinned, and started shaking her hips in a ridiculous dance. Look, Reichiro, it's the hip shake dance. She beamed at them like a proud child. Inside Minato's mind, the primordials froze. A clear image surfaced in their memories. A young girl, dressed in pink, striking the exact same pose. Then, wait, Io? Meltias gasped in shock. That's Io? Meanwhile, the swordsman Reichiro spoke up, urging, "Hey, Minato, swap out with me." And just like that, after gaining control over Minato's body, he cheerfully patted Io on the shoulder and greeted her. "Oh, long time no see, Io." Nearby, Hiko and the others stood frozen in shock. Seeing Minato casually pat Io's shoulder and chat with her like an old friend left them utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Uncle Shinonome was so furious that his face turned purple, and his beard practically fell off. "Minato, how dare you speak so rudely to the Grand Overseer?" he bellowed. But Minato, completely ignoring their outrage, went as far as to start doing a hip-shaking dance. Watching this, Shinonome nearly lost his mind. "You're dead meat, Minato. We're redoing the captain selection exam. This so-called top 1 foot better be ready to pay the price," he growled through clenched teeth. Kitamori, standing beside him, cracked her knuckles, eagerly chiming in. "That's right, he needs to be launched straight into space." From Io's perspective, watching her two subordinates burn with fiery rage was amusing enough to make her chuckle softly. Now, it's fine, no need to make such a fuss," she reassured them. As for Reichiro, he was clearly having too much fun. He even went so far as to ruffle Io's hair like she was a child. "Haha, it's been forever, hasn't it? You've gone full silver-haired grandma mode." Instead of being offended, Io simply smiled, her eyes twinkling with nostalgia. "Hee, you still talk the same way you did back then." In the end, since no one had actually died, the damage control efforts proceeded swiftly. Even Asahina, the cap-wearing guy who had his hand severed, had it successfully reattached, allowing him to calm down. Hisagi, the blonde-haired girl, let out a sigh of relief. After all, Asahina had lost his hand while protecting her. Their friend Sonobe was also visibly relieved for the two of them. Elsewhere, Akane was happily cuddling Captain Makoto's pet cat, which only served to drive Shinji insane with jealousy, but there was nothing he could do. Hiko, sensing an imminent meltdown, simply raised both hands in an attempt to calm him down. "Relax, man, chill." And so, everything wrapped up rather peacefully. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a highly classified location, the Eternal Mission Pavilion of the Grand Oracle. At this moment, Shinonome and Kitamori stood vigil outside, guarding the entrance with utmost caution. Inside the room, Minato was deep in conversation with the elderly Io. As he walked in, he couldn't help but be amazed by the sight before him. "Wait, there's a garden like this inside the headquarters? This is real?" he exclaimed. Io, ever composed, responded with a gentle explanation. "Unfortunately, I can't appear in public often, so I mostly stay here. But this place is already protected by a barrier." Setting that aside, Minato quickly got to the main point. "It seems like you know about the founders? Can you explain?" At his words, a look of nostalgia washed over Io's face. She slowly recounted, "I was an orphan who lost all my family during the Tower era. The founders took me in and raised me." "I see," Minato murmured, but then a realization struck him like lightning. The old woman before him had lived from the Tower era all the way to the present. He shouted in disbelief, "Wait, you were born in the Tower era? I suppose it was about 300 years ago." Io replied calmly. Her words nearly made Minato's jaw hit the floor. "She's over 300 years old?" he screamed internally. But before his mind could spiral any further, Io explained why she had lived for so long. "I used an artifact that halts the flow of time. As long as I remain inside this headquarters, age has no effect on me." Hearing this, Minato's expression immediately lit up in admiration. "That's incredible," he blurted out. Inside the spiritual realm, Reichiro cast a glance at the pharmacist beside him and remarked, "That's kind of similar to your sustainment ability." Valentine nodded in agreement. "Yeah, back in my prime, I could probably pull off something like that too." Then, shifting her gaze toward Io, she let out a small sigh of amazement. But still, for Io to possess such a powerful artifact, where did she even get something like that? Out in front, the Grand Overseer continued explaining. "There is a special division assigned to collecting artifacts. No one knows of their existence. and no nation can bind them. However, recently, the artifact storage facility was attacked, and a significant number of artifacts were lost. Because of this, Midori and the Special Forces were tasked with reclaiming the stolen artifacts. Inside the spiritual realm, strategist Ryan and Detective Azur immediately pieced everything together upon hearing this. I see, those damn 12 apostles must be behind this attack. That explains everything. Among the 12 apostles, there were likely some of the strongest transcendents of the modern era. Wait, they figured that out in just a few sentences? Minato exclaimed in shock. Detective Azur, exhaling a cloud of smoke, casually reminded Minato, "You already saw the crime scene through my skill, didn't you?" Then Azur added, "We've grown too powerful, and it's all thanks to these artifacts. The one leading us has provided them for us. Instead of recruiting 12 transcendents stronger than Suo Makoto, it's far quicker and more convenient to use artifacts to enhance ordinary transcendence." In another corner, swordsman Reichiro let out a sigh and nodded in agreement. Exactly. The two enemies we fought recently weren't even close to Makoto's level. Hearing this, Grand Overseer Io also nodded. We think so too. Before the artifact heist, no one even knew the 12 apostles existed. Their power is equivalent to the leader of the Grand Prophets, an organization dedicated to turning prophecies into reality. We cannot allow such dangerous individuals to roam freely. We've poured all our resources into uncovering their leader, but Midori will likely reach him first. Time passed swiftly. The scene shifted to Detroit, Michigan, USA. The surroundings were in ruins, resembling the aftermath of an intense battle. Somewhere in the city, a blinding light suddenly erupted, shooting into the sky. The one behind this devastating attack was none other than the strongest awakened being of humankind, Midori. So that's how it is, Midori murmured, gazing up toward the sky. There, seated in midair, was a blond man dressed impeccably in a refined suit, leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. Surrounding him was a shimmering purple barrier, acting as a protective shield. Seeing Midori arrive, the man remained completely composed. You got here faster than I expected. So, what will it be? Coffee or black tea? The only response he received was Midori's gaze, overflowing with bloodlust. Die, Apostle number 0. Without hesitation, Midori unleashed his cataclysmic energy, generating a devastating storm that surged straight toward Apostle number 0. The sheer force of his attack was so immense that it engulfed the entire district, as if it were swallowing everything in its path. Far in the distance, two of his comrades were closely observing the unfolding battle. It's begun, murmured a long-haired man, Nishina Kyo, a member of the Special Forces. Standing beside him was a tall, muscular man with stark white hair, Mikado Shuichi, another member of the Special Forces. Seeing the slight concern on his companion's face, Mikado reassured him, "The city's abandoned anyway, so it should be fine, but is that idiot seriously trying to punch a hole clean through to the other side of the earth?" he grumbled. However, before they could continue their conversation, their instincts suddenly screamed danger. Both warriors immediately sprang in opposite directions, just in time. A flash of a blade streaked through the air, slicing precisely through the spot they had just stood. The attack split an entire building in half. But it wasn't over. More sword slashes followed in quick succession, raining down like a relentless storm, reducing the building to mere rubble. Landing smoothly on the ground, Nishina and Mikado exchanged a glance. "Let's leave that side to Midori. We've got our own problem to deal with," Mikado said, cracking his knuckles. Their attacker stepped forward, a swordsman of the 12 apostles, Kamaragi Hajime. Back to Midori's battle. His expression darkened as he stared ahead. Even my strongest blade storm wasn't enough? His gaze fixed on Apostle number 0, who remained completely unbothered, still casually sipping his tea. The shimmering purple barrier surrounding him had effortlessly nullified Midori's entire assault. Midori clenched his fists. Is it his skill, or is it some kind of artifact? Across from him, Apostle number 0 calmly set his teacup down, then slowly rose from his seat. With an almost amused expression, he asked, What's wrong? Are you finished already? Apostle number 0 stepped out of his shimmering purple barrier, his every step landing effortlessly on thin air, as if walking on solid ground. Midori didn't waste a single second. The moment he saw his opponent expose himself, he launched another ferocious attack. Dozens of emerald green energy spheres materialized around him, blasting toward Apostle number 0 from every direction, leaving him no room to escape. The sky detonated in a blinding explosion, shaking the very air with its raw destructive force. Tuong Chao Min Fong. This was Midori's ultimate technique. A miniature atomic bomb, its shockwave tearing through the battlefield. However, as the dust settled, a familiar voice rang out, utterly unscathed. Have you ever been to an aquarium? Midori's eyes widened. There, no matter how massive or terrifying the predators are, humans remain completely untouchable behind the glass. We can observe them freely, without ever feeling threatened. Apostle number 0's gaze gleamed with amusement. That's exactly how I feel right now. Midori narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. He's still hiding something, some kind of defensive ability? Oblivious to Midori's thoughts, Apostle number 0 continued. I understand now. You are a fearsome beast. A creature of war that sees no one as its equal. And yet, he smirked. You mourn your fallen friend? How pathetic. His voice dripped with mockery. From the moment you were born, you were destined to be nothing more than a weapon. A monster. And despite all that power, his grin widened. You couldn't even protect him. Could you? Midori's eyes snapped open, burning with fury. An invisible wildfire ignited within him. His rage boiled over, his body engulfed in a furious, crackling aura of raw power. With a single explosive burst, Midori launched himself straight at Apostle number 0. 23 years ago, deep in the remote mountains, a violent surge of energy erupted, tearing through the land. To investigate, Shinonome, then a member of the special unit, arrived at the scene alongside Grand Steward Io. But when they reached the source, all that remained was a massive crater, pulsating with an unearthly force. Shinonome's eyes widened in shock. Is this all that's left of the Ichihara estate? His voice barely rose above a whisper. Then, he saw it. Something at the very center of the abyss. Sunlight filtered through the swirling dust and debris. And at last, he recognized the source of this overwhelming power. A newborn baby, crying. And yet, it was this very child that had unleashed the cataclysm. Shinonome's breath hitched. A baby? Was that massive explosion caused just by its birth? The thought sent chills down his spine. Before he could react, Io had already begun her descent into the crater. Panic surged through Shinonome. Grand Steward, it's too dangerous. Please, come back. His voice rang out, urgent and desperate. But Io did not falter. Step by step, she approached the infant. The sheer energy emanating from the child's small body lashed against her, slicing tiny cuts into her skin. Droplets of blood stained her robes. Yet she pressed forward, unwavering. Then, with quiet determination, she wrapped her arms around the child. Her voice was soft, gentle. It's all right. You must be so scared, aren't you? But it's okay now. Everything will be fine. A warmth, deep and soothing, radiated from her words. And as if sensing that comfort, the baby's wails softened. The storm of energy that had threatened to consume everything began to fade. Shinonome exhaled in disbelief. The winds stopped? Io turned to him, her voice calm yet resolute. Shinonome, this child will be raised under the care of the anti-prophecy. She gazed down at the now peaceful infant. From this moment on, your name shall be Midori. 9 years later, a long, empty corridor. At the far end, an old man stood still, his piercing gaze fixed on the young boy's back. His cold, detached voice finally broke the silence. So, you're the cursed child, aren't you? His name was Hinoki Kiyuru, a senior member of the special unit. Beside him stood a 12-year-old girl, Hinoki Ichika. Hearing someone call his name, Midori slowly turned his head, his emotionless eyes locking onto the old man. Seeing this, Kiyuru continued, his voice cold and sharp. Don't cause trouble for us. If you ever lose control, the anti-prophecy will start hunting you down. Midori remained calm. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. Hearing that, the old man merely scoffed before turning away. But just before he could walk away completely, Midori spoke again. His words, laced with something cryptic, made Kyuru's footsteps falter. That's exactly why you're still standing there. For a brief moment, Kyuru glanced back, his gaze sharp and piercing. But he said nothing. Meanwhile, Ichika, who had been silently standing next to him, suddenly giggled. Something funny, Ichika? Kyuru's voice rose slightly as he shot her a glare. Scene transition, training room. As Midori stood there, a thought weighed heavily in his mind. Everyone around me is too weak. Even if I barely touch them, they still end up getting hurt. In the end, they're all just fragile creatures. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. A moment later, a wooden sword came flying straight toward him. But before it could even reach him, the sheer energy radiating from Midori's body shattered it into countless splinters. Midori's eyes narrowed, his tone edged with irritation. What the hell do you think you're doing? The surrounding trainees froze in fear, their faces filled with apprehension. No one dared to meet his gaze. No one, except for the red-haired boy who had thrown the sword. Unlike the others, he didn't flinch. Instead, he stood tall and spoke boldly. You're wrong, that's not it at all. Here, take this. He held out another wooden sword toward Midori. His unexpected demand left Midori momentarily puzzled. A sword? He frowned, eyeing the weapon. The red-haired boy grinned and nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, why not? This boy, just 9 years old at the time, was Suo Makoto. Time passed quickly. At this moment, inside the training room, a furious shout echoed through the air. Hey, Makoto! Hearing the familiar voice, Makoto, who had been in the middle of strength training, turned around. What is it, Midori? Midori stood there, gripping two wooden swords in his hands. His face darkened, and he yelled, I'll say it again, I won't lose to you. Makoto paused for a moment, his expression briefly thoughtful. Then, he shook his head and smiled lightly. You still haven't learned your lesson. Huh? And just like that, the two of them clashed once more. After some time, Midori sat on the floor. His shoulders slumped, frustration written all over his face. Damn it, why can't I beat you? Scattered around him were countless broken wooden swords, evidence of his repeated failures. A hesitant voice suddenly spoke up. Why, you're too strong. It was a long-haired boy, his voice quiet and unsure. From the front of the room, Makoto, who had been lifting weights, quickly turned around and scolded. Hey, don't tell him that, Nishina. This boy was Nishina Kyo, currently just 9 years old. Midori turned toward him, completely bewildered. Too strong? What are you talking about? I lose all the time. Just then, another voice entered the conversation. Actually, that was meant as a compliment. Your aura is incredibly powerful. But wooden swords are too fragile. Even if you have the ability to defeat Makoto, if your weapon keeps breaking, the result will always be the same. Isn't that right? The one speaking was a burly young man, Mikado Shuichi, 14 years old. Trying to explain things in a way Midori could better understand, Nishina held up a carton of eggs and said slowly, It's like these eggs. Your strength is at its peak. But the moment you pick them up, they shatter instantly. It's the same during a fight. His explanation was simple and easy to grasp. But for Midori, who was still trying to process everything, it didn't quite click. Seeing this, Mikado let out a small chuckle. Then, he reached into the carton and carefully picked up an egg. Then, Mikado enveloped his entire body in energy. And in the very next moment, he hurled the egg straight at the wall in front of him. Something strange happened. Instead of shattering on impact, the egg bounced off the wall and rebounded backward. The force of the collision was so intense that a dark mark appeared on the wall, while the egg continued to spin rapidly on the ground. Midori froze for a few seconds, utterly dumbfounded. The egg didn't break? He questioned internally. As if sensing Midori's confusion, Mikado picked up the egg again and continued. Weird, isn't it? The key is balancing your offensive and defensive energy. This isn't some special ability, It's just about controlling your aura. That's the fundamental principle of a transcendent. Following his words, Nishina, who had been standing beside him, coated his own energy over an entire batch of eggs and threw them toward the wall. Once again, none of the eggs broke. Not a single one cracked. The more Midori thought about it, the more perplexed he became. Meanwhile, Mikado casually tossed the egg in his hand toward Midori and offered a piece of advice. If you want to beat Makoto in swordsmanship, you need to refine your aura control. Once you master that, no matter how overwhelming your power is, you won't hurt anyone around you. And with that, the muscular young man waved his hand in farewell, walking off in an effortlessly cool manner. From behind, Makoto looked at Mikado with admiration, until Midori's loud shout pulled his attention away. Suo Makoto. Hearing his name, Makoto turned around, only to get hit square in the forehead with an egg. His red eyes widened in shock. Midori, still in his throwing stance, declared, "That wasn't on purpose. Train with me in aura control. One way or another, I'm going to surpass you in swordsmanship." Makoto rubbed his forehead, sighing. "Apologize first." Then, without hesitation, he grabbed an egg and threw it right back at Midori's face. Setting aside their small scuffle, Makoto, without any reluctance, began training Midori. "All right, then let's begin the training." As he spoke, he lightly kicked the egg carton into the air. Using his energy, he made the eggs hover effortlessly around him. Midori dove headfirst into his training. At first, even the slightest release of his energy would cause the eggs to explode like tiny bombs. But over time, he learned to control his aura, and eventually, he managed to throw the eggs at the wall without breaking them. Seeing one of the eggs create a deep crater in the wall yet remained perfectly intact, Makoto turned to his friend and gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Midori couldn't hide the triumphant grin spreading across his face. Thanks to this breakthrough, he was finally able to channel his energy into his wooden sword without shattering it into pieces. And at last, he and Makoto had a real sword fight, one that didn't end with his weapon breaking apart. "Hey, those two have been sparring for half the day now," one of the onlookers exclaimed in awe. Nearby, Nishina and Mikado watched with growing excitement. "Oi, Midori, next time, spar with us too," Mikado called out, his voice full of enthusiasm. And just like that, time flew by. 4 years later, now at 13 years old, Midori had joined the Special Forces. "You're planning to join the Anti-Prophets?" "Huh?" Makoto asked, raising an eyebrow. Midori, clearly excited, nodded. "That's right, we'll be supporting the European branch. Apparently, there's a special class prophecy called Chaos." Then, shifting the topic, he turned back to Makoto. "Hey, you're still looking for a sword master to learn from, right?" "Yeah, of course. You're the one who told me to. Remember? If I really have the talent for this, then I want to stand by your side one day." Makoto grinned as he held out his fist. Midori met his gaze, then bumped his fist against Makoto's. Smiling back, "All right, I'll be waiting for you, Makoto," he said, his voice quieter but firm. "I won't lose anyone else ever again. As long as they're alive, this world is still worth protecting. I only need my friends. And yet, you destroyed everything I longed for. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Midori repeated those words over and over in his mind, his face twisting with unfiltered rage. Then, with a burst of energy, he launched himself straight at Apostle Zero, his eyes burning with unrelenting fury. However, Midori had no idea. This was exactly what the leader of the enemy faction had been hoping for all along. As soon as he saw Midori recklessly charging toward him, the villain's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. Without hesitation, he pulled out a strange golden egg and crushed it in his palm. "This is the ancient relic, Frenzied Life, Blood Flood Embryo." At that moment, an intense golden light burst forth from where they stood, its radiance so overwhelming that it forced the distant battle between Mikado, Nishina, and Kamaragi to a sudden halt. "What the hell was that? Don't tell me something happened to Midori?" Mikado muttered, his voice thick with doubt, though an unshakable sense of unease had already begun creeping into his chest. Before they could process the situation, a silhouette came rushing toward them from afar. It was Midori. Seeing his friend, Mikado immediately called out, "Midori, did you defeat him?" But Midori didn't answer. He simply stood there, staring at them with a chillingly cold expression. Then, without a word, the aura surrounding him began to shift. The once familiar energy changed, twisting into a deep, eerie shade of purple. Mikado's breath hitched. His instincts screamed at him. This wasn't the Midori he knew anymore. "Who the hell are you?" the muscular warrior demanded, taking a wary step back. Before he could get a response, Nishina's eyes widened in horror as he realized something. "Mikado, watch out!" Just as the warning rang out, Midori suddenly extended his hand forward. Energy began swirling within his palm, crackling with dark, malevolent power. Then, with an unsettling smirk, he whispered, "Distortion? One day in November, in the state of Detroit, Illinois, USA, 3 members of the Japan branch of the Anti-Prophecy Task Force mysteriously disappeared." At the same time, in the city where Midori's battle had taken place, 2 figures appeared on the scene. One was a black man, casually munching on an apple as he turned to his companion and asked, "So, what do you think, Ash?" This man was Marquis Warren, a member of the Anti-Prophecy Task Force's U.S. branch. Standing beside him was a white man with blonde hair, clad in a red coat. He was crouched down, carefully examining the remnants of the battlefield before making his assessment. Just as I thought. There's an enormous residual energy signature here. Looks like this was the epicenter of that explosion," he muttered. This man was Ashton Taylor, also a member of the U.S. branch. Before them lay a massive crater, so deep that its bottom couldn't be seen. Just looking at the sheer depth of it was enough to grasp how devastating the battle must have been. Marquis, still holding the apple core, casually tossed it into the abyss and shrugged in admiration. "Man, Midori, huh? That guy's seriously insane. So this is what the strongest person in the world looks like?" Then, after a short pause, he added, "But seriously, what the hell happened? Why would the strongest guy in the world suddenly go missing, along with his entire team?" Ashton's expression darkened at the question. He remained silent for a few seconds before finally shaking his head. "I have no idea." News of Ichihara Midori's disappearance had already reached the Japan branch, plunging the entire organization into turmoil. Scene transition. At the Pavilion of Eternal Mission, the headquarters of the Anti-Prophecy Task Force's Japan branch. Tensions were running high. A middle-aged man, Shinonome, slammed his fist onto the tatami mat in frustration, gritting his teeth. "This is impossible. I'm listening to what they're saying, but I still can't believe this report." In front of him, an elderly woman named Io turned her attention to the young woman standing before her. "Do we truly have no way of locating Midori?" "Rin?" This was Rin, the assistant who had once accompanied Midori back when he was at Minato's school. At Io's question, Rin lowered her gaze, glancing at the necklace she wore. "The artifact that connected me to Midori, it was destroyed. Because of that, I can't track his location anymore," she explained. Io let out a quiet sigh and nodded. "That is truly unfortunate." At that moment, Kitamori, who had been sitting quietly to the side, suddenly spoke up. "Grand Administrator, he's here." As soon as her voice rang out, the sound of steady footsteps echoed from outside. A figure calmly stepped into the room. Seeing him approach, Io's face lit up with a hint of warmth, and she nodded approvingly. "It suits you well, Captain Kaminagi Minato." Standing before everyone was our protagonist, now donning his new uniform. Feeling the weight of their stares, Minato awkwardly scratched his nose. "But, it still feels a bit unnatural for me. I don't know if I'm really suited to be captain," he admitted hesitantly. Shinonome, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke. "I know the exam was disrupted midway, but all the other captains and directors nominated you. You even fought against Eve, one of the 12 apostles. That alone makes you the only one capable of filling the void Suo Makoto left behind." Shinonome's words left Minato momentarily silent. The promise he made to the founders on the day Makoto sacrificed himself. He had never once forgotten it. "I want to surpass the founders as quickly as possible. I won't let anyone else die. Thinking about this, Minato steadied himself. His resolve hardened, and he looked at everyone with determination. Thank you. I'll do my best not to let you all down. His sudden shift in demeanor left Shinonome a bit puzzled. Meanwhile, Io clapped her hands and laughed heartily. Haha, even without relying on their power, I still think you're the best person for the role of captain. Then, as if something had just crossed her mind, her expression turned serious. Now, let's get straight to the point. I need your opinion. It seemed she wanted to discuss Midori's disappearance. Scene transition. Time passed quickly. Elsewhere, the blue-haired young man, Iryu, was in a full-blown panic. For reasons unknown, he was sprinting away in terror, constantly glancing over his shoulder to see if he had escaped yet. Chasing after him with a bright grin was none other than Minato. Hey, Iryu, wait up, Minato called out enthusiastically. Sign a contract with me and join Team Kaminagi, he added excitedly. Meanwhile, poor Iryu was so terrified that he was on the verge of pissing himself. Without a second thought, he just ran for his life. As the conversation between Minato and Io continued, she gradually began to reveal everything. At that moment, behind her, a door suddenly appeared, engraved with the image of a roaring tiger. Io's voice was calm but heavy. You must already know that Midori has gone missing, don't you? And along with him, Nishina Kyo and Mikado Shuichi, the two who were with him in the Special Operations Unit. As she spoke, she gazed into the secret room beyond the door. Inside, Nishina and Mikado lay on hospital beds. Their bodies were covered in bandages, drenched in blood, and connected to numerous IV drips. Just one glance was enough to see how severely they had been wounded. Then, Mikado, the burly man, slowly turned his head to look at Minato. His voice was weak but carried a weight that shook the room. Midori's body has been taken over by the leader of the 12 Apostles. The moment Minato heard this, his eyes widened in shock. Because if there was one thing he understood better than anyone, it was how powerful Midori truly was. That was precisely why this revelation was so hard to believe. On the other side, Rin bit her lip. It seemed she had already known about this. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Minato suddenly shouted, "What? How is that even possible?" Mikado's face twisted in bitterness. That technique, it was almost identical to the one used to attack the anti-prophet forces not long ago. Similar to that Apostle Eve's ability. But this time, it might have been caused by an artifact. But that's not the important part right now. He clenched his fist, his expression dark. The important thing is, Ichihara Midori has now become the enemy of humanity. That's the truth. Minato's breath hitched. Mikado continued, his voice heavy with regret. Kaminagi Minato, Midori fought until the very last moment to buy us time to escape. I'll tell you the last words he left for you. Mikado took a deep breath and repeated them word for word. I'm sorry, Minato. The rest is up to you. Minato's hands trembled. Midori had entrusted his final hope, not to the other captains, but to him. And that realization made it impossible for Minato to hold back his emotions. Then, Uncle Shinonome patted Minato on the shoulder and advised him. I understand why Midori placed so much faith in you. But you still haven't met the minimum requirement for a team. You need 7 members. So listen up, Shinji, Akane, and Hiko. Those 3 are already a given. They're definitely part of your team. Now, go find 3 more people. Pick the ones you think are best suited to face Ichihara Midori. This is the mission of Team Kaminagi. Back to the present, Iryu was running for his life. Seeing Minato chasing him like a man possessed, he couldn't help but yell. Hey, stop chasing me. I'm staying with Team Hibiki forever. There's no way my captain would let me go anywhere else. But just as he finished speaking, from up ahead, a calm yet firm voice rang out. It was Akane, the alchemist. She pulled out a document and said flatly, I've already received permission from Captain Hibiki. No way. How could the captain? Iryu's voice was filled with disbelief as he hastily grabbed the paper from Akane's hands. Inside, the message was clear as day. To Akane, please take care of Konami for me. Setsuna Hibiki. The moment he finished reading, Iryu's eyes widened in pure shock. He never imagined that his own captain would sell him out so quickly. At the same time, Minato and Akane both chimed in. Just give up already. You belong to us now. Frustrated, Iryu roared. Team Kaminagi, you guys are playing dirty. Meanwhile, outside, Sakazaki Izuki adjusted his glasses as he spoke to someone. Based on my data, Minato was given the same treatment when he joined the Prophets. But do you always greet people with your foot first? Hinata Hikotaro? Across from him, Hiko grinned and casually greeted him back. Looks like I don't even need to introduce myself anymore. Huh? Good morning, Sakazaki Izuki. Then, he got straight to the point. This is a direct order from the captain. He wants you. Sakazaki, however, wasted no time rejecting him outright. I refuse. With Captain Todoroki dead, there's an open position. I'll be taking the next captain's exam. I have no interest in working under Minato. Hiko, realizing words wouldn't get him anywhere, let out a chuckle before cracking his knuckles. Come on now, don't be like that. The moment those words left his mouth, Hiko's body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a devastating thunderous kick. The sheer force of it shattered several trees in the distance. But somehow, Sakazaki had completely vanished, and the next second, he was already sitting calmly on a nearby chair. This took Hiko by surprise. In his mind, he thought, HMPH, I can't land a single hit on him. So this is his ability. Huh? From Sakazaki's perspective, this persistent blonde guy was starting to get on his nerves. He had work to do, and Hiko was interfering with it. So, with a sigh, he made a proposal. Alright, fine, since you guys want me so badly, I'll make it simple. Here's the deal, 60 seconds. Right here, in this courtyard. If you can touch me even once within that time, I'll accept your offer. Hiko's lips curled into a grin. So that means I can use whatever I need, right? Sakazaki adjusted his glasses and replied. That's correct. Hiko let out a chuckle before saying. That's too bad. We really need you. So I'm afraid I'll have to make you give up on that captain's exam of yours. As he spoke, a powerful, dragon-shaped aura began to surge from his body. Meanwhile, Sakazaki wasted no time. Without another word, he calmly activated the timer on his computer. At some point in the past, the scene unfolded inside a vast limestone cave. This was the limestone cavern of the Great Prophet. More specifically, it was secondary spatial rift number 17. A voice echoed through the cave, breaking the silence. Hakup, so this is where you've been? Sakazaki spoke with a cheerful tone. The man he addressed, Captain Saruzaki, responded in a calm, unhurried manner. Sometimes, I manage to reel in some big fish here. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the intelligent young man standing beside him. Then, with a slight smirk, he asked, Sakazaki, I heard you just signed up under Todoroki's squad. Is that right? The sudden question caught Sakazaki a little off guard. He hesitated for a moment before answering. I've always wanted to be a captain who never lets anyone die. Hearing this, Captain Sarusaki's demeanor shifted slightly. His eyes narrowed as he spoke with a more serious tone. Ambition isn't a bad thing. But have you ever considered that you don't need to be a captain to achieve that goal? Sakazaki responded immediately. Are you saying, I'm not suited for it? Saruzaki shook his head. That's not what I mean. But you still have a lot to learn. That's what I think. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly yanked his fishing rod upward. A massive hammerhead shark burst out from the water, writhing violently on the line. Back to the present, the instant the countdown timer started. Both men moved simultaneously. Hiko lunged forward at full speed. Sakazaki leapt backward in a flash. However, given Hiko's overwhelming physical strength, he was naturally faster by a fraction of a second. As he closed the distance, the blonde fighter unleashed a rapid barrage of kicks, his body surging forward like a storm. Got you now, Hiko thought to himself with confidence. But things were never that simple. Just like before, the very moment Hiko's foot was about to make contact, Sakazaki's body flickered. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared directly behind Hiko. Having now witnessed this ability twice, Hiko started to piece things together. Just as I thought. That's his skill. On the other side, Sakazaki let out a tired sigh and muttered, I really didn't want to show this to anyone outside my team. Sakazaki's ability was called Omnipresent Ego. This skill allowed him to teleport to any designated location within a 100-meter radius. However, there was one key restriction. He had to physically visit the location at least once before being able to teleport there. Once set, he could teleport with extreme speed and pinpoint accuracy. With such a fluid and unpredictable teleportation ability, no matter how fast Hiko was, he simply couldn't even graze the hem of Sakazaki's coat. But that didn't discourage Hiko in the slightest. If anything, it made him even more excited. I've pushed myself this hard, and I still can't even touch a single strand of his hair. If I want to stand a chance against Midori, I have to surpass this guy first. On the other side, Sakazaki noticed the burning determination in Hiko's eyes. Then, in a blink, he teleported behind the blonde fighter and casually spoke. I have a question. What is it? Hiko responded. At the same time, he swung his leg backward in a sweeping kick. But Sakazaki effortlessly dodged. Still unfazed, Sakazaki continued. I know you serve under Minato now. But what exactly do you see in him? The question caught Hiko off guard for a moment. Then, after a brief pause, he simply shrugged and replied, I don't know. Sakazaki raised an eyebrow. I know what an ideal captain looks like to you. He said, you once said that you'd do whatever it takes to be a captain who could increase survival rates. Even by just 1%. And honestly, that alone is admirable. Nothing is more important than survival. But I refuse to follow a captain who only prioritizes staying alive. Sakazaki's expression darkened. His eyes burned with anger as he immediately questioned, why? But before he could finish his thought, Hiko had already given his answer. If you only ever think about yourself, then when will you ever achieve your goal? Even if I have to shatter into pieces, I will destroy every single prophecy. And that's why I finally understand. If it's Minato, he'll make it happen. With unwavering resolve, Hiko declared, that's why I chose to be Kaminagi Minato's right-hand man. At this very moment, Sakazaki finally realized his own shortcomings. So that's it. The thing I've been missing all this time is someone to rely on. I see now, but it looks like I'm still the one in control here. This conversation, I think I'll use it as a reference for the future. As he spoke, he quickly moved backward, keeping his distance. 5 seconds left. Right on time, Hiko smirked mischievously, his expression setting off an instinctive sense of caution in Sakazaki's eyes. A message? Who did he send it to? The thought barely had time to form in Sakazaki's mind when, from above, a shadowy figure wielding a sword suddenly appeared. It was Shinji, the swordsman. The moment he landed, he immediately unleashed his golden blossom strike, seamlessly chaining it with his Heaven's Descent technique. Countless blades of energy rained down, turning the entire battlefield into an absolute mess in mere seconds. Sakazaki barely managed to leap into the air, dodging the devastating attack in time. But in doing so, he lost all the pre-stored teleportation points he had carefully set up. Damn it, the entire schoolyard is in ruins. I can't escape anymore. A hint of panic flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, Hiko wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip away. At that very moment, he stood atop the neighboring building's roof. Muscles tensed, power surging into his legs. Activating his blink step, he launched forward at breakneck speed. Faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, his explosive kick tore through the air, shredding a portion of Sakazaki's coat just as time ran out. As long as I touch your clothes, it still counts, right? Hiko grinned, triumphant. Shinji, meanwhile, sheathed his sword and jogged over. Hey, Hiko, we just wrecked the entire schoolyard in under a minute. You sure that's okay? Of course, we needed an excuse anyway. Hiko laughed, completely unfazed. Sakazaki, on the other hand, could only grit his teeth in frustration. You guys are a bunch of cheating bastards. Shinji raised an eyebrow at that, turning to Hiko. Huh? So I wasn't supposed to help you? Who knows? Hiko replied with a casual shrug. Still, a promise was a promise. Even though Sakazaki was clearly pissed about Hiko's underhanded tactics, he wasn't the type to go back on his word. I don't care what tricks you pulled. I lost. I'll join Minato's team. The words had barely left his mouth before Hiko and Shinji high-fived, celebrating their win. At the same time, Akane and Minato arrived, escorting Iryu Kanami with them. We just wrapped up on our end. 2. Iryu Kanami is officially ours. Behind them, Minato stood frozen, his eyes widening in disbelief as he took in the battlefield that was once a schoolyard. Wait, did the field just turn into a plowed farm? Shinji casually chimed in, making things even worse. Mind writing the apology letter for me? Minato blinked, still processing the absolute destruction around him. My first mission as team captain is writing an apology letter? Relax. Rin will handle everything, Hiko reassured him with a grin. Even though they had recruited 2 new members, the team was still 1 person short. That's when Akane, the alchemist, turned to her captain with a question. We still need 1 more person. But aside from these 2, I can't think of anyone to recommend. Do you have someone in mind? Minato pointed in a direction and spoke with certainty. Yeah, actually, I've already accepted them. And not just 1 person, 3. The entire group followed his gaze and soon locked eyes with the very people he was talking about. Ichika, their master, along with 2 members of the special forces, Midori and Mikado. Mikado Shuichi from Team Kaminagi, Nishina Kyo, and Hinoki Ichika stepped forward. Starting today, we will be temporary members of Kaminagi Minato's team. Minato's group collectively gasped in shock at the unexpected announcement. Meanwhile, at a massive clock tower, somehow, the gigantic clock face had become a meeting table for the villainous faction. Seated at the center was Apostle Number 0, currently inhabiting Midori's body. Surrounding him on 4 sides, 4 other figures sat in silence. After scanning the room, Apostle Number 0 spoke up. Is this all that's left? The apostles now numbered only 5, a significant drop from before. But now that I have taken Ichihara Midori's body, we are 1 step closer to erasing the grand prophecy. Let's go. Everything we do is for the eradication of that prophecy's existence in this world. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to the prophecy research laboratory of the Grand Seer. At that moment, Uncle Shinonome spoke up. Have you found them yet? Director Kurihara nodded and shared the latest intel. Yes, we have. As you already know, the prophecy books owned by the 12 apostles were originally a single book, torn into multiple fragments, based on the pieces Midori brought in. And after analyzing the missing parts, we've confirmed that this event is part of a prophecy, one of the highest level ones. Its name, Bhagavad Gita. To destroy the world, Ichihara Midori's power is required. That's all there is to it. The gravity of this revelation darkened Shinonome's expression. After all, he knew all too well just how terrifying Midori's power was. Scene shift, Apostle Number 0. He and his subordinate, Kamiragi, were soaring at breakneck speed, cutting through the ocean wind. As they traveled, Number 0 suddenly spoke. Hey, Kamiragi, have you ever read the Bhagavad Gita? No, sir, the swordsman answered calmly. Number 0 let out a chuckle before explaining the significance of the text. Ha, it's one of the sacred scriptures of Hinduism. It teaches that humans should fulfill their duties and responsibilities with a selfless heart. Using that name for a prophecy about world annihilation, whoever wrote it must have harbored a deep hatred for humanity. He let out a sinister chuckle. Like that, the 2 of them shot through the sky toward Times Square, New York, USA. Their flight left behind 2 streaks of light, one deep purple, the other dark blue, illuminating the night sky. Down below, a young boy's eyes sparkled with amazement. Look, that's so cool. His father glanced up briefly, then shook his head. What's so cool about that? It's not like flying transcendents are rare these days. But the boy tugged on his father's sleeve excitedly. Dad, don't you know? That's Ichihara Midori, the strongest transcendent in the world. He looks so awesome. It wasn't just the boy. Before long, The entire crowd began to recognize Midori's presence. Phones shot up into the air, recording the moment. Is that Midori? It's really him. Midori is here. And there's even a samurai with him. But why are they here? Oh my god, he's looking this way. The excitement in the crowd grew. But they had no idea. Danger was right at their doorstep. From Number Zero's perspective, he looked down at the tiny humans below. His voice was ice cold. Now then, let's begin. Slowly, a terrifying energy began to gather in his palm. Meanwhile, the boy in the red hoodie remained oblivious, still buzzing with excitement. Dad, take a picture of me with Midori. All right, his father chuckled. Just as the boy struck a pose, raising both hands toward the sky. The air shifted. Above them, Number Zero's aura exploded outward. The sky darkened into a deep, ominous purple. Inside his mental realm, Midori watched it all unfold. He knew exactly what Number Zero was about to do. But he was powerless. All he could do was shout at the top of his lungs. Stop. But Number Zero didn't care. A sick, twisted smile curled across his lips. Then, he activated his ability once again. Distortion. The very same power that had once left an abyssal crater in an abandoned city. Time skipped forward. Grand Seer's dining hall. Minato sat at the table, enjoying his meal. Suddenly, Shinji came sprinting in, phone in hand, his voice urgent. Minato, turn on the news. Things just took a turn for the worse. Minato grabbed the phone. A breaking news headline flashed across the screen. Ichihara Midori, a transcendent, has attacked New York City, causing complete and utter destruction. Scene shift, the Eternal Pavilion. Inside the command center, Chief Administrator Io was being fiercely questioned. The room was tense. All eyes were on her. What the hell are you doing, Io? The furious voice belonged to Richard Weiss, director of the Grand Seer's U.S. branch. Ichihara Midori just wiped New York City off the map. Calm down, Richard, Io responded. But her words only fanned the flames. Richard slammed his fist against the table. How the hell am I supposed to calm down? Millions of lives, gone. The economic heart of the entire world, erased in an instant. Io exhaled. There was no other choice, she had to reveal the truth. That isn't Midori. The room fell silent. Inside that body is the leader of the 12 apostles, the one known as Number Zero. We've identified his true identity. His name is Warren Hastings, an Englishman. Richard's face froze. Hastings? He might be working with invaders from another dimension. The relics they're using, they aren't under the Grand Seer's jurisdiction. That means someone, or something, is supplying them from the shadows. Richard felt his mind reel. He stood there, stunned, struggling to process the sheer weight of Io's words. A long pause. Then, so what? Richard's voice was cold. Regardless of who's controlling his body. It was Ichihara Midori who destroyed New York. It was his hands that erased Detroit. You can't cover for him anymore. Io. His next words hit like a hammer. The White House is considering using nuclear weapons to take him down. Io didn't even blink. If anything, she looked almost amused. Do you really think a nuclear weapon could kill him? Richard clenched his jaw. Of course, he knew the answer. We already know the risks. His fist slammed onto the table. Then tell me, Io, what the hell are you going to do about this? Returning to Minato's position, after hurriedly scarfing down the last of his meal, he turned to Shinji and asked, Shinji, you and the other 3 have completed Lesson 15, haven't you? Of course. Hiko nodded confidently. Minato closed his eyes for a few seconds, deep in thought. Then, as he reopened them, he made his decision. Suo Shinji, I'm appointing you as the vice captain of Team Kaminagi. I want everyone to keep training until deployment orders come in. No matter what happens, the synchronization between Iryu and Sakazaki needs to be absolutely flawless. On the other side, Shinji had a feeling Minato had something planned. So he asked, and what about you? What are you going to do? Minato didn't hesitate. I'm going to sleep. This time, I need a deep, uninterrupted rest. No one is allowed to wake me up. As he spoke, He clenched his fist tightly. His decision caught Shinji off guard. Sleeping? At a time like this? It didn't make sense, but at the same time, he knew Minato wouldn't do something like this without a reason. A deep sleep. Huh, if you're saying that, then you must have something up your sleeve. Alright, I'm counting on you, Minato. With that, Shinji turned and left. Heading back to training, they would keep preparing until everything was in place. Meanwhile, at the Eternal Pavilion, Richard Weiss's frustration boiled over as he glared at Io. What exactly are you planning to do? Io? Ichihara Midori just wiped out New York and Detroit. Io remained calm. What am I going to do? Isn't it obvious? We're going to face them head-on, with our most elite forces. At that moment, Minato's team was pushing themselves to their limits in training. Iryu and Sakazaki sparred together. Nishina and Mikado honed their combat techniques. Akane and Hiko clashed fiercely, while Shinji trained under Master Ichika's watchful eye. And as for Minato, before locking himself away, he left a clear message on his door. No matter what happens, do not wake me up. Then, as he fell into a deep sleep, his consciousness drifted into his spiritual domain, where the ancient progenitors were already waiting. The final training to stand against Warren Hastings had begun. Next up was Minato's training session with his masters. However, the moment it began, his body was torn apart into countless pieces. Reichiro, the swordsman, cut him down instantly. Fortunately, since they were inside Minato's spiritual world, his body quickly regenerated back to normal. But before he could even react, slash! Again, his body was mercilessly shredded once more. Reichiro frowned. You lost focus just now, didn't you? His voice was sharp. You were the one who asked us to go all out during training. I will tear you apart. Kid, a terrifying killing intent exploded from Reichiro, making Minato freeze in place. Even the blonde founder felt that Reichiro was taking things too far. Hey, Hinoki, that's a bit too much. But before she could finish, the black-skinned founder and the mage Meltias raised their hands, stopping her. This made Eilerson narrow her eyes. What, are you saying I shouldn't stop him? Meanwhile, from a different corner, the archer founder turned to the strategist. Ryan, I know that with such limited time, high-intensity training is necessary. But, he's dying too much. If this death cycle continues, Minato's soul might completely disappear. Ryan let out a heavy sigh. There was no other way. We have no choice. Right now, Ichihara Midori is the strongest transcendent of this era. Minato stands no chance against him. This method might not guarantee success, but it's the only way to increase his survival rate. At the back, Eilerson clenched her fists. She understood their reasoning, but still, she shouted in frustration. Even so, there has to be a limit. From the side, the detective master, Azur, calmly reassured her. Relax, Reichiro might not be the most thoughtful person, but this much is fine. Minato will push through it. Beside her, Meltias nodded in agreement, her voice firm and unwavering. Back to Minato's perspective, the cycle of dying and reviving over and over again. For an ordinary person, their mind would have shattered long ago. But Minato felt nothing. Instead, he calmly said, I'm sorry, Reichiro. Inside, however, his thoughts raced. Just standing in front of him, the pressure is overwhelming. It's so cold, like I've been thrown onto a frozen mountain peak. But even so, I refuse to give up. Minato spoke up once more. Please, one more time? Reichiro didn't say a word. He simply charged forward. With a single slash, Minato's body was cleaved into 3 pieces. Reichiro turned away slightly, watching. Would the boy still be able to stand? And just as expected, Minato's will did not waver. It's still not enough. I haven't even managed to graze him. Despite countless deaths, Minato refused to fall. I have to become stronger. I have to go back to everyone. Under his breath, he muttered, all right, one more time. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, India, a lone figure stood atop a massive gate, waving toward the sky. It's been a while. Midori. This man, dressed in deep blue, was Aridin Baldwaji, a member of the anti-profit organization, Special Forces Division, India branch. With a strained smile, he called out, remember that high-level prophecy we stopped together? If it weren't for your help back then, Mumbai would have burned to ashes. We once protected this city together. And now, you plan to destroy it? Eridan's voice was steady, but his smile was forced. However, the one occupying Midori's body, Warren, had no patience for idle talk. His response was cold. Stop this pathetic performance. You, of all people, should realize that I am the one inside this body now. Do you really think calling out to his subconscious will bring him back? Warren grinned maliciously. Let me share something from the depths of my mind. Suddenly, Midori's lips moved. His voice was weak. I'm sorry? Please, run. And then, Warren's wicked smile widened. Meanwhile, Eridan, standing below, he could only respond bitterly. Of course, I can't run. Midori, this is my home, the city where I was born and raised. As those words left his lips, a surge of powerful energy erupted from his body. A clear signal that the battle ahead would be anything but easy. Scene change, Anti-Prophet Japan headquarters. At that moment, Elder Io was calmly explaining something to her two subordinates. For hundreds of years, humanity has waged war against beings from other dimensions. During the era of the primordials, it was the tower, then came the rift, and now, the prophecy. Throughout this long conflict, there have always been humans willing to ally themselves with those creatures, to destroy our world. At the front of the room, Shinonome, an older agent, had just received new intel over the phone. His expression soured as he spoke. It looks like India has fallen. Our enemy is now advancing toward Europe. However, Io showed no surprise. Just as expected. Now, if they had headed straight for Japan, that would have shocked me. Hearing this, Kitamori, her assistant, couldn't help but ask, why is that? Io answered patiently. Because he has only just taken control of Midori's body. He hasn't mastered it completely yet. If anything, the more he fights now, the stronger he will become. Io paused briefly, then issued a decisive order. Kitamori, summon all division captains at once. Then, she turned to Shinonome and said, Shinonome, I'm sending you into this battle as well. The older man let out a long, tired sigh. You treat me like this whether it's wartime or peacetime. Maybe I should transfer to the Ministry of Labor instead? Io chuckled. Ha ha ha, don't be like that. But in the next moment, her face turned dead serious. Because this time, I'm joining the battle as well. At her words, both Shinonome and Kitamori's expressions stiffened with concern. Time passed quickly. Now, the captains had all gathered. Wasting no time, Io delivered her orders. At this moment, Team Kaminagi should be in the final stages of their preparations. They are our only chance against Chihara Midori. Until their preparations are complete, I need you all to hold Midori back. A blonde-haired captain furrowed his brows. You say that like it's easy. Beside him, Captain Hibiki raised her hand in agreement. Yeah, but how long do we need to stall for? Io responded. Captain Minato said he needs 2 days. Our battlefield will be the Pacific Ocean. We will mobilize the entire Japanese branch of the Anti-Prophet organization. We strike him there. As her words echoed, beams of light suddenly surrounded the group. Meanwhile, over the Pacific Ocean, Warren hovered above the water. Then, his body froze for a brief moment. Because before him, a sphere of light had suddenly appeared. And from within that sphere, the figures of the Anti-Prophet captains began to emerge. Warren's eyes lit up with amusement. Without a single word, he extended his palm forward. A swirling vortex of energy formed, before unleashing a devastating beam of destruction. However, his attack was immediately blocked by a powerful skill. Heisha Dakin. Seeing his attack neutralized, Warren's expression shifted to surprise. Meanwhile, Io remained completely calm. She smirked. Don't underestimate us, you bastard. A little earlier, Hisagi and her group rushed to the scene, their faces filled with panic. Hearing that the captains were preparing to battle Warren, she couldn't just stand by. She called out, Captain Makabe. Makabe turned around, puzzled. Hisagi, why are you all here? Hisagi hesitated for a moment, then shouted. Midori, no, I mean, we heard you're going to fight the leader of the 12 apostles. Let us come with you. But Makabe immediately shook his head. No, that's not an option. Still, Hisagi refused to back down. Is it because we just get in the way? Fine, we don't even need to fight. But at the very least, we can protect you. Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Makabe let out a small smile before asking, Do you know why we decided to take part in this meaningless battle? Think about it realistically. There's a good chance we won't make it back. The difference in power is too great. But even if we fall, you all will live on. That's why you have to carry on for us. Take responsibility. Protect the world. Hearing these words, Hisagi couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. Tears streamed down her face as she clenched her teeth, trying not to sob. Meanwhile, the captains began to depart. As their silhouettes faded into the distance, Sonobe stepped forward, placing her hands firmly on Hisagi's shoulders. Asagina, the swordsman, spoke up. Let's go. They've entrusted this to us, so we have a mission to fulfill. We must protect Team Kaminagi until their preparations are complete. There's no time to hesitate. Right, Hisagi? Behind them, Hisagi wiped her tears. Then she nodded. Yeah, you're right. Silently, she prayed. Captains, please stay safe. Back to the Pacific battle. The fact that Io blocked Warren's attack left even the captains in shock. Wow, she even nullified Midori's distortion. Up ahead, Warren narrowed his eyes, analyzing Io's ability. A new technique? Io, the director of Japan's anti-prophecy branch. According to Ichihara Midori's memories, she was like a mother to him. And yet, she still has a skill she's been hiding? Facing Warren, Io spoke calmly. This is the first time I've used this technique in battle in 100 years. 100 years? The blonde captain blurted out in disbelief. Shinonome looked just as stunned. Even I've never seen it before. That's the 8 Mirrors Ata. Io's ability, 8 Mirrors Ata, worked in 2 phases. Phase 1. Once she fully understands an enemy's technique, she can reflect it back with 100% of its power. It was the opposite of Meltius's perfect analysis. Back to the present, Warren, after his initial shock, raised his hand again. Then try handling this. This time, he fired 4 beams of destruction simultaneously. Just seeing the incoming attack made the captain's spines tingle. Goosebumps rose on their skin. That's the technique that burned all of India. We're screwed, but Io remained unfazed. No need to worry, I know this move. As she activated 8 Mirrors Ata once more, 4 golden beams appeared before her, mirroring Warren's attack. This was phase 2. Any technique that had been reflected in the mirror could now be fully copied. Boom! The 2 devastating forces collided over the ocean, triggering an explosion of unimaginable scale. Warren's realization, after seeing Io's technique twice, Warren instantly grasped its nature. So my attack was destroyed by the exact same attack? Ah, I see. This is their plan, huh? Both that old woman and those worthless insects down there? Amidst the chaos, Makabe made his move. As seawater erupted into the air, obscuring everyone's vision, he dashed behind Warren with lightning speed. Now's my chance. His fists clenched, glowing with an overwhelming force. Then, boom 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 boom, he unleashed a barrage of infinity fist attacks, each punch cutting through the air at breakneck speed, ramming straight into Warren's face. Shockwaves rippled through the battlefield, but Warren didn't even flinch. This isn't normal, Makabe realized. Every time my punch lands, his body stiffens for a second. Warren smirked. Not bad. Makabe, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth. He's taking every single hit, but he still looks completely fine? With a sharp glare, Makabe taunted, "You enjoying this or something?" Then, without hesitation, he lunged forward, grabbing Warren in a tight lock. "I've got him. Hit him now." The captain's strike. At that moment, from all sides, the captains rushed in. Hibiki. Activated. Reality manifestation. Phoenix flight. A flaming phoenix burst forth, soaring toward Warren. The black-cloaked captain. Mystic sword piercer. A blade of pure energy thrust forward. The blonde captain. Heaven's bloom. His energy transformed into deadly petals, radiating immense power, rushing toward Warren like a tidal wave. The green-cloaked captain. Golden staff strike. A giant spectral warrior wielding a shining golden staff appeared, swinging with immense force. Skull and crossbones. The glasses-wearing captain. Death order. A red energy beam shaped into a grim reaper, scythe raised, cutting through the air toward Warren. A devastating barrage of attacks closed in on Warren from all directions. Makabe smirked, whispering, "Go to hell." Warren's mockery and the purple orbs. Contrary to their expectations, Warren, the Apostle Zero, showed zero concern. Instead, he smirked and mocked. You're the ones who should be heading down there. Boom. Suddenly, countless purple energy spheres materialized around them, exploding with immense force. The captain's eyes widened. TCH. No time to dodge. The blasts erupted in a chain reaction, swallowing everything in a storm of destruction. Maccabee's final thought, as the explosion engulfed them, a single image flashed in Maccabee's mind. Hisagi. Damn it, damn bastard. Aftermath of the explosion. The shockwaves settled. The air cleared. Warren emerged, completely unharmed. He grinned, taunting. As long as I get my attacks off. That's all that matters. Did you really think ganging up on me would work? This is a battle of monsters. He scoffed, then sneered at IO. And yet, you brought these weaklings along? How many more do you have left? Old hag? The mini-sun appears. But just then, a searing heat radiated from above. Even Warren, with all his power, felt its danger. His eyes snapped upward. A colossal fireball floated in the air, blazing like a miniature sun. At its center stood Shinonome. Thanks for buying me time. His voice was calm, but the flames raged. Warren's eyes widened. That's too big. A technique that grows stronger the longer it's charged? A race against time. Warren instantly gathered mana into his palm, preparing to strike Shinonome down before he could release the attack. Kitamori's interruption. Clank. Before he could act, a blue chain whipped through the air, binding him in place. What? It was Kitamori. Her eyes were cold as ice. Stay still, you beast. Warren's expression darkened. A transcendent, with teleportation? He struggled, but none of his abilities worked. This chain, the celestial relic, Purity's chain. A relic capable of suppressing abilities. Shit. The sun descends. With Warren trapped, Shinonome poured all his strength into the attack, and hurled the blazing sun downward. Whoosh! The scorching heat engulfed Warren's face, turning his skin red from the sheer intensity. Even for him, this was dangerous. Old hag, so this was your plan? He gritted his teeth. I might not be able to dodge, but if I pour everything into defense. His body erupted in dark purple energy. Double suns, IO's final move. But IO's plan wasn't over yet. As Shinonome's miniature sun descended, IO activated Mirror Atta's second stage. Whoosh! A second sun materialized. This one below Warren. Two blazing suns. One above, one below. For the first time, Warren lost his composure. FCK. IO's voice remained icy cold. Die for the future. Boom. The two suns collided. An explosion like a nuclear blast erupted. At the same time, not far from the battlefield, a fleet of warships was closely monitoring the situation unfolding over the ocean. One of the soldiers reported to his superior. Target hit. That was incredible. Look at that. The temperature of that fireball must have reached thousands of degrees Celsius. There's no way anyone could have survived that attack. Not even our allies. Right, Sir Richard? The soldier chuckled as he turned to look at his commanding officer. However, Richard's expression remained grim. He knew all too well that Warren, the one who had taken over Midori's body, would not be so easily destroyed. And, as expected, his suspicions were confirmed. From the very center of the explosion, a blinding purple light suddenly emerged. As the smoke and shockwaves gradually dissipated, Midori's body became visible, completely unscathed. Seeing this, the blonde soldier was stunned, exclaiming, "Are you kidding me?" From Warren's perspective, even he was taken aback by the body he now possessed. So you all bet your lives on that attack? Huh? I must say, I'm truly impressed. You really gave it your all. He paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. But you know what surprises me even more? Just what the hell is this body? This is absolutely insane. I just got hit by a fireball burning at thousands of degrees. And yet I'm standing here without a single scratch. His laughter echoed through the air. However, the warships and fighter jets had no intention of wasting time. The moment they confirmed Warren was still alive, they immediately opened fire, unleashing their most powerful weaponry straight at the lone figure floating in midair. Yet, not a single shot managed to reach him. Every round, every missile was stopped in its tracks by an invisible magical barrier. Then, with just a slight release of his energy, Warren unleashed a wave of force so powerful that it swept across the sky like a tsunami. In an instant, the entire fleet, planes and warships alike, erupted into flames, exploding like fireworks against the night sky. The energy torrent didn't stop there, it surged forward, heading straight for the warship where Warren was standing. Seeing this, Richard urgently shouted, "Marquis!" Behind him, the dark-skinned Marquis didn't need further instructions. Gritting his teeth, he immediately channeled his magic, conjuring a golden energy barrier to intercept Warren's devastating attack. Although he successfully blocked it, just defending against a single strike had nearly drained every ounce of energy from his body. Staring at his slowly disintegrating barrier, Marquis struggled to speak. What kind of absurd power is this? At this range, I can't even deflect it. So that guy really is the harbinger of the apocalypse? Elsewhere, Richard clenched his fists as he watched Warren revel in his destructive joy. His voice was low and tense. Not yet, it's still not enough. Back to Warren, after basking in his triumph. He finally regained his composure and started analyzing the situation. Looks like I've been using too much power. Just then, something unusual happened. A shimmering golden dust began to spread throughout the air around him, drifting in all directions. Warren narrowed his eyes in confusion. The one responsible was none other than Io. Somehow, she had managed to escape the explosion unscathed. With a cold expression, she spoke. "You're out of mana now, aren't you, Apostle Zero?" In her hand, she held a small vial containing more of the radiant golden dust. To explain this, we have to go back to the moment when the captains were first gathered. At that time, Captain Hibiki bluntly asked, "I just want to know. We have no chance of winning, do we?" Her straightforward words caused the other captains to sigh, while Makabe turned to remind her, "You don't have to be that direct, Hibiki." In response, the white-haired woman shot him a glare. "So I should sugarcoat it? I dare you to make me." Makabe gritted his teeth and snapped back. And just like that, the two of them started bickering. To put an end to the argument, Administrator Io spoke up, confirming, "We can't defeat him." Hearing this, Hibiki narrowed her eyes and followed up. "Then how do we restrain Midori's body?" To answer, Io pulled a small glass vial from inside her coat and said, "Even if we can't beat him, victory is only a means to an end. And to achieve our goal, we'll use an artifact, the temporal cage relic." Back to the present. By now, the golden dust had transformed into a cage, trapping Warren inside. It was identical to the one used to imprison Minato during Captain Makoto's battle against the assassin. Warren's eyes flickered with recognition as he stared at the structure. Administrator Io wasted no time explaining. "I'm sure you remember this, don't you? It's the same kind of relic you gave to your subordinates." That statement caught Warren off guard. He hadn't expected there to be more than one of these artifacts. Still, despite being trapped, Warren remained unfazed. He knew that Io's group couldn't actually do anything to him. Shrugging, he asked, "So what now?" On the opposite side, Io continued in her usual calm tone. "To break this temporal cage, you need to infuse it with a certain amount of aura. But since you've already run out of mana, you won't be able to escape." Her words darkened Warren's expression. Once again, he had fallen into this old woman's meticulous calculations. However, just a second later, a twisted grin spread across his face. "So you're just stalling for time, huh? I still don't get it. By the time I break out of this cage, do you really think you can turn the tables?" Io didn't offer much of an explanation. She simply smiled. "You don't know anything, Number Zero. Absolutely nothing. Just wait 2 days. Then, I'll show you something interesting." Warren narrowed his eyes. He could feel that this anti-prophecy organization had some kind of trump card, something they were completely confident would defeat him. Even after witnessing the overwhelming power he now possessed, the thought of this unknown factor made him stroke his chin in contemplation. "Something I don't know about? Me? Could it be Kaminagi Minato?" The moment that name left his lips, Io's face stiffened. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend how Warren had come up with it. To clarify, Warren simply tapped his temple and smirked. "You see, I've already gone through this body's memories. It seems Ichihara Midori views that kid as someone who can put an end to all prophecies." Hearing this, Io was completely stunned. She thought to herself, "Midori, did he really think of Minato that way? This isn't good." Unaware of her inner turmoil, Warren continued, "The moment I took over this body, Kaminagi Minato became my #1 target. Ending all prophecies? That kind of existence shouldn't be allowed to exist. So, you're the one who doesn't know anything. Executive Director I.O. Midori's body is even stronger now. The mana I used today? It was just a fraction of what's dormant inside this vessel. What you just did, it only melted the surface of the iceberg. I grow stronger the more I fight. And that means the amount of mana I can tap into increases as well. As he spoke, waves of energy surged from Warren's body, causing the temporal cage to creak and groan as if it could shatter at any moment. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, I.O. quickly prepared to activate her 8 mirrors ability. But she was already too late. In that instant, Warren shattered the cage and lunged forward like a lightning bolt. His hand pierced through I.O.'s chest, forcing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. As she gasped in pain, Warren's expression remained icy as he sneered. Now then, which way is Japan? In summary, the entire campaign of the Japanese branch had ended in failure. Number 0 was now learning how to harness the immense energy lying dormant within that body. And he was growing even stronger. The sheer force radiating from Midori's body was so overwhelming that even Ichika and Shinji, standing on the shores of Sato Island in Niigata Prefecture, could feel it distinctly. Ichika's master narrowed her eyes as she turned to the side and asked, "Shinji, can you feel that?" The red-haired young man gave a firm nod. "Yes, I can sense a strong demonic presence from far away." Ichika sighed in frustration, scratching her head. "Looks like the old lady and the others failed. Let's head back to headquarters and prepare to welcome our enemy there." Understood. Shinji swiftly sheathed his sword. Meanwhile, inside the command room of the anti-prophecy headquarters, the assistant Rin urgently called out to the staff. "Still no recovered footage from the American fleet?" One of the operators, busy working on his screen, replied. "After that attack, all communication was lost." Then switched to satellite imagery. Rin demanded, her hands clenching into fists as sweat beaded on her face. "Damn it, I can't use the optical eyes over the ocean. What the hell happened to the fleet?" The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. But just then, several figures suddenly appeared behind her, accompanied by Kitamori's urgent voice. "Rin, use your ability now." The room was now filled with the wounded forms of the remaining captains. Though they had managed to escape the explosion caused by Warren, they were all gravely injured, their fighting strength nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the bespectacled captain was using the last remnants of her energy to keep I.O. alive. Rin's face turned pale as her eyes locked onto the gaping hole in I.O.'s chest. On the other side, Kitamori, his eyes brimming with tears, pleaded desperately, "Please, save Lady I.O." Flashing back to the time when everyone was preparing for the battle against Apostle Number 0. I.O. had entrusted Kitamori with a crucial mission. "Listen carefully, Kitamori. In this operation, you are everyone's lifeline. After the captain's attack, your job is to rescue them before the enemy's strikes land. Keep track of his movements. After Shinonome and I use Celestial Descent, use your ability to get us out." Kitamori immediately bowed her head. "Understood, even if it costs me my life." Before she could finish, Io, furious, delivered a swift chop to her head, making Kitamori clutch it in pain. Paying no mind to Kitamori's reaction, I.O. scolded her sternly. "No, you idiot, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to die. Once the battle is over, your mission is to ensure everyone returns safely. Listen well, your life takes priority over everything, even if something happens to me." But, Kitamori wanted to argue. But when she saw I.O.'s face, her stern gaze paired with a clenched fist radiating sheer intimidation, she flinched and quickly shouted, "I'm sorry." Her voice then softened. "It's just because I don't want to lose you." Memories from her childhood flooded her mind. Memories of I.O. taking care of her. The warmth, the laughter, the bond they shared. On the other side, I.O. saw the tears streaming down Kitamori's face. She sighed, gently placing a hand on the girl's head and softly reassured her. "No one will die, and I won't let anyone die either. Just keep moving forward." Returning to the present, I.O.'s face had turned pale, utterly lifeless. The medical team had already begun supplying her with oxygen. Beside her, Kitamori desperately urged, "Hold on, Grandma, just a little longer. You can't die now." Then she turned toward her younger sister, Rin, her eyes pleading for help. Rin, understanding the unspoken request, gritted her teeth and pushed herself to the limit. "I know, but my ability rewinds time, since Lady I.O. is using an artifact to halt the flow of time." My power won't work on her. On the other side, the brown-haired captain struggled to speak. Even my healing ability can only keep her alive, but a wound like this, it's beyond saving. Hearing that, Kitamori quickly proposed, the flow of time only stops when she's inside the anti-prophet HQ. If we can just get her outside. Then, before she could finish, Shinonome, who had been standing nearby, saw Kitamori's panic and firmly grounded everyone. Calm down, we can't do that right now. As soon as he spoke, an overwhelming pressure crashed down upon the area. No one needed to say a word, they all knew exactly who was responsible for this suffocating presence. Damn it, they're here already? Shinonome gritted his teeth, and just as he expected, Warren had arrived, bringing 4 of his apostles to the Japanese branch of the anti-prophet organization. Seeing them appear, Kitamori's eyes burned with fury as she glared outside. Then, without hesitation, she shouted, "I'll kill them all." Before Rin could even stop her, Kitamori had already teleported outside, materializing right next to the apostles. She intertwined her fingers, activating a skill known as Void Inlay, causing the space before her to fragment into countless square-like distortions. Kitamori Shiki's ability, Void Inlay. This ability allows her to instantly connect to an alternate dimension. When used on a small scale, it enables extremely precise teleportation. However, when applied on a large scale, the results become unpredictable, often leading to massive collateral damage. Under the effect of Void Inlay, sections of nearby structures suddenly vanished, warped away to unknown locations. Seeing this reckless act, Shinonome bellowed in frustration, "You idiot, the Grand Overseer is still here." Warren sighed, as Kitamori's spatial attack unfolded. Apostle number 0 calmly gave a single command, "Hajime." Immediately, the swordsman Hajime shot forward. In his grip was an ancient relic known as the Throne of the Distorted World. Without hesitation, he unleashed a technique called Kurihara Slash, a jagged, zigzagging cut that tore through Kitamori's spatial distortion. The only thing left behind was her severed arm, sliced into multiple pieces. Watching the gruesome scene, the apostle in the red dress chuckled with delight. Still as ruthless as ever. Huh? The white-haired apostle nodded in agreement. Poor girl. But unlike them, Hajime remained focused, his sharp gaze scanning the battlefield before he calmly stated, "No, I didn't finish her off." Following his line of sight, the others soon noticed. Master Ichika's team had arrived just in time to rescue Kitamori, snatching her away in the final moments. Seeing them appear, Kitamori gasped in shock. Wait, the Kaminagi squad? Meanwhile, Apostle number 0, Warren, was growing increasingly irritated. First, IO's forces, and now this group, another obstacle in his way. He let out an annoyed sigh. What a pain, are you all planning to get in my way too? In response, Master Ichika calmly unsheathed her blade. A powerful aura burst forth from her, radiating an overwhelming presence. With an exhilarated grin, she declared, "Sorry, but our captain hasn't woken up yet. So until he does." Her grip tightened on her sword as she took a battle stance. "We'll be the ones keeping you entertained." Warren's gaze swept across Minato's team as he analyzed their members. It felt strange to him. He recognized Suo Makoto's younger brother and Hinoki Ichika from the special unit. But the other two, Sakazaki and Iryu, were complete unknowns. He narrowed his eyes. They didn't exist in Midori's memories, which meant they likely weren't worth worrying about. However, if they had the confidence to stand here, ready to fight, it meant there was something he hadn't accounted for. Just as he was considering this, his eyes met Iryu's. The boy was staring straight at him with an unreadable expression. Before Warren could react, both Iryu and Sakazaki began releasing their energy. He immediately went on guard. Even though he didn't know what they were planning, he wasn't about to give them an opportunity. Without hesitation, he activated Distortion, his signature ability, to strike first. But before he could attack, the entire battlefield shifted. All the apostles, including Warren himself, vanished in an instant. Kitamori, still struggling with her severe injury, was so stunned that she momentarily forgot her pain. She frantically looked around, trying to comprehend what had just happened. What? Where did they go? All the apostles, even Ichika and the others. They all disappeared at the same time? From just a single teleportation? The sheer impossibility of it left her in disbelief. Her mind raced for an explanation until her eyes landed on Iryu. who was clenching his fist in triumph, clearly celebrating their successful plan. A moment later, Sakazaki appeared before her, holding a first aid kit. They were teleported away by my ability, he said. Kitamori stared at him, still trying to process what he had just said. Your ability? What do you mean? Before Sakazaki could answer, Iryu ran over, looking annoyed. Hey, why are you saying it was your ability? If anything, it was mine. Sakazaki shot him a glance. I was the one who teleported them. No, I was, Iryu argued. From Kitamori's perspective, watching the two rookies argue so loudly in front of her only made her more frustrated. Losing her patience, she shouted, "Shut up, I don't care whose ability it was. Just explain it already." In short, it was a combination of both their skills. Iryu Kanami's ability was called Ra Dokyo, a technique that extended the effect of someone else's skill to those he touched. Normally, Hisagi's teleportation only worked on himself. But with Ra Dokyo, its range was expanded, allowing them to transport everyone on the battlefield to different locations. While helping bandage Kitamori's wound, Sakazaki explained further, "My ability isn't as flexible as yours, Kitamori, but I can teleport with absolute precision to any place where I've left a personal item. With Iryu's help, I was able to extend that to all the apostles and our allies." He paused before adding with a smirk, "Aside from the three of us, everyone else has been relocated." Among the various locations they had sent people, the most significant was where they had dumped Apostle number 0. The place we sent him to is Spatial Rift number 17, the lower jaw. Sakazaki said coldly, "That rift expands by 10 centimeters every year. An endless interdimensional tunnel. A prophecy so ominous that even Midori couldn't destroy it. If he thinks he can escape, he's welcome to try." As for the others, the results of the teleportation were as follows. Master Ichika and the swordsman Hajime were transported to Ichika's usual training grounds. The white-haired apostle and the girl in the red dress were sent to the old captain selection exam site, where Nishina and Mikado awaited them. The apostle with the massive left arm was thrown into a vast desert, where Shinji and his team were waiting. And finally, Apostle number 0, Warren, was given the special treatment. He had been cast into Spatial Rift number 17, surrounded on all sides by an endless swarm of grotesque creatures. Transitioning to Nagano Prefecture, Mount Ontake, the swordsman Hajime suddenly appeared at this location, momentarily taken aback by the abrupt change in scenery. After scanning his surroundings, he quickly deduced that he had fallen victim to a teleportation ability. However, before he could process the situation further, a voice rang out, followed by a burst of laughter. "Hee tilde, looks like we successfully separated you guys." Huh? The speaker was none other than Master Ichika. Despite her playful tone, Hajime remained focused on his primary concern, his leader's whereabouts. Without hesitation, he asked, "What about our commander?" Ichika responded with unwavering confidence, her expression resolute. "Relax, we sent him somewhere he won't be coming back from." Hajime, still skeptical, narrowed his eyes. "If such a place exists, why didn't you just send all of us there?" At that, Ichika's expression turned bored. She waved a hand dismissively before explaining, No, I'm sure someone in your group possesses an artifact that can help them escape. Right? The worst case scenario is that your leader has it and manages to return. At this point, your boss's director is already weak. One well-placed attack, and he's finished. So if your leader does have a way back, then there's nothing we can do. But if he doesn't, at the very least, I can make sure to eliminate one of you apostles right here." Her absolute confidence made Hajime's brow twitch in irritation. His voice grew lower, more menacing. "Eliminate, huh?" Ichika's smirk faded as her gaze turned icy. In a mocking tone, she taunted, "Yeah, piece of cake. Aside from your boss, aren't the rest of you just a bunch of nobodies who lucked into possessing an artifact?" From Hajime's perspective, Ichika's words struck a nerve, making his eyes flash with a cold, murderous gleam. Then, without any warning, he swung his sword in an instant, unleashing his signature technique, Carrera Slash. A storm of razor-sharp cuts sliced through the air, surging toward his opponent at breakneck speed. At that very moment, Ichika activated her own ability, Solitary Dawn. Her eyes shifted, taking on the distinct pattern of cherry blossoms. Lowering her stance, she gripped her sword tightly. Hinoki Ichika's innate ability, Solitary Dawn, had a deceptively simple effect. One often dismissed as insignificant by those who didn't understand its true potential. Its effect? Eliminate all internal and external interference, placing her mind and body in their optimal state. In other words, absolute precision, a 100% success rate, the ability to execute the most optimal attack, with unparalleled concentration and peak physical performance. With this ability engaged, Ichika shot forward like a lightning bolt, effortlessly weaving through Hajime's barrage of slashes before delivering a deep, clean cut straight through his torso. Everything happened so fast, Hajime hadn't even finished retracting his sword when the attack landed. Her strike was so powerful that even the surface of the water split in two. For a transcendent warrior, someone who had meticulously honed both mind and body, such a well-trained physique was an irreplaceable treasure. Yet, even with all his strength and skill, Hajime had been completely overwhelmed. As the attack concluded, Ichika turned back, casually throwing out a taunt. "You're nothing compared to Makoto, kid." Meanwhile, at the massive training ground of the Anti-Prophets, the Apostle's red-dressed member quickly assessed the situation but remained utterly unfazed. She casually remarked, "Looks like everyone's been separated. Huh? Do you really think a 2-on-2 fight will be enough to take us down? Weren't you already cut down by our leader last time? Didn't you learn your lesson?" This woman was Seth, the Apocalypse Apostle. Across from her, Mikado and Nishina said nothing. Instead, they simply clenched their fists, cracking their knuckles in preparation. Seeing this, Seth turned to her ally and asked, "Hey, what should we do now? Asura?" To her surprise, Asura suddenly burst into tears. "You restrain them," he sobbed, "and I'll take care of." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive fist came rocketing toward him. Mikado's powerful punch sent Asura flying, though he barely managed to raise his arms in defense before impact. The sheer force still sent him skidding across the ground. Mikado wasn't about to let up. Charging forward, he shouted, "Don't you dare underestimate us." As the fight escalated, the 2-on-2 battle naturally split into separate 1-on-1 duels. While Seth glanced toward her struggling comrade, Nishina seized the moment to strike. Utilizing his unique ability, he manipulated his own hair like flowing silk, wrapping it tightly around Seth's body. "I'll avenge Makoto," he declared, his voice cold as ice. Despite being tightly bound, Seth simply grinned. "Ha, looks like I've really pissed you off." She chuckled. The moment she finished speaking, 2 massive crimson lightning bolts crashed down from the sky, slamming into the ground where Nishina and Mikado stood, forcing them to leap back in retreat. Meanwhile, Seth began to laugh maniacally. The playing cards surrounding her started swirling even more violently. This was her ability, Queen of Hearts. Nishina furrowed his brows, speculating that Seth's power involved controlling objects. Oblivious to his thoughts, Seth issued her command, "Now, my minions, go and find Kaminagi Minato for me." As soon as she spoke, the playing cards suddenly expanded into massive, humanoid figures. Each one sprouted arms and legs before stampeding away. Nishina's eyes widened in shock. How could she just let them escape like that? "So their real target is Minato?" he shouted. "I won't let you go anywhere." But before he could charge forward, another crimson lightning bolt crashed down from the sky, forcing him to retreat. The source of the attack was none other than Asura. From within the thick smoke caused by the explosion, his chilling voice rang out, "My ability allows me to manifest both sorrow and joy, and now I will kill. I will slaughter you pathetic insects." With a single motion, he wiped his face, and in an instant, his tearful expression twisted into one of pure rage. Above, the sky rumbled violently, reflecting the storm of emotions brewing within him. Switching scenes to Saitama Prefecture, Tokorozawa City. At this moment, the apostle with the gigantic arm was being relentlessly attacked by Shinji's group. On one side, Akane continuously activated her alchemy, summoning countless stone golems to charge at him. However, they barely made a difference, with just a single swing of his massive arm. The apostle easily shattered them into rubble before swiftly lunging after Hiko. The two of them clashed repeatedly, neither giving an inch. While Hiko held the apostle at bay, Shinji calculated the perfect timing to unleash his Tengu dance technique, a howling tornado that tore through the battlefield. aimed directly at the apostle. This was the very same skill Master Ichika had once used. But just like before, it had little effect. With a simple flick of his arm, the apostle effortlessly dispersed the swirling sandstorm and remained suspended midair. Both sides took a brief pause. Seeing their opponent emerge completely unscathed, Akane gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, we knew he was strong. But this is ridiculous. Above them, the apostle dry smirked, mockingly praising their teamwork. You're still standing? I suppose that means you're among the strongest members of Anti-Prophet. But in the end, you're just getting in my way. I'd rather save my energy. So, just die already. His arrogant words made Hiko chuckle despite the situation. Wow, would you look at that? Somebody's seriously underestimating us. Beside him, Shinji, consumed by his thirst for revenge, had no time for jokes. His eyes burned with killing intent as he snarled. I don't care. Just take him down already. His reckless fury made Akane anxious. She instinctively called out, Suo, but stopped herself mid-sentence. No, he's too agitated, but I can't blame him. He wants to avenge Captain Makoto against the 12 apostles. From Dry's perspective, upon hearing the name, Suo, his expression flickered with realization. Ah, so you're Suo Shinji? The little brother of Suo Makoto? That worthless piece of trash? The so-called 12th apostle who was weaker than a damn dog and still died a pathetic death. What a waste of life. Both of you are garbage. His words were dripping with mockery, like a match igniting a powder keg. Shinji, already a ticking time bomb, snapped instantly. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at Dry, completely abandoning all sense of strategy. Seeing this, Dry grinned in satisfaction, as if everything was going just as planned. In that moment, he activated his unique skill. His left arm began to transform, shifting and reshaping into something monstrous. A cannon. Camellia, La Traviata. The barrel of the cannon arm hummed ominously as an overwhelming energy began to gather at its muzzle, radiating a pressure so intense it made the air itself tremble. Meanwhile, at the Anti-Prophet Japan branch, the bespectacled squad leader was doing everything she could to keep Io alive. But Rin's abilities were useless in this situation. All she could do was grip Io's hand tightly. Her mind racing. What should I do? Her heartbeat is fading. As the realization sank in, tears began to stream down Rin's face. Uncontrollably. Nearby, the squad leader had no time to console Rin, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Instead, she shouted orders to her subordinates. Yushima squad, report the situation. Yes, ma'am. The captain's wounds have mostly healed. Upon hearing this, the ever-enthusiastic Makabe grinned, pumping his fists. Great, now let's regroup with Kaminagi's team. However, the black-clad captain furrowed his brows, sensing something was off. Not good, this won't be easy. And just as his words fell, the monstrous card creatures sent by Apostle Seth had arrived. The sight of them made the captains groan in frustration. Damn it, their target is definitely Kaminagi Minato. Meanwhile, Shinonome, the grizzled veteran, barked out a command. Everyone, prepare for battle. Protect Kaminagi Minato until he wakes up. But things never went smoothly for them. Did they? At that moment, a familiar, oppressive pressure suddenly descended upon the battlefield. Shinonome's face went pale, sweat dripping down his temples. He stammered in disbelief. This aura? These wavelengths? Outside, Iryu initially mistook it for an earthquake. But Sakazaki, sensing something deeper, suddenly shouted in alarm. Don't tell me, no way. Cut to the limestone cavern. Deep inside, the 17th fissure was experiencing a violent tremor. A swirling vortex formed at its center, spiraling faster and faster, as if something terrifying, was trying to break free. Captain Susuzaki narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth. You damned monster? Back at Iryu's position, realization slammed into him like a freight train. His voice cracked as he nearly screamed. No way, that's the aura of Apostle Zero? But he wasn't supposed to break free yet. Even Sakazaki, usually composed, couldn't understand how Warren had escaped so soon. However, he wasted no time reacting. Let's go, Iryu. We have to lure him away. Iryu, on the other hand, recoiled in horror. What? Are you kidding me? But Sakazaki desperately pleaded. Please, I need your power. We have to save Captain Susuzaki. Yet before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze. Something shifted inside the building. An unmistakable energy signature began surging violently from within. Inside the emergency ward, a familiar silhouette stood near Io's bedside. Minato. Slowly, he raised his hand, placing it over Io's chest wound. The air crackled with power as a radiant energy gathered at his fingertips. Surging with unstoppable force, a miracle in the making. While treating the elderly Io, Minato spoke up. How long was I out? 7? He asked, holding back tears. Rin replied hesitantly. Just a bit over half a day. I heard it would take you 2 full days to wake up. But, can you really beat that guy? Number 0? Minato turned to her, his voice firm and confident. I can win. But immediately after saying that, he relinquished control of his body to the ancestors. His tone shifted. Sorry to keep you waiting, Io, but with the current Minato, it's possible now. As he spoke, the blonde-haired girl began to activate her healing skill, Mediciana Divina. Page 364. Nectar. The healing technique of the apothecary king. Warranty. Stored in the depths of his mind within the invisible codex. This skill could unleash the full extent of one's healing ability instantly. Before everyone's eyes, the large wound on Io's chest suddenly began to close, as if it had never existed. The sight left the onlookers stunned. Rin shouted, "The wound's gone." The brown-haired squad leader, observing more closely, thought to herself, this isn't just a wound healing. Her internal organs are back too. This is full regenerative restoration. I can't even begin to understand the mechanism of that skill. What the hell was that just now? On the bed, Io slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Minato's figure, though she immediately knew that it was the ancestors who had performed the healing. So you've come to help me? Warranty? She whispered. Hearing that, Warranty gently grasped her hand and nodded. Io, you pushed yourself too hard again and got hurt. I tried, but in the end, I couldn't do much. Io replied weakly. I'm sorry. Warranty shook her head. It's all right. You did well. Io, I've healed all of your wounds. So just rest now. When you wake up, let's share meals together again like before. At those words, a tear quietly slipped from the corner of Io's eye. She gave a small, gentle nod. At the same time, deep within Minato's consciousness, all the ancestors witnessed the scene. Their eyes had never looked more serious. Cut to the battlefield outside. The swordsman Asahina was slicing through the enemy's card-like constructs with his swordsmanship, while Hisagi, using the martial art chain-forged edge, sharpened her arm into a blade and cleaved through them with precision. But the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Both of them were already gasping for breath, fighting non-stop, yet the enemy numbers didn't seem to be dwindling at all. Frustrated, Asahina cursed. Damn it, we've been fighting for ages and there's still a freaking swarm. Just like that fight with Eva, an entire army where every one of them hits like a Shigami. Or worse, you hear me? While Hisagi was still caught in her memories, a 3 of spades card suddenly flew in and delivered a brutal kick to her face, sending her crashing backward, but she quickly regained her footing and shouted through gritted teeth. Damn it, you think that's enough to take me down? I'll protect this world in his place. This is the world the captain entrusted to me. I will protect it. She let out a battle cry, her eyes brimming with tears. Then, a familiar voice echoed in response, well said. Suddenly, a flurry of fists shot forward, pulverizing the oncoming cards into fragments. The one who unleashed that barrage was none other than the squad captain himself, Makabe. Seeing him, Hisagi's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain Makabe. Up ahead, Makabe grinned and replied, yeah, a little late to the party, but I'm back. And we've got work to do. Elsewhere, Captain Yorozura swung his baseball bat with destructive force, smashing the enemy cards into pieces. Alright, kids, I'm here to help smash these bastards into dust. Get ready. Hearing that, both Hisagi and Asahina lit up with renewed energy. Makabe then looked up toward the sky and muttered, almost regretfully, even so, at this point, looks like we won't be getting much of a turn anymore. From his vantage point, he could see Minato stepping outside, his entire body cloaked in a glowing blue mana. The remaining cards, sensing his presence, swarmed toward him in a last-ditch effort to overwhelm him. In response, Minato calmly drew his sword back, then activated Hinoki sword style, wave. A single sweeping slash rippled forward like an ocean wave, slicing cleanly through every last card on the battlefield in one swift motion. Just like that, the main character had wiped out the entire enemy force in one stunning blow. Cut to Seth's location. At that very moment, her eyes suddenly went blank, stunned, as she sensed her army being wiped out. Noticing the confusion on her face, Asura, who stood nearby, shouted, "Hey, Seth, what's going on?" Seth answered in disbelief, "No way, my card deck, my liberation army of over 500 cards, was destroyed in an instant." She didn't need to say much more. Asura instantly realized who was behind it and screamed like a mad dog. It was him, Kaminagi Minato. Then what the hell are we waiting for? We need to take him out, now. That's top priority. Got it? No more stalling. Move. But before they could act, the towering figure of Mikado stepped in, making it crystal clear that he had no intention of letting them carry out their plan. Clenching his fist tightly, Mikado launched himself toward the two, his voice thunderous with rage. "The ones getting taken out, are you?" Hearing that, Asura scowled, confused. "Huh? What are you talking about? What the hell are you?" Before he could finish the sentence, a glowing octagonal mark suddenly appeared on Mikado's right forearm. It was the divine ratio. Seeing the symbol flare to life, Mikado activated his skill, Divine Ratio Seal, Warrant of Judgment. Right after Mikado spoke, countless orbs of energy began to scatter outward from his clenched fist. Glowing with power, Asura's expression instantly shifted to one of panic. In his mind, he muttered, "Energy blasts? That many? But why are they so slow?" From his perspective, the orbs were moving at a snail's pace, crawling through the air like lazy fireworks. That only made him more agitated, as if he were being mocked. "You idiot, these pathetic little orbs can't possibly." Before he could finish his sentence, the orbs abruptly surged forward with a burst of speed, hurtling toward him like guided missiles. Even an idiot would have figured it out by then. "He's targeting me. No, wait, they're locked onto the mark. He branded me with that first punch. These orbs are homing in on the mark he planted." Trying to shake off the panic, Asura gritted his teeth. "Still, they're too slow to actually hit me." Just then, Mikado's voice rang out from directly behind him, sending a chill down his spine. "Pretty slow, huh? These bullets of mine?" In a flash, Mikado unleashed 3 rapid punches, each one landing with bone-crunching force and sending Asura flying backward through the air. But it wasn't enough to take the apostle down, not yet. If anything, the blows only ignited his fury. "You bastard," he roared, his voice laced with rage. Then he paused, recalculating. Those orbs were just a trap. His whole strategy is to force an opening in my defense and finish me off in one strike. That must be it. Across from him, Mikado seemed to read his thoughts like an open book. "Nope, you got it all wrong. Behind you." Asura whipped his head around, just in time to see the orbs screaming toward him at blinding speed. His eyes widened as panic took hold, forcing him to leap into the air to avoid them. But the orbs didn't slow down, they were accelerating. Fast, faster than before. His expression twisted in frustration. "They're speeding up? What the hell is going on here?" Before he could form another thought, Mikado was already there, soaring toward him and slamming a massive punch into his midsection, driving his frail body straight into the ground like a meteor. And the orbs? They never let up. They swarmed toward Asura like a relentless barrage, giving him no room to breathe, let alone dodge. He had no choice but to burn through his energy and activate his defensive abilities just to stay alive. Back on the ground, Mikado landed with a heavy thud and shook his head in mock disappointment. "You should have figured it out by now. Every hit I land brands you with a mark, and each mark doubles their speed." As if to prove his point, the glowing orbs surged again, breaking past yet another speed threshold. Asura's face contorted in horror. "They're getting even faster, and now I can't dodge them anymore." And just like that, every last energy orb slammed directly into Asura's body, twisting his face in agony with each impact. Each sphere hit with the force of one of Mikado's full-powered close-range punches, bone-crushing, merciless. After tanking the entire barrage, Asura's body plummeted from the sky like a broken sack of meat. The dark clouds above finally cleared, and the battlefield grew still. "The storm's finally over," Mikado said with a heavy breath. Asura, battered and broken, began to crawl pitifully across the ground, desperately trying to flee. Seeing this pathetic sight, Mikado raised his voice, sharp and cold. Burned out your rage already, haven't you? The sheer intensity in Mikado's eyes made Asura's entire body tremble uncontrollably. I can't let him get close. If he touches me again, I'm done. I've gotta disappear, now. With a scream, Asura activated one of his remaining techniques, Mirror Veil. Instantly, a thick purple mist erupted around him, devouring the battlefield. Wherever it spread, the ground sizzled and corroded, melting like wax under acid. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Seth had also been defeated. Asahina had wrapped her long hair tightly around the woman's body like ropes, binding her in place. Even so, Seth still managed to snarl, "Let me go. I don't want to die rotting like some mangy mutt." Mikado's voice cut her off like a knife. "Don't move." The strands constricted even tighter, wrapping Seth like a mummy while continuously draining the mana from her body. Deprived of magical energy, her card soldiers began to fall one by one, lifeless and useless, raining down like scraps of paper. She started panicking. What the hell? My man is being drained. I can't activate anything anymore. Back on Mikado's side, even though he couldn't approach Asura directly due to the corrosive mist, he still had plenty of options. My energy bullets really are slow at first, he said calmly, stepping forward. They start out at just 5.56 meters per second, about as fast as a bowling ball. But here's the thing. Each orb hits as hard as one of my full power punches. And every time one lands, it plants a mark. That includes melee and ranged attacks. 20 hits in total. He raised a hand toward the mist. You do the math. The current velocity of those orbs? His eyes narrowed. 5,800 kilometers per hour. Try dodging that, tough guy. His voice rang out, laced with a fierce challenge. And then, from the sky above, a new barrage of energy bullets came raining down like divine wrath, tearing the earth apart. The ground cracked and split beneath the assault. And by the time the dust settled, Asura's body had been reduced to nothing, completely obliterated. Not even a scrap left behind. As Mikado stared at his clenched fist, memories from the past resurfaced, back when they were all still training together. He could still hear Makoto, the swordsman, laughing and saying, "I'm honestly jealous of you. Mikado, that skill of yours is insane. If I ever get hit by one of those, I'm done for." Mikado had yelled back at the time, "You idiot, it's not that easy to use. The stronger the opponent, the harder it is to land a hit. And it takes me more than 10 seconds just to engrave the first mark. It's ridiculously slow. Like right now, he's standing right in front of me and I still can't land a hit. Damn it," Mikado had growled, frustrated that he couldn't touch Midori back then, no matter how hard he tried. He let out a heavy sigh, full of exasperation. "But don't you think the skill's kind of weak? I mean, its firepower depends on how strong I am physically." Midori had grinned at that, full of energy. "Then just train harder and get stronger. You can do it, Mikado." Mikado could only shake his head at the kid's blind optimism, spoken like a true prodigy. "Just you wait, one day I'll make it into the special forces with this skill. I'm not gonna lose to you, Midori." To that, Midori had lit up with excitement. "Hell yeah, let's go all out, and once we've all gotten stronger, let's fight side by side again. Okay? Even when we're adults, we stick together." Back in the present, Mikado's eyes were burning with purpose. He clenched his fist tighter and spoke with confidence. "Just wait, Midori, this time, I will take them down." Meanwhile, Asahina, the long-haired warrior, had finished off his opponent. Spotting Mikado walking over, he smiled warmly. "You really helped out when you took care of those lightning strikes. I've wrapped things up on my end too." Right beside him lay the lifeless, withered corpse of Seth, her power completely drained. Seeing both enemies down for good, Mikado turned serious and shouted, "We've got to help Shinji, now. There's still Moon left, even if they've got 3 people on that side. Fighting an enemy of that level is just too much for one guy alone." Asahina nodded in agreement. "You're right, but that girl Akane just said something pretty strange." Cut to Shinji's group. Right now, they were still struggling to fend off the apostle known as Dry, who stood before them like a wall of death. "Just die already," Dry roared. "Don't you want to see your brother again?" Shinji, clearly worn down, called out with urgency, "Hey, Akane, are you done yet?" Akane, unfazed and grinning, shot back cheerfully, Just a little bit longer. Watch me, Minato. I can do it too. Lesson 15. This is where I blow that cannon to hell. As she spoke, every ring on her fingers lit up, glowing with intense power. Back to a moment buried deep in Minato's mind. The young alchemist once again spoke up to explain. Alchemy isn't just about transmuting matter. It's a field that specializes in understanding the structure and function of the world itself, and transforming that understanding into knowledge. Once you master that knowledge, you can reshape matter into things far beyond the limits of imagination. Hearing that, Minato blinked and asked naively, "Transmutation? So the skill in Lesson 15, is it like that too?" The alchemist nodded. "That's right, but for now, we need to focus on sharpening your combat skills. So don't worry about it just yet. If we're talking about Shinomiya Akane, though, I'm sure she'll master it in no time." Back to the present, Dry was howling with madness from above, his body crackling with energy as he charged his cannon for another round of relentless attacks. A violent barrage rained down like meteors, tearing the earth apart into smoking craters. Shinji and Hiko were unable to even get close. What kind of move is this? There's no pattern. I can't tell where he's gonna hit next. Hiko shouted in frustration. Then, one of the attacks hit Shinji directly. "Shinji!" Hiko panicked, but Shinji managed to stay on his feet and grit his teeth. "I'm fine, I took the hit," he said, swiping the blood from his cheek. Glancing toward Akane, who was still preparing behind them, he clenched his fists. "We can't hold him off much longer." From above, Dry grinned maniacally, calling out, "How many more hits can you take? 1, 2, maybe 3? Let me show you what real despair feels like." He let out a sickening sound, then vomited out countless eyeballs from his mouth. These weren't just grotesque, they were alchemical relics, cursed artifacts imbued with condensed magical essence. Each one drifted downward slowly, unblinking, focusing in on Shinji's group. Dry was even kind enough to provide an explanation. These relics generate satellite fragments from their core. And guess what? Each one copies my technique exactly. In other words, if you still haven't figured it out, all of them are about to fire my attack simultaneously. The moment he finished speaking, all the eyes began glowing a deadly violet, unleashing a storm of destruction identical to Dry's own cannon blasts. The air warped and screamed as searing magical fire consumed everything in its path. "Haha, this whole sector's gonna be scorched clean. Burned to ashes already." Dry howled with delight. On the ground, Shinji and Hiko were completely cornered. There was no place left to dodge. "There's no way out of this one," Hiko shouted, his voice trembling. With no other option, he turned desperately to the one person who could still change the outcome. "Akane, we're counting on you." Hearing Hiko's desperate plea, Akane's eyes suddenly lit up with resolve. "I see it now," she snapped, eyes locked onto the enemy. At that very moment, a single eye manifested beside Dry, one of his own cursed artifacts. He smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. "And I see you, too." Suddenly, the swarm of eyes began to orbit, forming a massive ring in the air. At the center of this grotesque circle, a condensed sphere of raw energy emerged, pulsating with an overwhelming aura. Without warning, from the core of this ring, a colossal energy beam erupted, its blinding violet light engulfing the entire battlefield in a storm of destruction. High above, Dry remained untouched by the blast. He burst out laughing like a man possessed. "Haha, they're dead. They're all dead. The leader gave me the ultimate power. Everyone who laughed when I failed, I'll use this power to crush them. We'll burn this rotten world to the ground." But when the dust began to clear, a brilliant green light shone defiantly from below. Following Dry's line of sight, there stood Akane, unscathed, shielding her team behind a glowing veil of emerald energy. His grin faltered, his expression twisted in disbelief. "What the hell? Are you serious? Just die already," he roared. He fired another beam of violet death from above, one more devastating cannon shot meant to vaporize anything left. But before it could even touch the ground, Akane's green energy surged forward and disintegrated in midair. Dry froze, stunned. My flame cannon didn't work." Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Akane finally spoke, her voice cool and composed. "Let me spell it out for you. Mifala's Zale is a skill that allows me to rewrite the very nature of an ability I've analyzed. This time, I transformed your attack into a healing spell. As if on cue, both Shinji and Hiko were enveloped in green light. The burns and bruises that covered them disappeared in seconds. Huh? Hiko gasped. I feel completely healed. Shinji nodded, amazed. It's like we were never even hit. Akane added casually. I also converted the excess energy into a buff. So for the next 1 minute, all our physical stats are significantly enhanced. Overhead, Dry's smugness had long since drained from his face. It now contorted in panic. What are you talking about? Akane smiled gently, as if scolding a child. Don't bother. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. What matters is, you're finished. Realizing his attacks were now useless, Dry spun around in the air and tried to flee. But Akane simply let out a disappointed sigh. You really think you're getting away? Right at that moment, Hiko launched himself into the sky with blinding speed. In a blink, he locked his legs tightly around Dry's torso, trapping him midair. Without giving him a second to react, Hiko activated one of his signature moves, eight-legged, eight-armed serpent style. What followed was a barrage of kicks, relentless, explosive, and untraceable. Each strike landed like a cannon blast, tearing into Dry's body and spraying blood across the sky. It's real. My body feels so light now. Hiko laughed, exhilarated by the newfound power boost. Down below, Shinji's entire body began to glow in a fierce red aura. With calm precision, he raised his sword high above his head, energy gathering at the blade's edge. He combined two devastating techniques, Hinoki Fragmenting Slash and Willow Fault 10,000 Severance, into one overwhelming onslaught. He unleashed a torrent of sword energy, an intricate web of interwoven slashes that soared into the sky. The lattice of blade waves engulfed Dry entirely. He didn't even have time to scream. His body was shredded into dust, vanishing in a crimson storm of blades and silence. As the last spark faded and the wind settled, Shinji slowly lowered his sword, sheathing it in one smooth motion. He muttered to himself with quiet resolve. That assassin, may he die again by his hand in the afterlife. Though only if he's lucky enough to reach heaven. Dry, one of the 12 apostles, had been defeated by Shinji, Akane, and Hiko from Team Kaminagi. Returning to Akane's position, her body suddenly felt dizzy, and she stumbled forward. In her mind, she thought, I still haven't fully mastered the skill combination. Yet he already can, but me. Up ahead, Shinji heard the noise and panicked. Akane has fainted. Flashback to 7 years ago, in front of a blazing castle. Young Akane looked dazed and turned to Midori, questioning, why didn't you come sooner? Midori, with a sorrowful expression, replied, I'm sorry. That was a special class prophecy, the Nightmare's Claw. Akane's father, a diplomat with ties to the Great Seer, had accidentally become entangled with a cursed painting. When activated, the painting transformed the entire world into another dimension. Centering around his mansion, the scene was terrifying. Midori rushed there and entered the painting to prevent the prophecy's fulfillment. However, Akane's parents, guests, servants, and many others were killed, only she survived. Her voice, filled with accusation, continued, You're a transcendent, the strongest in the world, right? You should have stopped the prophecy from coming true. So why were you so late? Tears welled in her eyes. Seeing this, Akane's assistant Rin tried to step forward to explain but was stopped by Midori. Akane sat crying in front of the burning mansion. Later, she learned that on that day, Midori had been dealing with another prophecy on the other side of the earth, saving hundreds of thousands of people. Akane blamed herself, thinking, why did I say those things to him? At that time, Midori was only 16. The scene shifts to when Akane and Shinji were training with Midori. Akane asked quietly, Don't you hate it? Instead of enjoying your own time, you always have to stay alert to stop prophecies and save selfish people like us. Midori smiled softly in response. My gear, my teammates, they're all here. We often go on missions alone, not always fighting together in one place. But we're united. I have everyone, I can't be lonely. You'll understand someday. Akane. Back to the present, Akane slowly regained consciousness and asked, How long was I asleep? Hiko answered, Less than a minute. Then, suddenly, Akane confessed to her teammates. Shinji, Hiko, I really want to apologize to Midori. That's why I Before she could finish, Shinji cut in. Actually, I want to thank him too. Because to my brother, Midori is irreplaceable. That statement made the black-haired girl a bit surprised. Meanwhile, Hiko, brushing the dust off his shirt, added, I feel the same way. I want to surpass Midori someday. That's why we can't let him die. Right? He said this while winking. All right, let's go. Let's save Midori together. Up ahead, their friend Sakazaki had arrived and was preparing to teleport to join them. Cut to inside a limestone cave. At the main headquarters of the Oracle Station, Space 17 Lower Cable, our protagonist, Minato, had also arrived here, which made the team captain, Tsuruzaki, a bit surprised as he asked, Kaminagi Minato, has your training finished as planned? Minato didn't explain much but reminded the captain, Captain Tsuruzaki, please leave this place. It looks like it's sealed now. He wants to destroy the Great Oracle with the highest firepower of the chaos. You heard me, right? Don't even think about running away. Number 0. Speaking, Minato slowly approached a rift, which made Captain Tsuruzaki panic. Wait a moment. Minato, don't tell me that. Before he could finish, Minato had already jumped directly into the crack. As Number 0 saw him, he grinned and greeted, haha, what a surprise. Welcome, Kaminagi Minato. You came here to defeat me, right? Minato boldly declared, no, I came here to save Midori. Strange runic circles began to appear on his hand. Shifting perspective to Warren, he recalled what Io had told him, just wait 2 days. And then we'll show you something interesting. Thinking silently, he guessed, he took 2 days to prepare to defeat me. But it's only been half a day. That means Kaminagi Minato isn't ready to fight me yet. Feeling relieved, Warren said, it's useless anyway. But before he could say more, Minato launched his attack. His body flashed brightly as he dashed forward, unleashing a skill called Thief's Grasp combined with Pierce Call Lost Light Thief. The attack struck Warren, turning him into a streak of light and sending him flying far away. However, Minato's eyes narrowed sharply as he sensed something was wrong. This feeling, he blocked my attack. My skill can't pierce through his defense. On the opposite side, Warren had stopped his movement and nodded in approval at Minato's power. You're pretty fast. The power of Non is indeed somewhat interesting. But now, I will finish you off. Saying that, his whole body erupted with an overwhelming surge of mana. To escape the other space, he channeled all the accumulated aurora into his chaos skill. Whatever it touched would lead to death. To counter this, Minato muttered, chaos. Inside his mental space, a dark-skinned figure shouted, hey, it's starting. Wake up, Skerner. Nearby, Skerner lazily lay on the water's surface, sighing, ah, Minato's inner space is so spacious and comfortable. I wish I could stay here forever. Seeing that Skerner had no intention of waking up, the dark-skinned figure spoke coldly. Rowan, spirit transfer now. At that sound, a pink dinosaur lunged forward, biting Skerner's leg tightly, causing him to yelp in irritation. The dark-skinned figure continued scolding. Stop sleeping. Everything will be fine, right? Skerner, flustered, replied, wait. If Minato dies, we're in trouble too. That's why I already taught him my spirit god. Didn't I? Outside, at that moment, Minato's body was once again enveloped in an aura, this time glowing blue with a purple outer layer. Warren was stunned, unable to believe the sight before him. Impossible. Dark Descent? Is Minato using chaos? Damn it, I'll crush him. Warren shouted as he charged forward to attack. Meanwhile, Minato assumed a sword stance, saying, first, I need to recreate a small safe space around me. Then he activated a skill from the Mogul Hemet Seal of Truth, making Warren's chaos skill unable to reach him. Meanwhile, the Water Ancestor strategist said, fighting him in such a confined space puts us at a disadvantage. While using our chaos against his, we should close in with Meltia's skill and end this as quickly as possible. Only Minato can pull off this combination. Returning to the battle, Minato slowly drew his sword back, as if preparing for a decisive strike. For some reason, a chilling sensation suddenly swept over the area, causing Captain Tsuruzaki to panic and jump back hastily. Immediately after, Minato unleashed the skill Nyat V Kiam Hinoki Lang, combined with the thunder magic hatted, forming a new technique called Tu Loi. He slashed out a bolt of lightning that shot forward at lightning speed, piercing through Warren's body. The expression on Warren's face twisted in pain as he was blasted backward. But Minato didn't stop there. He continued rushing forward relentlessly, giving the Apostle Zero no chance to counterattack. At that moment, Minato used his alchemy skill to conjure a spear and a bow. This was Deep Thuong combined with Satkong, forming the devastating Wei Hon Diet Tan. The spear was launched from the bow, flying ahead with destructive force. But that wasn't all. Minato infused his thunder magic into the spear, transforming it into the Loi Thuong Phao. Another brutal strike slammed directly into Warren. By now, he dared no longer underestimate Minato. Inwardly, he thought, what the hell is this guy? How can he fight using different elemental skills without any relics? Could he be the one to end all prophecies? Do you think those attacks can harm me? An apostle? Warren shouted, though his body only showed slight pain. No real injury yet. Meanwhile, Minato was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Inside his mind, the strategist grimaced and cursed. Is it still not enough? His adaptation speed to the Zero body surpasses my predictions. Unaware of the strategist's thoughts, Warren outside kept smiling as if already tasting victory. You, human, you have no time to prepare. So I will. Before Warren could finish his sentence, Minato suddenly shouted, Midori, Io is still alive. Instantly, Warren's new loan technique was interrupted. His mana shifted back to a green hue, and one of his eyes gradually changed color as well. Seeing this, Warren grew frustrated. Midori, you're still trying to resist? He muttered, struggling to regain control of his body. Inside Minato's mind, he began speaking with determination. Asahina, Mikado, Shinji, Hiko, Akane, Io, Rin, everyone is waiting for you to come back. I still owe him a debt for everything he has done for me. That's why. Back with the strategist, sensing Minato's resolve, he sighed deeply and said, we understand, Minato. Patanjali, do it. Following the command, a beautiful girl in a red dress stepped forward. She gently touched Minato's spiritual form and whispered, full release. Outside, Minato's body erupted with an overwhelming crimson energy. Even his hair and eyes transformed completely into red. Then, he declared, that's why, from now on, I will give it my all. To explain this, while Minato was training with the swordsman Reichiro, the ancestors gathered with the strategist Ryan to discuss the upcoming confrontation with Ichihara Midori. After some deliberation, the strategist Ryan finally spoke. Here's our conclusion. With Minato's current state, it will take 2 days, no, a full week, to train him into a capable fighter. Otherwise, the chances of victory are very slim. Hearing this, the detective took a drag from his cigarette and nodded in agreement. Midori is probably growing stronger at an alarming rate. Based on the footage we have of Minato and Reichiro fighting Midori, combined with the Special Task Force's testimony about Midori's childhood and the destruction he caused in Detroit, we conclude that Midori will reach a level comparable to us, the ancestors. Even with Minato's current development speed, he won't reach that level in such a short time. The girls gasped in confusion. No way. So what should we do now? Ryan replied coldly, there is one way, but it comes at a price. Then Patanjali stepped forward and continued, if Minato's strength isn't enough to face Midori, I will unlock all his chakras. Chakras are the source of a person's life energy. This will significantly boost his power in a short time. But Minato's body and soul will suffer great damage. In the worst case, the damage could be irreversible. Upon hearing this, the blonde girl almost refused outright, shouting, that's too much. Before she could finish, Minato responded with firm resolve, please do it. Across from them, Reichiro furrowed his brow and thought. Though he spoke with them, his attention remained fixed on Minato. Unaware of Reichiro's thoughts, Minato continued reflecting. I owe Midori a debt. I will rescue him at all costs. If I lose, I will use that method. Returning to the present moment, with terrifying speed, Minato suddenly appeared in front of Warren and unleashed a powerful strike. Dai Kwang Kian, punching straight into his face, instantly splattering blood across Warren's features. It was the first time Warren had been truly injured, and he could barely believe it. Impossible. It hurts. I'm injured? Did he break through my defense? As Warren processed this, Minato lunged forward. Both of them simultaneously unleashed their new loan skills. The two forces were perfectly balanced. canceling each other out and leaving neither able to gain an advantage. Of course, seeing this, Warren's anger boiled over. It's completely nullified. Don't underestimate me, he shouted. With that, the two of them began exchanging rapid punches. Their energies twisted and collided, creating a swirling vortex of red and purple. At that moment, as Warren threw a punch, Minato lightly grabbed his fist with his left hand, while his right hand pointed 2 fingers straight into Warren's chest. This was the technique called Kudu style. Tontin. Immediately after the attack, Warren's whole body stiffened, unable to move an inch. Taking advantage of this, Minato drew his sword and unleashed the Hinoki sword style. Tram Lang, sending a sharp slash directly at Warren. But Minato didn't stop there. He quickly followed with the Nuk Dao technique, firing off countless sword strikes like a machine gun. Then came Shame Fan Man, Thien Kao, Doc Wei, and Hao Van. Each skill was executed in rapid succession, leaving Warren no chance to defend. His body was soon covered in countless wounds. Inside Minato's mental space, the ancestors were surprised, especially the strategist. He's much stronger than I thought. Minato's adaptation speed is incredibly high. This could end soon. Outside, Minato used the Van Lu technique, shooting a large pillar of light that launched Warren's body into the air. At that moment, Warren sensed extreme danger. I'm about to die. The body's instinctive defense must create a maximum power wind barrier. That was his thought. However, Minato seemed to read it. Suddenly, Minato's state shifted into Super Saiyan mode. His entire body was wrapped in golden lightning. He charged forward with another attack, combining lightning skills with Du Tri, Long Chao, Suyen Thao Thuan Quoc, and Tam Tone. He unleashed a devastating lightning assault on Warren. Finally, Minato gently placed his hand on Warren's chest and activated the Thu Quang skill. In an instant, the entire space was bathed in brilliant golden light, and Warren's body was severely burned from the attack. Seeing Warren near defeat, Minato moved in to land a few more blows. At that moment, Warren pulled a relic called Tien Duok from his pocket, instantly restoring himself to peak condition. This Tien Duok relic's power was to fully and immediately heal both body and mind within 3 minutes. Taking advantage of his restored state, Warren unleashed his strongest ultimate technique, then Tone Fong, releasing a terrifying energy that tore through the cracks and allowed him to escape. Haha, I've finally succeeded. You should all realize by now, no one can defeat me anymore. Warren declared. Minato, calm as ever, responded without flinching. Not today. We'll fight until your elixir runs out. Just as that moment came, Minato's power-up suddenly vanished. Blood continuously spurted from his mouth and eyes, and his body endured an intense pressure, as if every bone in his body was being crushed. Helplessly, his body began to fall freely downward. Seeing this, Warren smirked arrogantly. Haha, just as I thought, you had to burn yourself out to gain that kind of power. You can't maintain it for long. Now, I can kill you before you fully develop. Perfect, die now. I will be the one to end all those prophecies. With that, he unleashed his new lone technique, aiming directly at Minato's falling position. But suddenly, the silhouette of Akane, the alchemist, appeared beside Minato. She raised her hand forward and whispered, Mefelsh Zer. Flashing back to some time in the past, Akane had run to Minato and asked, Hey, Minato, I heard Shinji said you went to sleep already? Wait, what's that? She looked at the glowing energy orb forming in Minato's palm, which he said was the Danton Fong skill. Hearing the name, her eyes widened in surprise. You can even use Midori's skill? That's incredible, although, somehow, it feels familiar. Minato replied, Once this battle ends, I'll explain everything clearly. I heard from number 6 that you finished lesson 15, right? Akane nodded. Progress, though it still takes quite a bit of time to analyze it. At that moment, Minato didn't hesitate and said his purpose straight away. Exactly. I need your help. Use Mefelsh Zer to analyze and dispel Danton Fong. If I really have to fight Midori. Akane, protect everyone for me. Back in the present, the black-haired girl arrived just in time, dispelling Warren's attack and converting it into energy that fully restored Minato. This drove Warren nearly insane. Impossible. How is Minato healed already? That skill is supposed to be my ultimate technique. No way. Right after that, Warren unleashed another strike of his Danton Fong energy sword. but instead of dealing damage, the entire attack was converted into a healing skill, forcing the blonde-haired Warren to grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Why? How could this happen? Ignoring him, Akane cheerfully said, I've saved everyone already. Hearing this, Minato tightened his grip on his sword. Now, then Tone Fong has become a power that strengthens me. I can still keep fighting. Let's continue fighting together and take down Midori from the hands of apostate number 0. With confidence shining on his face, Minato no longer feared Warren's new lone skill. Alongside Shinji, they charged forward, relentlessly slashing at Warren. Of course, thanks to the buff from the Tien Duok artifact, Warren was still fine. I've hit him, even though he can recover instantly. This is the best time. As long as Akane's then Tonfong buff remains, we've got a chance. At that moment, Hiko lunged in, locking his legs tightly around Warren's neck, then executed a technique called Dong Luke Lan, delivering a powerful knee strike straight to Warren's forehead, causing him to squeeze his eyes shut. Seizing the opportunity, Minato and Shinji simultaneously unleashed Luyen Nukkiem, piercing Warren's body with countless sword strikes. From Warren's perspective, being beaten down by a bunch of kids like this, he ground his teeth and hissed, damn it, damn it. Without hesitation, he activated his knock bitch tick diet skill, summoning numerous destructive energy orbs to surround the group. This was the same technique he had used to annihilate the captains in the previous battle. At the same time, down below, Kitamori raised her hand toward the sky, silently telling herself, don't worry, I'm fine. This time, I'll do well. I will definitely protect the benefactor who saved you. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Warren was driven nearly mad. Damn it. Are they using teleportation? He cursed loudly in frustration. But before he could act further, the burly Mikado landed a solid punch on his chin, sending him flying upward. You bastard. How long do you plan to keep sleeping? Mikado then unleashed a flurry of punches on the blonde-haired Warren, leaving him wide-eyed and stunned. Yet, this wasn't the end. Suddenly, a mass of hair shot up into the air, wrapping tightly around Warren's body. It was Asahina who had made the move. Mikado activated his Divine Seal exorcism technique, bombarding Warren's body with countless energy orbs. Spinning uncontrollably, Warren was hurled downwards. After finishing, Asahina retracted his hair and turned to speak with his master Ichika nearby. Aren't you going to check on him? Ichika replied calmly, no need. I have nothing more to say to Midori. From now on, let the students handle it. Back in the air, Minato faced Warren coldly. I see it, your life force is fading. True to Minato's words, Warren was in a panic, thinking, I'm no longer healing. The effects of the Tien Duok and the wind barrier are wearing off. At that moment, Minato raised his sword and whispered, let's go. Shinji, Hinoki Infernal Right Sword, Invisible Strike. Simultaneously, both swung their swords forward, splitting Warren's soul inside Zero's body into 3 pieces in an instant. This can't be, Warren shouted. Suddenly, a fierce blue energy burst forth from Midori's body. After the blinding light faded, Midori's eyes snapped open. He had regained control of his body. The Hinoki Infernal Right Sword, Invisible Strike, was originally created with a very specific purpose. It uses sword energy sharpened to the utmost extreme, capable of cutting through invisible things. At even higher mastery, it can sever both body and soul without needing a physical weapon at all. Inside Midori's spiritual world, although Warren's body had been split into 3 parts, he was far from defeated and still screamed out in confusion. I don't understand. What kind of power was that strike? How could you cut through my soul's path? Damn it. Gradually, his soul dissipated from Midori's body, allowing the blonde youth to regain full control over himself. Down below, Akane hurried over, while Shinji gasped heavily. Exhausted. It worked. I'm still receiving Akane's buff. At that moment, a barely audible voice seemed to whisper beside him. You did it. Shinji suddenly felt a hand resting on his shoulder, the hand of his older brother. He quickly turned around but saw nothing. Back with Midori, still stunned, he looked at his hand. The memories of Zero inside my body are gone. Before he could think further, Akane rushed over and hugged Midori tightly, catching the blonde young man off guard. At the same time, Minato approached and whispered, Midori, thank you for saving me. Before Midori could respond, a purple aura enveloped his right arm. Simultaneously, a golden egg appeared on that arm. The familiar sight made Midori's eyes widen in shock. This is Zero. He's still inside my body? But just as the thought crossed his mind, Midori crushed the egg with his right hand, then panicked and shouted a warning, Minato. That egg was the Life Guardian relic. A brilliant golden light radiated from where the two stood. Naturally, Mikado, Asahina, and Midori gritted their teeth, guessing Zero's true intention. Damn it. No way. That guy. He's trying to seize Minato's body. After the dazzling light faded, Midori watched Minato warily and signaled Akane to step back. Yet Minato remained calm and spoke with steady voice. So you really have two relics capable of body possession, don't you, Zero? When cornered, he will surely try to invade my body, just as Ryan and Asahina warned. Opposite them, although Akane and Midori could still recognize that it was Minato's voice, they felt a bit worried and asked again, Are you sure you haven't been possessed by that guy? Minato replied calmly, He's inside my body. Yes, inside Minato's body. Warren was elated, laughing triumphantly, unaware that his nightmare was just beginning. Haha. I've succeeded. I don't need that Midori anymore. I will be the one to end all prophecies. From now on, your body belongs to me. He shouted as if he'd won a jackpot, completely oblivious to the countless killing gazes from the primordial ancestors fixed on him. When he turned his head, a sharp beam of light shot toward him. Outside, Minato continued whispering, It seems you don't know that the place you've chosen to take refuge is the most dangerous spot in the world. Zero, or Warren Hastings, your soul will be relentlessly attacked by the primordial ancestors. All that awaits you is 4 years of unbearable pain before your soul turns to dust and vanishes from the cycle of reincarnation forever. After Warren was thoroughly taken care of by the ancestors, Minato smiled, eyes narrowed. It's all over now. Welcome back, Midori. The scene then shifted to the location of the Master Ichika. Using Sakazaki's teleportation skill, she returned to the training mountain. In front of her was Hajime, tightly bound to a tree. Still alive? She asked. Hajime replied coldly. What of it? Ichika calmly delivered some bad news. Your master is dead. Too bad for you. At this, Hajime's expression shifted slightly, but he didn't care much. Doesn't matter. I wasn't truly loyal to him anyway. So why are you letting me live? Ichika answered in a composed voice. Because you can still be taught. Heal your wounds quickly. Soon enough, I'll show you what true hardship feels like, training so intense. You'll wish you were dead. With that, she swung her sword, cutting all the chains binding Hajime. She used her authority to spare Kamiragi Hajime's life, taking responsibility for supervising him, in truth, to make him her disciple. Back with Midori's group, Asahina and Mikado were arriving. Seeing them, Midori smiled and greeted them warmly. But in response, Mikado playfully threw a fist toward him, not to hit, but stopping just short of his close friend's body. Welcome back. Together, Asahina and Mikado headed to the Zero's base to track him down. Cut to the recovery room, where Chief Steward Io spoke up. So Midori has returned already. Nearby, Rin was busy healing Kitamori's lost arm. Kitamori answered, yes, bringing him back to his own body. At this, the Chief Steward teased, oh, back to work mode already? Huh? Flustered, Kitamori replied, I got a bit too excited. Sorry for being rude, but I'm just glad you've recovered. Thank you. Her body trembled slightly as tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. Io smiled gently and said, well then, have Rin make him something to drink. Like some tea. Rin nodded, her eyes full of emotion. Yes. On the rooftop above, Uncle Shinonome was smoking a cigarette inside. Finally got a smoke. You've worked hard, Yushima. Yushima, the team captain, showed no happiness at the comment. She said, we've lost too much, sacrificed too much. I can't just smile and celebrate. At that moment, a helicopter flew in the distance, prompting Uncle Shinonome to sigh again. Well, that's right, we still have plenty to deal with. Now's when the real trouble caused by Midori starts. Inside the helicopter was the burly Richard. Not paying much attention, Shinonome looked down and muttered, all right then, let them enjoy their victory for now. Meanwhile, shy but eager Iryu proudly showed off his skill to Captain Hibiki. Look. Captain, a combo skill. He wanted to boast about his teleportation technique. Before Iryu could finish, The team captain interrupted sharply. Sakazaki isn't here. Hearing this, Iryu's eyes went wide as he scanned the surroundings and shouted, "Where did you go, my partner?" Elsewhere, the guild leaders gathered around Midori, bombarding him with questions. Finally, "You've returned safely. Midori, we never expected him to be that strong. Is your body okay? How will you get stronger from now on?" Overwhelmed by the flood of questions, the alchemist Akane stepped forward to shield him. He just recovered. So everyone only has 10 seconds to ask questions. From a distance, Minato watched this and smiled happily. But then, suddenly, his body wobbled and collapsed to the ground. Everyone's eyes filled with panic as they rushed over to check. The void mark on Minato's hand, once glowing blue, had turned black. Kaminagi Minato had fallen into a deep coma. Unable to wake, Ichihara Midori's eyes widened in sheer horror as she screamed, "Minato!" At the sound of her voice, everyone surged forward toward Minato, who remained motionless. Akane froze, her mind reeling. Why? Why is this happening? His wounds were completely healed. Another loud cry rang out, "Kanagi!" Minato struggled, pushing himself to move. "It is not good." The crowd facing him panicked, voices overlapping in worry. "Kanagi!" Midori stood silently, observing, and thought to herself, this feeling. It is strangely familiar. A flash of images flickered through her mind, triggering a sudden realization. Could it really be someone else? From above, Midori's voice rang out with certainty. You are not Minato, are you?" Ryan suddenly appeared, helpless, and introduced herself. "Fine, then. I am Ryan, the one residing inside Minato's body, and one of the primordial ancestors." The statement stunned Midori and everyone else, their eyes widening in shock. Only Akane reacted quickly, blurting out, "Primordial ancestor. Could it be?" Ryan remained calm, continuing, "I had intended to keep this a secret, waiting for the right moment to reveal it. But the situation now is critical. There is no choice but to reveal it." Her expression gradually hardened. "Those of you who are connected to Minato, I place my trust in you. Please, I am counting on you." A while later, across the flower-filled field, Ryan's voice still lingered faintly, "Save him." Minato's face, with its faint touch of beauty, lay silently against the ground, surrounded by fresh flowers. Elsewhere, a mysterious hand held up a phone, seemingly playing a video. On the screen, a person bowed his head solemnly and spoke, "By the time you watch this video, I may no longer be among the living." A moment later, he suddenly laughed cheerfully, teasing, "All right. Namaste, Midori, it is Arav." In the video, Arav rambled on, "I am setting out now. To prevent him from having his body taken over. I can't say for certain if I will make it through safely. But at the very least, I want you to understand this." His eyes were sincere and comforting. "This is not your fault. No one could stay calm witnessing the death of a close friend. The ones truly at fault are the 12 apostles mentioned in the prophecy. They are the embodiment of pure evil, targeting this world. From now on, whether I or this world is destroyed by the Zero, the only thing I hope for, Midori, is that you do not blame yourself." The video image expanded, showing the castle behind him, along with Arav's voice. "Here I am. I have always hoped we would get the chance to sit together and enjoy masala chai again, here in Mumbai." The video ended, leaving behind the radiant smile on his face. Midori sat in a corner, despondent, muttering softly, "Arav." A baseball flew past, accompanied by Shuichi's call. "Midori, let us go." Like a soul lost, she responded absent-mindedly, "Yeah." At the Eternal Am, inside Taio's headquarters, the sound of the TV grew louder. Breaking news. Images of Midori appeared on the screen as the announcement repeated, "A superhuman with heinous crimes, the most shocking in history. Ichihara Midori is dead. Ichihara Midori has been confirmed deceased." The TV kept updating the situation. During the joint Japan-US interception campaign in the Pacific Ocean, someone in front of the screen asked with confusion, "Ichihara Midori. We defeated her, and she is confirmed dead." Richard Weiss frowned, commenting grimly, "Clearly, we did not accomplish anything at all." Iyo replied helplessly, "There is nothing more we can do." She explained gently, "We can't publicly reveal the existence of the prophecy, let alone go into every single detail of what has happened. This is everything we could do. It is also the best way to bring the curtain down." Richard's eyebrows remained furrowed, but his words carried reluctant acceptance. I understand. He stood slowly and began walking. There are still many higher-level prophecies unresolved. We can't afford to lose Ichihara Midori. Throwing open the door with determination, he continued, now that he has regained consciousness, we have to make full use of him. Everything. It is all for the survival of this world. Iyo sat silently in the room, nodding in agreement. He is right. At a schoolyard, someone shouted loudly, dead already, the strongest in the world. The most evil in history. Well, that is something, I guess. Midori did not respond, calmly playing with the ball. Shuichi leapt into the air, preparing to throw, still rambling. Clearly, from the start, he joined Taio's side, and now he is famous like this. Does not that seem completely absurd? Nishina Kyo, sitting in a corner, joined in the commentary. Midori, you are standing out way too much. Only then did Midori respond coldly, it is not because I want to. It is because the enemy is too strong. He threw the ball, speaking firmly. From now on, I will be more careful. The throw was as if he would poured all his strength from a lifetime into it. The ball slammed against the wall and shattered. Shreds of fabric from the ball hung loosely before falling to the ground. Midori, eyes steely with determination, did not stop. He kept moving, weaving the ball through his hands with relentless precision. Shuichi frowned, asking about his condition. How's your health? Midori answered slowly, I feel. My body has fully recovered all its strength. The ball remained intact, much to Shuichi's surprise. Good, you repaired the ball already. Midori did not respond, simply tossing the ball back. I am leaving now. Shuichi called after him, reluctant, Midori. Shuichi's eyes were firm, a silent warning. This time, you have to come back safely. Don't let Kanagi Minato die. Midori strode forward quickly, his gaze resolute. I understand. The ICU at Taio's headquarters was silent. Akane's eyes widened as she called out, Ichihara. The only sound that broke the quiet was Midori's voice. Minato, how is he? Hinata's face darkened as he reported, no change. Nothing has changed since then. Tension thickened with every word. He still had not regained consciousness. Shinji, standing beside them, added gravely, not only is there no progress, but it is getting worse. He can't breathe on his own. The wounds on his body keep reopening and won't stop bleeding. And even using recovery skills has no effect. His voice grew quieter, trembling with worry. At this rate. Akane furrowed her brow, murmuring anxiously, Kanagi. Midori closed her eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them and asked, could you continue the story from earlier, the one that is still unfinished? Lord Ryan. Still, Minato in the room remained motionless, silent. Ryan, controlling him from within, slowly opened his eyes and asked, you have turned back, Ichihara Midori. She continued, her voice echoing her thoughts. As I said before, because he used power beyond his limits, both Minato's body and mind are in critical condition. Ryan spoke gently, if that were all, there would still be many ways to save him. But something unexpected has happened. Her gaze suddenly turned sharp, dangerous. An enemy has infiltrated him. Ryan's sudden revelation left the three others in shock, all exclaiming in unison, an enemy. Elsewhere, Minato looked up at the sky, bewildered, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Where am I? He glanced around endlessly, whispering to himself, am I dreaming? Across the vast expanse of land, mountains and trees stretched endlessly, while distant voices echoed, Rei Ichiro. Melis. Minato froze, concluding, there is no one here. So why am I? Suddenly, he was startled by a voice answering him. Your body and mind have exceeded the threshold of endurance. Death is only a matter of time. A black, inky octopus was held casually in someone's hand, as if a toy for amusement. The mysterious figure spoke with excitement. It is rare to get a chance to talk like this. She stared intently at him and said, the mark. No, it has already been sealed by me. Anger flared in Minato as he stepped forward. Who are you? The mysterious figure did not answer immediately. She smiled enigmatically, standing silently before him for a long moment, then gradually, like dust in the air, began to dissipate. In that moment, with her form the only thing visible, the sky around him darkened. Her face twisted grotesquely, covered in eyes, and her introduction turned chilling. We are the Stellar Legion. We are the masters behind the events you call prophecies. Each of her eyes seemed to grin with horrifying malice. We are the enemies of this world. Suddenly, a voice rang out. We are the Stellar Legion. Kanagi Minato stood beneath the storm-laden sky, gazing ahead at the vast, majestic landscape. Mystical light shimmered across the scenery, and the voice echoed through the space around him. We are the masters behind the events you call prophecies. A grotesque black face, covered in eyes of every hue, appeared, speaking with an otherworldly resonance. We are the enemies of this world. Minato's gaze was icy, his fists clenched with resolve as a ghostly violet light swirled around him. Ichihara Midori tilted her head, a puzzled expression on her face. The Stellar Legion. Ryan, appearing through the system projection, answered, that is correct. The void around them blazed with light. The sky glowed a mix of crimson and purple, and a technological tower emitted a strange, radiant energy. A narration echoed, 300 years ago, they were beings from another dimension. They are the ones who brought this tower into our world. She furrowed her brow, voice low and firm. They are our eternal enemies. Suo Shinji muttered to himself, repeating what Ryan had said, our eternal enemies. Ryan looked down at Kanagi Minato, his body wrapped in layers of bandages, and spoke softly. The only one capable of confronting the Stellar Legion is someone bearing the mark. The seal. Minato's pale hand bore the mysterious black circular magical tattoo, stark against his skin. Hinata Hikotaru's voice broke the silence. So, it is Minato. Ryan's tone was thoughtful, tinged with concern. I fear that, right now, inside his body. Kanagi Minato lay motionless on the bed, wrapped entirely in white bandages, breathing through a machine. Her words continued, the Stellar Legion was relentlessly corroding his mind. Ryan turned to them, raising her voice. I need your help, we must expel the enemy from Minato immediately. We, us, Shinomiya Akane asked in confusion. How are we supposed to do that? Her projection guided them. Stand by his bed and place your hands on his body. Touch him. Beyond that, rely on his spirit. The magic circle on Kanagi Minato's hand glowed, and Ryan's voice echoed again. Because you are bonded with Minato. Shinomiya Akane and Suo Shinji both recoiled slightly in surprise at the light, yet Ryan's words still resonated in their ears, the seal. The mark. A blue radiance spread from their hands, filling the room. Ryan spoke again, it will guide you into Minato's mind. Through the projection, she removed her hood and gave them a warning. Even though I asked for your help, you must be fully aware of the danger of this task. From the cracks in the air, strange red lights began to glow. A voice echoed, if the enemy targets you, not only will you fail to save him, but your mind will be destroyed. You may even lose your life. All of them focused intently on him. On the other side of the projection, Ryan knelt, bowing deeply, pleading with them. Still, I humbly beg of you. She prayed sincerely, for the sake of the past, the present, and even the future of all humanity. Please, save Minato. A man watching on the screen frowned with concern. Please, stand up. Hinata Hikotaro remained silent, then a voice rang out firmly, Minato is our captain. Shinomiya Akane's eyes burned with determination. Ichihara Midori listened quietly, hearing the words of a friend who was also incredibly important. Suo Shinji spoke with unwavering resolve, we will never abandon him. Ryan bowed, moved, her eyes closing as she conveyed deep gratitude. Thank you, all of you. The four of them stood within the brilliant blue light, which exploded outward, sending beams of energy radiating in all directions. The sky blazed crimson and violet, lightning streaking across the heavens. The desolate land below seemed alive with foreboding. A voice echoed. A figure had witnessed the apocalypse of the world. Faint projections appeared, showing strange posters alongside an unfamiliar voice. He thought he had died. Yet somehow, he had been reborn. Returned to the past, he resolved to change the horrifying future he had seen. No matter how many times he failed, he would never give up until he could reach a good ending. Kanagi Minato stared at the bizarre black figure before him. It spoke, in your world, you love stories like this, do not you? Half of her face appeared, her gaze fixed intently on him. That is exactly what we are doing. Minato blinked in confusion, curiosity piqued. Doing what? She smiled at his bewildered expression. Predicting the future. A split image appeared, showing two worlds, one dark and mystical, the other a modern city with danger warning signs. A voice echoed, the Stellar Legion. We have been observing this world from another dimension all along. The surface of the moon was quiet, dotted with advanced artificial structures, while the Earth hovered far away in the vastness of space. She continued, and I realized. In a few hundred years, you will venture into the vast cosmos. Fighter jets streaked through a glowing purple portal. The sky split as mountains appeared below. Her voice carried on, even just a few millennia later, you will reach a level of technology capable of surpassing our dimension. Across vast plains and towering mountains, 3 tribespeople held spears, confronting a colossal elephant-like creature with long horns. She hinted to Kanagi Minato, now imagine. What will happen when different civilizations collide? Human history has already proven the answer. A massive bone field stretched across the plains, remnants of ancient creatures, spears and weapons scattered everywhere. Her answer was clear, war over territory. She placed her hand on a nearby crack, smiling strangely. Life, in the end, cannot help but crave expansion. We act to prevent a distant future from being annihilated by you. A book appeared, its cover marked with an unusual symbol. She spoke, we will use the prophecy to destroy this world. Hearing this, Minato furrowed his brow, tense, eyes locked on the book in her hands. Kanagi Minato spoke, if you are fully aware of everything, is not there any way to prevent war, any way to cooperate, to achieve peace? Her gaze was cold, unwavering. Red cracks glimmered ominously behind her, like the promise of a threat yet to come. Her face twisted grotesquely, mouth opening wide as she spoke an utterly innocent phrase. She laughed with delight beneath the darkened sky, as the red-purple cracks around her widened. Kanagi Minato froze, puzzled by the sudden, maniacal laughter. Her face returned to normal. Good heavens, he thought, catching every word she uttered, an expression of innocence, yet chilling in its meaning. Her voice rose with scorn, but it made Minato jump. And yet, in that future scenario, the one who drove us to the brink, the one who would annihilate us, was a supernatural several generations beyond you and also bore the mark. His eyes widened, muttering to himself, a future vision. A supernatural with the mark. She spread her arms wide, probing him. So, have you figured out a way to achieve peace yet? A smug smile crept across her face. Impossible. Kanagi Minato and she faced each other on the ground. The sky above was dark and foreboding. Crimson-purple cracks split the space around them. She spoke again, between you and us, there is no condition under which coexistence can occur. A massive bear stood on snowy ground, dense forest behind it, air biting cold. A pair of crimson legs jutted up from the snow. She explained, illustrating her point, if a creature must consume humans to survive, could you truly live in peace with it? Figures lay prone on the ground. Others knelt. A large tree loomed over the grim scene. She pressed further. Suppose a tree turned all the oxygen on Earth into carbon dioxide. Would you just let it live? Her eyes narrowed, calculating. This is the law of survival. That is why I cannot show you mercy. Minato's mind reeled at every word. A black circular mark appeared on his hand. Her voice echoed, you the marked one are the greatest hazard that beings like us, who have returned to this timeline, must watch with utmost caution. But now, you are weakened enough to be crushed easily. She raised a hand, pointing to her own head. Warren Hastings, or as you call him, Zero. A fool who dares to think he is on our level. Her next words startled Minato, yet he could not deny them. He is the most suitable to receive the artifact in my backing. His eyes flared with fury and hatred upon hearing that. Moments from the past flashed vividly in Kanagi Minato's mind, and he roared, You were behind all of this. She remained composed before his anger, speaking softly. Even if we fail many, countless times. A shimmering blue circle appeared. She continued, we will continue to travel further back through the past. Yet each time, a supernatural bearing the mark stood in our way, preventing our plan. The black shadow at her feet writhed and stretched, her voice echoing, nevertheless. This long journey is coming to an end. Minato found himself bound by writhing black tendrils, eyes wide with surprise at the sudden assault. She stood, watching him struggle, and spoke coldly. Now, all I need is to witness this one's death, and my task will be complete. Her face began to sprout grotesque eyes, a savage smile twisting her features. Now, the hour has come. Minato's gaze was sharp, his entire body ensnared by writhing black tendrils. Elsewhere, the group found themselves transported into a space filled entirely with a soft blue light. A radiant glow appeared before them. Ryan's voice sounded out, right before the moment the mark was sealed. She spoke softly, only my consciousness was fortunate enough to escape. My power has been sealed, so I cannot fight alongside you. But I will guide you to Minato's location. Shinomiya Akane flew alongside them, eyes scanning ahead. The spiritual world of Kannagi, she murmured. Then a light flared in front of them, making Shinomiya Akane gasp in astonishment. They passed through projections of Kannagi Minato's colored memories, each scene unfolding like a living image. Ichihara Midori called out as she witnessed the memories appear, Minato. Suo Shinji's attention was drawn to something, and he looked up. Before him appeared the solemn figure of Suo Makoto. Memories of Minato and his team played out. Suo Shinji realized, these memories are of my brother and the Suo team. One by one, they saw the members of the team falling, from Koriyama Jakeru to Kashi Mana, each moment captured in haunting clarity. The memories rewound like a slow-motion film, showing their time together until the final moments when Suo Makoto departed. His eyes widened, his nose tinged red with emotion, and he whispered softly, Minato. Suddenly, Ryan noticed something and shouted urgently, I see him. The space around them glowed a fiery red, purple cracks tearing across the sky. Two black silhouettes appeared, facing each other within the void. The area was encased by a massive purple octopus. She turned to the group behind her. Are you all ready? A sharp sword, wreathed in a layer of red magic, floated before them. A voice called out, let us go. All at once, they unleashed their power, launching themselves at incredible speed toward their target. Ryan suddenly shouted, are you all ready? At her command, each member of the team lunged forward without hesitation. The massive eyes of the monstrous octopus locked tightly onto its target. It stretched out its writhing tentacles toward Ryan's group. She was not the only one providing support. Akane began casting her spells as well. Nearby, Hikataro raised his leg, delivering a powerful kick toward the enemy. Meanwhile, Midori thrust his hand forward, unleashing a surge of blue light from his palm. Shinji swung down his sword, enveloped in a crimson magical aura. Hurrah! All their attacks struck the creature simultaneously, sending a tremendous shockwave rippling through the battlefield. Elsewhere, on a barren stretch of land where two figures faced each other, the many-eyed monster spoke in a twisted, sinister voice. Come on, die already, Kannagi Minato. Minato struggled, bound tightly by the writhing tentacles. He fought back with all his might, but the more he resisted, the tighter they constricted, his consciousness wavering. In the darkness, Minato thought to himself, I can't resist. He is too strong. Squinting painfully, he realized, if I lose my consciousness. At that exact moment, somewhere else, someone suddenly leapt to action. Captain Yushima. A group surrounded a patient strapped to a bed. The patient's awareness had dropped to 300, GCS-3, vital signs deteriorating rapidly, oxygen at 10 liters, preparing for cardiac shock. Yushima frowned, thinking, if the patient dies while connected to the mind link, anyone who enters will. Realizing the urgency, she shouted, urging, hurry, everyone, move fast. Back on the barren field, the monster remained still, observing. Let us see. Seeing Minato's state, it guessed that his life force had already been drained. Cracks began spreading outward from Minato's gray-white eyes. In the next instant, his entire body shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, in the outside world, the heart monitor dropped to 0. His heartbeat and even his brainwaves ceased completely. Yushima and Kuromo both screamed in shock, Number. Minato. On the other side, she leaned slightly and spoke coldly. Farewell, Kannagi Minato. From now on, the rulers of this universe are the Celestial Legion Us. Suddenly, a small crack appeared in the sky above her. From that fissure, veins of rift spread outward in all directions. As the crack completely shattered, Akane's group arrived just in time. Kannagi. Minato, though not entirely gone, managed to lift his head and look up. Then, his entire body became enveloped in a blinding white light. In an instant, Minato's previously shattered body was whole again, as if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, she remained unnervingly calm, raising her head and commenting, "So, you have broken the barrier." On the surface of the black magical shield, the monstrous octopus gradually began to dissipate. Minato looked around, bewildered, and asked, "How? How did you get here?" Hikitaro smiled gently. "Lord Ryan guided us here." Shinji stepped forward, placing a hand on Minato's shoulder. "Minato, I am sorry. I should not have let you carry everything on your own all this time." Suddenly, flashes of memories he would seen in Minato's mind appeared in his own thoughts. Shinji continued, with Akane and Hikitaro watching intently, and even Midori keeping a focused gaze. "From now on, we will stand by your side." He spoke with solemn determination, pledging to walk alongside Minato on whatever path lay ahead. Minato's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Shinji. He spoke quickly to clarify that, "About the Celestial Legion, I only just learned about it myself." The four others gasped in astonishment. "What?" Minato lowered his gaze but continued, noticing the injuries they had endured. "Thank you." Even Shinji had lost part of his own body. Hearing Minato's words gave him renewed courage. Minato smiled warmly, filled with relief and happiness. "Thank you, everyone." The woman standing across from them suddenly spoke, cutting through the moment. "So it was you, the one who guided Kanagi Minato's allies here." She lifted the corner of her mouth and continued, "It has been a long time." "Counselor Ryan." Ryan bowed her head slightly, her entire being unusually solemn. The woman spoke again, her tone sharp and disdainful. "Excuse my manners. Seeing your face brings back memories." Her next words were filled with hatred as she raised her head. "Your family." Ryan clenched her fists in anger. "Your father, your mother. Especially your younger sister. I remember she was so young. So fragile." At that moment, a mouth suddenly appeared atop her head, its tongue slick with saliva, jutting out in a grotesque, ravenous display. She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with unrelenting hatred. Suddenly, Minato's entire team activated their magic and charged toward the woman. Ryan shouted in panic, "Stop!" She cursed at them while opening a rift nearby. "Fools!" From within the rift, a mass of tentacles surged out, swallowing Minato's group whole. The five of them were drawn into the rift space, gradually vanishing from sight. She could not help but think to herself, even when he is inside someone else's mind, he can still be this strong. "Everyone, fall back, he will devour your souls." She let out a loud, gleeful laugh. "You must be feeling very nostalgic, Ryan. Just like the fate of your family. All right then." The woman suddenly released them onto the open ground. "I will crush you up, make it easier to eat." At that exact moment, a brilliant beam of light flashed across the blue sky. It struck down with overwhelming force, cutting a barrier between Minato's group and the writhing tentacles. Shinji, Minato, and even she herself looked up at the source of the light. In an instant, the woman had teleported a few steps back. The sheer power behind it was undeniable. Minato lifted his head, bewildered. Who could it be? From somewhere in the blue sky, two figures suddenly appeared. "Well done, Kanagi's team." One of them placed a hand on their chest and continued, "Thanks to all of you breaking the outer barrier, we were able to enter this place." The one wearing a bear-themed pajama outfit spoke up, "Good job." "Oh my, milady, this battle is only just beginning." Minato seemed to recognize them and let out a small exclamation. It was a small pair, Claude and Natasha. Minato wondered quietly to himself, who are they? Akane beside him answered, "Don't you remember, you saw them on the first day you joined the team." Finally, he replied softly, "Ah." Minato recalled fragments of that day, along with Hikotaru's words, "All right, teammates, I officially recognize Minato now." Surprised, he shouted, "It was them back then." He suddenly asked aloud, "I heard they were discharged. Why are they here?" Meanwhile, she had become alert, surrounding herself with a shroud of dark magic. Claude remained calm, addressing her, "Milady, go ahead, punch away at the Celestial Legion's lackeys. There'll still be time to have a proper conversation with Kanagi afterwards." He smiled, eyes still focused downward. An intern for Taio's Japanese branch. Claude Friedman, same class as Kanagi Minato. Natasha, standing beside him, closed her eyes and murmured, "Defeat the Celestial Legion." An intern for Taio's Japanese branch. Natasha Smirnov, same class as Kanagi Minato. She lifted her head, facing Claude and Natasha. "What? Who are you?" The woman grinned with excitement. By now, he had landed on the ground as well. Stop right there, lackey of the Celestial Legion. Claude suddenly extended his hand, introducing, the one present here is the Duchess of the noble, legitimate Aliud lineage. She continued to lie there, eyes closed, deep in sleep. You are not allowed to speak in front of someone like her. Shinji's eyes went wide, shouting in surprise. The Duchess, Akane's eyes also opened in shock. Natasha. Hikataro glanced at Natasha with curiosity. Aliud, where is that, exactly? Meanwhile, she drifted forward to stand before Minato. Hello. I guess this counts as our first meeting, Minato. Natasha tilted her head slightly, asking, will you help me save my world? Confused, he repeated the words softly, world. Minato instinctively stepped back, bewildered. World. Save. She is speaking so suddenly. She leaned forward on the pillow, continuing gently, if you agree, I will save you right here. Minato wavered slightly at her resolute words, his eyes fixed firmly on her. At that moment, her low, serious voice echoed again. Aliud. I see. So that is how it is. Not only around her, but the pitch-black mass also surrounded Minato's group. Kanagi Minato must die. This cannot change. The woman screamed in anger. A pitiful race like the Aliud dares to act arrogantly, don't get in the way of the Celestial Legion. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a swarm of writhing, gooey creatures lunged at each member of his group. Akane shrieked when one grabbed her. Disgusting. Midori looked at the slimy mass and muttered, again. Every time those tentacles touch us, we can't use skills. He could only grit his teeth and curse. Damn it. Meanwhile, Claude suddenly turned and shouted, Milady, let us get out of here first. Natasha pushed herself up. No choice. I will have to act first. The black, gooey swarm quickly surrounded her from all sides. Suddenly, Natasha opened her eyes, revealing bright blue irises. Skill, spark light. Within the range of her skill, the black mass was immediately repelled. Even those still clinging to others transformed into white, immobilized. Witnessing this, the woman roared in fury. This power of yours. Bugs like you are only nourishment for us. A pair of brown boots landed atop the white goo. As expected of the Duchess. Claude sat with his legs crossed, remaining silent for a moment. Then, without warning, he took a few steps forward in that same poised posture. In the next instant, Claude was standing directly in front of her. He raised a single finger, touching the center of the woman's forehead. A surge of energy shot out, and her head exploded. She growled in defiance, damn it. How dare you ruin the once-in-a-millennium chance to finish Minato, you will regret today. Claude only smiled in response. Is that so? I will pray that never happens. By now, more than half of her body had disintegrated. There was no chance for her to reincarnate. Minato gasped, astonished. They defeated her. How could they even do that? Shinji glanced at his own restored body and murmured, my body. It is back to normal too. At that moment, a series of cracks suddenly appeared on the ground beneath them. The earth shattered, and everyone was suspended in midair. It seemed they had successfully pushed back the enemy, at least temporarily. Natasha, still lying on the pillow, murmured in relief, this is so comfortable. Minato snapped her back to attention. Don't sleep inside someone else's mind. Claude spoke up, Milady, staying here too long is not good. She kept her eyes closed but nodded in agreement. You are right, let us return to the real world and talk later. Then, everyone in Minato's group was pulled toward something, leaving only he and Natasha seemingly in their original positions. Don't forget this, Minato, she said with a gentle smile. We have decided to place our bet on you. Minato stared at them, utterly surprised. As his consciousness began to fade, Natasha took the opportunity to whisper her final words. Bye-bye. Back in the real world, Minato suddenly shot upright. His eyes widened as he took in the scene before him. He whispered to himself, where is this place? Then, he glanced down at his hands. His injuries were already healing. Because of this, Minato's gaze wandered to something else. Around his hospital bed, his friends were all asleep. Shinji was leaning comfortably against the bed frame, head slightly bowed. Akane rested her head on the pillow, hands neatly folded. Hikataro lay at the foot of the bed, breathing steadily in deep sleep. Midori leaned against the wall, head slightly bowed, eyes tightly shut. Minato could not help but smile softly at the sight of them. All of you. At that moment, a flurry of sounds caught Minato's attention. Outside the door, Rin came in, panting and anxious. Minato, you are awake, thank goodness. Minato could not help but exclaim in surprise, Rin. She spoke while recalling the earlier scene. Ever since Ichihara's group returned, my skill started working. I reversed time to heal you. Minato reached out to grasp her hand, testing the reality of it. Thank you so much. Just then, Rin called out, Minato. She bowed slightly, and he mirrored the gesture. Truly, thank you. One memory after another played out in Rin's words. You saved Lady Iyo, and Ichihara too. She smiled, looking directly at him. I am lucky I can still say thank you to you. Minato listened quietly, returning a smile as if to accept her gratitude. Following a sudden sound, his gaze shifted downward. Akane gasped in surprise. You are awake, Kanagi. Shinji, beside her, stirred at the commotion. Midori raised a hand in greeting, smiling, while Hikutaro grinned with his eyes nearly closed. Good morning, Minato. Then Rin added, almost casually, all right, Kanagi. Minato smiled happily at his friends. He then spoke aloud, his voice echoing down the hallway, thank you, everyone. Ichihara too. Minato glanced elsewhere. Oh, Kanagi's awake. Claude had already appeared in the doorway. May we come in? He and Natasha slowly stepped forward. Well, finally, all the classmates are here together, Shinji muttered, curious. Claude, why do you talk like that? Claude raised a hand to his cheek, waving it off. What is wrong, Shin cute? Shinji jumped at the nickname. Shin cute. Moments later, Claude spoke in a low, serious tone. I am sure you have all started to realize we are from another world entirely. Everyone was stunned, so he would been hiding his true identity all this time. Claude lightly patted the air. Come on, milady, you have had enough sleep. Time to get up. Natasha, still with her eyes closed, spoke. Good morning, Kanagi Minato. As per our agreement, you are responsible for saving our world. Minato listened quietly to their words. Yet he pouted in protest. Even if you say that, I do not know what I am supposed to save, where, or how. I never agreed to any of this. She nodded in agreement. Exactly. The others shared the same thought. Yeah, exactly. Natasha bowed slightly, then began recounting the current state of her planet. In her memory appeared countless identical towers, endlessly emerging. Minato's eyebrows nearly touched in shock. The others were equally shaken by the revelation. Could these towers be the interdimensional labyrinth the ancestors conquered 300 years ago? Ryan, overhearing, shouted in disbelief. What did you say? Natasha continued, yes. The tragedy that once struck our world is now re-emerging in our dimension. Claude quickly added, finishing her thought. And the celestial faction intends to use our place as a stepping stone to invade your world. Akane exclaimed in surprise. What? Natasha suddenly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze on Minato. Kanagi Minato, you must destroy all the towers. Leave not a single one standing. Only you can accomplish this. Minato's eyes widened, filled with doubt and disbelief. The scene unfolded beneath a dark, storm-laden sky streaked with jagged bolts of lightning half a year ago, Aleut. In the center of a sea of flames sat a flower bud, not yet bloomed, radiating a faint blue aura around it. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, a lone figure stood, gazing silently at the scene. Natasha, frozen in place, stared at the spectacle before her, her expression a mixture of awe and unease. Claude was already stationed at the temporal gate. He turned back and called out, Milady, let us go. Natasha slowly moved, each step heavy and deliberate, following him. Her head bowed, teeth clenched against her lower lip, carrying the weight of unspoken defiance as she departed. In her heart, she whispered, wait for me. And she declared silently, I will return and I will bring the supremacy mark with me. Back in the present, Natasha began briefing everyone. Your planet is being drawn into it. She explained that the battle was for domination, spanning universes and dimensions. Minato and Akane struggled to grasp the scale. A war, across universes. Natasha's eyes darkened as she pondered. Isn't war happening on Earth too? She elaborated, wars arise from vast territories, resources, and labor forces. No doubt, in the past, the great nations fought fiercely to seize them. And now, The same holds true only on a cosmic scale. Minato listened but could only absorb so much. Sorry, this is hard to process. Natasha let it drop. Right, that is a bit complicated. Let us take a little walk to clear our heads, Claude. Claude leaned one hand on his hip, flicked the other casually, and replied, at your command. Behind him, a door materialized. Natasha bowed politely. 5 honored guests, please follow me. Minato's group stepped forward, crossing the threshold. The sight before them left everyone agape. Minato's eyes widened. He could barely speak. Before him lay a town alive with movement, streets filled with bustling villagers. Natasha closed her eyes, absorbing the atmosphere, then explained, yes. This is my home, a small nation on the planet Urod. And here it was, unmistakably, Aleut. At that moment, a little child approached Akane and handed her a flower. She responded politely, thank you. Akane reached out to touch the flower but strangely, her hand passed right through it, unable to make contact. The child ran straight through her and continued toward another woman, leaving Akane bewildered. Huh. It was then that Natasha explained, you can't touch them. This place, it is what you would call an artifact. It only recreates the scenes from my memories. Hearing this, everyone finally understood, their curiosity and excitement growing even stronger. The scene felt alive and vibrant. Looking at the posters on the wall, Akane asked with curiosity, that one. Is that Natasha? What does it say there, Claude? Claude was silent for a moment before translating. The coronation will take place 5 days from now. On the wall was a portrait of Natasha, smiling gently, her face radiating kindness and grace. Shinji guessed at once, so she really is a princess. Natasha then pointed out, that is my home over there. Shinji, Akane, and Midori all followed her gesture, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. The 3 of them tilted their heads back simultaneously to take in the sight. They all murmured in amazement. The entire castle. Wow. Midori confirmed what they were thinking. It was completely different from the stories he had heard about her family background. Meanwhile, Minato's attention was drawn to a mother and child sitting behind them, eating together. He watched as the gentle mother wiped the corner of her son's mouth with care. The scene brought back memories of his own childhood, sitting at the dining table waiting for his mother to bring him food. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Minato wondered silently, Mom, are you living well? He then turned to Natasha and remarked, Natasha, you really grew up in a wonderful environment. Natasha smiled brightly at the compliment. Thank you for saying that. Suddenly, she called his name, Minato. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she reminded him, take a good look at everything. All the way to the end. Minato furrowed his brows. To the end, what does that mean? Before he could react, a streak of red lightning appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the sky seemed to tear apart, a ghostly, otherworldly aura gradually engulfing the once beautiful town. Minato's group was stunned, all of them gazing upward as they witnessed the town being overtaken. The townspeople nearby began to panic. What is happening? The sky. What is floating up there? Midori could hardly believe what he was seeing. This. He squinted, trying to make sense of it. Could it be a tower? Minato's expression was not much better than Midori's. He was equally shaken. Could it really be? At that moment, Ryan furrowed her brows tightly, her teeth clenched so hard there was not a gap between them. Natasha's gaze darkened. She knew the horror had begun. The massive structures drifted ever closer, suspended unnaturally in the air. The scene unfolding before them was nightmarish, buildings engulfed in flames, citizens fleeing in panic. Wolves began to appear, slaughtering the townspeople without mercy. Some of those running suddenly froze in place, completely powerless to resist. Others were consumed by the merciless fire. Minato, Midori, and Akane were still reeling from the succession of atrocities happening before their eyes. Akane pressed her hands to her ears, overwhelmed by the chaos, and realized someone was screaming. Natasha bowed her head, her expression unreadable. She spoke quietly, that scream. It is mine. She knew it was just a recreation of the memories imprinted in her mind. Looking at the infernal structures against the dark, foreboding sky, a single question burned in everyone's minds amidst the chaos, why? The word repeated itself, sharper this time, almost as if demanding an answer, why? Midori lowered his head, eyes heavy with sorrow. How could this happen again? Shinji's brows furrowed in anger. His teeth clenched tightly. So this is how it is. Akane glanced at Natasha and called softly, Natasha. Natasha turned her back to the others, silently standing before the flames that roared ever higher. Back then, Claude had protected her. Miss, run. Confused, she had asked him, Claude, what is happening? But Claude had no time to explain. Listen to me. Head straight for the hill with the light tree. And so Natasha ran past the bloodied corpses strewn along the path, her mind racing. No, this is awful. Why? Hands reached upward, desperate to live. Father. Mother. Elder brother. Minato cried out her name, Natasha. He asked, bewildered, what is this place? Natasha quickly revealed the truth. Everyone who is necessary will always dream this dream. Her voice faltered as she recalled that day, the day their world was invaded and devastated by the organization. Claude remained silent, standing motionless, eyes closed as he quietly absorbed the enormity of the loss. Shinji and Midori still could not find the words to speak, both of them clearly shaken to their cores. Akane slowly recalled the horrifying images imprinted in her own memories. The fire had nearly consumed the entire ground, flames licking every surface. Minato stepped forward, moving toward Natasha, who was standing amidst the chaos. He approached her, though his mind remained immersed in the swirling memories. Minato remembered the words of Meltias, and their ancestral history came back to him as well. She had told him that the reason they wanted to destroy the towers was that humanity was simply too weak and fragile. Humans could do nothing but endure the terrifying forces from the otherworld, helpless in the face of invasions and devastation. She had been unable to find the fire of rage within herself to resist them. And now Minato finally understood the problem. At last, he realized the meaning behind what Melis had told him back then. He stepped closer and placed a hand on Natasha's shoulder, his voice urgent, Natasha, please. Show me. Everyone present, including Minato, was filled with determination. He asked directly, brimming with resolve, how? How can I save your world? Natasha was moved beyond words, tears spilling freely down her cheeks, no longer able to hold them back. The magical seal on his hand suddenly emitted beams of blue light. The mysterious energy spread, growing stronger by the second, as if trying to engulf the entire space around them. It turned out that it was attempting to send images directly to Natasha, aiming to awaken her deepest, most unwavering trust. She, who had been sorrowful, sank even further into her grief. Everyone could see it. Meanwhile, Reiichiru's group stood silently, gazing into the distant horizon. His expression was grim, the spark of anger in his heart blazing hotter than ever. Reiichiru let out a single, calm sentence, I will exterminate all of those tin don. Late at night in the dazzling city of Tokyo, the streetlights cast a casual glow over the streets. Contrary to the city's calm, two cars roared down the road at breakneck speed. In the first car, Team Kanagi sat tensely, each member deep in thought, bracing for the worst-case scenario. In the second car, Konami squirmed like a fish out of water, yelling, No, no, I do not want to. I really do not want to. Izuki, with a sharp tone, muttered, Iryu, you are way too noisy. He spoke seriously, feeling he could not tolerate this guy any longer. Konami's face was twisted in anger. How can I just sit here quietly? He recalled the warm, peaceful days that had suddenly vanished. The Ichihara rescue mission had been a complete success, a time to celebrate and relax. He ground his teeth, I should have been enjoying times like that. So why is it that now I have to rescue another planet, and what even is another planet? Hikataro shared the sentiment, nodding in agreement, yeah, I feel the same way as him. Konami felt like flipping the table in frustration, yet somehow even the Supreme Commander nodded in agreement immediately. Iyo remained calm, alright, we will provide new outfits as well. Maybe we have been a bit biased toward Kanagi. Konami kept shouting and fussing, no, I am not staying with this team anymore, let us go, maybe I can get a hug from Captain Hibiki instead. Akane spoke firmly, Iryu, Konami, settle down. Her voice carried such authority that everyone fell silent. Konami muttered fearfully, I am sorry. He was flustered, back and forth, damn it, Akane's terrifying. Why can't something good ever happen to me? What exactly is that kid Kanagi planning? Minato gazed silently out the window, his expression cold and distant, the perfect picture of a stoic temperament. No one could tell what he was thinking. He always remained unpredictable. 12 hours earlier, everyone had gathered, standing before Reiichiru. With a tone dripping disdain, Reiichiru said, "Minato, it has been a long time since we last met, has not it?" Minato replied calmly, "Indeed." Nearby, Meltias spoke up, "Sorry, we did not anticipate being sealed by the Tin Dome again." Eilerson scratched his head awkwardly, "I am so embarrassed." Patanjali buried his face, sobbing, "I am sorry. My skill." Valentine quickly interjected, "It is okay, calm down." Ryan, standing quietly behind, said gently, "It is nothing, Patanjali. Thanks to your skill, we were able to take down Ichihara Midori." Minato turned to her with a smile, "You all worked hard, thank you, Ryan." She furrowed her brow, her tone serious, "No need for formalities. What matters more is your future." He nodded, a bright light of determination glinting in his eyes. With every fiber of his being, Minato resolved, "I want to save Natasha's planet." How did everyone manage to repel the Tin Dome back then? The Reiichiru group fell silent for a long moment, recalling the situation from the past. Each person described their actions in turn. "I bit them. I slashed them. Just killed them. I threw. I kicked. I shot. I stabbed." Minato blinked, confused, "Wait. That is not what I meant." Ryan's face remained serious, but she admitted, "The truth is. That is exactly what happened." Minato was slightly flustered. "How so?" Claude explained calmly, "Because the Tin Dome failed to kill you. They had to come up with a new strategy to deal with you. And now, the timing is just right." Ryan's words quickened the pace of events. "The best defense is a strong offense. We must depart immediately for planet Urod. The optimal strategy is to strike directly at Aleut." Minato's mouth dropped open. "Right now, fly straight into space." Reiichiru's face hardened. Clearly, there is no reason to hesitate. Minato was still catching up, right? But Ryan's gaze sharpened. First, images from the past gradually emerged in his mind back to the first place Minato had ever met them. A lone building with ancient architecture stood tall amidst the forest, the ancestral tomb of their forebears. Every word she spoke reignited the memories of that long-ago day in him. The black car roared down the road, heading straight for the pillar of light looming ahead. The radiance from the formation beside the ancestral tomb shot straight into the sky, concealing a massive teleportation gate. Natasha was drawn to the dazzling light, captivated by its brilliance. She rubbed her eyes and glanced through the car window toward the source of the glow, murmuring, "What is that?" Minato spoke softly, "It seems. It can take us straight to Aleut." Their companions were instantly astonished. Straight there. Claude was still in shock, unable to believe it. Makoto squinted at the beam, "It is blinding. But really, what is so surprising?" He could not trust his own eyes. Normally, to travel from Urod to Earth, one would have to stop at other planets as transit points. Some planets had poisonous atmospheres, some were dominated by ferocious beasts, and others had gravity 10,000 times that of normal. It could take 2 weeks just to reach the destination. Even so, using the teleport gate would be incredibly fast compared to such distances. Natasha's heart filled with awe. A teleportation gate capable of sending this many people at once. I have never seen anything like it, nor heard of it before. Midori spoke in a low tone, "Minato." He suddenly shouted, "There is something ahead." She recalled instantly, "It is." Reiichiru's voice echoed in Minato's mind. "Minato, do you remember the monster we fought in the tomb?" Minato responded immediately, "Of course, it is the spirit beast that was dormant in the tower." He remembered facing that creature alongside Reiichiru the Void Beast. Suddenly, he realized, no, that is also part of the Tin Dome. Reiichiru's face was full of smug satisfaction. It seems it was programmed to awaken the moment the teleport gate activated. The creatures were gathering nearby. Minato frowned. "What is happening, Reiichiru?" Reiichiru's expression darkened with bloodlust. "Minato, lend me your body." In an instant, the magical mark on Minato's hand flared, completing the body swap almost immediately. The car jolted violently, and Konami screamed in terror. Reiichiru, now in Minato's body, appeared, surrounded by swarming vermin around the glowing portal. "Mass execution," he declared arrogantly. "How dare you block my path, Hinoki Reiichiru?" Midori, who had been nearby all along, joined in. "I am in this fight too." Reiichiru's eyes sparkled with challenge. So it is you. Very well. Soon, we will settle this once and for all. He did not bother with pleasantries. Anytime you want, but now is not the right moment. I am frustrated with my own weakness. Midori stared down the swarming creatures, permission to unleash a proper attack. While others remained serious, Reiichiru could only chuckle at the scene. He laughed heartily. All right, let us charge. You there, little brother Suo, launch yourself. Makoto quickly responded, understood. No sooner had the command been given than he shot forward, ready for a life or death battle. Those inside, fully aware of the severity of the situation, could only remain silent, tense. The void insects swarmed together, merging into a terrifying, massive creature. Blades and swords raised high, Reiichiru exuded an aura of lethal intent that pierced the sky. It has been a while, has not it? Get ready to be absolutely crushed. Minato and Midori stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to spar a real fight at last after such a long time. The two of them were perched atop a speeding compact car, facing a bottomless chasm. From its depths, a massive black serpent emerged, its only contrasting feature the white-edged fangs in its gaping mouth. Minato drew his katana and prepared his technique, Hinoki Ichi Dao Ryu. Raising the blade skyward, he invoked Ryun. A brilliant beam of blue-white light shot from his sword, illuminating the dark night sky. The radiant strike sliced the colossal serpent clean in half. The white-haired man breathed in astonishment, is that for real, while the silver-haired youth stared in awe. Midori thought to himself, this opening move he has managed to master it to peak perfection. He recalled that not long ago, Minato had not been anywhere near this proficient. Finally, Midori appraised him with a discerning gaze. Minato's body had grown significantly stronger. He was no longer the same as before. Sensing the intense gaze on him, Minato turned and asked, and what about you? Caught off guard, Midori fell silent, staring at him in surprise. From inside the car, Irio shouted, bring it on, our Kanagi squad does not fear toys like these. Before the words even finished, a blob of black filth shot straight at their windshield. The black-haired girl screamed, gross, I do not want to fight these things. Irio shouted again, they are way too many, this car won't hold. Up ahead too, someone yelled. Sakazaki, teleport now. Sakazaki scowled, you are too loud, Irio. The red-haired boy panicked. The black sludge was closing in on their vehicle, threatening to engulf everything. He signaled for help, relying on the two of them. Midori gathered his energy, forming a radiant sphere in his hand. His eyes flickered with surprise as he saw Minato ready his sword. Midori held the glowing orb before him, standing a step below Minato, who readied his katana with one hand on the hilt and the other gripping the scabbard. He unleashed the technique again, Hinoki Ichi Dao Ryu. Minato recalled the grueling days of training, from sun-drenched mornings to rainy evenings. From hills to waterfalls, the evenings when sunlight glimmered on the water cascading from the tower. Now, all that effort had culminated in success. The Duan Shui technique cleaved every bizarre creature swarming around the car in half. After finishing, Minato sheathed his katana. The car continued barreling forward, with Minato and Midori standing atop it, ensuring a clear path and minimizing obstacles. Midori paused for a moment, sensing no immediate danger, and let his mind wander briefly. He recalled the moment when Ichihara Midori had just regained consciousness at the Phantom Hall. An elderly woman sat quietly preparing matcha, speaking softly, the supreme prophecy from the Bhagavad Gita. A man in a suit replied, "Number 0, or rather, Warren has hidden it, so no one could have foreseen it." The elderly woman offered gentle counsel, "Don't try to bear everything on your own, Midori." Midori knelt on the ground, head bowed, mumbling, "Grandmother. I do not even know what I should do from now on." He stared at his own hands, voice laced with regret, sorrow, and uncertainty about the future. "I do not know how to atone, how to make amends for Arav. Or for those others, whom my own hands have killed." The elderly woman listened quietly, then remarked honestly, truthfully, "I do not quite understand." The two others echoed, "Neither do we." She continued, addressing Midori directly, "The truth is, you underestimated his intent. I do not want you to be constantly weighed down by guilt, but it is understandable that the memory haunts you." Midori lifted his head slightly higher than before, listening in silence to her words. She pressed on. That is precisely why you must fight bravely, struggle to continue living. Perhaps that is the answer you have been seeking. Midori looked at her in surprise, asking hesitantly, continue living. She advised, return to your true duty. Remember all this pain, and step forward, even if you are still surrounded by darkness. Raising her gaze to the sky, she smiled faintly, as long as you do not give up. He silently promised himself that he would find the light on his path. Meanwhile, the red-haired man sat in the driver's seat, shouting, careful up ahead there is a car. Minato sprinted forward, summoning a force equal to his speed to draw his sword. He hesitated for a brief moment, eyes fixed on the oncoming car speeding down the highway. The driver screamed in panic, unable to control it. In the next instant, the vehicle was enveloped in a jade-green sphere, hovering above the ground. The driver gawked in disbelief, unsure who or what was helping him. Minato glanced at Midori, eyes wide with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Midori was employing the Divine Gale technique. Minato recalled his memory of the skill, a violent storm capable of annihilating all in its path. Yet Ichihara Midori could control that immense power, refining it to perfection. And he wielded it with a purpose, to save and protect humanity, alongside his comrades. Not content to remain idle, Midori unleashed two more techniques consecutively, Divine Gale and Time Wind. The purple-haired girl with glasses gasped in astonishment. That is, a wind shield. Midori raised his hand and shouted, Wild Wind. All the indistinct creatures floating in the air were drawn toward a single area. As he commanded, fall, the creatures followed the motion of his hand, plummeting freely into a swirling vortex. Midori then cried out, Phoenix Gale. The smaller creatures were sucked into the whirlwind, not a single one escaping. The purple-eyed girl marveled, incredible. I did not think he could summon and control so many winds at once. Meanwhile, someone sat observing his every action on a large screen, silent and contemplative for a long moment. A green-haired man yelled in panic, it is turning into a serpent again, it is catching up with his help. Kanagi. Minato laughed loudly. You are impressive too, Ichihara Midori. He asked, that is your wind barrier, huh, so that is your real technique. Minato's praise was heartfelt. Quite remarkable. The two stood back to back. Minato knelt slightly, raising his sword into the air. He executed Hinoki's single blade strike. Midori responded with his own attack, Divine Gale. Minato followed with another strike, Heaven-Shattering Tempest, while Midori countered with Azure Blue. They moved in perfect coordination, taking turns and combining their strength to protect everything around them. A mother held her child in her arms, looking up at the sky with joy. The child's voice, innocent and small, said, it is the wind. The mother smiled, her happiness clear, the wind is protecting us. The red-haired man thought to himself, these two have worked hard. Let us get off the highway, we are almost there. Minato and Midori, one sitting and one standing, remained on top of the speeding car as it raced toward the ancestral tomb. Under the bridge, Rui watched the entire scene, sighing with admiration. So flashy. Hope no one gets hurt. He opened a hardcover book, scanning the pages. Let us see. How do I read this? The letters were not unfamiliar, they spelled Minato's name. Closing the book, Rui let fate take its course. Well, according to the prophecy, they are coming here soon. He exhaled heavily. Kanagi. Something. The guardian of the tomb, Hanayagi Rui. At the ancestral tomb, when they arrived, someone was already there to greet them. Welcome, everyone. It was a young man, friendly and approachable. I am the guardian of this tomb. My name is Hanayagi. Kanami, curious, asked, Guardian. What does that mean? Izuki, understanding the situation, explained, it is the person who manages the tomb. Hearing their conversation, Hanayagi smiled cheerfully. Exactly. He brightened further, elaborating on his duties. This task has been passed down in my family for generations. You could say I am like the head priest of a temple. I both oversee the tomb and live here. Usually, I just handle cleaning, welcoming visitors, and I even sell souvenirs. Suddenly, Hanayagi turned around, a slightly worried expression crossing his face. Looking at the strange pillar of light above the tomb, he could not hide his apprehension. Seems like today won't be a typical day, he muttered. Kanami noticed this and nodded in understanding. Yeah, if a thing like that suddenly appears at your place, anyone would be startled. Then Hanayagi's attention snapped to something else. Huh. It seemed he had noticed Minato. Ah, now I see you. In a flash, Hanayagi ran over and slapped hands with Minato, catching him off guard. So you are that Kanagi guy. It is you, Minato. The sudden recognition left Minato momentarily stunned. You know me. Hanayagi, still smiling, replied, don't you remember, it has been a while. We used to play together in the library of this tomb. Those few words instantly jogged Minato's memory, and he called out, Rui. Recalling his younger self, Hanayagi added, yes, that is right. Thinking back, it really brings back memories. No wonder you did not recognize me, you were wearing glasses back then. Once he recognized an old friend, Minato began asking questions. Rui, so you have taken over here, what about Uncle? Hanayagi, for the moment, did not answer. Let us put those questions aside for now, he said. Accepting that, Minato held his lantern tightly and nodded. All right then. Turning to the main task, Hanayagi led everyone toward a staircase. Please, follow this path. Looking at the brightly lit passage, Minato thought to himself, the staircase leads further into the tomb. As the guide, Hanayagi raised a book to reassure everyone. According to the records preserved in my family, I will lead you to the base of the teleportation gate. He remembered the past, back when little Hanayagi used to run playfully around the library. His father, with a gentle expression, softly reminded him, hey now, do not go running all over the library, son. Obedient as ever, Rui stopped, though he tugged Minato along, insisting, sorry, but it is Minato's fault he was chasing me like a ghost. Dad, hurry and tell him the legend of the ancestors. Far from scolding them, Rui's father only smiled kindly and patted their heads. Well then, Minato, Rui's right. This is not just a place to play, it is a place even more fascinating than that. He pulled out an old book and held it before the two children. Look at this, Rui gaped, wrinkling his nose. It looks filthy. What is it? Patient as always, Rui's father explained, it is a record of the Void Seal. Then he began to tell the story. Long ago, there had been a mysterious transcendent who fought alongside the ancestors. Yet strangely, there were no records of what became of them afterward. Glancing at Minato, he ruffled the boy's hair, placing expectations upon him. Your seal has appeared, has not it, Minato? Follow the path of whichever ancestor you admire most, and protect this world. Minato obediently raised his marked hand, nodding eagerly. Yes, sir, I will work hard. To indulge the boys, Rui's father chuckled. Good, since no visitors are coming today, I will read you something about the ancestors. Minato's face lit up. That is amazing, Rui's father laughed and picked up a book. How about the one about the man who cleaved a planet? Rui, however, pouted. Really, I do not want that one. I do not want to hear it at all. Even so, the two children ended up listening closely as Rui's father read to them about the ancestors. It was a warm, gentle moment, one etched forever in memory. Back in the present, Hanayagi tried to remain calm as he said, my father has passed away. Minato froze, stammering in disbelief. Your father? Hanayagi recounted everything clearly. It was 2 months ago when grave robbers infiltrated the tomb. My father was attacked by one of those same void-born insects. At those words, Minato's eyes burned with rage. Hanayagi went on, recalling his father's desperate struggle. That creature had wandered here after sensing the tomb. They say a high-ranking hunter eventually destroyed it. But it was already too late. My father could not be saved. Listening to the account, Ryan pieced things together. It must have been because the first seal was broken. The Stellar Legion must have sensed the power of the Void Seal and triggered the creature's awakening as an ambush. She sighed in regret at the thought of such a terrifying monster, lamenting that Rui's father had the misfortune of being the one to encounter it. The speculation only deepened Minato's guilt. His heart ached with self-reproach. So it was because I broke the seal. Your power. How could this be? But Hanayagi did not blame him. Instead, he comforted him gently. This is not your fault, Minato. The true villains are the Stellar Legion. For a moment, Minato had no words. All he could do was murmur, Rui. Hanayagi turned, offering a warm smile despite everything. Forgive me, I have only been talking about myself this whole time. Then he spoke once more of his father. My father was the previous guardian. Because of his deep admiration for the ancestors, he married into the Hanayagi family. As they continued walking, Hanayagi kept talking. My father was a calm man, always wearing a gentle smile, never chasing after big ambitions. Because of that, I was raised to be just as steady, without too many highs or lows in my emotions. His voice softened as the stairway came to an end. We have arrived. From the tightly sealed door ahead, a faint glow leaked out through the cracks. Slowly, the door shifted apart like interlocking stone pieces being pulled away. Minato peered inside, uncertain. What is this? The chamber within was filled with strange inscriptions. Guiding them further inside, Hanayagi explained, this is the deepest part of the tomb. Minato glanced up, sensing the meaning, and asked, then this place? Hanayagi nodded knowingly. That is right. According to the ancient texts, this is a teleportation gate, created by the forebears and the transcendent bearer of the Void Seal. Before them now stood the gate Hanayagi had spoken of, glowing faintly. He added, it may even have belonged to the generation before yours, Minato. The generation before me, Minato murmured, uncertain. He tried to ask more, but Reiichiru stepped forward, impatience written all over him. Save that for later. What matters now is getting to their planet first. Claude and Natasha looked startled, almost like deer caught in headlights. Catching on quickly, Minato nodded in thought. I understand. He walked up toward the gate, turning back just briefly. Thank you, Rui. We will be going. Step into the center of the circle of light, Hanayagi reminded him. The key is your Void Seal. Only a transcendent can pass through. I can only guide you here. Got it. Thanks. I will see you again, Minato replied before stepping closer. Hanayagi's parting words followed them. Safe travels. As he watched their backs fade into the glow, Hanayagi stood in silence for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then suddenly he called out, Minato. When Minato turned around, Hanayagi's eyes were trembling. The leader of that group, the one who killed my father. You are going to kill him, or not you? Minato hesitated, then answered simply, yeah. That one word was enough. Hanayagi's voice grew heavy, almost pleading. Then, I can count on you, can't I, my father? Please, avenge him. At last, the calm facade broke. Tears rolled down Hanayagi's cheeks, raw and unrestrained like a child's. Those bastards. I will never forgive them. His hands shook as he lifted one weakly, exposing his helplessness. But me, I can't fight, Minato. I am too weak. Finally, he extended his hand as though entrusting his very soul. I believe in you. Can I leave this in your hands? Faced with Hanayagi's plea, Minato gripped his hand firmly and declared with unwavering resolve, I swear I will help you avenge him. His eyes blazed with determination. I will wipe them all out. The words struck Hanayagi deeply, moving him to tears that refused to stop flowing. The promise had been made. Minato raised his hand, the Void Seal glowing upon it, signaling the start of their journey. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. Let us go to Aleut. As he stepped through, Hanayagi steadied himself at last and whispered softly after him, take care. He gazed at the gate as its light slowly faded, murmuring the name almost like a prayer. The transcendent bearer of the Void Seal. Kanagi Minato. Meanwhile, within the teleportation stream, the group was already moving through shifting space. The mark on Minato's hand shone brightly, a living emblem of his resolve. Thinking of the horrors committed by their enemies, the monsters who had devastated Natasha's homeland and slain Rui's father, his hatred boiled over. With every fiber of his being burning with purpose, Minato raised his voice in defiance, a vow to the void itself. I will never forgive the Celestial Order. Not one of them will escape me.